Secret Societies of the Middle Ages. By Thomas Keightley. Introduction. If we had the means of investigating historically the origin of secret societies, we should probably find that they began to be formed almost as soon as any knowledge had been accumulated by particular individuals beyond what constituted the common stock. The same thing has happened to knowledge that has happened to all other human possessions. Its actual holders have striven to keep it to themselves. It is true that in this case the possessor of the advantage does not seem to have the same reason for being averse to share it with others which naturally operates in regard to many good things of a different kind. He does not, by imparting it to those around him, diminish his own store. This is true, in so far as regards the possession of knowledge considered in its character of a real good. The owner of the treasure does not impoverish himself by giving it away, as he would by giving away his money, but remains as rich as ever, even after he has made ever so many others as rich as himself. But still there is one thing that he loses, and a thing upon which the human mind is apt to set a very high value: he loses the distinction which he derived from his knowledge. This distinction really serves, in many respects, the same purpose that money itself does. Like money, it brings observation and worship. Like money, it is the dearest of all things, power. Knowledge, however held, is indeed essentially power. To ken, that is, to know, is the same word and the same thing with to can, that is, to be able. But there is an additional and a different species of power conferred by knowledge when it exists as the distinction of a few individuals in the midst of general ignorance. Here it is power not only to do those things, the methods of doing which it teaches, it is, besides, the power of governing other men through your comparative strength and their weakness. So strong is the motive thus prompting the possessor of knowledge to the exclusive retention of his acquisitions, that unless it had been met by another motive appealing in like manner directly to our self-interest, it appears probable that scarcely any general dissemination of knowledge would ever have taken place. The powerful counteracting motive in question is derived from the consideration that in most cases one of the most effective ways which the possessor of knowledge can take of exciting the admiration of others, is to communicate what he knows. The light must give itself forth, and illuminate the world, even that it may be itself seen and admired. In the very darkest times, the scholar or philosopher may find his ambition sufficiently gratified by the mere reputation of superior attainments, and the stupid wonder, or it may be superstitious terror, of the uninquiring multitude. But as soon as anything like a spirit of intelligence or of curiosity has sprung up in the general mind, all who aspire to fame or consideration from their learning, their discoveries, or their intellectual powers, address themselves to awaken the admiration of their fellow men, not by concealing, but by displaying their knowledge, not by scaling up the precious fountain, but by allowing its waters to flow freely forth, that all who choose may drink of them. From this time science ceases almost to have any secrets, and, all the influences to which it is exposed acting in the same direction, the tendency of knowledge becomes wholly diffusive. But in the preceding state of things the case was altogether the reverse. Then there was little or no inducement to the communication of knowledge, and every motive for those who were in possession of it to keep it to themselves. There was not intelligence enough abroad to appreciate, or even to understand, the truths of philosophy if they had been announced in their simplicity, and explained according to their principles. All that was cared for, all that was capable of arousing the vulgar attention, was some display, made as surprising and mysterious as possible, of their practical application. It would even have been attended with danger in many cases to attempt to teach true philosophy openly, or to make open profession of it. It was too much in opposition to some of the strongest prejudices which everywhere held sway. It is not, then, to be wondered at, that its cultivators should have sought to guard and preserve it by means of secret associations, which, besides excluding the multitude from a participation in the thing thus fenced round and hidden, answered also divers other convenient purposes. They afforded opportunities of free conference, which could not otherwise have been obtained. There was much in the very forms of mystery and concealment thus adopted calculated to impress the popular imagination, and to excite its reverence and awe. Finally, the veil which they drew around their proceedings enabled the members of these secret societies to combine their efforts. and arrange their plans, in security and without interruption, whenever they cherished any designs of political innovation, or other projects, the open avowal and prosecution of which the established authorities would not have tolerated. The facilities afforded by the system of secret association, and it may even be said the temptations which it presents, to the pursuit of political objects forbidden by the laws, are so great as to justify all governments in prohibiting it, under whatever pretense it may be attempted to be introduced. It is nothing to the purpose to argue that under bad governments valuable political reforms have sometimes been effected by such secret associations which would not otherwise have been attained. The same mode of proceeding, in the nature of the thing, is equally efficacious for the overthrow of a good government. Bad men are as likely to combine in the dark for their objects as good men are for theirs. In any circumstances, a secret association is an imperium in imperio, a power separate from, and independent of, that which is recognized as the supreme power in the state, and therefore something essentially disorganizing, and which it is contrary to the first principles of all government for any state to tolerate. In the case of a bad government, indeed, all means are fairly available for its overthrow which are not morally objectionable, the simple rule for their application being that it shall be directed by considerations of prudence and discretion. In such a case a secret association of the friends of reform may sometimes be found to supply the most effective means for accomplishing the desired end. But that end, however desirable it may be, is not one which the constitution of the state itself can rationally contemplate. The constitution cannot be founded upon the supposition that even necessary alterations of it are to be brought about through agencies out of itself, and forming no part of its regular mechanism. Whenever such agencies are successfully brought into operation, there is a revolution, and the constitution is at an end. Even the amendment of the Constitution so effected is its destruction. Yet most of the more remarkable secret associations which have existed in different ages and countries have probably either been originally formed to accomplish some political end, or have come to contemplate such an object as their chief design. Even when nothing more than a reformation of the national religion has been, as far as can be discovered, the direct aim of the association, it may still be fairly considered as of a political character. From the manner in which religion has been mixed up in almost every country with the civil institutions of the state, the effect which it was desired to produce upon the government may in many cases have been very far from extending to its complete abolition, and the substitution of another form of polity. An alteration in some one particular may have been all that was sought. Or the object of the association may even have been to support some original principle of the Constitution against the influence of circumstances which threatened its subversion or modification. Whether directed to the alteration or to the maintenance of the existing order of things, the irregular and dangerous action of secret combinations is, as we have said, a species of force which no state can reasonably be expected to recognize. But it may nevertheless have happened at particular emergencies, and during times of very imperfect civilization, that valuable service has been rendered by such combinations to some of the most important interests of society, and that they have to a considerable extent supplied the defects of the rude and imperfect arrangements of the ordinary government. The system of secret association is, indeed, the natural resource of the friends of political reform. In times when the general mind is not sufficiently enlightened to appreciate or to support their schemes for the improvement of the existing institutions and order of things, to proclaim their views openly in such circumstances would be of no more use than haranguing to the desert. They might even expose themselves to destruction by the attempt. But, united in a secret association, and availing themselves of all the advantages at once of their superior knowledge and intelligence, and of their opportunities of acting in concert, a very few individuals may work with an effect altogether out of proportion to their number. They may force in a wedge which in time shall even split and shiver into fragments the strength of the existing social system, no matter by how many ages of barbarism it may be consolidated. Or, in the absence of a more regular law and police, they may maintain the empire of justice by stretching forth the arm of their own authority in substitution for that of the state, which lies paralyzed and powerless. and turning to account even the superstitions and terrors of the popular imagination by making these, as excited by their dark organization and mysterious forms of procedure, the chain whereby to secure the popular obedience. On the whole, the system of secret association for political objects, even when there is no dispute about the desirableness of the ends sought to be accomplished, may be pronounced to be a corrective of which good men will avail themselves only in times of general ignorance, or under governments that sin against the first principles of all good government. By endeavoring to put a stop to the advancement of society through the prohibition of the open expression of opinion. But, in countries where the liberty of discussion exists, and where the public mind is tolerably enlightened, as entirely unsuited to the circumstances of the case as it is opposed to the rules and maxims on which every government must take its stand that would provide for its own preservation. In these happier circumstances the course for the friends of social improvement to follow is to come forward into the full light of day as the only place worthy of their mission, and to seek the realization of their views by directly appealing to the understandings of their fellow citizens. One evil to which secret societies are always exposed is the chance of the objects and principles of their members being misrepresented by those interested in resisting their power and influence. As the wakeful eyes of the government, and of those concerned in the maintenance of the actual system, will be ever upon them, they must strictly confine the knowledge of their real views and proceedings to the initiated. And as their meetings must for the same reason be held in retired places, and frequently by night, an opportunity, which is rarely neglected, is afforded to their enemies of spreading the most calumnious reports of their secret practices, which, though conscious of innocence, they may not venture openly to confute. By arts of this kind the suspicions and aversion of the people are excited, and they are often thus made to persecute their best friends, and still to bow beneath the yoke of their real foes. The similarity of the accusations made against secret associations in all parts of the world is a sufficient proof of their falsehood, and we should always listen to them with the utmost suspicion, recollecting the quarter from which they proceed. Of the spotless purity of the Christian religion when first promulgated through the Roman world no one can entertain a doubt. Yet when persecution obliged its professors to form as it were a secret society, the same charges of Thyestian banquets, and of the promiscuous intercourse of the sexes, were made against them, which they themselves afterwards brought. And with probably as little truth, against the various sects of the Gnostic heresy. Wherever there is secrecy there will be suspicion, and charges of something unable to bear the light of day will be made. The ancient world presents one secret society of a professedly political character, that of the Pythagoreans. Of religious ones it might be expected to yield a rich harvest to the inquirer, when we call to mind all that has been written in ancient and modern times concerning the celebrated mysteries. But the original Grecian mysteries, such as those of Eleusis, appear to have been nothing more than public services of the gods, with some peculiar ceremonies performed at the charge of the state, and presided over by the magistrates, in which there were no secrets communicated to the initiated, no revelation of knowledge beyond that which was generally attainable. The private mysteries, namely, the Orphic, Isiac, and Mithraic, which were introduced from the East, were merely modes employed by cunning and profligate impostors for taking advantage of the weakness and credulity of the sinful and the superstitious, by persuading them that by secret and peculiar rites, and the invocation of strange deities, the apprehended punishment of sin might be averted. The nocturnal assemblies for the celebration of these mysteries were but too often scenes of vice and debauchery, and they were discountenanced by all good governments. It is to these last, and not to the Eleusinian mysteries, that the severe strictures of the Fathers of the Church apply. 1. The history of Pythagoras and his doctrines is extremely obscure. The accounts of this sage which have come down to us were not written till many centuries after his death, and but little reliance is to be placed on their details. Pythagoras was a Samian by birth. He flourished in the 6th century before Christ, at the time when Egypt exercised so much influence over Greece, and its sages sought the banks of the Nile in search of wisdom. There is, therefore, no improbability in the tradition of Pythagoras also having visited that land of mystery, and perhaps other parts of the East, and marked the tranquil order of things where those who were esteemed the wise ruled over the ignorant people. He may therefore have conceived the idea of uniting this sacerdotal system with the rigid morals and aristocratic constitution of the Dorian states of Greece. His native isle, which was then under the tyranny of Polycrates, not appearing to him suited for the introduction of his new system of government, he turned his eyes to the towns of Magna Graecia, or southern Italy, which were at that time in a highly flourishing condition, whose inhabitants were eager in the pursuit of knowledge, and some of which already possessed written codes of law. He fixed his view on Croton, one of the wealthiest and most distinguished of those towns. Aristocracy was the soul of the Dorian political constitutions, and the towns of Magna Graecia were all Dorian colonies. But in consequence of their extensive commerce, the tendency of the people was at that time towards democracy. To preserve the aristocratic principle was the object of Pythagoras, but he wished to make the aristocracy not merely one of birth. He desired that, like the sacerdotal castes of the East, it should also have the supremacy in knowledge. As his system was contrary to the general feeling, Pythagoras saw that it was only by gaining the veneration of the people that he could carry it into effect. And by his personal advantages of beauty of form, skill in gymnastic exercises, eloquence, and dignity, he drew to himself the popular favor by casting the mantle of mystery over his doctrines. He thus at once inspired the people with awe for them, and the nobles with zeal to become initiated in his secrets. The most perfect success, we are told, attended the project of the philosopher. A total change of manners took place in Croton. The constitution became nearly Spartan, a body of 300 nobles, rendered by the lessons of the sage as superior to the people in knowledge of every kind as they were in birth, ruled over it. The nobles of the other states flocked to Croton to learn how to govern by wisdom. Pythagorean missionaries went about everywhere preaching the new political creed. They inculcated on the people religion, humility, and obedience. Such of the nobles as were deemed capable were initiated in the wisdom of the order, and taught its maxims and principles. A golden age, in which power was united with wisdom and virtue, seemed to have begun upon earth. But, like everything which struggles against the spirit of the age, such a political system was not fated to endure. While Croton was the chief seat of Pythagoreanism, luxury had fixed her throne in the neighboring city of Sybaris. The towns were rivals, one or the other must fall. It was little more than 30 years after the arrival of Pythagoras in Croton that a furious war broke out between them. Led by Milo and other Pythagoreans, who were as expert in military affairs as skilled in philosophy, the Crotoniates utterly annihilated the power of their rivals, and Sybaris sank to rise no more. But with her sank the power of the Pythagoreans. They judged it inexpedient to give a large share of the booty to the people. The popular discontent rose. Cylon, a man who had been refused admittance into the order, took advantage of it, and urged the people on. The Pythagoreans were all massacred, and a democracy established. All the other towns took example by Croton. A general persecution of the order commenced, and Pythagoras himself was obliged to seek safety in flight, and died far away from the town which once had received him as a prophet. The Pythagoreans never made any further attempts at attaining political power, but became a mere sect of mystic philosophers, distinguished by peculiarities of food and dress. Ancient times present us with no other society of any importance to which we can properly apply the term secret. The different sects of the Gnostics, who are by the fathers of the Church styled heretics, were to a certain extent secret societies, as they did not propound their doctrines openly and publicly. But their history is so scanty, and so devoid of interest, that an examination of it would offer little to detain ordinary readers. The present volume is devoted to the history of 3 celebrated societies which flourished during the Middle Ages, and of which, as far as we know, no full and satisfactory account is to be found in English literature. These are the Assassins, or Ismaelites, of the East, whose name has become in all the languages of Europe synonymous with murderer, who were a secret society, and of whom we have in general such vague and indistinct conceptions. The military order of the Knights Templars, who were most barbarously persecuted under the pretext of their holding a secret doctrine, and against whom the charge has been renewed at the present day. And, finally, the Secret Tribunals of Westphalia, in Germany, concerning which all our information has hitherto been derived from the incorrect statements of dramatists and romancers. 2. It is the simplicity of truth, and not the excitement of romance, that the reader is to expect to find in the following pages pictures of manners and modes of thinking different from our own knowledge, not mere entertainment. Yet as large an infusion of the latter as is consistent with truth and instruction. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. The Assassins. Hammers Geschichte der Assassinen, History of the Assassins, and the same writer's Fundgruben de Orient, Minds of the East, M. Jourdain's Extrait de l'Ouvrage de Mercon sur la dynastie des Ismailites, and Malcolm's History of Persia, are the principal authorities for the following account of the Assassins. Chapter 1. State of the world in the 7th century Western Empire Eastern Empire Persia Arabia Muhammad His probable motives Character of his religion The Quran. At the commencement of the 7th century of the Christian era a new character was about to be impressed on a large portion of the world. During the 2 centuries which preceded, the Goths, Vandals, Huns, and other martial tribes of the Germanic race, had succeeded in beating down the barriers opposed to them, and in conquering and dismembering the Western Empire. They brought with them and retained their love of freedom and spirit of dauntless valor, but abandoned their ancient and ferocious superstitions, and embraced the corrupt system which then degraded the name of Christianity. This system, hardened, as it were, by ideas retained and transferred from the original faith of its new disciples, which ideas were fostered by those passages of the books of the Hebrew Scriptures which accorded with their natural sentiments. Afterwards, when allied with feudalism, engendered the spirit which poured the hosts of Western Europe over the mountains and plains of Asia for the conquest of the Holy Land. A different picture was at this time presented by the Empire of the East. It still retained the extent assigned to it by Theodosius. And all the countries from the Danube, round the east and south coasts of the Mediterranean, to the Straits of Gades, yielded a more or less perfect obedience to the successors of Constantine. But a despotism more degrading, though less ferocious, than those of Asia paralyzed the patriotism and the energy of their subjects. And the acuteness, the contentiousness, and the imagination of the Greeks, combined with mysticism and the wild fancy of the Asiatics to transform the simplicity of the religion of Christ into a revolting system of intricate metaphysics and gross idolatry, which aided the influence of their political condition in chilling the martial ardor of the people. The various provinces of the empire were held together by the loosest and feeblest connection, and it was apparent that a vigorous shock would suffice to dissolve the union. The mountains of Armenia and the course of the Euphrates separated the Eastern Empire from that of Persia. This country had been under the dominion of the people named Parthians at the time when the eagles of the Roman Republic first appeared on the Euphrates. And defeat had more than once attended the Roman armies which attempted to enter their confines. Like every dominion not founded on the freedom of the people, that of the Arsacides, the Parthian royal line, grew feeble with time. And after a continuance of nearly 5 centuries the scepter of Arsaces passed from the weak hand of the last monarch of his line to that of Ardeshir Babegan, that is the son of Babek, a valiant officer of the royal army, and a pretended descendant of the ancient monarchs of Persia. Ardeshir, to accomplish this revolution, availed himself of the religious prejudices of the Persian people. The Parthian monarchs had inclined to the manners and the religion of the Greeks, and the like religion the original faith of Persia. And one of the purest and most spiritual of those to which a divine origin may not be assigned had been held in slight estimation, and its priests unvisited by royal favor. It was the pride and the policy of Ardeshir to restore the ancient religion to the dignity which it had enjoyed under the descendants of Cyrus, and religion, in return, lent her powerful aid to his plans of restoring the royal dignity to its pristine vigor, and of infusing into the breast of the people the love of country and the ardor for extending the Persian dominion to what it had been of old. And for 400 years the Sassanids III were the most formidable enemies of the Roman Empire. But their dominion had, at the period of which we write, nearly attained the greatest limit allotted to Oriental dynasties. And though Nushirwan the Just had attained great warlike fame, and governed with a vigor and justice that have made his name proverbial in the East, and Khusro Pervez displayed a magnificence which is still the theme of Persian poetry and romance, and carried his victorious arms over Syria and Egypt, and further along the African coast than even those of Darius I had been able to advance, yet defeat from the gallant Emperor Heraclius clouded his latter days, and the 13th year after his death, by showing the Persian armies in flight, and the palladium of the empire. The jewel-set apron of the blacksmith Kawa, in the hands of the rovers of the deserts, revealed the secret that her strength was departed from Persia. The brilliancy of the early part of the reign of Khusro Pervez had been but the flash before death which at times is displayed in empires as in individuals. The vigor was gone which was requisite to stem the torrent of fanatic valor about to burst forth from the wilds of Arabia. It is the boast of Arabia that it has never been conquered. This immunity from subjugation has, however, been only partial, and is owing to the nature of the country. For although the barren sands of the Hijaz and Najd have always baffled the efforts of hostile armies, yet the more inviting region of Yemen, the happy Arabia of the ancients, has more than once allured a conqueror, and submitted to his sway. The inhabitants of this country have been the same in blood and in manners from the dawn of history. Brave, but not sanguinary, robbers, but kind and hospitable, of lively and acute intellect, we find the Arabs, from the days of Abraham to the present times, leading the pastoral and nomadic life in the desert, agriculturists in Yemen, traders on the coasts and on the confines of Syria and Egypt. Their foreign military operations had hitherto been confined to plundering expeditions into the last-mentioned countries, unless they were the Hyksos, or shepherd kings, who, according to tradition, once made the conquest of Egypt. Arabia forming a kind of world in itself, its various tribes were in ceaseless hostility with each other. But it was apparent that if its brave and skillful horsemen could be united under one head, and animated by motives which would inspire constancy and rouse valor, they might present a force capable of giving a fatal shock to the empires of Persia and of Rome. It is impossible, on taking a survey of the history of the world, not to recognize a great predisposing cause, which appoints the time and circumstances of every event which is to produce any considerable change in the state of human affairs. The agency of this overruling providence is nowhere more perceptible than in the present instance. The time was come for the Arabs to leave their deserts and march to the conquest of the world, and the man was born who was to inspire them with the necessary motives. Muhammad, illustrious for, was the son of Abd-Allah, servant of God, a noble Arab of the tribe of Quraysh, which bade the guardianship of the Kaaba, square house of Mecca. The black stone contained in which, probably an aerolite, had been for ages an object of religious veneration to the tribes of Arabia. His mother was Amina, the daughter of a chief of princely rank. He was early left an orphan, with the slender patrimony of 5 camels and a female Ethiopian slave. His uncle, Abu Talib, brought him up. At an early age the young Muhammad accompanied his uncle to the fair of Basra, on the verge of Syria, and in his 18th year he signalized his valor in an engagement between the Quraysh and a hostile tribe. At the age of 25 he entered the service of Khadija, a wealthy widow, with whose merchandise he visited one of the great fairs of Syria. Muhammad, though poor, was noble, handsome, acute, and brave. Khadija, who was 15 years his senior, was inspired with love, her passion was returned, and the gift of her hand and wealth gave the nephew of Abu Talib affluence and consideration. Muhammad's original turn of mind appears to have been serious, and it is not unlikely that the great truth of the unity of the deity had been early impressed on his mind by his mother or his Jewish kindred. The Quraysh and the rest of his countrymen were idolaters. Christianity was now corrupted by the intermixture of many superstitions. The fire worship of the Persians was a worshipping of the deity under a material form. The Mosaic religion had been debased by the dreams and absurd distinctions of the rabbis. A simpler form than any of these seemed wanted for man. God, moreover, was believed to have at sundry times sent prophets into the world for its reformation, and might do so again. The Jews still looked for their promised Messiah. Many Christians held that the Paraclete was yet to come. Who can take upon him to assert that Muhammad may not have believed himself to be set apart to the service of God, and appointed by the divine decree to be the preacher of a purer faith than any which he then saw existing? Who will say that in his annual seclusions of 15 days in the cave of Hira he may not have fallen into ecstatic visions? And that in one of these waking dreams the angel Gabriel may not have appeared to his distempered fancy to descend to nominate him to the office of a prophet of God, and present to him, in a visible form, that portion of his future law which had probably already passed through his mind. 5. A certain portion of self-delusion is always mingled with successful imposture. The impostor, as it were, makes his first experiment on himself. It is much more reasonable to conclude that Muhammad had at first no other object than the dissemination of truth by persuasion, and that he may have beguiled himself into a belief of his being the instrument selected for that purpose. Then that the citizen of a town in the secluded region of Arabia beheld in ambitious vision from his mountain cave his victorious banners waving on the banks of the Oxus and the Ebro, and his name saluted as that of the prophet of God by a fourth part of the human race. Still we must not pass by another, and perhaps a truer supposition, namely, that, in the mind of Muhammad, as in that of so many others, the end justified the means, and that he deemed it lawful to feign a vision and a commission from God in order to procure from men a hearing for the truth. Whatever the ideas and projects of Muhammad may originally have been, he waited till he had attained his 40th year, the age at which Moses showed himself first to the Israelites, and then revealed his divine commission to his wife Khadijah. His slave Zayd, his cousin Ali, the son of Abu Talib, and his friend, the virtuous and wealthy Abu Bakr. It is difficult to conceive any motive but conviction to have operated on the minds of these different persons, who at once alleged his claim to the prophetic office. And it speaks not a little for the purity of the previous life of the new prophet, that he could venture to claim the faith of those who were most intimately acquainted with him. The voice of wisdom has assured us that a prophet has no honor in his own country and among his own kindred, and the example of Muhammad testified the truth of the declaration. During 13 years the new religion made but slow and painful progress in the town of Mecca, but the people of Yathrib, a town afterwards dignified with the appellation of the city of the prophet, Medinat en-Nabi, were more susceptive of faith. And when, on the death of Abu Talib, who protected his nephew, though he rejected his claims, his celebrated flight, Hijra, brought him to Yathrib, the people of that town took arms in his defense against the Quraysh. It was probably now that new views opened to the mind of the prophet. Prince of Yathrib, he might hope to extend his sway over the ungrateful Mecca. And those who had scoffed at his arguments and persuasions might be taught lessons of wisdom by the sword. These anticipations were correct, and in less than 10 years after the Battle of Badr, the first he fought, he saw his temporal power and his prophetic character acknowledged by the whole of the Arabian Peninsula. It commonly happens that, when a new form of religion is proposed for the acceptance of mankind, it surpasses in purity that which it is intended to supersede. The Arabs of the days of Muhammad were idolaters. 300 is said to have been the number of the images which claimed their adoration in the Kaaba. A gross licentiousness prevailed among them, their polygamy had no limits assigned to its 6. For this the Prophet substituted the worship of one God, and placed a check on the sensual propensities of his people. His religion contained descriptions of the future state of rewards and punishments, by which he allured to obedience and terrified from contumacy or opposition. The pains of hell which he menaced were such as were most offensive to the body and its organs. The joys of paradise were verdant meads, shady trees, murmuring brooks, gentle airs, precious wines in cups of gold and silver, stately tents, and splendid sofas. The melody of the songs of angels was to ravish the souls of the blessed. The black-eyed houris were to be the ever-blooming brides of the faithful servants of God. Yet, though sensual bliss was to be his ultimate reward, the votary was taught that its attainment demanded self-denial on earth. And it has been justly observed that a devout Mussulman exhibits more of the stoical than of the Epicurean character. 7. As the Prophet had resolved that the sword should be unsparingly employed for the diffusion of the truth, the highest degree of the future bliss was pronounced to be the portion of the martyrs, i.e., of those who fell in the holy wars waged for the dissemination of the faith. Paradise, says the prophet, is beneath the shadow of swords. At the day of judgment the wounds of the fallen warrior were to be resplendent as vermilion, and odoriferous as musk, and the wings of angels were to supply the loss of limbs. The religion of Muhammad was entitled Islam, resignation, hence its votaries were called by the Arabs Muslims, and in Persian Mussulmans. Its articles of belief were 5: belief in God, in His angels, in His prophet, in the last day, and in predestination. Its positive duties were also 5: purification, prayer, fasting, alms, and the pilgrimage to Mecca. Various rites and observances which the Arabs had hitherto practiced were retained by the Prophet, either out of regard for the prejudices of his followers, or because he did not, or could not, divest his own mind of respect for usages in which he had been reared up from infancy. Such is a slight sketch of the religion which Muhammad substituted for the idolatry of Arabia. It contained little that was original. All its details of the future state were borrowed from Judaism or from the Magian system of Persia. The book which contains it, entitled the Quran, reading, was composed in detached pieces, during a long series of years, by the illiterate prophet and taken down from his lips by his scribes. His own account of its origin was that each surah, or revelation, was brought to him from heaven by the angel Gabriel. It is regarded by the Mohammedan East, and by most European Orientalists, as the masterpiece of Arabian literature. And when we make due allowance for the difference of European and Arabian models and taste, and consider that the rhyme 8 which in prose is insufferable to the former, may to the latter sound grateful, we may allow that the praises lavished on it are not unmerited. Though tedious and often childish legends, and long and tiresome civil regulations, occupy the greater part of it, it is pervaded by a fine strain of fervid piety and humble resignation to the will of God, not unworthy of the inspired seers of Israel. And the sublime doctrine of the unity of God runs like a vein of pure gold through each portion of the mass, giving luster and dignity to all. Might we not venture to say that Christianity itself has derived advantage from the imposture of Muhammad? And that the clear and open profession of the divine unity by their Mohammedan enemies kept the Christians of the Dark Ages from smothering it beneath the mass of superstition and fable by which they corrupted and deformed so much of the majestic simplicity of the gospel? No one, certainly, would dream of comparing the Son of Abdallah with the Son of God, of setting darkness by the side of light. But still we may confess him to have been an agent in the hands of the Almighty, and admit that his assumption of the prophetic office was productive of good as well as of evil. The Mohammedan religion is so intimately connected with history, law, manners, and opinions, in the part of the East of which we are about to write, that this brief view of its origin and nature was indispensable. We now proceed to our history. Chapter 2. Origin of the Caliphate. The first caliph's extent of the Arabian Empire. Schism among the Mohammedan Sunnis and Shia sects of the latter, the Qaisani, the Zaydites, the Gulat, the Imami sects of the Imami. Their political character. The Karmathites. Origin of the Fatimite Caliph. Secret society at Cairo. Doctrines taught in it. Its decline. The civil and ecclesiastical dignities were united in the person of Muhammad. As Emir, prince, he administered justice and led his followers to battle. As Imam, director, he on every Friday, the Mohammedan Sabbath, taught the principles and duties of religion from his pulpit. Though his wives were numerous, the Prophet had no male issue surviving at the time when he felt the approaches of death. But his daughter Fatima was married to his cousin Ali, his early and faithful disciple, and it was naturally to be expected that the expiring voice of the Prophet would nominate him as his caliph, successor, over the followers of his faith. But Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr, Muhammad's youthful and best beloved wife, was vehemently hostile to the son of Abu Talib, and she may have exerted all the influence of a revengeful woman over the mind of the dying prophet. Or perhaps Muhammad, like Alexander, perplexed with the extent of dominion to which he had attained, and aware that only a vigor of character similar to his own would avail to retain and enlarge it, and, it may be, thinking himself answerable to God for the choice he should make, deemed it the safest course to leave the matter to the free decision of his surviving followers. His appointing Abu Bakr, a few days before his death, to officiate in his pulpit, might seem to indicate an intention of conferring the caliphate on him. And he is said to have at one time declared that the strength of character displayed by his distinguished follower, Omar, evinced his possession of the virtues of a prophet and a caliph. Tradition records no equally strong declaration respecting the mild and virtuous Ali. At all events the prophet expired without having named a successor, and the choice devolving on his companion's dissension was ready to break out, when Omar, abandoning his own claims, gave his voice for Abu Bakr. All opposition was thus silenced, and the father of Aisha reigned for 2 years over the faithful. Ali at first refused obedience, but he finally acknowledged the successor of the prophet. When dying, Abu Bakr bequeathed the scepter to Omar, as the worthiest, and when, 12 years afterwards, Omar perished by the dagger of an assassin, 6 electors conferred the vacant dignity on Othman, who had been the secretary of the prophet. Age having enfeebled the powers of Othman, the reins of authority were slackened, and a spirit of discord pervaded all Arabia, illustrative of the prophet's declaration of vigor being essential to a caliph. A numerous body of rebels besieged the aged Othman in Medina, and he was slain, holding the Quran in his lap, by a band of murderers, headed by the brother of Aisha, who, the firebrand of Islam, it is probable had been secretly active in exciting the rebellion. The popular choice now fell upon Ali, but the implacable Aisha stimulated to revolt against his authority 2 powerful Arab chiefs, named Telha and Zobair, who raised their standards in the province of Arabian Iraq. Aisha, mounted on a camel, appeared in the thickest of the battle, in which the rebel chiefs were defeated and slain. The generous Ali sent her to dwell at the tomb of the Prophet, where she passed in tranquility the remainder of her days. The Caliph himself was less fortunate. Muawiyah, the governor of Syria, son of Abu Sufyan, the most violent of the opponents of the Prophet, assumed the office of the avenger of Othman, whose death he charged on Ali in his party, and, declaring himself to be the rightful Caliph, roused Syria to arms against the Prophet's son-in-law. In the war success was on the side of Ali, till the superstition of his troops obliged him to agree to a treaty, and shortly afterwards he was murdered by a fanatic in the mosque of Kufa. His son Hassan was induced by Muawiyah to resign his claims and retire to the city of Medina, but his more high-spirited brother, Hussein, took arms against the Caliph Yazid, the son of Muawiyah. And the narrative of his death is one of the most pathetic and best-related incidents of Oriental history. 9. The sisters and children of Hussein were spared by the clemency of the victorious Yazid, and from them descend a numerous race, glorying in the blood of Ali and the Prophet. The Arabian Empire was now of immense extent. Egypt, Syria, and Persia had been conquered in the reign of Omar. Under the first caliphs of the dynasty of the Umayyads, so called from Amiyah, the great-grandfather of Muawiyah, the conquest of Africa and Spain was achieved, and the later princes of this family ruled over the most extensive empire of the world. The great schism of the Mohammedan Church, we must be permitted to employ this term, the only one our language affords, commences with the accession of the house of Amiyah. The Mohammedans have, as is generally known, been from that time to the present day divided into 2 great sects, the Sunnis and the Shi'is, the Orthodox and the Dissenters, as we might venture to call them, whose opposite doctrines, like those of the Catholics and the Protestants of the Christian Church, are each the established faith of great and independent nations. The Ottoman and the Uzbek Turks hold the Sunni faith, the Persians are violent Shi'is, and national and religious animosity concur in making them the determined and inveterate foes of each other. The Sunnis hold that the first 4 caliphs were all legitimate successors of the Prophet, but as their order was determined by their degree of sanctity, they assign the lowest rank to Ali. The Shi'is, on the contrary, maintain that the dignity of the Prophet rightfully descended to the son of his uncle and the husband of his daughter. They therefore regard Abu Bakr, Omar, and Othman, as usurpers, and curse and revile their memory, more especially that of the rigid Omar, whose murderer they venerate as a saint. It must be steadily kept in mind, in every discussion respecting the Mohammedan religion, that Muhammad and his successors succeeded in establishing what the lofty and capacious mind of Gregory VII attempted in vain, the union of the civil and ecclesiastical powers in the same person. Unlike the schisms of the Eastern and Western, of the Catholic and Protestant churches, which originated in difference of opinion on points of discipline or matters of doctrine. That of the Mohammedans arose solely from ambition and the struggle for temporal power. The scepter of the greatest empire of the world was to be the reward of the party who could gain the greatest number of believers in his right to grasp the staff and ascend the pulpit of the prophet of God. Afterwards, when the learning of the Greeks and the Persians became familiar to the Arabs, theological and metaphysical niceties and distinctions were introduced, and the two great stems of religion threw out numerous sectarian branches. The Sunnis are divided into four main sects, all of which are, however, regarded as orthodox, for they agree in the main points, though they differ in subordinate ones. The division of the Shi'is is also into four sects, the point of agreement being the assertion of the right of Ali and his descendants to the imamate, or supreme ecclesiastical dignity. The point of difference being the nature of the proof on which his rights are founded, and the order of succession among his descendants. These four sects and their opinions are as follows. I. The first and most innocuous of the sects which maintained the rights of the family of Ali were the Kaisani, so named from Kaisan, one of his freedmen. These, who were subdivided into several branches, held that Ali's rights descended, not to Hassan or Hussein, but to their brother, Muhammad ben Hanfi. One of these branch sects maintained that the imamate remained 10 in the person of this Muhammad, who had never died, but had since appeared, from time to time, on earth, under various names. Another branch, named the Hashemites, held that the imamate descended from Muhammad ben Hanfi to his son Abu Hashim, who transmitted it to Muhammad, of the family of Abbas, from whom it descended to Safa, the founder of the Abbasid dynasty of Khalifa XI. It is quite evident that the object of this sect was to give a color to the claims of the family of Abbas, who stigmatized the family of Umayyah as usurpers, and insisted that the caliphate belonged of right to themselves. Abu Muslim, the great general who first gave dominion to the family of Abbas, was a real or pretended maintainer of the tenets of this sect, the only branch, by the way, of the Shi'is which supported the house of Abbas. 2. A second branch of the Shi'is was named Zaidites. These held that the imamate descended through Hassan and Hussein to Zayn al-Abidin, the son of this last, and thence passed to Zayd, whence their name, the son of Zayn. Whereas most other Shi'is regarded Muhammad Baqir, the brother of Zayd, as the lawful imam. The Zaydites differed from the other Shi'is in acknowledging the three first caliphs to have been legitimate successors of the Prophet. Idris, who wrested a part of Africa from the Abbasid caliphs, and founded the kingdom of Fez, was a real or pretended descendant of Zayd. 3. The Gulat, ultras, so named from the extravagance of their doctrines, which, passing all bounds of common sense, were held in equal abomination by the other Shi'is and by the Sunnis. This sect is said to have existed as early as the time of Ali himself, who is related to have burnt some of them on account of their impious and extravagant opinions. They held, as we are told, that there was but one imam, and they ascribed the qualities of divinity to Ali. Some maintained that there were two natures, the divine and the human, in him, others that the last alone was his. Some again said that this perfect nature of Ali passed by transmigration through his descendants, and would continue so to do till the end of all things. Others that the transmission stopped with Muhammad Baqir, the son of Zayn al-Abidin, who still abode on earth, but unseen, like Khizr, the guardian of the well of life, according to the beautiful Eastern legend 12. Others, still more bold, denied the transmission, and asserted that the divine Ali sat enthroned in the clouds, where the thunder was the voice and the lightning the scourge wherewith he terrified and chastised the wicked. This sect presents the first, though a very early, instance of the introduction into Islam of that mysticism which appears to have had its original birthplace in the dreamy groves of India. As a political party the Gulat never seem to have been formidable. For, such, however, was not the case with the Imami, the most dangerous enemies of the house of Abbas. Agreeing with the Gulat in the doctrine of an invisible imam, they maintained that there had been a series of visible imams antecedent to him, who had vanished. One branch of this sect, thence called the Seven Ersebian, closed the series with Ismail, the grandson of Muhammad Baqir, the seventh imam, reckoning Ali himself the first. These were also called Ismailites, from Ismail. The other branch, called Imamites, continued the series from Ismail, through his brother Musa Kazim, down to Askari, the 12th Imam. These were hence called the Twelvers, Nashri. They believed that the Imam Askari had vanished in a cavern at Hilla, on the banks of the Euphrates, where he would remain invisible till the end of the world. When he would again appear under the name of the Guide, Mahdi, to lead mankind into the truth. The Imami, wherever they might stop in the series of the visible Imams, saw that, for their political purposes, it was necessary to acknowledge a kind of locum tenentis Imams. But, while the Zaidites, who agreed with them in this point, required in these princes the royal virtues of valor, generosity, justice, knowledge. The Imami declared themselves satisfied if they possessed the saintly ones of the practice of prayer, fasting, and almsgiving. Hence artful and ambitious men could set up any puppet who was said to be descended from the last of the visible Imams, and aspire to govern the Mohammedan world in his name. The Twelvers were very near obtaining possession of the Caliphate in the time of the first Abbasides. For the celebrated Harun-ar-Rashid's son, Al-Mamun, the 8th Caliph of that house, moved either by the strength or preponderance which the Shia party had arrived at, or, as the Eastern historians tell us, yielding to the suggestions of his vizier, who was devoted to that sect, named Ali Riza, the 8th Imam, to be his successor on the throne. He even laid aside the black habiliments peculiar to his family, and wore green, the color of Ali and the Prophet. But the family of Abbas, which now numbered 30,000 persons, refused their assent to this renunciation of the rights of their line. They rose in arms, and proclaimed as Caliph Al-Mamun's uncle Ibrahim. The obnoxious vizier perished, and the opportune death of Ali Riza, by poison, as was said, relieved the son of Harun-ar-Rashid from embarrassment. Ali Riza was interred at Mesht, in the province of Khorasan, and his tomb is, to the present day, a place of pilgrimage for devout Persians. 13. The Ismailites were more successful in their attempts at obtaining temporal power. And, as we shall presently see, a considerable portion of their dominions was wrested from the house of Abbas. Religion has, in all ages, and in all parts of the world, been made the mask of ambition, for which its powerful influence over the minds of the ignorant so well qualifies it. But the political influence of religion among the calmer and more reasoning nations of Europe is slight compared with its power over the more ardent and susceptible natives of Asia. Owing to the effects of this principle, the despotism of the East has never been of that still, undisturbed nature which we might suppose to be its character. To say nothing of the bloody wars and massacres which have taken place under the pretext of religion in the countries from Japan to the Indus, the Mohammedan portion of the East has been, almost without ceasing, the theatre of sanguinary dramas, where ambition, under the disguise of religion, sought for empire. And our own days have seen, in the case of the Wahhabis, a bold though unsuccessful attempt of fanaticism to achieve a revolution in a part of the Ottoman Empire. It was this union of religion with policy which placed the Safavi family on the throne of Persia in the 15th century, and it was this also which, at a much earlier period, established the dominion of the Fatimite caliphs of Egypt. The progress of this last event is thus traced by Oriental historians. 14. The encouragement given to literature and science by the enlightened Al-Mamun had diffused a degree of boldness of speculation and inquiry hitherto unknown in the empire of the Arabs. The subtle philosophy of the Greeks was now brought into contact with the sublime but corrupted theology of the Persians, and the mysticism of India secretly mingled itself with the mass of knowledge. We are not, perhaps, to give credit to the assertion of the Arab historian that it was the secret and settled plan of the Persians to undermine and corrupt the religion, and thus sap the empire, of those who had overcome them in the field. But it is not a little remarkable that, as the transformation of the Mosaic religion into Judaism may be traced to Persia, and as the same country sent forth the monstrous opinions which corrupted the simplicity of the gospel, so it is in Persia that we find the origin of most of the sects which have sprung up in Islam. Without agreeing with those who would derive all knowledge from India, it may be held not improbable that the intricate metaphysics and mysticism of that country have been the source of much of the corruption of the various religions which have prevailed in Cis-Indian Asia. It is at least remarkable that the northeast of Persia, the part nearest to India, has been the place where many of the impostors who pretended to intercourse with the deity made their appearance. It was here that Manes, the head of the Manichaeans, displayed his arts, and it was in Khorasan, Sunland, that Hakam, who gave himself out for an incarnation of the deity, raised the standard of revolt against the house of Abbas. But, be this as it may, on surveying the early centuries of Islam, we may observe that all the rebellions which agitated the empire of the caliphs arose from a union of the claims of the family of Ali with the philosophical doctrines current in Persia. We are told that, in the 9th century of the Christian era, Abdullah, a man of Persian lineage, residing at Awaz, in the south of Persia, conceived the design of overturning the empire of the caliphs by secretly introducing into Islam a system of atheism and impiety. Not to shock deep-rooted prejudices in favor of the established religion and government, he resolved to communicate his doctrines gradually. And he fixed on the mystic number 7 as that of the degrees through which his disciples should pass to the grand revelation of the vanity of all religions and the indifference of all actions. The political cloak of his system was the assertion of the claims of the descendants of Muhammad, the son of Ismail, to the imamate. And his missionaries, Deis, engaged with activity in the task of making proselytes throughout the empire of the caliphs. Abdullah afterwards removed to Syria, where he died. His son and grandsons followed up his plans, and in their time a convert was made who speedily brought the system into active operation. 15. The name of this person was Karmath, a native of the district of Kufa, and from him the sect was called Karmathites. He made great alterations in the original system of Abdullah. And as the sect was now grown numerous and powerful, he resolved to venture on putting the claims of the descendants of Ismail to the test of the sword. He maintained that the indefeasible right to earthly dominion lay with what he styled the Imam Masum, spotless, a sort of ideal of a perfect prince, like the wise man of the Stoics. Consequently all the reigning princes were usurpers, by reason of their vices and imperfections, and the warriors of the perfect prince were to precipitate them all, without distinction, from their thrones. Karmath also taught his disciples to understand the precepts and observances of Islam in a figurative sense. Prayer signified obedience to the Imam Masum, almsgiving was paying the tithe due to him, that is, augmenting the funds of the society, fasting was keeping the political secrets relating to the Imam and his service. It was not the tanzil or outward word of the Quran, which was to be attended to, the tawil, or exposition, was alone worthy of note. Like those of Makana, and other opponents of the house of Abbas, the followers of Karmath distinguished themselves by wearing white raiment to mark their hostility to the reigning caliphs, whose garments and standards retained the black hue which they had displayed against the white banners of the house of Umayyah. A bloody war was renewed at various periods during an entire century between the followers of Karmath and the troops of the caliphs, with varying success. In the course of this war the holy city of Mecca was taken by the sectaries, as it has been of late years by the Wahhabis, after the fall of 30,000 Muslims in its defense. The celebrated Black Stone was taken and conveyed in triumph to Hajar, where it remained for 22 years, till it was redeemed for 50,000 ducats by the Emir of Iraq and replaced in its original seat. Finally, like so many of their predecessors, the Karmathites were vanquished by the yet vigorous power of the empire, and their name, though not their principles, was extinguished. During this period of contest between the house of Abbas and the Karmathites, a missionary, of the latter, named Abdullah, contrived to liberate from the prison into which he had been thrown by the Caliph Motadhad a real or pretended descendant of Fatima, named Ubayd Allah 16, whom he conveyed to Africa, and, proclaiming him to be the promised Mehdi, guide, succeeded in establishing for him a dominion on the north coast of that country. The gratitude of Ubayd Allah was shown by his putting to death him to whom he was indebted for his power. But talent and valor can exist without the presence of virtue, and Ubayd Allah and his two next descendants extended their sway to the shores of the Atlantic. Motsladin Allah, his great-grandson, having achieved the conquest of Egypt and Syria, wisely abandoned his former more distant dominions along the coast of the Mediterranean, his eye being fixed on the more valuable Asiatic empire of the Abbasides. This dynasty of Fatimite caliphs, as they were called, reigned during 2 centuries at Cairo, on the Nile, the foes and rivals of those who sat in Baghdad, on the banks of the Tigris. Like every other Eastern dynasty, they gradually sank into impotence and imbecility, and their throne was finally occupied by the renowned Cord Saladin. Ubaydallah derived his pedigree from Ismail, the 7th Imam. His house, therefore, looked to the support of the whole sect of the Seveners, or Ismailites, in their projects for extending their sway over the Mohammedan world. And it was evidently their interest to increase the numbers and power of that sect as much as possible. We are accordingly justified in giving credit to the assurances of the Eastern historians, that there was a secret institution at Cairo, at the head of which was the Fatimite Caliph, and of which the object was the dissemination of the doctrines of the sect of the Ismailites, though we may be allowed to hesitate as to the correctness of some of the details. This society, we are told, comprised both men and women, who met in separate assemblies, for the common supposition of the insignificance of the latter sects in the East is erroneous. It was presided over by the chief missionary, Di al-Dot 17, who was always a person of importance in the state, and not unfrequently supreme judge, Qadi al-Kodhat 18. Their assemblies, called Societies of Wisdom, Majalis al-Hikmat, were held twice a week, on Mondays and Wednesdays. All the members appeared clad in white. The president, having first waited on the caliph, and read to him the intended lecture, or, if that could not be done, having gotten his signature on the back of it, proceeded to the assembly and delivered a written discourse. At the conclusion of it those present kissed his hand and reverently touched with their forehead the handwriting of the caliph. In this state the society continued till the reign of that extraordinary madman the Caliph Hakam Emr, judged by the command of God, who determined to place it on a splendid footing. He erected for it a stately edifice, styled the House of Wisdom, Dar al-Hikmat, abundantly furnished with books and mathematical instruments. Its doors were open to all, and paper, pens, and ink were profusely supplied for the use of those who chose to frequent it. Professors of law, mathematics, logic, and medicine were appointed to give instructions. And at the learned disputations which were frequently held in presence of the caliph, these professors appeared in their state kaftans, kala, which, it is said, exactly resembled the robes worn at the English universities. The income assigned to this establishment, by the munificence of the caliph, was 257,000 ducats annually, arising from the tenths paid to the crown. The course of instruction in this university proceeded, according to Makrasai, by the following 9 degrees. 1. The object of the first, which was long and tedious, was to infuse doubts and difficulties into the mind of the aspirant, and to lead him to repose a blind confidence in the knowledge and wisdom of his teacher. To this end he was perplexed with captious questions. The absurdities of the literal sense of the Quran, and its repugnance to reason, were studiously pointed out, and dark hints were given that beneath this shell lay a kernel sweet to the taste and nutritive to the soul. But all further information was most rigorously withheld till he had consented to bind himself by a most solemn oath to absolute faith and blind obedience to his instructor. 2. When he had taken the oath he was admitted to the 2nd degree, which inculcated the acknowledgement of the imams appointed by God as the sources of all knowledge. 3. The 3rd degree informed him what was the number of these blessed and holy imams. And this was the mystic 7, for, as God had made 7 heavens, 7 earths, seas, planets, metals, tones, and colors, so 7 was the number of these noblest of God's creatures. 4. In the 4th degree the pupil learned that God had sent 7 lawgivers into the world, each of whom was commissioned to alter and improve the system of his predecessor. That each of these had 7 helpers, who appeared in the interval between him and his successor. These helpers, as they did not appear as public teachers, were called the mute, samit, in contradistinction to the speaking lawgivers. The 7 lawgivers were Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and Ismail, the son of Jafar. The 7 principal helpers, called Seats, Sus, were Seth, Shem, Ishmael, the son of Abraham, Aaron, Simon, Ali, and Muhammad, the son of Ismail. It is justly observed 19 that, as this last personage was not more than a century dead, the teacher had it in his power to fix on whom he would as the mute prophet of the present time, and inculcate the belief in, and obedience to him of all who had not got beyond this degree. 5. The fifth degree taught that each of the 7 mute prophets had 12 apostles for the dissemination of his faith. The suitableness of this number was also proved by analogy. There are 12 signs of the zodiac, 12 months, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 joints in the 4 fingers of each hand, and so forth. 6. The pupil being led thus far, and having shown no symptoms of restiveness, the precepts of the Quran were once more brought under consideration, and he was told that all the positive portions of religion must be subordinate to philosophy. He was consequently instructed in the systems of Plato and Aristotle during a long space of time. And, 7, when esteemed fully qualified, he was admitted to the 7th degree, when instruction was communicated in that mystic pantheism which is held and taught by the sect of the Sufis. 8. The positive precepts of religion were again considered, the veil was torn from the eyes of the aspirant, all that had preceded was now declared to have been merely scaffolding to raise the edifice of knowledge, and was to be flung down. Prophets and teachers, heaven and hell, all were nothing, future bliss and misery were idle dreams, all actions were permitted. 9. The 9th degree had only to inculcate that naught was to be believed, everything might be done. 20. In perusing the accounts of secret societies, their rules, regulations, degrees, and the quantity or nature of the knowledge communicated in them, a difficulty must always present itself. Secrecy being of the very essence of everything connected with them, what means had writers, who were generally hostile to them, of learning their internal constitution and the exact nature of their maxims and tenets? In the present case our authority for this account of a society which chiefly flourished in the 10th and 11th centuries is Macrosci, a writer of the 15th century. His authorities were doubtless of more ancient date, but we know not who they were or whence they derived their information. Perhaps our safest course in this, as in similar cases, would be to admit the general truth of the statement, but to suffer our minds to remain in a certain degree of suspense as to the accuracy of the details. We can thus at once assent to the fact of the existence of the college at Cairo, and of the mystic tenets of Sufism being taught in it, as also to that of the rights of the Fatimites to the Caliphate being inculcated on the minds of the pupils. And missionaries being thence sent over the East, without yielding implicit credence to the tale of the 9 degrees through which the aspirant had to pass. Or admitting that the course of instruction terminated in a doctrine subversive of all religion and of all morality. As we have seen, the Dialdote, or chief missionary, resided at Cairo, to direct the operations of the society, while the subordinate dais pervaded all parts of the dominions of the House of Abbas, making converts to the claims of Ali. The dais were attended by companions, Rafiq, who were persons who had been instructed up to a certain point in the secret doctrines, but who were neither to presume to teach nor to seek to make converts, that honor being reserved to the dais. By the activity of the dais the society spread so widely that in the year 1058 the Emir Besasiri, who belonged to it, made himself master of Baghdad, and kept possession of it during an entire year, and had money struck, and prayer made in the name of the Egyptian Caliph. The Emir, however, fell by the sword of Togrul the Turk, whose aid the feeble Abbasid implored, and these 2 distinguishing acts of Mohammedan sovereignty were again performed by the House of Abbas. Soon afterwards the society at Cairo seems to have declined along with the power of the Fatimite caliphs. In 1123 the powerful Vizier Aftal, on occasion of some disturbance caused by them, shut up the Dar al-Hikmat, or, as it would appear, destroyed it. His successor Memun permitted the society to hold their meetings in a building erected in another situation, and it lingered on till the fall of the Caliphate of Egypt. The policy of Aftal is perhaps best to be explained by a reference to the state of the East at that time. The Caliph of Baghdad was become a mere pageant devoid of all real power. The former dominions of the House of Abbas were in the hands of the Seljukian Turks. The Franks were masters of a great part of Syria, and threatened Egypt, where the caliphs were also fallen into incapacity, and the real power had passed to the vizier. As this last could aspire to nothing beyond preserving Egypt, a society instituted for the purpose of gaining partisans to the claims of the Fatimites must have been rather an impediment to him than otherwise. He must therefore have been inclined to suppress it, especially as the Society of the Assassins, a branch of it, had now been instituted, which, heedless of the claims of the Fatimites, sought dominion for itself alone. To the history of that remarkable association we now proceed. Chapter 3. Ali of Ray, his son Hassan Sabah Hassan sent to study at Nishabur meets their Omar Khayyam and Nizam al-Mulk agreement made by them. Hassan introduced by Nizam to Sultan Malek Shah obliged to leave the court. Anecdote of him. His own account of his conversion goes to Egypt, returns to Persia, makes himself master of Alamut. There was a man named Ali, who resided in the city of Ray, in Persia. He was a strenuous Shi, and maintained that his family had originally come from Kufa, in Arabia. But the people of Khorasan asserted that his family had always dwelt in one of the villages near Tus, in that province, and that consequently his pretensions to an Arabian extraction were false. Ali, it would appear, was anxious to conceal his opinions, and employed the strongest asseverations to convince the governor of the province, a rigid Sunnite, of his orthodoxy. And finally retired into a monastery to pass the remainder of his days in meditation. As a further means of clearing himself from the charge of heresy, he sent his only son Hassan Sabah 21 to Nishabur to be instructed by the celebrated Imam Moafek, who resided at that place. What lessons he may have given the young Hassan previously to parting with him, and what communication he may have afterwards kept up with him, are points on which history is silent. The fame of the Imam Moafek was great over all Persia, and it was currently believed that those who had the good fortune to study the Quran and the Sunnah 22 under him were secure of their fortune in afterlife. His school was consequently thronged by youths ambitious of knowledge and future distinction. And here Hassan met, and formed a strict intimacy with, Omar Khayyam, afterwards so distinguished as a poet and an astronomer, and with Nizam al-Mulk, regulation of the realm, who became vizier to the monarchs of the house of Seljuk. This last, in a history which he wrote of himself and his times, relates the following instance of the early development of the ambition of Hassan. As these three, who were the most distinguished pupils of the Imam, were one day together, it is the general opinion, said Hassan, that the pupils of the Imam are certain of being fortunate. This opinion may be verified in one of us. So come, let us pledge ourselves to one another that he who shall be successful will make the other two sharers in his good fortune. His two companions readily assented, and the promise was mutually given and received. Nizam al-Mulk entered the path of politics, where his talents and his noble qualities had free course, and he rose through the various gradations of office, till at length he attained the highest post in the realm, the viziriate. Under Alp Arslan, strong lion, the second monarch of the house of Seljuk. When thus exalted he forgot not his former friends, and calling to mind the promise which he had made, he received with great kindness Omar Khayyam, who waited on him to congratulate him on his elevation. And he offered at once to employ all his interest to procure him a post under the government. But Omar, who was devoted to Epicurean indulgences, and averse from toil and care, thanking his friend, declined his proffered services. And all that the vizier could prevail on him to accept was an annual pension of 1,200 ducats on the revenues of Nishabur, whither he retired to spend his days in ease and tranquility. The case was different with Hassan. During the 10 years' reign of Alp Arslan he kept aloof from the vizier, living in obscurity, and probably maturing his plans for the future. But when the young Prince Malek Shah, King, mounted the throne he saw that his time was come. He suddenly appeared at the court of the new monarch, and waited on the powerful vizier. The story is thus told by the vizier himself in his work entitled Wasaya, Political Institutes, whence it is given by Merkond. He came to me at Nishabur in the year that Malek Shah, having got rid of Kaward, had quieted the troubles which his rebellion had caused. I received him with the greatest honors, and performed, on my part, all that could be expected from a man who is a faithful observer of his oaths, and a slave to the engagements which he has contracted. Each day I gave him a new proof of my friendship, and I endeavored to satisfy his desires. He said to me once, Khoja, Master, you are of the number of the learned and the virtuous. You know that the goods of this world are but an enjoyment of little duration. Do you then think that you will be permitted to fail in your engagements by letting yourself be seduced by the attractions of greatness and the love of the world? And will you be of the number of those who violate the contract made with God? Heaven keep me from it, replied I. Though you heap honors upon me, continued he, and though you pour upon me benefits without number, you cannot be ignorant that that is not the way to perform what we once pledged ourselves to respecting each other. You are right, said I. And I am ready to satisfy you in what I promised. All that I possess of honor and power, received from my fathers or acquired by myself, belongs to you in common with me. I then introduced him into the society of the Sultan, I assigned him a rank and suitable titles, and I related to the prince all that had formerly passed between him and me. I spoke in terms of such praise of the extent of his knowledge, of his excellent qualities, and his good morals, that he obtained the rank of minister and of a confidential man. But he was, like his father, an impostor, a hypocrite, one who knew how to impose, and a wretch. He so well possessed the art of covering himself with an exterior of probity and virtue that in a little time he completely gained the mind of the Sultan, and inspired him with such confidence that that prince blindly followed his advice in most of those affairs of a greater and more important nature which required good faith and sincerity, and he was always decided by his opinion. I have said all this to let it be seen that it was I who had raised him to this fortune, and yet, by an effect of his bad character, there came quarrels between the Sultan and me. The unpleasant result of which had like to have been that the good reputation and favor which I had enjoyed for so many years were near going into dust and being annihilated. For at last his malignity broke out on a sudden, and the effects of his jealousy showed themselves in the most terrible manner in his actions and in his words. In fact, Hassan played the part of a treacherous friend. Everything that occurred in the divan was carefully reported to the Sultan, and the worst construction put upon it, and hints of the incapacity and dishonesty of the vizier were thrown out on the fitting occasions. The vizier himself has left us an account of what he considered the worst trick which his old schoolfellow attempted to play him. The Sultan, it seems, wishing to see a clear and regular balance sheet of the revenues and expenditure of his empire, directed Nizam al-Mulk to prepare it. The vizier required a space of more than a year for the accomplishment of the task. Hassan deemed this a good opportunity for distinguishing himself, and boldly offered to do what the Sultan demanded in 40 days, not more than 1/10 of the time required by the vizier. All the clerks in the finance department were immediately placed at the disposal of Hassan, and the vizier himself confesses that at the end of the 40 days the accounts were ready to be laid before the Sultan. But, just when we might expect to see Hassan in triumph, and enjoying the highest favor of the monarch, we find him leaving the court in disgrace and vowing revenge on the Sultan and his minister. This circumstance is left unexplained by the ornament of the realm, who however acknowledges, with great naivete, that, if Hassan had not been obliged to fly, he should have left the court himself. But other historians inform us that the vizier, apprehensive of the consequences, had recourse to art, and contrived to have some of Hassan's papers stolen, so that, when the latter presented himself before the Sultan, full of hope and pride, and commenced his statement, he found himself obliged to stop for want of some of his most important documents. As he could not account for this confusion, the Sultan became enraged at the apparent attempt to deceive him, and Hassan was forthwith obliged to retire from court with precipitation. Nizam al-Mulk determined to keep no measures with a man who had thus sought his ruin, and he resolved to destroy him. Hassan fled to Ray, but, not thinking himself safe there, he went further south, and took refuge with his friend the Rais 23 Abu al-Fazl, father of excellence, at Isfahan. What his plans may have hitherto been is uncertain. But now they seem to have assumed a definite form, and he unceasingly meditated on the means of avenging himself on the Sultan and his minister. In consultation one day with Abu al-Fazl, who appears to have adopted his speculative tenets, after he had poured out his complaints against the vizier and his master, he concluded by passionately saying, "Oh that I had but 2 faithful friends at my devotion! Soon should I overthrow the Turk and the peasant," meaning the Sultan and the vizier. Abu al-Fazl, who was one of the most clear-headed men of his time, and who still did not comprehend the long-sighted views of Hassan, began to fancy that disappointment had deranged the intellect of his friend, and, believing that reasoning would in such a case be useless, commenced giving him at his meals aromatic drinks and dishes prepared with saffron, in order to relieve his brain. Hassan perceived what his kind host was about, and resolved to leave him. Abu el-Fazl in vain employed all his eloquence to induce him to prolong his visit. Hassan departed, and shortly afterwards set out for Egypt. 20 years afterwards, when Hassan had accomplished all he had projected, when the Sultan and the Vizier were both dead, and the Society of the Assassins was fully organized, the Reis Abu el-Fazl, who was one of his most zealous partisans, visited him at his hill fort of Alamut. "Well, Reis," said Hassan, "which of us was the madman? Did you or I stand most in need of the aromatic drinks and the dishes prepared with saffron which you used to have served up at Isfahan? You see that I kept my word as soon as I had found two trusty friends." When Hassan left Isfahan, in the year 1078, the Caliph Mostansir, a man of some energy, occupied the throne of Egypt, and considerable exertions were made by the missionaries of the Society at Cairo to gain proselytes throughout Asia. Among these proselytes was Hassan Sabah, and the following account of his conversion, which has fortunately been preserved in his own words, is interesting, as affording a proof that, like Cromwell, and, as we have supposed, Muhammad, and all who have attained to temporal power by means of religion, he commenced in sincerity, and was deceived himself before he deceived others. "From my childhood," says he, "even from the age of 7 years, my sole endeavor was to acquire knowledge and capacity. I had been reared up, like my fathers, in the doctrine of the 12 Imams, and I made acquaintance with an Ismailite companion, Rafiq, named Amir Darab, with whom I knit fast the bonds of friendship. My opinion was that the tenets of the Ismailites resembled those of the philosophers, and that the ruler of Egypt was a man who was initiated in them. As often, therefore, as Amir said anything in favor of these doctrines I fell into strife with him, and many controversies on points of faith ensued between him and me. I gave not in to anything that Amir said in disparagement of our sect, though it left a strong impression on my mind. Meanwhile Amir parted from me, and I fell into a severe fit of sickness, during which I reproached myself, saying, that the doctrine of the Ismailites was assuredly the true one, and that yet out of obstinacy I had not gone over to it. And that should death, which God avert, overtake me, I should die without having attained to the truth. At length I recovered of that sickness, and I now met with another Ismailite, named Abu Nejm Zaraj, of whom I inquired touching the truth of his doctrine. Abu Nejm explained it to me in the fullest manner, so that I saw quite through the depths of it. Finally I met a Dai, named Mu'min, to whom the Sheikh Abd al-Malik, servant of the king, i.e. of God, Ben Attash, the director of the missions of Iraq, had given permission to exercise this office. I besought that he would accept my homage, in the name of the Fatimite Caliph, but this he at the first refused to do, because I had been in higher dignities than he, but when I pressed him thereto beyond all measure, he yielded his consent. When now the Sheikh Abd al-Malik came to Ray, and through intercourse learned to know me, my behavior was pleasing unto him, and he bestowed on me the office of a Dai. He said unto me, Thou must go unto Egypt, to be a sharer in the felicity of serving the Imam Mostander. When the Sheikh Abd al-Malik went from Ray to Isfahan I set forth for Egypt 24. There is something highly interesting in this account of his thoughts and feelings given by Hassan Sabah, particularly when we recollect that this was the man who afterwards organized the Society of the Assassins, so long the scourge of the East. We here find him, according to his own statement, dreading the idea of dying without having openly made profession of the truth, yet afterwards, if we are to credit the Oriental historians, he inculcated the doctrine of the indifference of all human actions. Unfortunately this declension from virtue to vice has been too often exhibited to allow of our doubting that it may have happened in the case of Hassan Sabah. A further reflection which presents itself is this. Can anything be more absurd than those points which have split the Moslems into sects? And yet how deeply has conscience been engaged in them, and with what sincerity have they not been embraced and maintained? Will not this apply in some measure to the dissensions among Christians, who divide into parties, not for the essential doctrines of their religion, but for some merely accessory parts? Hassan, on his arrival in Egypt, whither his fame had preceded him, was received with every demonstration of respect. His known talents, and the knowledge of the high favor and consideration which he had enjoyed at the court of Malek Shah, made the Caliph esteem him a most important acquisition to the cause of the Ismailites. And no means were omitted to soothe and flatter him. He was met on the frontiers by the Dialdote, the Sharif Taher Kasvini, and several other persons of high consideration. The great officers of state and court waited on him as soon as he had entered Cairo, where the Caliph assigned him a suitable abode, and loaded him with honors and tokens of favor. But such was the state of seclusion which the Fatimite Caliphs had adopted, that during the 18 months which Hassan is said to have passed at Cairo he never once beheld the face of Mostanser. Though that monarch always evinced the utmost solicitude about him, and never spoke of him but in terms of the highest praise. While Hassan abode in Egypt, the question of the succession to the throne, always a matter of dispute in Oriental monarchies, became a subject of dissension and angry debate at court. The Caliph had declared his eldest son, Nizar, to be his legitimate successor. But Bedr al-Jamali, the Emir al-Juyush, or commander-in-chief of the army, who enjoyed almost unlimited power under the Fatimites, asserted the superior right of Mustili, the Caliph's second son, which right his power afterwards made good. Hassan Sabah, not very wisely, as it would seem, took the side of Prince Nizar, and thereby drew on himself the hostility of Bedr al-Jamali, who resolved on his destruction. In vain the reluctant Caliph struggled against the might of the powerful Emir al-Juyush. He was obliged to surrender Hassan to his vengeance, and to issue an order for committing him to close custody in the castle of Damietta. While Hassan lay in confinement at Damietta, one of the towers of that city fell down without any apparent cause. This being looked upon in the light of a miracle by the partisans of Hassan, and the Caliph, his enemies, to prevent his deriving any advantage from it, hurried him on board of a ship which was on the point of sailing for Africa. Scarcely had the vessel put to sea when a violent tempest came on. The sea rolled mountains high, the thunder roared, and the lightning flamed. Terror laid hold on all who were aboard, save Hassan Sabah, who looked calm and undisturbed on the commotion of the elements, while others gazed with agony on the prospect of instant death. On being asked the cause of his tranquility, he made answer, in imitation probably of St. Paul, "Our Lord, Sayyidina, has promised me that no evil shall befall me." Shortly afterwards the storm fell and the sea grew calm. The crew and passengers now regarded him as a man under the especial favor of heaven, and when a strong west wind sprung up, and drove them to the coast of Syria, they offered no opposition to his leaving the vessel and going on shore. Hassan proceeded to Aleppo, where he stayed some time, and thence directed his course to Baghdad. Leaving that city he entered Persia, traversed the province of Khuzestan, and, visiting the cities of Isfahan and Yezd, went on to the eastern province of Kerman, everywhere making proselytes to his opinions. He then returned to Isfahan, where he made a stay of 4 months. He next spent 3 months in Khuzestan. Having fixed his view on Damaghan and the surrounding country in Iraq as a district well calculated to be the seat of the power which he meditated establishing, he devoted 3 entire years to the task of gaining disciples among its inhabitants. For this purpose he employed the most eloquent deists he could find, and directed them to win over by all means the inhabitants of the numerous hill forts which were in that region. While his deists were thus engaged, he himself traversed the more northerly districts of Georgian and Dailem, and when he deemed the time fit returned to the province of Iraq, where Hussein Keightley, one of the most zealous of his missionaries, had been long since engaged in persuading the people of the strong hill fort of Alamut to swear obedience to the Caliph Mostanser. The arguments of the Dai had proved convincing to the great majority of the inhabitants, but the governor, Ali Mehdi, an upright and worthy man, whose ancestors had built the fort, remained, with a few others, faithful to his duty, and would acknowledge no spiritual head but the Abbasid Caliph of Baghdad. No temporal chief but the Seljukian Malek Shah. Mehdi, when he first perceived the progress of Ismailism among his people, expelled those who had embraced it, but afterwards permitted them to return. Sure of the aid of a strong party within the fort, Hassan is said to have employed against the governor the same artifice by which Dido is related to have deceived the Libyans 25. He offered him 3,000 ducats for as much ground as he could compass with an ox hide. The guileless Mehdi consented, and Hassan instantly cutting the hide into thongs surrounded with it the fortress of Alamut. Mehdi, seeing himself thus tricked, refused to stand to the agreement. Hassan appealed to justice, and to the arms of his partisans within the fortress, and by their aid compelled the governor to depart from Alamut. As Mehdi was setting out for Damaghan, whither he proposed to retire, Hassan placed in his hand an order on the Reis Mozaffar, the governor of the castle of Kurdku, couched in these terms: let the Reis Mozaffar pay to Mehdi, the descendant of Ali, 3,000 ducats, as the price of the fortress of Alamut. Peace be upon the Prophet and his family. God, the best of directors, sufficeth us. Mehdi could hardly believe that a man of the consequence of the Reis Mozaffar, who held an important government under the Seljukian sultans, would pay the slightest attention to the order of a mere adventurer like Hassan Sabah. He, however, resolved, out of curiosity, or rather, as we are told, pressed by his want of the money, to try how he would act. He accordingly presented the order, and, to his infinite surprise, was forthwith paid the 3,000 ducats. The Reis had in fact been long in secret one of the most zealous disciples of Hassan Sabah. Historians are careful to inform us that it was on the night of Wednesday, the 6th of the month Rajab, in the 483 D year of the Hijra, that Hassan Sabah made himself master of Alamut, which was to become the chief seat of the power of the sect of the Ismailites. This year answers to the year 1090 of the Christian era, and thus the dominion of the Assassins was founded only 9 years before the Christians of the West established their empire in the Holy Land. Chapter 4. Description of Alamut. Fruitless attempts to recover it. Extension of the Ismailite power. The Ismailites in Syria attempt on the life of Abu Hard Isa. Treaty made with Sultan Sanjar. Death of Hassan. His character. Alamut, a name so famous in the history of the East, signifies the vulture's nest, an appellation derived from its lofty site. It was built in the year 860, on the summit of a hill, which bears a fancied resemblance to a lion couching with his nose to the ground, situated, according to Hammer, in 51/2 degree E long, and 36 degrees north lat. It was regarded as the strongest of 50 fortresses of the same kind, which were scattered over the district of Rudbar, Riverland. The mountainous region which forms the border between Persian Iraq and the more northerly provinces of Dailem and Tabaristan, and is watered by the stream called the King's River, Sharud. As soon as Hassan saw himself master of this important place, he directed his thoughts to the means of increasing its strength. He repaired the original walls, and added new ones. He sunk wells, and dug a canal, which conveyed water from a considerable distance to the foot of the fortress. As the possession of Alamut made him master of the surrounding country, he learned to regard the inhabitants as his subjects, and he stimulated them to agriculture, and made large plantations of fruit trees around the eminence on which the fortress stood. But before Hassan had time to commence, much less complete these plans of improvement, he saw himself in danger of losing all the fruits of his toil. It was not to be expected that the emir, on whom the sultan had bestowed the province of Rudbar, would calmly view its strongest fort in the possession of the foe of the house of Seljuk. Hassan, therefore, had not had time to collect stores and provisions when he found all access to the place cut off by the troops of the emir. The inhabitants were about to quit Alamut, but Hassan exerted the usual influence of a commanding spirit over their minds, and confidently assured them that that was the place in which fortune would favor them. They yielded faith to his words and stayed, and at length their perseverance wore out the patience of the emir, and Alamut thence obtained the title of the abode of fortune. The sultan, who had at first viewed the progress of his ex-minister with contempt, began soon to grow apprehensive of his ultimate designs, and in 1092 he issued orders to the emir Arslantash, Lionstone, to destroy Hassan and his adherents. Arslantash advanced against Alamut. Hassan, though he had but 70 men with him, and was scantily supplied with provisions, defended himself courageously till Abu Ali, the governor of Kasvin, who was in secret one of his dais, sent 300 men to his aid. These fell suddenly, during the night, on the troops of the emir, the little garrison made at the same time a sortie, the Sultan's troops took to flight, and Alamut remained in the possession of the Ismailites. Much about the same time Malek Shah sent troops against Hussein Keightley, who was actively engaged in the cause of Hassan Sabah in Kohistan. Hussein threw himself into Muminabad, a fortress nearly as strong as that of Alamut, and the troops of the Sultan assailed him in vain. It was now that Hassan began to display the system which we shall presently unveil. The aged vizier, the great and good Nizam al-Mulk, perished by the daggers of his emissaries, and the Sultan himself speedily followed his minister to the tomb, not without suspicion of poison. Circumstances were now particularly favorable to the plans of Hassan Sabah. On the death of Sultan Malek Shah, a civil war broke out among his sons for the succession. All the military chiefs and persons of eminence were engaged on one side or the other, and none had leisure or inclination to attend to the progress of the Ismailites. These, therefore, went on gradually extending their power, and fortress after fortress fell into their hands. In the course of 10 years they saw themselves masters of the principal hill forts of Persian Iraq. They held that of Shandor 26, King's Pearl, and 2 other fortresses, close to Isfahan, that of Kalankan, on the borders of Fars and Kohistan, Damagan, Kurdku, and Firuzku, in the district of Kamis, and Lamsir and several others in Kohistan. It was in vain that the most distinguished imams and doctors of the law issued there, fatwas against the sect of the Ismailites, and condemned them to future perdition. In vain they called on the orthodox to employ the sword of justice in freeing the earth from this godless and abominable race. The sect, strong in its secret bond of unity and determination of purpose, went on and prospered. The dagger avenged the fate of those who perished by the sword, and, as the orientalized European historian of the society expresses it, 27 heads fell like an abundant harvest beneath the twofold sickle of the sword of justice and the dagger of murder. The appearance of the Ismailites, under their new form of organization, in Syria, happened at the same time with that of the Crusaders in the Holy Land. The Seljukian Turks had made the conquest of that country, and the different chiefs who ruled Damascus, Aleppo, and the other towns and their districts, some of whom were of Turkish, others of Syrian extraction, were in a constant state of enmity with each other. Such powerful auxiliaries as the followers of Hassan Sabah were not to be neglected. Rizwan, Prince of Aleppo, so celebrated in the history of the Crusades, was their declared favor and protector, and an Ismailite agent always resided with him. The first who occupied this post was an astrologer, and on his death the office fell to a Persian goldsmith, named Abu Tahir Sa. The enemies of Rizwan felt the effects of his alliance with the Ismailites. The Prince of Emesa, for example, fell by their daggers, as he was about to relieve the castle of the Cords, to which Raymond, Count of Toulouse, had laid siege. Rizwan put the strong castle of Sarmin, which lay about a day's journey south of Aleppo, into the hands of Abu el-Feda, the nephew of Hassan Sabah, and his Dai el-Kabir, great missionary, for the province of Syria. The governor of this fortress was Abu Tahir Sa. A few years afterwards, 1107, the people of Apamea invoked the aid of Abu Tahir against Caliph, their Egyptian governor. Abu Tahir took possession of the town in the name of Rizwan, but Tancred, who was at war with that prince, having come and attacked it, it was forced to surrender. Abu Tahir stipulated for free egress for himself. But Tancred, in violation of the treaty, brought him to Antioch, where he remained till his ransom was paid. Abu el-Feda and the other Ismailites were given up to the vengeance of the sons of Caliph. Tancred took front them at the same time another strong fortress, named Kefalana. This is to be noted as the first collision between the Crusaders and the Assassins, as we shall now begin to call them. The origin of this name shall presently be explained. On the return of Abu Tahir to Aleppo, a very remarkable attempt at assassination took place. There was a wealthy merchant, named Abu Hard Isa 28, a sworn foe to the Ismailites, and who had spent large sums of money in his efforts to injure them. He was now arrived from the borders of Turkestan with a richly laden caravan of 500 camels. An Ismailite, named Ahmed, a native of Ray, had secretly accompanied him from the time he left Khorasan, with the design of avenging the death of his father, who had fallen under the blows of Abu Hard's people. The Ismailite, on arriving at Aleppo, immediately communicated with Abu Taher and Rizwan. Revenge, and the hope of gaining the wealth of the hostile merchant, made them yield assent at once to the project of assassination. Abu Taher gave Ahmed a sufficient number of assistants, Rizwan promised the aid of his guards, and one day, as the merchant was in the midst of his slaves, counting his camels, the murderers fell on him. But the faithful slaves valiantly defended their master, and the Ismailites expiated their guilt with their lives. The princes of Syria heaped reproaches on Rizwan for this scandalous violation of the rights of hospitality, and he vainly endeavored to justify himself by pretending ignorance of the fact. Abu Taher, as the increasing hatred of the people of Aleppo to the sect made that town an unsafe abode, returned to Persia, his native country, leaving his son, Abu el-Fetah, to manage the affairs of the society in his stead. The acquisition of castles and other places of strength was now the open and avowed object of the society, whose aim was evidently at the empire of Asia, and no mean was left unemployed for the effecting of this design. In the year 1108 they made a bold attempt at making themselves masters of the strong castle of Khazar, also in Syria, which belonged to the family of Munkad. The festival of Easter being come, when the Mussulman garrison was in the habit of going down into the town to partake in the festivities of the Christians, during their absence the Ismailites entered the castle, and barred the gates. When the garrison returned towards night, they found themselves excluded. But the Ismailites, in their reliance on the strength of the place, being negligent, the women drew up their husbands by cords at the windows, and the intruders were speedily expelled. In the year 1113, as Mevdud, Prince of Mosul, was walking up and down, on a festival day, in the Mosque of Damascus, with the celebrated Tughtegan, he was fallen on and slain by an Ismailite. The murderer was cut to pieces on the spot. This year was, however, near proving fatal to the society in Syria. Rizwan, their great protector, died, and the eunuch Lulu, the guardian of his young son, was their sworn enemy. An order for their indiscriminate destruction was forthwith issued, and, in consequence, more than 300 men, women, and children were massacred, while 200 more were thrown into prison. Abu el-Fetah was put to death with torture. His body was cut to pieces and burnt at the gate looking towards Iraq, and his head sent through all Syria. They did not, however, fall totally unavenged. The daggers of the society were directed against the governors and men in power, many of whom became their victims. Thus, in the year 1115, as the Atabeg Tughtegan was receiving an audience at the court of the Caliph of Baghdad, the governor of Khorasan was fallen upon by 3 Ismailites, who probably mistook him for the Atabeg, and they perished. In 1119 as Badiai, the governor of Aleppo, was journeying with his sons to the court of the Emir Ghazi, they were fallen upon by 2 assassins, Badiai and one of his sons fell by their blows, his other sons cut the murderers down. But a third then sprang forth, and gave the finishing stroke to one of the young men, who was already wounded. The murderer was taken, and brought before Tughtegan and Ghazi, who only ordered him to be put in prison. But he drowned himself to escape their vengeance, from which he had, perhaps, nothing to apprehend. In fact, at this time the dread of the followers of Hassan Sabah had sunk deep into the hearts of all the princes of the East, for there was no security against their daggers. Accordingly, when the next year, 1120, Abu Muhammad, the head of them at Aleppo, where they had re-established themselves, sent to the powerful Tughazi to demand of him possession of the castle of Sharif, near that town, he feared to refuse. But the people of Aleppo, at the persuasion of one of their fellow citizens, who speedily paid for his advice with his blood, rose en masse, leveled the walls, filled up the ditches, and united the castle to the town. Even the great Nur-ed-Din, lamp of religion, was some years afterwards obliged to have recourse to the same artifice to save the castle of Beit-Laha from becoming one of their strongholds. The same system was pursued in Persia, where Sultan Sanjar, the son of Malik Shah, had united under his scepter the greater part of the dominions of his father and Fakhr al-Mulk, fame of the realm. The son and successor of Nizam al-Mulk and Chakr Beg, the great uncle of the Sultan, perished by the daggers of the emissaries of Hassan Sabah. Sultan Sanjar was himself on his march, intending to lay siege to Alamut, and the other strongholds of the Ismailites, when one morning, on awaking, he found a dagger struck in the ground close to his pillow. The Sultan was dismayed, but he concealed his terror, and a few days afterwards there came a brief note from Alamut, containing these words: "Were we not well affected towards the Sultan, the dagger had been struck in his bosom, not in the ground." Sanjar recollected that his brother Muhammad, who had laid siege to the castles of Lamsir and Alamut, had died suddenly just as they were on the point of surrendering, an event so opportune for the society that it was but natural to ascribe it to their agency, and he deemed it the safest course to proceed gently with such dangerous opponents. He accordingly hearkened to proposals of peace, which was concluded on the following conditions: 1. That the Ismailites should add no new works to their castles; 2. That they should purchase no arms or military machines; 3. That they should make no more proselytes. The Sultan, on his part, released the Ismailites from all tolls and taxes in the district of Kurdko, and assigned them a part of the revenue of the territory of Kamis by way of annual pension. To apprehend clearly what the power of the society was, we must recollect that Sultan Sanjar was the most powerful monarch of the East, that his mandate was obeyed from Kashgar to Antioch, from the Caspian to the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. 34 years had now elapsed since the acquisition of Alamut, and the first establishment of the power of Hassan Sabah. In all that time he had never been seen out of the castle of Alamut, and had been even known but twice to leave his chamber, and to make his appearance on the terrace. In silence and in solitude he pondered the means of extending the power of the society of which he was the head, and he drew up, with his own hand, the rules and precepts which were to govern it. He had outlived most of his old companions and early disciples, and he was now childless, for he had put to death his two only sons, the elder for having been concerned in the murder of his faithful adherent Hussein Keightley, the younger for having violated the precept of the Quran against drinking wine. Feeling the approaches of death, he summoned to Alamut Kia Buzorg Umayyad, Kia of Good Hope, who was residing at Lamsir, which he had conquered 20 years before, and Abu Ali, of Kasvin, and committed the direction of the society to them, appointing the former to be its proper spiritual head and director, and placing in the hands of the latter the administration of the civil and external affairs. He then calmly expired, apparently unconscious of or indifferent to the fact of having, by the organization of his pernicious society, rendered his name an object of execration, a byword and a proverb among the nations. Dimly as we may discern the character of Hassan Sabah through the medium of prejudice and hatred through which the scanty notices of it have reached us, we cannot refuse him a place among the higher order of minds. The founder of an empire or of a powerful society is almost always a great man. But Hassan seems to have had this advantage over Loyola and other founders of societies, that he saw clearly from the commencement what might be done, and formed all his plans with a view to one ultimate object. He surely had no ordinary mind who could ask but two devoted adherents to shake the throne of the house of Seljuk, then at the acme of its power. Chapter 5. Organization of the society. Names given to the Ismailites. Origin of the name assassin. Marco Polo's description of the paradise of the old man of the mountain. Description of it given by Arabian writers. Instances of the obedience of the Khedive. Having traced thus far the history of this celebrated society, having shown its origin, and how it grew out of the claims of the descendants of Ali to the Caliphate, mixed with the mystic tenets which seem to have been ultimately derived from India, we proceed to describe its organization, and its secret doctrines, as they are related by Oriental historians. Hassan Sabah clearly perceived that the plan of the society at Cairo was defective as a mean of acquiring temporal power. The deists might exert themselves, and proselytes might be gained. But till possession was obtained of some strongholds, and a mode of striking terror into princes devised, nothing effectual could be achieved. He first, therefore, as we have seen, made himself master of Alamut and the other strong places, and then added to the dais and the Refiq another class, named Khedive, devoted, whose task it was to yield implicit obedience to the mandate of their chief, and, without inquiry or hesitation, plunge their dangers into the bosom of whatever victim was pointed out to them, even though their own lives should be the immediate sacrifice. The ordinary dress of the Khedive was, like that of all the sects opposed to the house of Abbas, white, their caps, girdles, or boots, were red. Hence they were named the white, Mubayaza, and the red, Muhammadi 29. But they could with ease assume any guise, even that of the Christian monk, to accomplish their murderous designs. The gradations in the society were these. At the head of it stood Hassan himself and his successors, with the title of Sayyidina, or Sidna 30, our Lord, and Sheikh al-Jibal, mountain chief, a name derived from that of the territory which was the chief seat of the power of the society. This last, owing to the ambiguity of the word sheikh, which, like seigneur and signore, signifies either an elder or chief, has been ridiculously translated by the early European historians Old Man of the Mountain. Under him were the Dayal Kabir, great missionaries, of which there were 3, for the 3 provinces of Jebel, Kohistan and Syria 31. Then came the Deis, next the Refiq, then the Khedive, and lastly the Lazik, or aspirants. Hassan was perfectly aware that without the compressing power of positive religion no society can well be held together. Whatever, therefore, his private opinions may have been, he resolved to impose on the bulk of his followers the most rigid obedience to the positive precepts of Islam, and, as we have seen, actually put his own son to death for a breach of one of them. Hassan is said to have rejected 2 of the degrees of the Ismailite society at Cairo, and to have reduced them to 7, the original number in the plan of Abdullah Maimun, the first projector of this secret society. Besides these 7 degrees, through which the aspirants gradually rose to knowledge, Hassan, in what Hammer terms the breviary of the order, drew up 7 regulations or rules for the conduct of the teachers in his society. 1. The first of these, named Ashanirisk, knowledge of duty, inculcated the requisite knowledge of human nature for selecting fit persons for admission. To this belonged the proverbial expressions said to have been current among the Deis, similar to those used by the ancient Pythagoreans, such as sow not on barren ground, that is, waste not your labor on incapable persons. Speak not in a house where there is a lamp, that is, be silent in the presence of a lawyer. 2. The second rule was called Tenes, gaining of confidence, and taught to win the candidates by flattering their passions and inclinations. 3. The third, of which the name is not given, taught to involve them in doubts and difficulties by pointing out the absurdities of the Quran, and of positive religion. 4. When the aspirant had gone thus far, the solemn oath of silence and obedience, and of communicating his doubts to his teacher alone, was to be imposed on the disciple, and then, 5. He was to be informed that the doctrines and opinions of the society were those of the greatest men in church and state. 6. The Tezsis, confirmation, directed to put the pupil again through all he had learned, and to confirm him in it. And, 7. Finally, the Tivil, instruction in allegory, gave the allegorical mode of interpreting the Quran, and drawing whatever sense might suit their purposes from its pages. Anyone who had gone through this course of instruction, and was thus become perfectly imbued with the spirit of the society, was regarded as an accomplished dai, and employed in the important office of making proselytes and extending its influence. We must again express our opinion that the minute accounts which are given to us by some writers, respecting the rules and doctrines of secret associations, should be received with a considerable degree of hesitation, owing to the character and the means of information of those from whom we receive them. In the present case our authority is a very suspicious one. We are told that when Alamut was taken by Hulku Khan, the Mongol prince, he gave his vizier, the learned Adamelek, king's father, Jawani, permission to examine the library, and to select such books as were worthy of being preserved. The vizier took out the Korans and some other books of value in his eyes, the rest, among which are said to have been the archives and the secret rules and doctrines of the society, he committed, after looking cursorily through them, to the flames. In an historical work of his own he gave the result of his discoveries in those books, and he is the authority from which Merkond and other writers have derived the accounts which they have transmitted to us. It is quite clear, therefore, that the vizier of Hulku was at liberty to invent what atrocities he pleased of the sect which was destroyed by his master, and that his testimony is consequently to be received with suspicion. On the other hand, it received some confirmation from its agreement with the account of the society at Cairo given by Macrosai, and is not repugnant to the spirit of Sufism. This last doctrine, which is a kind of mystic pantheism, viewing God in all and all in God, may produce, like fatalism, piety or its opposite. In the eyes of one who thus views God, all the distinctions between vice and virtue become fleeting and uncertain, and crime may gradually lose its atrocity, and be regarded as only a mean for the production of a good end. That the Ismailite Fetavi murdered innocent persons without compunction, when ordered so to do by his superiors, is an undoubted fact, and there is no absurdity in supposing that he and they may have thought that in so doing they were acting right, and promoting the cause of truth. Such sanctifying of crime is not confined to the East. The maxim that the end sanctions the means is of too convenient a nature not to have prevailed in all parts of the world, and the assassins of Henry III and Henry IV of France displayed all the sincerity and constancy of the Ismailite Fetavis. Without, therefore, regarding the heads of the Ismailites, with hammer, mere ruthless and impious murderers, who trampled under foot religion and morals with all their obligations. We may assent to the opinion of their leading doctrine being Sufism carried to its worst consequences. The followers of Hassan Sabah were called the Eastern Ismailites, to distinguish them from those of Africa. They were also named the Batiniya, internal or secret, from the secret meaning which they drew from the text of the Quran, and Mulhad, or Mulahid, impious, on account of the imputed impiety of their doctrines. Names common to their with most of the preceding sects. It is under this last appellation that they were known to Marco Polo, the Venetian traveller. The name, however, by which they are best known in Europe, and which we shall henceforth chiefly employ, is that of assassins. This name is very generally derived from that of the founder of their society, but M. de Sacy has made it probable that the Oriental term Hashishin, of which the Crusaders made assassins, comes from hashish, a species of hemp, from which intoxicating opiates were made, which the Fetavi were in the habit of taking previously to engaging in their daring enterprises, or employed as a medium of procuring delicious visions of the paradise promised to them by the Sheikh al-Jibal. It is a curious question how Hassan Sabah contrived to infuse into the Fetavi the recklessness of life, joined with the spirit of implicit obedience to the commands of their superiors, which they so invariably displayed. We are told 32 that the system adopted for this purpose was to obtain, by purchase or otherwise, from their parents, stout and healthy children. These were reared up in implicit obedience to the will of the sheikh, and, to fit them for their future office, carefully instructed in various languages. The most agreeable spots were selected for their abode, they were indulged in the gratification of their senses, and, in the midst of their enjoyments. Some persons were directed to inflame their imaginations by glowing descriptions of the far superior delights laid up in the celestial paradise for those who should be admitted to repose in its bowers. A happiness only to be attained by a glorious death met in obedience to the commands of the sheikh. When such ideas had been impressed on their minds, the glorious visions ever floated before their eyes, the impression was kept up by the use of the opiate above mentioned, and the young enthusiast panted for the hour when death, obtained in obeying the order of the sheikh, should open to him the gates of paradise to admit him to the enjoyment of bliss never to end. The celebrated Venetian, Marco Polo, who traversed the most remote parts of the East in the 13th century, gave on his return to Europe an account of the regions which he had visited, which filled the minds of men with wonder and amazement. As is usual in such cases, this was followed or accompanied by unbelief, and it is only by the inquiries and discoveries of modern travelers that the veracity of Marco Polo, like that of Herodotus, has been established and placed beyond doubt. Among other wonderful narratives which we meet in the travels of Marco Polo is the account which he gives of the people whom he calls Mulahitites, that is, Mulahid, and their prince the Old Man of the Mountain. He describes correctly the nature of this society, and gives the following romantic narrative of the mode employed by that prince to infuse the principle of implicit obedience into the minds of his followers. 33. In a beautiful valley, says he, enclosed between two lofty mountains, he had formed a luxurious garden, stored with every delicious fruit and every fragrant shrub that could be procured. Palaces of various sizes and forms were erected in different parts of the grounds, ornamented with works of gold, with paintings, and with furniture of rich silks. By means of small conduits contained in these buildings streams of wine, milk, honey, and some of pure water, were seen to flow in every direction. The inhabitants of these palaces were elegant and beautiful damsels, accomplished in the arts of singing, playing upon all sorts of musical instruments, dancing, and especially those of dalliance and amorous allurement. Clothed in rich dresses, they were seen continually sporting and amusing themselves in the garden and pavilions, their female guardians being confined within doors, and never suffered to appear. The object which the chief had in view in forming a garden of this fascinating kind was this, that Mahomet having promised to those who should obey his will the enjoyments of paradise, where every species of sensual gratification should be found in the society of beautiful nymphs, he was desirous of its being understood by his followers that he also was a prophet, and a compeer of Mahomet, and had the power of admitting to paradise such as he should choose to favor. In order that none without his license should find their way into this delicious valley, he caused a strong and inexpugnable castle to be erected at the opening of it, through which the entry was by a secret passage. At his court, likewise, this chief entertained a number of youths, from the age of 12 to 20 years, selected from the inhabitants of the surrounding mountains, who showed a disposition for martial exercises, and appeared to possess the quality of daring courage. To them he was in the daily practice of discoursing on the subject of the paradise announced by the prophet and of his own, of granting admission. And at certain times he caused draughts of a soporific nature to be administered to 10 or a dozen of the youths, and when half dead with sleep he had them conveyed to the several apartments of the palaces in the garden. Upon awakening from this state of lethargy their senses were struck with all the delightful objects that have been described, and each perceived himself surrounded by lovely damsels, singing, playing, and attracting his regards by the most fascinating caresses, serving him also with delicious viands and exquisite wines, until, intoxicated with excess of enjoyment, amidst actual rivers of milk and wine, he believed himself assuredly in paradise, and felt an unwillingness to relinquish its delights. When 4 or 5 days had thus been passed, they were thrown once more into a state of somnolency and carried out of the garden. Upon their being introduced to his presence, and questioned by him as to where they had been, their answer was, in paradise, through the favor of your highness. And then, before the whole court, who listened to them with eager curiosity and astonishment, they gave a circumstantial account of the scenes to which they had been witnesses. The chief thereupon addressing them said, "We have the assurance of our prophet that he who defends his Lord shall inherit paradise, and if you show yourselves devoted to the obedience of my orders, that happy lot awaits you." Animated to enthusiasm by words of this nature, all deemed themselves happy to receive the commands of their master, and were forward to die in his service. This romantic narrative, more suited to a place among the wonders of the 1001 Nights, than to admission into sober history, has been very generally rejected by judicious inquirers such as de Sacy and Wilkin, the able historians of the Crusades. But it has found credence with Hammer, to whose work we are indebted for the far greater part of the present details on the subject of the assassins. This industrious scholar has, as he thinks, found a proof of its truth in the circumstance of similar narratives occurring in the works of some Arabian writers which treat of the settlements of the society in Syria, forgetting that a fabulous legend is often more widely diffused than sober truth. All, therefore, that can be safely inferred from this collection of authorities is that the same marvelous tale which the Venetian traveller heard in the north of Persia was also current in Syria and Egypt. Its truth must be established by a different species of proof. In the Sirat al-Hakam, Memoirs of Hakam, a species of Arabian historic romance, the following account of the gardens at Masyut, the chief seat of the assassins in Syria, was discovered by Hammer 34. Our narrative now returns to Ismail, the chief of the Ismailites. He took with him his people laden with gold, silver, pearls, and other effects, taken away from the inhabitants of the coasts, and which he had received in the island of Cyprus, and on the part of the king of Egypt, Daher, the son of Hakam Bimrilla. Having bidden farewell to the Sultan of Egypt at Tripolis, they proceeded to Masyut, when the inhabitants of the castles and fortresses assembled to enjoy themselves, along with the chief Ismail and his people. They put on the rich dresses with which the Sultan had supplied them, and adorned the castle of Masyet with everything that was good and fine. Ismail made his entry into Masyet with the devoted VIII, as no one has ever done at Masyet before him or after him. He stopped there some time to take into his service some more persons whom he might make devoted both in heart and body. With this view he had caused to be made a vast garden, into which he had water conducted. In the middle of this garden he built a kiosk raised to the height of 4 stories. On each of the 4 sides were richly ornamented windows joined by 4 arches, in which were painted stars of gold and silver. He put into it roses, porcelain, glasses, and drinking vessels of gold and silver. He had with him Mamluks, i.e. slaves, 10 males and 10 females, who were come with him from the region of the Nile, and who had scarcely attained the age of puberty. He clothed them in silks and in the finest stuffs, and he gave unto them bracelets of gold and of silver. The columns were overlaid with musk and with amber, and in the 4 arches of the windows he set 4 caskets, in which was the purest musk. The columns were polished, and this place was the retreat of the slaves. He divided the garden into 4 parts. In the first of these were pear trees, apple trees, vines, cherries, mulberries, plums, and other kinds of fruit trees. In the second were oranges, lemons, olives, pomegranates, and other fruits. In the third were cucumbers, melons, leguminous plants, and in the fourth were roses, jessamine, tamarinds, narcissi, violets, lilies, anemones, and the garden was divided by canals of water, and the kiosk was surrounded with ponds and reservoirs. There were groves in which were seen antelopes, ostriches, asses, and wild cows. Issuing from the ponds, one met ducks, geese, partridges, quails, hares, foxes, and other animals. Around the kiosk the chief Ismail planted walks of tall trees, terminating in the different parts of the garden. He built there a great house, divided into 2 apartments, the upper and the lower. From the latter covered walks led out into the garden, which was all enclosed with walls, so that no one could see into it, for these walks and buildings were all void of inhabitants. He made a gallery of coolness, which ran from this apartment to the cellar, which was behind. This apartment served as a place of assembly for the men. Having placed himself on a sofa there opposite the door, the chief made his men sit down, and gave them to eat and to drink during the whole length of the day until evening. At nightfall he looked around him, and, selecting those whose firmness pleased him, said to them, "Ho! Such a one, come and seat thyself near me." It is thus that Ismail made those whom he had chosen sit near him on the sofa and drink. He then spoke to them of the great and excellent qualities of the Imam Ali, of his bravery, his nobleness, and his generosity, until they fell asleep, overcome by the power of the Benjay 35 which he had given them, and which never failed to produce its effects in less than a quarter of an hour, so that they fell down as if they were inanimate. As soon as the man had fallen the chief Ismail arose, and, taking him up, brought him into a dormitory, and then, shutting the door, carried him on his shoulders into the gallery at Coolness, which was in the garden, and thence into the kiosk, where he committed him to the care of the male and female slaves, directing them to comply with all the desires of the candidate, on whom they flung vinegar till he awoke. When he was come to himself the youths and maidens said to him, "We are only waiting for thy death, for this place is destined for thee. This is one of the pavilions of paradise, and we are the Houris and the children of paradise. If thou wert dead thou wouldest be for ever with us, but thou art only dreaming, and wilt soon awake." Meanwhile the chief Ismail had returned to the company as soon as he had witnessed the awakening of the candidate, who now perceived nothing but youths and maidens of the greatest beauty, and adorned in the most magnificent manner. He looked round the place, inhaled the fragrance of musk and frankincense, and drew near to the garden, where he saw the beasts and the birds, the running water, and the trees. He gazed on the beauty of the kiosk, and the vases of gold and silver, while the youths and maidens kept him in converse. In this way he remained confounded, not knowing whether he was awake or only dreaming. When 2 hours of the night had gone by, the chief Ismail returned to the dormitory, closed to the door, and thence proceeded to the garden, where his slaves came around him and rose before him. When the candidate perceived him he said unto him, O chief Ismail, do I dream, or am I awake? The chief Ismail then made answer to him, O such a one, beware of relating this vision to any one who is a stranger to this place. Know that the Lord Ali has shown thee the place which is destined for thee in paradise. Know that at this moment the Lord Ali and I have been sitting together in the regions of the Empyrean. So do not hesitate a moment in the service of the Imam who has given thee to know his felicity. Then the chief Ismail ordered supper to be served. It was brought in vessels of gold and of silver, and consisted of boiled meats and roast meats, with other dishes. While the candidate ate he was sprinkled with rosewater. When he called for drink there were brought to him vessels of gold and silver filled with delicious liquors, in which also had been mingled some benjay. When he had fallen asleep, Ismail carried him through the gallery back to the dormitory, and, leaving him there, returned to his company. After a little time he went back, threw vinegar on his face, and then, bringing him out, ordered one of the Mamluks to shake him. On awaking, and finding himself in the same place among the guests, he said, There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the Prophet of God. The chief Ismail then drew near and caressed him, and he remained, as it were, immersed in intoxication, wholly devoted to the service of the chief, who then said unto him, O such a one, know that what thou hast seen was not a dream, but one of the miracles of the Imam Ali. Know that he has written thy name among those of his friends. If thou keep the secret thou art certain of thy felicity, but if thou speak of it thou wilt incur the resentment of the Imam. If thou die thou art a martyr. But beware of relating this to any person whatever. Thou hast entered by one of the gates to the friendship of the Imam, and art become one of his family. But if thou betray the secret, thou wilt become one of his enemies, and be driven from his house. Thus this man became one of the servants of the chief Ismail, who in this manner surrounded himself with trusty men, until his reputation was established. This is what is related of the chief Ismail and his devoted. To these romantic tales of the paradise of the old man of the mountain, we must add a third of a still more juggling character, furnished by the learned and venerable Sheikh Abdur-Rahman, servant of the compassionate, i.e. of God, Ben Abubekr al-Jariri of Damascus, in the 24th chapter of his work entitled, The Choice Book for Discovering the Secrets of the Art of Imposture 36. After giving some account of Sinan, the chief of the Syrian assassins, whom we shall presently have occasion to mention, the sheikh proceeds to narrate the artifice which he employed to deceive his followers. There was near the sofa on which he sat a hole in the ground sufficiently deep for a man to sit down in it. This he covered with a thin piece of wood, leaving only so much of it open as would contain the neck of a man. He placed on this cover of wood a disc of bronze with a hole in the middle of it, and put in it 2 doors. Then taking one of his disciples, to whom he had given a considerable sum of money to obtain his consent, he placed the perforated disc round his neck, and kept it down by weights, so that nothing appeared but the neck of the man. And he put warm blood upon it, so that it looked as if he had just cut off his head. He then called in his companions, and showed them the plate, on which they beheld the head of their comrade. Tell thy comrades, said the master to the head, what thou hast seen, and what has been said unto thee. The man then answered as he had been previously instructed. Which wouldest thou prefer, said the master, to return to the world and thy friends, or to dwell in paradise? What need have I, replied the head, to return to the world after having seen my pavilion in paradise, and the houris, and all that God has prepared for me? Comrades, salute my family, and take care not to disobey this prophet, who is the Lord of the prophets in the state of time, as God has said unto me. Farewell. These words strengthened the faith of the others. But when they were gone the master took the man up out of the hole, and cut off his head in right earnest. It was by such means as this that he made himself obeyed by his people. The preceding accounts, whatever may be thought of their truth, served to testify a general belief throughout the East of some extraordinary means being employed by the mountain chief to acquire the power which he was known to possess over the minds of his fedavi. And, in fact, there is no great improbability in the supposition of some artifice of that nature having been occasionally employed by him. For, when we recollect that an Asiatic imagination is coarse, especially among the lower orders, and that in the East men rarely see any females but those of their own family, the chief might find no great difficulty in persuading a youth, whom he had transported in a state of stupor into an apartment filled with young girls, of his having been in the actual paradise promised to the faithful. But, laying aside supposition, we may observe that the very power over the minds of their followers ascribed to Hassan Sabah and his successors has been actually exercised in our own days by the chief of the Wahhabis. Sir John Malcolm 37 informs us, from a Persian manuscript, that a few years ago one of that sect, who had stabbed an Arab chief near Basora, when taken, not only refused to do anything toward saving his life, but, on the contrary, seemed anxiously to court death. He was observed to grasp something firmly in his hand, which he appeared to prize beyond life itself. On its being taken from him and examined, it proved to be an order from the Wahhabi chief for an emerald palace and a number of beautiful female slaves in the blissful paradise of the Prophet. This story, however, it must be confessed, appears to be little consistent with the principles of the sect of the Wahhabis, and we may suspect that it has originated in some misapprehension. The following instance of the implicit obedience of the fedavi to the orders of Hassan Sabah is given by a respectable Oriental historian 38. An ambassador from the Sultan Malek Shah having come to Alamut to demand the submission and obedience of the sheikh, Hassan received him in a hall in which he had assembled several of his followers. Making a sign to one youth, he said, "Kill thyself." Instantly the young man's dagger was plunged into his own bosom, and he lay a corpse upon the ground. To another he said, "Fling thyself down from the wall." In an instant his shattered limbs were lying in the castle ditch. Then turning to the terrified envoy, "I have 70,000 followers who obey me after this fashion. This be my answer to thy master." Very nearly the same tale is told of the assassins of Syria by a Western writer 39. As Henry Count of Champagne was journeying, in the year 1194, from Palestine to Armenia 40, his road lay through the confines of the territory of the Ismailites. The chief sent some persons to salute him, and to beg that, on his return, he would stop at, and partake of the hospitality of his castle. The count accepted the invitation. As he returned the Dial-Kabir advanced to meet him, showed him every mark of honor, and led him to view his castles and fortresses. Having passed through several, they came at length to one the towers of which rose to an exceeding height. On each tower stood 2 sentinels clad in white. "These," said the chief, pointing to them, "obey me far better than the subjects of you Christians obey their lords." And at a given signal 2 of them flung themselves down, and were dashed to pieces. "If you wish," said he to the astonished count, "all my white ones shall do the same." The benevolent count shrank from the proposal, and candidly avowed that no Christian prince could presume to look for such obedience from his subjects. When he was departing, with many valuable presents, the chief said to him significantly, "By means of these trusty servants I get rid of the enemies of our society." In Oriental, and also in Occidental history, the same anecdote is often told of different persons, a circumstance which might induce us to doubt of its truth altogether, or at least of its truth in any particular case. The present anecdote, for instance, with a slight variation in the details, is told of Abu Taher, a celebrated leader of the Carmathites. This chief, after his expedition to Mecca, in which he had slain 30,000 of the inhabitants, filled the hallowed well Zemzem with the bodies of dead men, and carried off the sacred black stone in triumph, had the hardihood to approach Baghdad, the residence of the Caliph, with only 500 horsemen. The Pontiff of Islam, enraged at the insult, ordered his general Abu Sa'd to take 30,000 men, and make him a prisoner. The latter, having collected his forces, sent a man off to Abu Taher to tell him on his part that out of regard for him, who had been his old friend, he advised him, as he had so few troops with him, either to yield himself at once to the Caliph or to see about making his escape. Abu Tahir asked of the envoy how many men Abu Sa'd had with him. The envoy replied, 30,000. He still wants 3 like mine, said Abu Tahir. And calling to him 3 of his men, he ordered one of them to stab himself, another to throw himself into the Tigris, a third to fling himself down from a precipice. His commands were at once obeyed. Then turning to the envoy, he who has such troops fears not the number of his enemies. I give thyself quarter, but know that I shall soon let thee see thy general Abu Sa'd chained among my dogs. In fact, that very night he attacked and routed the troops of the Caliph, and Abu Sa'd, happening to fall into his hands, soon appeared chained among the mastiffs of the Carmathite chief 41. The preceding details on the paradise of the Sheikh al-Jibal, and his power over the minds of his followers, will at least help to illustrate the manners and modes of thinking of the Orientals. We now resume the thread of our narrative, and proceed to narrate the deeds of the assassins, as we shall henceforth designate them. Chapter 6. Kia Buzurg Umayyad affairs of the society in Persia. They acquire the castle of Banias, in Syria. Attempt to betray Damascus to the Crusaders. Murders committed during the reign of Kia Buzurg. Kia Buzurg Umayyad trod faithfully in the footprints of his predecessor. He built the strong fortress of Maimundis, and he made the enemies of the society feel that it was still animated by the spirit of Hassan Sabah. Sultan Sanjar, who, on account of the favorable terms on which he had made peace with the assassins, was regarded by the rigidly orthodox as a secret follower of their doctrine, declared himself once more their open enemy, and sent an army to ravage Kurdko. These troops were defeated by those which Kia sent against them, but the following year Sanjar put to the sword a great number of the members of the sect. The dagger, as usual, retaliated. Mahmud, the successor of Sanjar, having first tried in vain the effect of arms, sent his grand falconer Barankesh to Alamut, to desire that an envoy might be sent to him to treat of peace. The Khoja, master, Muhammad Nasihai accompanied Barankesh back to court, and kissed the hand of the Sultan, who spoke to him a few words about the peace. But as the Khoja was going out of the palace, he and his followers were fallen upon and massacred by the people. When the Sultan sent an ambassador to Alamut to exculpate himself from the guilt of participation in this violation of the laws of nations, Kia made answer, "Go back to the Sultan, and tell him, in my name. Muhammad Nasihai trusted to your perfidious assurances, and repaired to your court. If you speak truly, deliver up the murderers to justice, if not, expect my vengeance." On the refusal of the Sultan to surrender the murderers, a corps of assassins appeared at the gates of Kasvin, slew 400 men, and led away 3,000 sheep, 200 horses, and 200 oxen. Next year the Sultan took, and retained for a short time, the fortress of Alamut. But a body of 2,000 men which he sent against Lamsir fled, without drawing a sword, when they heard that the Rafiq, companions, of the society were marching against them. Shortly afterwards the Sultan died, and the assassins made another incursion into the district of Kasvin, where they carried off booty and prisoners. The mountain chief would tolerate no rival near his throne. Hearing that one Abu Hashim, a descendant of Ali, had arrogated to himself the dignity of Imam in the province of Gailan, which lies north of Kahistan, and had issued letters calling on the people to acknowledge him, Kia wrote to him to desist from his pretensions. The self-appointed Imam only replied by reviling the odious tenets of the Ismailites. The sheikh forthwith sent a body of his troops against him, took him prisoner, and, after trying him by a court-martial, committed him to the flames. Though, as we have seen, the settlements of the assassins were in the mountainous region of Iraq, in the northwest of Persia, their power was of such a nature that no distance was a security against it. A Fedavi could speedily traverse the intervening regions to plant his dagger in the bosom of any prince or minister who had incurred the vengeance of the Sheikh al-Jibal. Accordingly we find the Shah, king, of Khorasan, between which and Iraq lies the extensive province of Khorasan, coming to Sultan Masud, the successor of Mahmud, to concert with him a plan for the destruction of these formidable foes to princes. The Shah of Khorasan had been formerly rather disposed to favor the Ismailites, but his eyes were now opened, and he was become their most inveterate enemy. Sultan Masud, we know not for what reason, bestowed on him the lands which Berenkesh, the Grand Falconer, had held of the Sultan. Berenkesh, mortally offended at this unworthy treatment, retired, with his family, to the territory of the Ismailites, and sought the protection of Kia, whose open enemy he had hitherto been. Policy, or a regard to good faith and humanity, made the assassin prince grant the protection which was required. And when the Shah of Khorasan wrote, reminding Kia of his own former friendship, and the bitter hostility of Berenkesh, and requesting him, on that plea, to give up the fugitive, the sheikh replied, the Shah of Khorasan speaks true. But we will never give up our suppliants. Long and bloody enmity between the sheikh and the Shah was the consequence of this refusal to violate the rights of hospitality. The Syrian branch of the society begins at this time to attract rather more attention than that of Persia, chiefly on account of its connection with the Crusaders, who had succeeded in establishing an empire extending from the frontiers of Egypt to those of Armenia. A Persian Ismailite, named Biram of Astrabad, who is said to have commenced his career by the murder of his own father, gained the confidence of the vizier of the Prince of Damascus, who gave him the castle of Banias, or Banias, the ancient Balania, for the use of the society. This place, which became the nucleus of the power of the assassins in Syria, lies in a fertile, well-watered plain, about 4,000 paces from the sea. The valley whence the numerous streams which fructify it issue is called the Wadi al-Jinn, Valley of Demons, a place, observes Hammer, whom no casual coincidence escapes, from its very name worthy of becoming a settlement of the assassins. From Banias they extended their power over the neighboring castles and fortresses, until, 12 years afterwards, the seat of dominion was transferred thence to Masyut. Biram fell shortly afterwards in an engagement against the people of the Valley of Tame, the brother of whose chief had perished by the daggers of the assassins. His successor was Ismail, a Persian, who continued the bond of amity with the vizier of Damascus, whither he sent, by way of resident, a man named, rather inappropriately as it would appear, Abu el-Wifa, father of fidelity. This man so won the favor of the vizier and prince that he was appointed to the office of Hakam or supreme judge. And having thus acquired power and influence, he immediately turned his thoughts to the best mode of employing them for the advantage of the society, an object always near the heart of a true Ismailite. A place of strength on the sea-coast would, he conceived, be of the utmost importance to them, so he fixed his eyes upon Tyre, and fell upon the following expedient to obtain possession of it. The Franks had been now upwards of 30 years established in the East. Their daring and enthusiastic valor was at once the dread and the admiration of their Mussulman foes, and feats almost surpassing the fables of the romances of chivalry had been performed by their gallant warriors. These were the auxiliaries to whom Abu el-Wifat directed his attention. For we are to observe that as yet the fanatic spirit had not united all the Moslems in enmity against the followers of the Cross, and the princes of Aleppo, Damascus, and the other districts of Syria had been more than once in alliance with the Christian realms of Jerusalem and Antioch. Abu el-Wifa sent therefore and concluded a secret treaty with Baldwin II, king of Jerusalem, in which he engaged, if the Christian warriors would secretly march and appear before Damascus on a Friday, when the emir and his officers would be at the mosque, to give them possession of the gates of the town. The king was in return to put Tyre into the hands of the Ismailites. The Christian army was assembled, all the barons of the kingdom appeared in arms, the king in person led the host. The newly formed military order of the Templars displayed for the first time in the field their striped banner Buzant, afterwards so well known in many a bloody fray. Prince Bernard of Antioch, Count Pontius of Tripolis, the brave Jocelyn of Edessa, led their knights and footmen to share in the capture of the wealthy city of Damascus. The mountains which environ Lake Tiberias were left behind, and the host joyfully emerged into the plain watered by the streams Abana and Pharpar. But here defeat awaited them. Taj al-Maluk, diadem of kings, Buzi, the emir of Damascus, had in time discovered the plot of his Hakam. He had put him and the vizier to death, and had ordered a general massacre of the Ismailites in the city 42. The Christian army was now at a place named Marj Safar, and the footmen had begun to plunder the villages for food, when a small body of gallant Damascene warriors rushed from the town and fell upon them. The defenseless Christians sank beneath their blows, incapable of resistance. The rest of the army advanced to aid or avenge their brethren, when suddenly 43 the sky became overcast, thick darkness enveloped all objects, the thunder roared, the lightning flashed, the rain poured down in torrents, and, by a rapid transition peculiar to eastern climates, the rain and waters turned into snow and ice, and augmented the horrors of the day. The superstitious and conscience-stricken crusaders viewed in this awful phenomenon the immediate agency of heaven, and deemed it to be sent as a punishment for their sins. And, recollecting that on that very spot but 4 years before King Baldwin had gained, with a handful of men, a victory over an army of the Damascenes, they were plunged into grief and humiliation. The only advantage which they derived from this expedition was the acquisition of the castle of Banias, which the Ismailite governor put into their hands, that under their protection he might escape the fate of his brethren. Banias was given up to the Christians in the same year in which Alamut was taken by the Seljukian Sultan, and thus the power of the assassin seemed to be almost gone. But it had in it a conservative principle, and, hydra-like, it grew by its wounds. Alamut was speedily recovered, and 3 years afterwards Banias was once more the seat of Adi al-Kabir. At the same time the dagger raged with unwonted fury against all of whom the society stood in apprehension, and the annals of the reign of Kia Buzurg Umayyad furnish a list of illustrious victims. The first of these was the celebrated Eksunkar, Prince of Mosul, a warrior equally dreaded by the Christians and by the assassins. As this prince, on his return from Mara Mesrin, where the Moslem and Christian hosts had parted without venturing to engage, entered the mosque at Mosul to perform his devotions. He was attacked at the moment when Lul was about to take his usual seat by 8 assassins, disguised as dervishes. 3 of them fell beneath the blows of the valiant emir, but ere his people could come to his aid he had received his death wound and expired. The remainder of the murderers became victims to the vengeance of the people, 1 youth only escaped. The Arabian historian, Kamal ad-Din, relates on this occasion a curious trait of the fanaticism and Spartan spirit which animated the members of the sect of the Ismailites. When the mother of the youth above mentioned heard that the formidable Eksunkar had been slain, she painted her face and put on her gayest raiment and ornaments, rejoicing that her son had been found worthy to die the glorious death of a martyr in the cause of the Imam. But when she saw him return alive and unscathed, she cut off her hair and blackened her countenance, and would not be comforted. In the following year, 1127, fell Moin ad-Din, the vizier of Sultan Sanjar. In this case the assassin had engaged himself as a groom in the service of the vizier. As Moin ad-Din went one day into the stable to look at his horses, the assassin appeared before him, stripped, and holding one of the horses by the bridle. As the vizier, unsuspicious of danger, came near where he was, the false groom made the horse rear, and, under the pretense of soothing and pacifying the restive animal, he took out a small dagger which he had concealed in the horse's mane, and plunged it into the bosom of the vizier. The slaughter of the Ismailites by the Prince of Damascus was not forgotten, and 2 years afterwards he received 2 dagger wounds, one of which proved mortal. Their vengeance was not appeased by his blood, and his son and successor, Shemz al-Muluk, son of kings, perished by a conspiracy with the guilt of which the assassins were charged. In the catalogue of the victims of this period appear also the names of the judges of the East and of the West, of the Mufti of Kasvin, of the Reis of Isfahan, and the Reis of Tabriz. The East has been at all times prolific of crime. Human life is not there held to be of the value at which it is estimated in Europe, and the dagger and poison are freely employed to remove objects of apprehension, to put obstacles out of the way of ambition, or to satiate the thirst of vengeance. We are not, therefore, lightly to give credit to every charge made against the assassins, and to believe them guilty of murders from which they had no advantage to derive. Thus, when at this time the Fatimite Khalid Emir Baya Kamillah, commander of the observance of the laws of God, fell by the hands of murderers, the probability is that he was not a victim to the vengeance of the Ismailite society, whom he had never injured, but rather to that of the family of the powerful vizier Afthal, who had been assassinated some time before by the caliph's order, as we have every reason to suppose. With a greater show of reason may the murder or Mastar Shed, the Caliph of Baghdad, be imputed to the policy of the mountain chief. The Seljukian princes, the predecessors of Masud, had been satisfied to exercise all real power in the empire which had once obeyed the house of Abbas. Leaving to that feeble shadow of God upon earth the unsubstantial privilege of having the coin of the realm struck and prayers offered on Friday in the mosque in his name. But Masud arrogated even these rights to himself. And the helpless successor of the Prophet was obliged to submit to the indignity which he could not prevent. At length some discontented military chiefs passed with their troops over to the Caliph, and persuaded him that by one bold effort he might overthrow the might of the Turkish Sultan, and recover all his rights. The Caliph listened to their arguments, and, placing himself at the head of an army, marched against Sultan Masud. But fortune proved adverse to him. At the first shock the greater part of the troops of Baghdad abandoned him, and he remained a captive in the hands of the Sultan, who brought him with him a prisoner to Moraga. Here a treaty was concluded between them, and the Caliph bound himself not to go any more outside of the walls of Baghdad, and annually to pay a sum of money. This treaty appears to have been displeasing to the assassins. And, watching their opportunity, when Masud was gone to meet the ambassadors of Sultan Sanjar, a party of them fell upon and massacred the Caliph and his train. The lifeless body of the commander of the faithful was mangled by them in the most scandalous manner. After a blood-stained reign of 14 years and 3 days Kia Buzurg Umayyad died. Departing from the maxims of Hassan Sabah, who it is probable wished to imitate the conduct of the Prophet, and leave the supreme dignity elective, he appointed his own son, Kia Muhammad, to be his successor, induced either by paternal partiality, or believing him to be the person best qualified for the office. Chapter 7. Kia Muhammad. Murder of the Caliph. Castles gained in Syria. Ismailite confession of faith. Muhammad's son Hassan gives himself out for the promised Imam. His followers punished. Succession of Hassan. He abolishes the law. Pretends to be descended from the Prophet. Is murdered. The policy of the society underwent no alteration on the accession of Muhammad. The dagger still smote its enemies, and as each victim fell, the people who maintained the rights of Ismail, and who were kept in rigid obedience to the positive precepts of the Quran, beheld nothing but the right hand of heaven made bare for the punishment of crime and usurpation. The new mountain prince had hardly taken the reins of government into his hands when Rashid, the successor of the late Caliph, eager to avenge the murder of his father, assembled an army and marched against Alamut. He had reached Isfahan, but there his march terminated. For assassins, who had entered his service for the purpose, fell upon him in his tent and stabbed him. When the news was conveyed to Alamut, great rejoicings were made, and for 7 days and 7 nights the trumpets and kettle drums resounded from the towers of the fortress, proclaiming the triumph of the dagger to the surrounding country. The Syrian dominion of the Ismailites was at this time considerably extended. They purchased from Ibn Amru, their owner, the castles of Kadmos and Kahaf, and took by force that of Masyad from the lords of Shaysar. This castle, which was situated on the west side of Mount Legum, opposite Antaratus, became henceforth the chief seat of Ismailite power in Syria. The society had now a line of coast to the north of Tripolis, and their possessions extended inland to the verge of the Horn. The reign of Muhammad presents few events to illustrate the history of the assassins. It was probably in his time that the following confession of the Ismailite faith was made to the persons whom Sultan Sanjar sent to Alamut to inquire into it. 44. This is our doctrine, said the heads of the society. We believe in the unity of God, and acknowledge as the true wisdom and right creed only that which accords with the word of God and the commands of the Prophet. We hold these as they are delivered in the Holy Writ, the Quran, and believe in all that the Prophet has taught of the creation, and the last things, of rewards and punishments, of the last judgment, and the resurrection. To believe this is necessary, and no one is authorized to judge of the commands of God for himself, or to alter a single letter in them. These are the fundamental doctrines of our sect, and if the Sultan does not approve of them, let him send hither one of his learned divines, that we may argue the matter with him. To this creed no orthodox Mussulman could well make any objection. The only question was, what was the Ismailite system of interpretation, and what other doctrines did they deduce from the sacred text? And the active employment of the dagger of the Khedive suggested in tolerably plain terms that there were others, and that something not very compatible with the peace and order of society lay behind the veil. Indeed, the circumstance of the Ismailite chiefs professing themselves to be only the ministers and representatives of the invisible Imam was in itself highly suspicious. For what was to prevent their enjoining any atrocity which might be for their interest, in the name of their viewless master? They are ignorant indeed of human nature who suppose that a prompt obedience would not be yielded to all such commands by the ignorant and bigoted members of the sect. The ill leaven of the secret doctrine displayed itself before very long. Kia Muhammad, who appears to have been a weak, inefficient man, was held in little esteem by his followers. They began to attach themselves to his son Hassan, who had the reputation of being a man of prodigious knowledge, learned in tradition and the text of the Quran, versed in exposition, and well acquainted with the sciences. Hassan, either through vanity or policy, began secretly to disseminate the notion of his being himself the Imam whose appearance had been promised by Hassan ben Sabah. Filled with this idea, the more instructed members of the society vied with each other in eagerness to fulfill his commands, and Kia Muhammad, seeing his power gradually slipping from him, was at length roused to energy. Assembling the people, he reprobated in strong terms the prevailing heresy. Hassan, said he, is my son, and I am not the Imam, but only one of his missionaries. Whoever maintains the contrary is an infidel. Then, in true assassin fashion, he gave effect to his words by executing 250 of his son's adherents, and banishing an equal number from the fortress. Hassan himself, in order to save his life, was obliged publicly to curse those who held the new opinions, and to write dissertations condemning their tenets, and defending those of his father. By these means he succeeded in removing suspicion from the mind of the old chief. But, as he continued to drink wine in private, and violated several of the other positive precepts of the law, his adherents became only the more convinced of his being the Imam, at whose coming all the precepts of the law were to cease to be of any force. Hassan was obliged to be cautious and conceal his opinions during the lifetime of his father. For, whatever their opinion might be of the capacity and intellectual power of the head of their sect, the assassins believed themselves to be bound to obey his orders, as proceeding from the visible representative of the sacred invisible Imam. And, high as their veneration for Hassan was, his blood would have flowed on the ground the instant an order to that effect had passed the lips of his father. But no sooner was Kia Muhammad dead, after a reign of 24 years, and the supreme station was come to Hassan himself, than he resolved to fling away the mask at once, and not only to trample on the law himself, but to authorize and encourage all his people to do the same. Accordingly, when the month Ramazan, the Mohammedan Lent, of the 559th year of the Hijra, d. 1163, was come, he ordered all the inhabitants of Rudbar to assemble on the place of prayer, Mosella, or Esplanade, before the castle of Alamut. Facing the direction of the Qibla 45, he caused a pulpit to be erected, at whose four corners were displayed banners of the different hues familiar to Islam, namely, a white, a red, a yellow, a green, colors adverse to the black of the Abbasides. On the 17th day of the month the people, in obedience to his commands, appeared in great numbers beneath the walls of the fortress. After a little time Hassan came forth and ascended the pulpit. All voices were hushed. Expectation waited on the words of the Sheikh al-Jibal. He commenced his discourse by perplexing the minds of his auditors by enigmatical and obscure sentences. When he had thus deluded them for some time, he informed them that an envoy of the Imam, that is, the phantom of a caliph who was still sitting on the throne at Cairo, had arrived, and had brought him a letter addressed to all Ismailites, whereby the fundamental tenets of the sect were renewed and confirmed. He proceeded to assure them that, by this letter, the gates of mercy and compassion had been opened for all who would follow and obey him, that they were the true elect, that they were freed from all obligations of the law, and delivered from the burden of all commands and prohibitions, that he had now conducted them to the day of the resurrection, that is, of the revelation of the Imam. He then commenced in Arabic the khutbah, or public prayer, which he said he had received from the Imam. And an interpreter, who stood at the foot of the pulpit, translated it for them to the following effect. Hassan, the son of Muhammad, the son of Buzurg Umayyad, is our Caliph, successor, Dai, and Hujjat, proof. All who follow our doctrine must hearken to him in affairs of faith and of the world, and regard his commands as imperative, his words as impressive. They must not transgress his prohibitions, and they must regard his commands as ours. They should know that our Lord has had compassion upon them, and has conducted them to the Most High God. When this proclamation was made known, Hassan came down from the pulpit, directed tables to be spread, and commanded the people to break the fast, and to give themselves up, as on festival days, to all kinds of enjoyment, with music and various games and sports. For this, cried he, this is the day of the resurrection, that is, according to the Ismailite mode of interpreting the Quran, the day of the manifestation of the Imam. What the Orthodox had before only suspected was now confirmed. It was now manifest, beyond doubt, that the Ismailites were heretics who trampled under foot all the most plain and positive precepts of Islam. For, though they might pretend to justify their practice by their allegorical system of interpretation, it was clearly repugnant to common sense, and might be made the instrument of sanctioning, under the name of religion, every species of enormity. From this time the term mulahid, impious, began to become the common and familiar appellation of the Ismailites in the mouths of the Orthodox Muslims. As to the Ismailites themselves, they rejoiced in what they had done. They exulted like emancipated bondsmen in the liberty which they had acquired, and they even commenced a new era from the 17th, or, according to some authorities, the 7th, Ramazan of the 559th year, namely, the day of the manifestation of the Imam. To the name of Hassan they henceforth affixed the formula, on his memory be peace, which formula, it would appear, was employed by itself to designate him. For the historian Merkand assures us that he had been informed by a credible person that over the door of the library in Alamut was the following inscription. With the aid of God, the bonds of the law he took away. The commander of the world, upon whose name be peace. The madness of Hassan now attained its climax. He disdained to be regarded, like his predecessors, as merely the representative of the Imam on earth, but asserted himself to be the true and real Imam, who was now at length made manifest to the world. He sent letters to all the settlements of the society, requiring them to acknowledge him in his new capacity. He was prudent enough, however, to show a regard for the dignity and power of his different lieutenants in these letters, as appears by the following specimen, being the letter which was sent to Keightley, where the Reis Mozaffar commanded, I Hassan say unto you that I am the representative of God upon earth, and mine in Keightley is the Reis Mozaffar, whom the men of that country are to obey, and to receive his word as mine. The Reis erected a pulpit in the castle of Muminabad, the place of his residence, and read the letter aloud to the people, the greater part of whom listened to its contents with joy. The tables were covered before the pulpit, the wine was brought forth, the drums and kettle drums resounded, the notes of the pipe and flute inspired joy. And the day of the abolition of the positive precepts of the law was devoted to mirth and festivity. Some few, who were sincere and upright in their obedience to Islam, quitted the region which they now regarded as the abode of infidelity, and went in search of other abodes. Others, of a less decided character, remained, though shocked at what they were obliged every day to behold. The obedience to the commands of the Soidizan Imam was, however, tolerably general, and, according to Hammer, who can scarcely, however, be supposed to regard the system of Hassan as really more licentious than he has elsewhere described that of Muhammad, the banner of the freest infidelity, and of the most shameless immorality, now waved on all the castles of Rudbar and Keightley, as the standard of the new illumination. And, instead of the name of the Egyptian Caliph, resounded from all the pulpits that of Hassan as the true successor of the Prophet. The latter point had presented some difficulty to Hassan. For, in order to satisfy the people on that head, it was necessary to prove a descent from the Prophet, and this was an honor to which it was well known the family from which he was sprung had never laid claim. He might take upon him to abolish the positive precepts of the law as he pleased, and the people, whose inclinations were thereby gratified, would not perhaps scan very narrowly the authority by which he acted. But the attempt to deprive the Fatimite Caliph of the honor which he had so long enjoyed, and to assume the rank of God's vicegerent on earth in his room, was likely to give too great a shock to their prejudices, if not cautiously managed. It was necessary, therefore, that he should prove himself to be of the blood of the Fatimites. He accordingly began to drop some dark hints respecting the truth of the received opinion of his being the son of Kia Muhammad. Our readers will recollect that, when Hassan Sabah was in Egypt, a dispute had taken place respecting the succession to the throne, in which Hassan had nearly lost his life for opposing the powerful commander-in-chief, Amir al-Juyush, and Nizar. The prince for whom the Caliph Mostansir had designed the succession, had been deprived of his right by the influence of that officer. The confidence of Hassan now began to give out that, in about a year after the death of the Caliph Mostansir, a certain person named Abu al-Zaid, who had been high in his confidence, had come to Alamut, bearing with him a son of Nizar, whom he committed to the care of Hassan Sabah, who, grateful to the memory of the Caliph and his son, had received the fugitive with great honor, and assigned a village at the foot of Alamut for the residence of the young Imam. When the youth was grown up he married and had a son, whom he named on his memory be peace. Just at the time when the Imam's wife was confined in the village, the consort of Kia Muhammad lay in at the castle. And, in order that the descendant of Fatima might come to the temporal power which was his right, a confidential woman undertook and succeeded in the task of secretly changing the children. Others went still further, and did not hesitate to assert that the young Imam had intrigued with the wife of Kia Muhammad, and that Hassan was the fruit of their adulterous intercourse. Like a true pupil of ambition, Hassan was willing to defame the memory of his mother, and acknowledge himself to be a bastard, provided he could succeed in persuading the people to believe him a descendant of the Prophet. These pretensions of Hassan to a Fatimite pedigree gave rise to a further increase of the endless sects into which the votaries of Islam were divided. Those who acknowledged it got the name of Nezori, and by them Hassan was called the Lord of the Resurrection, Kaim al-Qiyamet, and they styled themselves the sect of the Resurrection. The reign of the vain, inconsiderate Hassan was but short. He had governed the society only 4 years when he was assassinated by his brother-in-law, Namver, a descendant, we are told, of the family of Baya, which had governed the caliphs and their dominions before the power passed into the hands of the Turkish house of Seljuk. Chapter 8. Muhammad II. Anecdote of the Imam Fakhreddin Noureddin Conquest of Egypt. Attempt on the life of Saladin. The death of Hassan was amply avenged by his son and successor, Muhammad II. Not only was the murderer himself put to death, vengeance, in its oriental form, extended itself to all his kindred of both sexes, and men, women, and children bled beneath the sword of the executioner. Muhammad, who had been carefully trained up in the study of philosophy and literature, was, like his father, puffed up with vanity and ambition, and, far from receding from any of his predecessors' pretensions to the imamate, he carried them to even a still greater length than he had done. At the same time he maintained a high character for knowledge and talent among his literary contemporaries, who were numerous, for his reign extended through a period of 46 years. And the modern Persian literature was now fast approaching its climax. Not to mention other names, less familiar to our readers, we shall remark, as a proof of what we have said, that this was the period in which Nizami of Genj sang in harmonious numbers the loves of Khosrow and Shireen, and of Majnun and Layla, these last the Romeo and Juliet of the East, the crown and flower of the romantic poetry of Persia. Then too flourished the great panegyrist Envari, and a crowd of historians, jurists, and divines. One of the most celebrated men of this time was the Imam Fakhreddin, glory of religion, Razi, who gave public lectures on the law in his native city of Ray. It being slanderously reported that he was devoted in secret to the opinions of the Ismailites, and was even one of their missionaries, he adopted the ordinary expedient of abusing and reviling that sect. And each time he ascended the pulpit to preach he reprobated and cursed the impious in no measured terms. Intelligence of what he was about was not long in reaching the area of the Sheikh al-Jibal, and Effedavi received his instructions, and forthwith set out for Ray. He here entered himself as a student of the law, and sedulously attended the lectures of the learned Imam. During 7 months he watched in vain for an opportunity of executing his commission. At length he discovered one day that the attendants of the Imam had left him to go to fetch him some food, and that he was alone in his study. The Khedive entered, fastened the doors, seized the Imam, cast him on the ground, and directed his dagger at his bosom. "What is thy design?" said the astonished Imam. "To rip up thy belly and breast." "And wherefore?" "Wherefore? Because thou hast spoken evil of the Ismailites in the pulpit." The Imam implored and entreated, vowing that, if his life was spared, he would never more say aught to offend the sect of Ismail. "I cannot trust thee," cried the assassin. "For when I am gone thou wilt return to thy old courses, and, by some ingenious shift or other, contrive to free thyself from the obligation of thy oath." The Imam then, with a most solemn oath, abjured the idea of explaining away his words, or seeking absolution for perjury. The assassin got up from over him, saying, "I had no order to slay thee, or I should have put thee to death without fail. Muhammad, the son of Hassan, greets thee, and invites thee to honor him by a visit at his castle. Thou shalt there have unlimited power, and we will all obey thee like trusty servants. We despise, so saith the sheikh, the discourses of the rabble, which rebound from our ears like nuts from a ball, but you should not revile us, since your words impress themselves like the strokes of the graver in the stone." The Imam replied that it was totally out of his power to go to Alamut, but that in future he should be most careful never to suffer a word to pass his lips to the discredit of the mountain prince. Hereupon the Khedive drew 300 pieces of gold from his girdle, and, laying them down, said, "See. Here is thy annual pension, and, by a decree of the Divan, thou shalt every year receive an equal sum through the Ris Muzaffar. I also leave thee, for thy attendants, 2 garments from Yemen, which the Sheikh al-Jibal has sent thee." So saying, the Khedive disappeared. The Imam took the money and the clothes, and for some years his pension was made regularly. A change in his language now became perceptible, for, whereas he was used before, when, on treating of any controverted point, he had occasion to mention the Ismailites, to express himself thus, "Whatever the Ismailites, whom God curse and destroy." May say, now that he was pensioned he contented himself with merely saying, "Notwithstanding what the Ismailites may say." When one of his scholars asked him the cause of this change he made answer, "We cannot curse the Ismailites, they employ such sharp and convincing arguments." This anecdote is related by several of the Persian historians, and it serves to prove, like the case of Sultan Sanjar, related above, that the Ismailites were not so thoroughly ruthless and bloodthirsty as not to prefer rendering an enemy innocuous by gentle means to depriving him of life. Historians record no other event connected with the eastern establishment of the Ismailite society during the long reign of Muhammad II. We shall now, therefore, turn our view to the Syrian branch, which attracts attention by the illustrious names which appear in Oriental history at that time, and with which the ruler of Masyut came into hostile or friendly relations. The names of Nur ed-Din, light of religion, Salah ed-Din, integrity of religion, the Noureddin and Saladin of Western writers, and the lion-hearted King of England, will at once awake the attention of the reader. The celebrated Imad ed-Din, pillar of religion, Zengi, who gave the Christian power in the East its first shock by the conquest of Edessa, perished by the hand of a slave shortly after that achievement. His power and the title Atabeg fell to his son Nur ed-Din, who carried on the war against the Christians with all the activity of his father, and with more of the gentleness and courtesies which shed a luster on zeal and valor. Nur ed-Din was one of the most accomplished characters which the East has exhibited. He was generous and just, and strict in the observance of all the duties of Islam. No pomp or magnificence surrounded him. He wore neither silk nor gold. With the 5th part of the booty, which was his share as prince, he provided for all his expenses. A zealous Moslem, he was evermore engaged in the combats of the Holy War, either the greater, which was held to be fought against the world and its temptations by fasting and prayer, by study, and the daily practice of the virtues required of him who is placed in authority, or the lesser, which was fought with natural weapons against the foes of Islam. From this union of piety and valor he acquired the titles of Ghazi, victor, and Shahid, martyr, for, though he did not fall in the defense of the faith, he was regarded as being entitled to all the future rewards attendant on actual martyrdom. Notwithstanding his being one of the most deadly foes that the Christians ever encountered, their historians did justice to the illustrious Nur ed-Din, and the learned William, Archbishop of Tyre, says of him, he was a prudent, moderate man, who feared God according to the faith of his people, fortunate, and an augmenter of his paternal inheritance. The possession of Mosul and Aleppo made Nur ed-Din master of northern Syria. The southern part of that country was under the Prince of Damascus. Twice did the Atabeg lay siege, without effect, to that city. At length the inhabitants, fearing the Crusaders, invited him to take possession of it, and the feeble prince was obliged to retire, accepting Emesa in exchange for the Queen of Syria. The power of Nur ed-Din now extended from the Euphrates to the Holy Land, and his thoughts were directed towards his grand object of expelling the Franks from the east. When an opportunity presented itself of bringing Egypt once more under the spiritual dominion of the House of Abbas. Degeneracy is the inevitable lot of unlimited power. The Fatimite commanders of the faithful were now become mere puppets in the hands of their ministers, and the post of vizier was now, as was so often the case with the throne, contended for with arms. A civil war was at this time raging in Egypt between Shaver and Dargham, rival candidates for the vizierate. The former came in person to Damascus, and offered the Atabeg Nur ed-Din a third of the revenues of Egypt if he would aid him to overcome his rival. Without hesitation Nur ed-Din ordered Asad ed-Din, Lion of Religion, Shirkuh, Mountain Lion, 46 a Kurdish chief who commanded for him at Emesa, to assemble an army and march for Egypt. Shirkuh obeyed, and sorely against his will, and only at the urgent command of Nur ed-Din, did his nephew, the then little known, afterwards so justly famous, Saladin, quit the banquets and enjoyments of Damascus, and the other towns of Syria, to accompany his uncle to the toils and the perils of war. Dargham was victorious in the first action, but he being murdered shortly afterwards by one of his slaves, Shaver obtained possession of the dignity which he sought. The new vizier then tried to get rid of his allies, but such was not the intention of Nur ed-Din, and Shirkuh took his post with his troops in the northeastern part of the kingdom, where he occupied the frontier town of Belbius, on the most eastern branch of the Nile, under pretext of receiving the third part of the revenue which had been promised to Nur ed-Din. Shaver, anxious to get rid of such dangerous guests, formed a secret league with Amalric, king of Jerusalem, and engaged to give him 60,000 ducats for his aid against them. Shirkuh, who had been reinforced, advanced into Upper Egypt, and Saladin took the command of Alexandria, which he gallantly defended for 3 months against the combined forces of the Christians and Egyptians, and, after some fighting, peace was made on condition of Nur ed-Din receiving 50,000 ducats, and double that sum being paid annually to the king of Jerusalem. Shortly afterwards an unprincipled attempt was made on Egypt by Amalric, at the suggestion of the master of the Hospitallers, and Shaver, in his distress, had once more recourse to Nur ed-Din. The phantom caliph joined in the supplication, and sent what is the greatest mark of need in the east locks of the hair of his women, which is as much as to say, aid. Aid. The foe is dragging the women forth by the hair. Belbius had now been conquered, and Cairo was besieged by the Christians. Shaver had burnt the old town, and defended himself and the caliph in the new town, the proper Cairo. Shirkuh appeared once more in Egypt with a larger army than before 47, but, ere he reached the beleaguered town, Shaver and Amalric had entered into a composition, and the former had withdrawn on receiving a sum of 50,000 ducats. Shirkuh however advanced, and pitched his tents before the walls of Cairo. The Caliph Adhad and his principal nobles came forth to receive him, and that unhappy prince made his complaints of the tyranny and selfishness of Shaver, who had brought so much misery on him and his kingdom. He concluded by requesting the head of his vizier at the hand of the general of Nur ed-Din. Shaver, aware of the danger which menaced him, invited Shirkuh, his nephew, and the other chiefs of the army, to a banquet, with the intention of destroying them, but his plot was discovered, and his head cast at the feet of the caliph. Shirkuh was forthwith appointed to the vacant dignity, with the honorable title of Melik el-Mansur, victorious king, but he enjoyed it only for a short time, having been carried off by death in little more than 2 months after his elevation. He was succeeded in his rank, and in the command of the army, by his nephew Saladin, who now became in effect master of Egypt. Nur ed-Din, thinking the time was come for establishing the spiritual sway of the House of Abbas, sent directions to Saladin to fill all the offices which had been occupied by the Shi'is with the Orthodox. And hear prayer celebrated in the name of the Caliph of Baghdad. But this prudent chief, who knew that the great majority of the people of Egypt were firmly attached to the belief of the Fatimites being the rightful successors of the Prophet, hesitated to comply. At length the death of the Fatimite Caliph occurred most opportunely to free him from embarrassment. Ad-Hadla-Dinala, the last of the descendants of Motzla-Dinala, the founder of the dynasty, died suddenly of disease, according to the Oriental historians, by the hand of Saladin, according to the rumor which went among the Christians 48. All obstacles being now removed, public prayer was celebrated in the mosques of Egypt in the name of the Abbasid Caliph, and the power of the Western Ismailites, after a continuance of 200 years, brought completely to an end. Nur ed-Din, who saw that the power of his lieutenant was now too great to be controlled, adopted the prudent plan of soothing him by titles and marks of confidence. The Caliph of Baghdad sent him a dress of honor and a letter of thanks for having reduced under his spiritual dominion a province which had been so long rebellious against his house. But the most important consequence of the timely death of the Caliph to Saladin was the acquisition of the accumulated treasures of the Fatimites, which fell into his hands, and which he employed as the means of securing the fidelity of his officers and soldiers. As a specimen of Oriental exaggeration, we shall give the list of these treasures, as they are enumerated by Eastern writers. There were, we are assured, no less than 700 pearls, each of which was of a size that rendered it inestimable, an emerald a span long, and as thick as the finger, a library consisting of 2,600,000 books, and gold, both coined and in the inas. Aloes, amber, and military arms and weapons past computation. A large portion of this enormous treasure was distributed by Saladin among his soldiers. The remainder was applied, during 10 successive years, to defray the expenses of his wars and buildings. As Saladin's name was Yusuf, Joseph, the same with that of the son of Jacob, the minister of King Pharaoh, it is not an improbable supposition that, in Egyptian tradition, the two Josephs have been confounded, and the works of the latter been ascribed to the former. For it is the character of popular tradition to leap over centuries, and even thousands of years, and to form out of several heroes one who is made to perform the actions of them all. As long as Nur ed-Din lived, Saladin continued to acknowledge his superiority, and when, on his death, he left his dominions to his son Malek es-Salah, the coins of Egypt bore the name of the young prince. As Malek es-Salah was a minor, and entirely under the guidance of the eunuch Keightley, great discontent prevailed among the emirs. And Seif ed-Din, sword of religion, the cousin of the young prince, who was at the head of an army in Mesopotamia, prepared to wrest the dominion from the young Malek es-Salah. All eyes were turned to Saladin, as the only person capable of preserving the country. He left Egypt with only 700 horsemen. The governor and people of Damascus cheerfully opened the gates to him. Hems and Hama followed the example of Damascus. Saladin took the government under the modest title of lieutenant of the young Atabeg, whose rights he declared himself ready to maintain on all occasions. He advanced to Aleppo, where Malek es-Salah was residing. But the militia of that town, moved by the tears of the young prince, who was probably influenced by the eunuch Keightley, who feared to lose his power, marched out and put to flight the small force with which Saladin had approached the town. Having collected a larger army, Saladin laid siege regularly to Aleppo, and Keightley, despairing of force, resolved to have recourse to treachery. He sent accordingly to Sinan, the sheikh of the assassins, who resided at Masyut, representing to him how dangerous a foe to the Ismailites was the valiant Cord, who was so ardent in his zeal for the house of Abbas, and had put an end to the dynasty of the Fatimites, who had so long given luster to the maintainers of the rights of Ismail by the possession of extensive temporal power and dignity. He reminded him that, if Saladin succeeded in his ambitious projects in Syria, he would, in all probability, turn his might against the assassins, and destroy their power in that country. These arguments were enforced by gold, and the sheikh, readily yielding to them, dispatched without delay 3 Fedavese, who fell on Saladin in the camp before Aleppo. The attempt, however, miscarried, and the murderers were seized and put to death. Saladin, incensed at this attempt on his life, and guessing well the quarter whence it came, now pressed on the siege with greater vigor. Finding the benefit which might be derived from the daggers of the Fedavese, Keightley resolved to employ them against his personal enemies. The vizier of the young prince, and 2 of the principal emirs, had laid a plot for his destruction. Coming to the knowledge of it, he determined to be beforehand with them, and, watching the moment when Malik Saleh was about to mount his horse to go to the chase, he approached him, requesting his signature to a blank paper, under pretense of its being necessary for some affair of urgent importance. The young prince signed his name without suspicion, and Keightley instantly wrote on the paper a letter to the sheikh of the assassins, in which Malik Saleh was made to request him to send men to put those 3 emirs out of the way. The Ismailite chief readily complied with the request, as he supposed it to be, of his young friend and neighbor, and several Fedavese were dispatched to execute his wishes. 2 of these fell on the vizier as he was going out of the eastern gate of a mosque near his own house. They were cut to pieces on the spot. Soon after 3 fell on the Emir Mujahid as he was on horseback. One of them caught hold of the end of his cloak, in order to make more sure of him, but the Emir gave his horse the spurs, and broke away, leaving his cloak behind. The people seized the assassins, 2 of whom were recognized as being acquaintances of the Emir's head groom. One of them was crucified, and along with him the groom as an accomplice. On the breast of the latter was placed this inscription: "This is the reward of the concealer of the impious." The others were dragged to the castle, and beaten on the soles of their feet to make them confess what had induced them to attempt the commission of such a crime. In the midst of his tortures one of them cried out, "Thou didst desire of our lord Sinan the murder of thy slaves, and now thou dost punish us for performing thy wishes." Full of wrath Malik Saleh wrote a letter to the Sheikh Sinan filled with the bitterest reproaches. The sheikh made no other reply than that of sending him back the letter bearing his own subscription. Historians do not tell us what the final result was, and it is also in a great measure uncertain at what time this event occurred. The assassins did not give over their attempts upon Saladin, whose power became more formidable to them after he had deprived the family of Nur ed-Din of their honors and dominions. And he was again attacked by them in his camp before the fortress of Azag. One of them assailed him and wounded him in the head, but the Sultan, he had now assumed that title, caught him by the arm and struck him down. A second rushed on, he was cut down by the guards, a third, a fourth, shared the same fate. Terrified at their obstinate perseverance, the Sultan shut himself up in his tent during several days, and ordered all strangers and suspicious persons to quit the camp. Next year, 1176, the Sultan, being at peace with his other enemies, resolved to take exemplary vengeance on those who had so unprovokedly attempted his life. Assembling an army, he entered the mountains, wasted with fire and sword the territory of the Ismailites, and came and laid siege to Masyut. The power of the Syrian Ismailites would have been now extinguished but for the intercession of the Prince of Hama, the Sultan's uncle, who, at the entreaty of Sinan, prevailed on his nephew to grant a peace on condition of no attempt being made at any future time on his life. Sinan gladly assented to these terms, and he honorably kept his engagement, for the great Saladin reigned 15 years after this time, carried on continual wars, conquered Jerusalem and the Holy Land, exposed himself to danger in the field and in the camp, but no assassin was ever again known to approach him with hostile intentions. Chapter 9. Sinan the Dial-Kabir of Syria offers to become a Christian. His ambassador murdered by the Templars. Cardinal de Vitry's account of the assassin's murder of the Marquis of Montferrat. Defense of King Richard. The person who had the chief direction of the affairs of the society in Syria in the time of Saladin was one of the most remarkable characters which appear in the history of the assassins. His name was Rashid ed-Din, orthodox in religion, Sinan, the son of Suleiman of Basra. Like so many others of the impostors who have appeared from time to time in the East, he had the audacity to give himself out for an incarnation of the divinity. No one ever saw him eat, drink, sleep, or even spit. His clothing was of coarse haircloth. From the rising to the setting of the sun he stood upon a lofty rock, preaching to the people, who received his words as those of a superior being. Unfortunately for his credit, his auditors at length discovered that he had a halt in his gait, caused by a wound which he received from a stone in the great earthquake of 1157. This did not accord with the popular idea of the perfection which should belong to the corporeal vehicle of divinity. The credit of Sinan vanished at once, and those who had just been adoring the god now threatened to take the life of the impostor. Sinan lost not his self-possession. He calmly entreated them to be patient, descended from his rock, caused food to be brought, invited them to eat, and by the persuasive powers of his eloquence induced them to recognize him as their sole chief. And all unanimously swore obedience and fidelity to him. The neglect of chronology by the Oriental historians, or their European translators and followers, is frequently such that we are left in great uncertainty as to the exact time of particular events, and are thus unable to trace them to their real causes and occasions. The mention of the earthquake of 1157 would however seem to make it probable that it was about that time that Sinan put forward his claims to divinity. And as, at that very period, Hassan, the son of Kia Muhammad, was giving himself out for the promised Imam, we may suppose that it was his example which stimulated Sinan to his bold attempt at obtaining independent dominion over the Syrian branch of the Ismailites. Sinan was, like Hassan, a man of considerable learning. His works are held in high estimation by the remains of the sect of the Ismailites still lingering among the mountains of Syria. These works, we are told, consist of a chaotic mixture of mutilated passages of the Gospel and the Quran, of contradictory articles of belief, of hymns, prayers, sermons, and regulations, which are unintelligible even to those who receive and venerate them. The sacred books of the Christians formed, as we see, a part of the studies of the Sheikh of Masyad, and, as it would appear, he thought he might derive some advantage from his acquaintance with them. The religio-military society of the Knights of the Temple, whose history we shall soon have to record, had possessions in the neighborhood of those of the assassins, and their superior power had enabled them, at what time is uncertain, to render the latter tributary. The tribute was the annual sum of 2,000 ducats, and Sinan, to whom probably all religions were alike, and who had unbounded power over the minds of his people, conceived the idea of releasing himself from it by professing the same religion with his neighbors. He accordingly sent, in the year 1172, one of his most prudent and eloquent ministers on a secret embassy to Amalric king of Jerusalem, offering, in the name of himself and his people, to embrace the Christian religion, and receive the rite of baptism, provided the king would engage to make the Templars renounce the tribute of 2,000 ducats, and agree to live with them henceforward as good neighbors and friends and brethren. Overjoyed at the prospect of making converts of such importance, the king readily assented to the desires of the Ismailite chief, and he at the same time assured the Templars that their house should not be a loser, as he would pay them 2,000 ducats annually out of his treasury. The brethren of the temple made no objection to the arrangement. And after the Ismailite ambassador had been detained and treated honorably for some days by the king, he set out on his return, accompanied by a guide and escort sent by the king to conduct him as far as the borders of the Ismailite territory. They passed in safety through the country of Tripolis, and were now in the vicinity of the first castles of the Ismailites, when suddenly some Templars rushed forth from an ambush, and murdered the ambassador. The Templars were commanded by a knight named Walter du Mesnil, a one-eyed, daring, wicked man, but who, on this occasion, it would appear, acted by the orders of his superiors, who probably did not consider the royal promise good security for the 2,000 ducats. For, when Amalric, filled with indignation at the base and perfidious action, assembled his barons at Sidon to deliberate on what should be done, and by their advice sent 2 of their number to Adu Desti Amand, the master of the temple, to demand satisfaction for the iniquitous deed, the master contented himself by saying that he had imposed a penance on brother Du Mesnil, and had moreover directed him to proceed to Rome without delay, to know what farther the Apostolic Father would order him to do, and that, on this account he must, in the name of the Pope, prohibit any violence against the aforesaid brother. The king, however, was not regardless of justice and of his own dignity. Shortly afterwards, when the master and several of the Templars were at Sidon, he assembled his council again, and, with their consent, sent and dragged Du Mesnil from the house of the Templars, and threw him into prison, where he would probably have expiated his crime but for the speedy death of the king. All hopes of the conversion of the Ismailites were now at an end. It is on this occasion that the Archbishop of Tyre gives an account of what he had been able to learn respecting the assassins. As what we have previously related of them has been exclusively drawn from Eastern sources, it will not be useless to insert in this place the accounts of them given by the Cardinal de Vitry, who has followed and enlarged the sketch of the Archbishop 49. In the province of Phoenicia, near the borders of the Antradentian town which is now called Tortosa, dwells a certain people, shut in on all sides by rocks and mountains, who have 10 castles, very strong and impregnable. By reason of the narrow ways and inaccessible rocks, with their suburbs and the valleys, which are most fruitful in all species of fruits and corn, and most delightful for their amenity. The number of these men, who are called assassins, is said to exceed 40,00050. They set a captain over themselves, not by hereditary succession, but by the prerogative of merit, whom they call the old man, veterum seu senum, not so much on account of his advanced age as for his preeminence in prudence and dignity. The first and principal abbot of this unhappy religion of theirs, and the place where they had their origin and whence they came to Syria, is in the very remote parts of the east, near the city of Baghdad and the parts of the province of Persia. These people, who do not divide the hoof, nor make a difference between what is sacred and what is profane, believe that all obedience indifferently shown by them towards their superior is meritorious for eternal life. Hence they are bound to their master, whom they call the old man, with such a bond of subjection and obedience that there is nothing so difficult or so dangerous that they would fear to undertake, or which they would not perform with a cheerful mind and ardent will, at the command of their Lord. The old man, their Lord, causes boys of this people to be brought up in secret and delightful places, and having had them diligently trained and instructed in the different kinds of languages, sends them to various provinces with daggers, and orders them to slay the great men of the Christians, as well as of the Saracens, either because he is at enmity with them for some cause or other, or at the request of his friends, or even for the lucre of a large sum of money which has been given him, promising them, for the execution of this command, that they shall have far greater delights, and without end, in paradise, after death, than even those amidst which they had been reared. If they chance to die in this act of obedience they are regarded as martyrs by their companions, and being placed by that people among their saints, are held in the greatest reverence. Their parents are enriched with many gifts by the master, who is called the old man, and if they were slaves they are let go free ever after. Whence these wretched and misguided youths, who are sent from the conventu, of the aforesaid brethren to different parts of the world, undertake their deadly legation with such joy and delight, and perform it with such diligence and solicitude, transforming themselves in various ways, and assuming the manners and dress of other nations, sometimes concealing themselves under the appearance of merchants, at other times under that of priests and monks, and in an infinity of other modes, that there is hardly any person in the whole world so cautious as to be able to guard against their machinations. They disdain to plot against an inferior person. The great men to whom they are hostile either redeem themselves by a large sum of money, or, going armed and attended by a body of guards, pass their life in suspicion and in dread of death. They kept the law of Mahomet and his institutions diligently and straitly beyond all other Saracens till the times of a certain master of theirs, who, being endowed with natural genius, and exercised in the study of different writings, began with all diligence to read and examine the law of the Christians and the Gospels of Christ, admiring the virtue of the miracles, and the sanctity of the doctrine. From a comparison with these he began to abominate the frivolous and irrational doctrine of Mahomet, and at length, when he knew the truth, he studied to recall his subjects by degrees from the rites of the cursed law. Wherefore he exhorted and commanded them that they should drink wine in moderation and eat the flesh of swine. At length, after many discourses and serious admonitions of their teacher, they all with one consent agreed to renounce the perfidy of Mahomet, and, by receiving the grace of baptism, to become Christians. We may, from this account, perceive that the Crusaders had a tolerably clear idea of the nature and constitution of the Society of the Assassins. The Cardinal de Vitry plainly describes them as forming a religion, that is, an order under an abbot. And perhaps the resemblance which Hammer traces between them and the Templars, which we shall notice when we come to speak of this last society, is not quite so fanciful as it might at first sight appear. It is curious, too, to observe that the Christians also believed that the Sheikh al-Jebel had some mode of inspiring the Khedive with a contempt of life and an aspiration after the joys of paradise. The dagger had not been unsheathed against the Christian princes since, 42 years before, 1149, Raymond, the young Count of Tripolis, was murdered as he knelt at his devotions, and the altar was sprinkled with his blood. A more illustrious victim was now to bleed, and, as the question of who 'twas the real author of his death forms a curious historical problem, we shall here discuss it at some length. Conrad Marquis of Montferrat, a name celebrated in the history of the Third Crusade, had just been named King of Jerusalem by Richard Lionheart, King of England. In the latter end of the month of April 1192 the Marquis, being at Tyre, went to dine with the Bishop of Beauvais. One writer says that, the Marchioness having stayed too long in the bath, and the Marquis being averse to dining alone, he mounted his horse and rode to dine with the bishop. But, finding that that prelate had already finished his meal, he was returning home to his palace. As he passed through a narrow street, and was come near the toll house, two assassins, having watched their opportunity, approached him. The one presented a petition, and, while he was engaged reading it, both struck him with their daggers, crying, "Thou shalt be neither Marquis nor King." One of them was cut down instantly, the other sought refuge in a neighboring church, and, according to an Arabian historian, when the wounded Marquis was brought into the same church, he rushed on him anew, and completed his crime. Others relate that the Marquis was carried home to his palace, where he lived long enough to receive the Holy Sacrament and to give his last instructions to his wife. The two accounts, we may perceive, are by no means repugnant. These assassins, who were both youths, had been for some time 6 months it is said in Tyre, watching for an opportunity to perform the commission which had been given them. They had feigned a conversion from Islam, or, as some say, had assumed the habit of monks, in order to win the confidence of the Marquis, and thus procure more ready access to him. One of them, we are told, had even entered his service, and the other that of Balian of Ibelin. The question now comes, at whose instigation was the murder committed? Here we find several both Oriental and Occidental witnesses disposed to lay the guilt on Richard, King of England, those writers who were his own subjects indignantly repelling the accusation, and some indifferent witnesses testifying in his favor. Previous to examining these witnesses we must state that King Richard was at enmity with Philip Augustus, King of France. That though he had given the crown of Jerusalem to the Marquis of Montferrat, there was little kind feeling between them, and they had been enemies. And, finally, that the history of the English monarch exhibits no traits of such a generous chivalrous disposition as should put him beyond suspicion of being concerned in an assassination. Of the writers who charge King Richard with the murder it is to be observed that the only ones that are contemporary are the Arabian historians. The following passage is quoted from the History of Jerusalem and Hebron, by Hammer, who regards it as quite decisive of the guilt of the English king. The Marquis went, on the 13th of the month Rebi-al-Yul, to visit the Bishop of Tyre. As he was going out he was attacked by two assassins, who slew him with their daggers. When taken and stretched on the rack, they confessed that they had been employed by the King of England. They died under the torture. Bohaeddin, the friend and biographer of Saladin, writes to the same effect. It is therefore evident that, at the time, it was reported that the Marquis had been murdered by persons employed by the King of England. And Vinisoff and the other English writers assure us that the French party and the friends of the murdered Marquis endeavoured to throw the odium of the deed on King Richard. As that mode of getting rid of an enemy was far too familiar in the East, it was natural enough that the Arabian writers should adopt the report without much inquiry. This consideration alone ought very much to invalidate their testimony. Some German chroniclers also, following the reports which were industriously spread to the disadvantage of the English king at the time he was a prisoner in Austria, did not hesitate to accuse him of the murder of the Marquis. But, as has been justly observed, these, as well as the preceding, were either partial or at a distance 51. In opposition to these assertions, we have the unanimous testimony of all the English writers, such as Vinessauf, the companion and historian of King Richard's crusade, Hoveden, Brompton William of Newbridge. The Syrian bishop, Abu el-Faraj, mentions the report of the assassin who was put to the rack having laid the guilt on King Richard, but adds that the truth came afterwards to light. Hugo Plagan, a judicious and impartial writer, so far from imputing the death of the Marquis to King Richard, assigns the cause which moved the assassin prince to order the death of the Marquis, namely, the same which we shall presently see stated in the letter ascribed to the Old Man of the Mountain. Rigord, who wrote the history of Philip Augustus, does not by any means impute the murder of the Marquis to King Richard, though he says that while Philip was at Pontoise letters were brought to him from beyond sea, warning him to be on his guard. As assassins, Arsacidae, had been sent, at the suggestion and command of the King of England, to kill him, for at that time they had slain the king's kinsman, the Marquis. Philip, in real, but more probably feigned alarm, immediately surrounded his person with a guard of sergeants at mace. The Arabic historian, Ibn el-Athir, the friend of Saladin, says that the Sultan had agreed with the Old Man of the Mountain, for a sum of 10,000 pieces of gold, to deliver him of both King Richard and the Marquis, but that Sinan, not thinking it to be for his interest to relieve the Sultan of the English king, had taken the money and only put the Marquis out of the way. This narrative is wholly improbable, for treachery was surely no part of the character of Saladin, but it serves to prove the impartiality which is so justly ascribed to the Arabic writers in general. The testimony of Abulfeda is as follows, and in it, the year of the Hijra 588, or AD 1192, was slain the Marquis, Lord of Soar or Tyre, may God, whose name be exalted, curse him. A Batanese, or assassin, in one copy Batanese, who had entered Soar in the disguise of a monk, slew him 52. We thus see that the evidence in favor of the King of England greatly preponderates, not a single writer who was on the spot laying the murder to his charge. On the contrary, those who had the best means of being informed treated the imputation with contempt, as a base calumny devised by the French party. But there is a still more illustrious witness in his behalf, if the testimony ascribed to him be genuine, the Old Man of the Mountain himself. Brompton gives 2 letters purporting to have been written by this personage, the one to the Duke of Austria, the other to the princes and people of Europe in general. The latter is also given by William of Newbridge, with some variation. Both have been admitted by Reimer into his Phoedra. Gibbon, who seems to have known only the last, pronounces it to be an absurd and palpable forgery. Hammer, whose arguments we shall presently consider, undertakes to demonstrate that these epistles are forgeries. Raumer, more prudently, only says that this last is not genuine in its present form. The following are translations of these documents. The Old Man of the Mountain to Limpold, Duke of Austria, greeting. Since several kings and princes beyond sea accuse Richard, King of England, and Lord, of the death of the Marquis, I swear by the God who reigneth for ever, and by the law which we hold, that he had no guilt in his death. For the cause of the death of the Marquis was as follows. One of our brethren was coming in a ship from Satalia, Saltalia, to our parts, and a tempest chancing to drive him to Tyre, the Marquis had him taken and slain, and seized a large sum of money which he had with him. But we sent our messengers to the Marquis, requiring him to restore to us the money of our brother, and to satisfy us respecting the death of our brother, which he laid upon Reginald, the Lord of Sidon. And we exerted ourselves through our friends till we knew of a truth that it was he himself who had him put to death, and had seized his money. And again we sent to him another of our messengers, named Eurysus, whom he was minded to fling into the sea, but our friends made him depart with speed out of Tyre, and he came to us quickly and told us these things. From that very hour we were desirous to slay the Marquis, then also we sent 2 brethren to Tyre, who slew him openly, and as it were before all the people of Tyre. This, then, was the cause of the death of the Marquis. And we say to you in truth that the Lord Richard, King of England, had no guilt in this death of the Marquis, and these who on account of this have done evil to the Lord King of England have done it unjustly and without cause. Know for certain that we kill no man in this world for any hire or money, unless he has first done us evil. And know that we have executed these letters in our house at our castle of Messiat, in the middle of September. In the year from Alexander M.D. and V. The old man of the mountain to the princes of Europe and all the Christian people, greeting. We would not that the innocence of any one should suffer by reason of what we have done, since we never do evil to any innocent and guiltless person. But those who have transgressed against us we do not, with God to aid, long suffer to rejoice in the injuries done to our simplicity. We therefore signify to the whole of you, testifying by him through whom we hope to be saved, that Marquis of Montferrat was slain by no machination of the King of England, but he justly perished, by our will and command, by our satellites. For that act in which he transgressed against us, and which, when admonished, he had neglected to amend. For it is our custom first to admonish those who have acted injuriously in anything to us or our friends to give us satisfaction, which if they despise, we take care to take vengeance with severity by our ministers, who obey us with such devotion that they do not doubt but that they shall be gloriously rewarded by God if they die in executing our command. We have also heard that it is bruited about of that king that he has induced us, as being less upright and consistent, minus integros edi constans, to send some of our people to plot against the king of France, which, beyond doubt, is a false fiction, and of the vainest suspicion, when neither he, God is witness, has hitherto attempted anything against us, nor would we, in respect to our honor, permit any undeserved evil to be planned against any man. Farewell. We will not undertake to maintain the genuineness of these 2 epistles, but we may be permitted to point out the futility of some of the objections made to them. Hammer pronounces the first of them to be an undoubted forgery because it commences with swearing by the law, and ends by being dated from the era of the Seleucids. Both, he says, were equally strange to the Ismailites, who precisely at this time had begun to trample the law underfoot, and had abandoned the Hijra, the only era known in Mohammedan countries, for a new one commencing with the reign of Hassan II. He further sees, in the circumstance of a letter from the old man of the mountain, Sheikh al-Jibal, being dated from Masyat, a proof of the ignorance of the Crusaders respecting the true head and seat of the Ismailite power. These objections are regarded by Wilkin as conclusive. They will, however, lose much of their force if we bear in mind that the letters are manifestly translations, and that the chief of Masyat at that time was Sinan, who some years before had offered to become a Christian, and who does not seem at all to have adopted the innovations of Hassan the Illuminator. Sinan might easily have been induced by the friends of the King of England, one of the most steady of whom was Henry of Champagne, who succeeded Conrad of Montferrat in the kingdom, to write those letters in his justification. And it is very probable that the translations were made in Syria, where the Arabic language was of course better understood than in Europe, and sent either alone or with the originals. The translator might have rendered the title which Sinan gave himself by Senex de Monte, which would be better understood in the West. And he may also have given the corresponding year of the era of the Seleucids, the one in use among the Syrian Christians, for the year of the Hijra used by the Ismailite chief, or indeed Sinan may have employed that era himself. In this case there would remain little to object to the genuineness of the letter to the Duke of Austria. Hammer regards the expression our simplicity, simplicitas nostra, as being conclusive against the genuineness of the second letter. We must confess that we can see no force in the objection. Sinan might wish to represent himself as a very plain, simple, innocent sort of person. It might further be doubted if a European forger would venture to represent the prince of the assassins, the formidable old man of the mountain, in such a respectable light as he appears in these 2 epistles 53. But there is another account of the death of the Marquis of Montferrat, which is probably much better known to the generality of readers than any of the preceding ones. The far-famed author of Waverley has, in his romantic tale of the Talisman, made Conrad to be wounded and vanquished in the lists by the son of the King of Scotland, the champion of King Richard, and afterward slain by the dagger. Not of the assassins, but of his confederate in villainy the Master of the Temple, to prevent his making confession of their common guilt. Yielding to none in rational admiration of the genius of Sir W. Scott, we cannot avoid expressing a wish that he had ceased to write when he had exhausted that rich field of national feelings and manners with which he was alone familiar, and from which he drew the exquisite delineations of Waverley and its Scottish brethren. All his later works, no doubt, exhibit occasional scenes far beyond the power of any of his imitators, but when his muse quits her native soil, she takes leave of nature, truth, and simplicity. Even the genius of a Scot is inadequate to painting manners he never witnessed, scenery he never beheld. The tale of the Talisman is a flagrant instance. Topography, chronology, historic truth, oriental manners, and individual character, are all treated with a most magnanimous neglect, indeed, even, we might say, with contempt. For, careless, from security to please, as the author is known to have been, his vagaries must sometimes have proceeded from mere wilfulness and caprice. It would, we apprehend, perplex our Oriental travelers and geographers to point out the site of the fountain named the Diamond of the Desert, not far from the Dead Sea, and yet lying halfway between the camp of the Saracens and that of the Crusaders, which last, we are told, lay between Acre and Ascalon, that is, on the sea-coast. Or to show the interminable sandy desert which stretches between the Dead Sea and the Mediterranean. As to historic truth, we may boldly say that there is hardly a single circumstance of the romance in strict accordance with history. And as to the truth of individual character, what are we to say to the grave, serious, religious Saladin, but the very year before his death, being in the flower of his age, rambling alone through the desert, like an errant knight, singing hymns to the devil, and coming disguised as a physician to the Christian camp, to cure the malady of the English monarch, whom he never, in reality, did or would see 54. We might enumerate many additional instances of the violation of every kind of unity and propriety in this single tale 55. Let not any deem it superfluous thus to point out the errors of an illustrious writer. The impressions made by his splendid pages on the youthful mind are permanent and ineffaceable, and, if not corrected, may lead to errors of a graver kind. The Talisman moreover affects a delusive show of truth and accuracy. For, in a note in one part of it, the author, ironically, no doubt, affects to correct the historians on a point of history. The natural inference, then, is that he has himself made profound researches, and adhered to truth. And we accordingly find another novelist, in what he terms a history of chivalry, declaring the Talisman to be a faithful picture of the manners of the age. Sir W. Scott, however, has himself informed us, in the preface to Ivanhoe, of his secret for describing the manners of the times of Richard Coeur de Lion. With the chronicles of the time he joined that of Froissart, so rich in splendid pictures of chivalric life. Few readers of these romances perhaps are aware that this was the same in kind, though not in degree, as if, in his tales of the days of Elizabeth and James I, he had recourse to the manner-painting pages of Henry Fielding. For the distance in point of time between the reign of Richard I and that of Richard II, in which last Froissart wrote, is as great as that between the reigns of Elizabeth and George IL, and, in both, manners underwent a proportional change. But we are in the habit of regarding the Middle Ages as one single period of unvarying manners and institutions, and we are too apt to fancy that the descriptions of Froissart and his successors are equally applicable to all parts of it. Chapter 10. Jalal ad-Din restoration of religion. His harem makes the pilgrimage to Mecca. Marries the princess of Ghilan. Geography of the country between Rudbar and the Caspian. Persian romance. Sohak and Fariddin K. Cows and Rustam Ferdowsi's description of Mazandaran. History of the Shah Nami. Proof of the antiquity of the tales contained in it. The unhallowed rule of Muhammad II lasted for the long space of 35 years, during which time all the practices of Islam were neglected by the Ismailites. The mosques were closed, the fast of Ramazan neglected, the solemn seasons of prayer despised. But such a state can never last. Man must have religion, it is as essential to him as his food. And those pseudo-philosophers who have endeavored to deprive him of it have only displayed in the attempt their ignorance and folly. The purification of the popular faith is the appropriate task of the true philanthropist. We may often observe the son to exhibit a character diametrically opposite of that of his father, either led by nature or struck by the ill effects of his father's conduct. This common appearance was now exhibited among the assassins. Muhammad disregarded all the observances of the ceremonial law. His son and successor, Jalal ad-Din, glory of religion, Hassan, distinguished himself, from his early years, by a zeal for the ordinances of Islam. The avowal of his sentiments caused considerable enmity and suspicion between him and Muhammad. The father feared the son, and the son the father. On the days of public audience, at which Jalal ad-Din was expected to appear, the old sheikh used the precaution of wearing a shirt of mail under his clothes, and of increasing the number of his guards. His death, which occurred when his son had attained his 25th year, is ascribed by several historians, though apparently without any sufficient reason, to poison administered to him by his successor. The succession of Jalal ad-Din was uncontested. He immediately set about placing all things on the footing which they had been on previous to the time of on his memory be peace. The mosques were repaired and reopened. The call to prayer sounded as heretofore from the minarets, and the solemn assemblies for worship and instruction were held once more on every Friday. Imams, Quran readers, preachers, and teachers of all kinds, were invited to Alamut, where they were honorably entertained and richly rewarded. Jalal ad-Din wrote to his lieutenants in Khuzestan and Syria, informing them of what he had done, and inviting them to follow his example. He also wrote to the Caliph, to the powerful Shah of Khorasan, and to all the princes of Persia, to assure them of the purity of his faith. His ambassadors were everywhere received with honor, and the Caliph and all the princes gave to Jalal ad-Din, in the letters which they wrote in reply, the title of prince, which had never been conceded to any of his predecessors. The imams, and the men learned in the law, loudly upheld the orthodoxy of the faith of the mountain chief, on whom they bestowed the name of Nev, new Mussulman. When the people of Kasvin, who had always been at enmity with the Ismailites, doubted of his orthodoxy, Jalal ad-Din condescended to ask of them to send some persons of respectability to Alamut. That he might have an opportunity of convincing them, they came, and in their presence he committed to the flames a pile of books which he said were the writings of Hassan Sabah, and contained the secret rules and ordinances of the society. He cursed the memory of Hassan and his successors, and the envoys returned to Kasvin, fully convinced of his sincerity. In the second year of his reign Jalal ad-Din gave a further proof of the purity of his religious faith by permitting, or, perhaps, directing, his harem, that is, his mother, his wife, and a long train of their female attendants, to undertake the pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, to worship at the tomb of the Prophet. The sacred banner was, according to custom, borne before the caravan of the pilgrims from Alamut, and the tesbih, or distribution of water to the pilgrims, usual on such occasions 56. Was performed by the harem of the mountain prince on such a scale of magnificence and liberality as far eclipsed that of the great Shah of Khorasan, whose caravan reached Baghdad at the same time on its way to Mecca. The Caliph Nasr-ud-Din even gave precedence to the banner of the pilgrims from Alamut, and this mark of partiality drew on him the wrath of the potent prince of Khorasan. Twice did the latter afterwards collect an army to make war on the successor of the Prophet. With the first, consisting of nearly 300,000 men, he marched against Baghdad, and had reached Hamadan and Hulyan, when a violent snowstorm obliged him to retire. He had collected his forces a second time, when the hordes of Chinggis Khan burst into his dominions. His son and successor resumed his plans, and reached Hamadan, when again a snowstorm came to avert destruction from the city of peace. As the power of the Mongol conqueror was now great and formidable, the prudent prince of Alamut sent in secret ambassadors to assure him of his submission, and to tender his homage. Jalal ad-Din took a more active part in the politics of his neighbors than his predecessors had done. He formed an alliance with the Atabeg Mozaffar ad-Din, causing the religion to be victorious. The governor of Azerbaijan, against the governor of Iraq, who was their common enemy. He even visited the Atabeg at his residence, where he was received with the utmost magnificence, and each day the Atabeg sent 1,000 dinars for the expenses of his table. The two princes sent to the Caliph for aid, their request was granted. And they marched against, defeated, and slew the governor of Iraq, and appointed another in his place. After an absence of 18 months Jalal ad-Din returned to Alamut, having in the meantime, by his prudent conduct, greatly augmented the fame of his orthodoxy. He now ventured to aspire to a connection with one of the ancient princely houses of the country, and asked in marriage the daughter of Keightley, the Prince of Ghilan. The latter having expressed his readiness to give his consent, provided that of the Caliph could be obtained, envoys were dispatched to Baghdad, who speedily returned with the approbation of Nasr al-Din. And the Princess of Ghilan was sent to Alamut. The mention of Ghilan and of Keightley presents an opportunity, which we are not willing to let pass, of diversifying our narrative by an excursion into the regions of Persian geography and romance, which may cast a gleam of the sunshine of poetry over the concluding portion of our history of the dark and secret deeds of the Ismailites. The mountain range named Demavend, on the south side of which Rudbar, the territory of the Ismailites, lies, is the northern termination of the province of Iraq Ajami or Persian Iraq. Beyond it stretches to the Caspian Sea a fertile region, partly hilly, partly plain 57. This country is divided into 5 districts, which were in those times distinct from and independent of each other. At the foot of the mountains lay Tabaristan and Dailem, the former to the east, the latter to the west. Dailem is celebrated as having been the native country of the family of Baya, which, rising from the humblest station, exercised under the caliphs, and with the title of Emir al-Amra, Prince of the Princes, a power nearly regal over Persia during a century and a half 58. North of Dailem lay Ghilan, and north of Tabaristan Mazandaran, the ancient Hyrcania. In the midst of these 4 provinces lay Ruyan and Rostamdar, remarkable for having been governed for a space of 800 years by one family of princes, while dynasty after dynasty rose and fell in the neighboring states. In these provinces the names of the royal lines recall to our mind the ancient history, both true and fabulous, of Iran, Persia, as we find it in the poem of Ferdowsi, the Homer of that country. The family of Khopra, which governed Ruyan and Rostamdar, affected to derive their lineage from the celebrated blacksmith Gava, who raised his apron as the standard of revolt against the Assyrian tyrant Zohak. And the family of Bavand, which ruled for nearly 7 centuries, with but 2 interruptions, over Mazandaran and Tabaristan, were descended from the elder brother of Nushirwan the Just, the most celebrated monarch of the House of Sassan. This region is the classic land of Persia. When, as their romantic history relates, Jemshid, the 3rd monarch of Iran after Qaimars, the first who ruled over men, had long reigned in happiness and prosperity, his head was lifted up with pride, and God withdrew from him his favor. His dominions were invaded by Zohak, the prince of the Tazis, Assyrians or Arabs, his subjects fell away from him, and, after lurking for 100 years in secret places, he fell into the hands of the victor, who cut him asunder with a saw. A child was born of the race of Jemshid, named Feridun, whom, as soon as he came to the light, in the village of Weregi, in Tabaristan, his mother Faranuk gave to a herdsman to rear, and his nourishment was the milk of a female buffalo, whose name was Purmea. Zohak meantime had a dream, in which he beheld 2 warriors, who led up to him a third, armed with a club which terminated in the head of a cow. The warrior struck him on the head with his club, and took him and chained him in the cavern of a mountain. He awoke with a loud cry, and called all the priests, and astrologers, and wise men, to interpret his dream. They feared to speak. At last they told him of the birth and nurture of Feridun, who was destined to overcome him. Zohak fell speechless from his throne at the intelligence. On recovering, he sent persons in all directions to search for and put to death the fatal child. But the maternal anxiety of Faranuk was on the watch, and she removed the young Feridun to the celebrated mountain Elbers, where she committed him to the care of a pious anchorite. Zohak, after a long search, discovered the place where Feridun had been first placed by his mother, and in his rage he killed the beautiful and innocent cow Purmea. Zohak is represented as a most execrable tyrant. Acting under the counsel of the devil, he had murdered his own father to get his throne. His infernal advisor afterwards assumed the form of a young man, and became his cook. He prepared for him all manner of curious and high-seasoned dishes. For hitherto the food of mankind had been rude and plain. As a reward, he only asked permission to kiss the shoulders of the king. Zohak readily granted this apparently moderate request. But from the spots where the devil impressed his lips grew forth 2 black snakes. In vain every art was employed to remove them, in vain they were cut away, they grew again like plants. The physicians were in perplexity. At length the devil himself came in the shape of a physician, and said that the only mode of keeping them quiet was to feed them with human brains. His object, we are told, was gradually in this way to destroy the whole race of man. The design of the devil seemed likely to be accomplished. Each day 2 human beings were slain, and the serpents fed with their brains. At length 2 of the tyrant's cooks discovered that the brain of a man mixed with that of a ram satisfied the monsters, and, of the 2 men who were given to be killed each day, they always secretly let go one. And those who were thus delivered became the progenitors of the Kurds who dwell in the mountains west of Persia. Among those unfortunate persons who were condemned to be food for the serpents was the son of a blacksmith named Gava. The afflicted father went boldly before the tyrant, and remonstrated with him on the injustice of his conduct. Zohak heard him with patience and released his son. He also made him bearer of a letter addressed to all the provinces of the empire, vaunting his goodness, and calling on all to support him against the youthful pretender to his throne. But Gava, instead of executing the mandate, tore the tyrant's letter, and, raising his leathern apron on a lance by way of standard, called on all the inhabitants of Iran to arise and take arms in support of Feridun, the rightful heir to the throne of Jemshid. Meantime Feridun, who had attained the age of 28 years, came down from Elburz, and, going to his mother, besought her to tell him from whom he derived his birth. Farinuk related to him his whole history, when the young hero, in great emotion, vowed to attack the tyrant, and avenge on him the death of his father, but his mother sought, by representing the great power of Zohak, to divert him from his purpose, and exhorted him to abandon all such thoughts, and to enjoy in quiet the good things of this life. But a numerous army, led by Gava in search of the true heir to the throne, now came in sight. Feridun, joyfully advancing to meet them, adorned with gold and precious stones the leathern banner, placed upon it the orb of the moon, and, naming it Derefshigavani, Gava's apron, selected it for the banner of the Empire of Iran. Each succeeding prince, we are told, at his accession, added jewels to it, and Derefshigavani blazed in the front of battle like a sun. Feridun, then calling for smiths, drew for them in the sand the form of a club, with a cow's head at the end of it, and when they had made it he named it Gaupigar, cow face, in honor of his nurse. Taking leave of his mother, he marches against the tyrant. An angel comes from heaven to aid the rightful cause. Zohak is deserted by his troops. He falls into the hands of Feridun, who, by the direction of the angel, imprisons him in a cavern of the mountain Demavend. Feridun, on ascending the throne of his forefathers, governed with such mildness, firmness, and justice, that his name is to the present day in Persia significative of the ideal of a perfect monarch. 59. Mazandaran is not less celebrated in Persian romance than the region at the foot of Demavend. It was the scene of the dangers of the light-minded cage cows, supposed to be the Cyaxares of the Greeks, and of the marvelous adventures called the 7 fables or stages of the hero Rustem, the Hercules of Persia, who came to his aid. When cage cows mounted the throne of Iran, he exulted in his wealth and in his power. A demon, desirous of luring him to his destruction, assumed the guise of a wandering minstrel, and, coming to his court, sought to be permitted to sing before the Padishah, emperor. His request was acceded to. His theme was the praises of Mazandaran, and he sang to this effect. Mazandaran deserves that the Shah should think on it. The rose blooms evermore in its gardens, its hills are arrayed with tulips and jessamines, mild is the air, the earth is bright of hue, neither cold nor heat oppresses the lovely land, spring abides there evermore. The nightingale sings without ceasing in the gardens, and the deer bound joyously through the woods. The earth is never weary of pouring forth fruits, the air is evermore filled with fragrance, like unto rosewater are the streams, the tulip glows unceasingly on the meads, pure are the rivers. And their banks are smiling, ever mayest thou behold the falcon at the chase. All its districts are adorned with abundance of food, beyond measure are the treasures which are there piled up, the flowers bend in worship before the throne, and around it stand the men of renown richly girded with gold. Who dwelleth not there knoweth no pleasure, as joy and luxuriant pastime are to him unknown. Cage Cows was beguiled by the tempter, and, eager to get possession of so rich a land, he led a large army into it. The Shah of Mazendran was aided by a potent demon or enchanter named the Dev Cephid, White Dev, who, by his magic arts, cast a profound darkness over the Iranian monarch and his host, in which they would have all been destroyed but for the timely arrival of Rustem, who, after surmounting all the impediments that magic could throw in his way, slew the Dev Cephid, and delivered his sovereign. Cage Cows, we are afterwards told by the poet, formed the insane project of ascending to heaven, which he attempted in the following manner. A stage was constructed on which a throne was set for the monarch. 4 javelins were placed at the corners, with pieces of goat's flesh on them, and 4 hungry eagles were tied at the bottom, who, by their arts to reach the meat, raised the stage aloft into the air. But when the strength of the birds was exhausted, the whole fell with the royal aeronaut in the desert, where he was found by Rustem and the other chiefs. The history of the Shahnameh, King Book, in which these legends are contained, is one of the most curious in literature. The fanaticism of the Arabs, who conquered Persia, raged with indiscriminate fury against the literature, as well as the religion, of that country. And when, in the time of Al-Mansur and his successors Harun ar-Rashid and Al-Mamun, the Arabs themselves began to devote their attention to literature and science, it was the science of Greece and the poetry of their native language that they cultivated. The Persian literature meantime languished in obscurity, and the traditional, heroic, and legendary tales of the nation were fading fast from memory, when a governor of a province, zealous, as it would appear, for the honor of the Persian nation, made a collection of them, and formed from them a continuous narrative in prose. The book thus formed was called the Bostanami, Garden Book. It was in great repute in the northern part of Persia, where, at a distance from the court of the caliphs, the Persian manners, language, and nationality were better preserved. And when the Turkish family of the same name founded an empire in that part of Persia, Sultan Mansur I, of that race, gave orders to a poet named Dakiki to turn the Bostanami into Persian verse. The poet undertook the task, but he had not made more than 1,000 verses when he perished by assassination. There being no one supposed capable of continuing his work, it was suspended till 20 years afterwards, when the celebrated Mahmud of Ghizni, the conqueror of India, meeting with the Bostanami, gave portions of it to 3 of the most renowned poets of the time to versify. The palm of excellence was adjudged to Ansari, who versified the tale of Sohrab slain by his own father Rustem, one of the most pathetic and affecting narratives in any language. The Sultan made him prince of the poets, and directed him to versify the entire work. But, diffident of his powers, Ansari shrank from the task, and having some time afterwards met a poet of Tus in Khorasan, named Isaac, the son of Sharif Shah, surnamed Ferdowsi, Paradisal 60, either from his father's employment as a gardener, or from the beauty of his verses, he introduced him to the Sultan, who gladly committed the task to him. Ferdowsi labored with enthusiasm in the celebration of the ancient glories of his country. And in the space of 30 or, as some assert, of only 8 years, he brought the poem to within 2,000 lines of its termination, which lines were added by another poet after his death. The Shahnameh is, beyond comparison, the finest poem of the Mohammedan East. It consists of 60,000 rhymed couplets, and embraces the history of Persia, from the beginning of the world to the period of its conquest by the Arabs. The verses move on with spirit and rapidity, resembling more the flow of our lyrical, than that of our common heroic, lines 61. Ferdowsi wrote his poem in the early part of the 11th century from a book which had been in existence a long time before, for he always calls it an old book. No proof therefore is needed that he did not invent the tales which compose the Shahnameh, and they have every appearance of having been the ancient traditionary legends of the Persian nation. But we are able to show that these legends were popular in Persia nearly 6 centuries before his time, and it was chiefly with a view to establishing this curious point that we related the tale of Zohak and Feridun. Moses of Choran, the Armenian historian, who wrote about the year 440, thus addresses the person to whom his work is dedicated. How should the vain and empty fables about Bayrasp Astyaich gain any portion of thy favor, or why shouldest thou impose on us the fatigue of elucidating the absurd, tasteless, senseless legends of the Persians about him? To wit, of his first injurious benefit of the demoniac powers which were subject to him, and how he could not deceive him who was deception errol falsehood itself. Then, of the kiss on the shoulders, whence the dragons came, and how thenceforward the growth of vice destroyed mankind by the pampering of the belly, until at last a certain Rhodones bound him with chains of brass, and brought him to the mountain which is called Demavend. How Bayrasps then dragged to a hill Rhodones, when he fell asleep on the way, but this last, awaking out of his sleep, brought him to a cavern of the mountain, where he chained him fast, and set an image opposite to him, so that, terrified by it, and held by the chains, he might never more escape to destroy the world. Here we have evidently the whole story of Zohak and Feridun current in Persia in the 5th century, and any one who has reflected on the nature of tradition must be well aware that it must have existed there for centuries before. The very names are nearly the same. Taking the first syllable from Feridun, it becomes nearly Rodon, and Bayraspi Idahaki. The words of the Armenian text signify the dragon Bayrasp. Zohak is evidently nearly the same with the last word. This fable could hardly have been invented in the time of the Sasanian dynasty, who had not then been more than 2 centuries on the throne, much less during the period of the dominion of the Parthian Arsacides, who were adverse to everything Persian. We are therefore carried back to the times of the Kejanians, the Achaemenides of the Greeks, and it is by no means impossible that the tale of Zohak and Feridun was known even to the host which Xerxes led to the subjugation of Greece. It is well known to those versed in Oriental history that, when the founder of the House of Sassan mounted the throne of Persia in the year 226, he determined to bring back everything, as far as was possible, to its state in the time of the Kejanians, from whom he affected to be descended, and that his successors trod in his footsteps. But, as Persia had been for 5 centuries and a half under the dominion of the Greeks and Parthians, there was probably no authentic record of the ancient state of things remaining. Recourse was therefore had to the traditional tales of the country. And, as the legend of Zohak and Feridun was, as we have seen, one of the most remarkable of these tales, it was at once adopted as a genuine portion of the national history, and a banner formed to represent the apron of Gava, which was, as the poet describes it, adorned with additional jewels by each monarch of the House of Sassan at his accession. This hypothesis will very simply explain the circumstance of this banner being unnoticed by the Greek writers, while it is an undoubted fact that it was captured by the Arabs at the Battle of Qadisiyah, which broke the power of Persia. A circumstance which has perplexed Sir John Malcolm. We will finally observe that the historian just alluded to, as well as some others, thinks that the darkness cast by the magic art of the white Dev over Kai Khous and his army in Mazandaran coincides with the eclipse of the sun predicted by Thales, and which, according to Herodotus, parted the armies of the Medians and the Lydians when engaged in conflict. Little stress is, however, we apprehend, to be laid on such coincidences. Tradition does not usually retain the memory of facts of this nature, though fiction is apt enough to invent them. The only circumstances which we have observed in the early part of the Shahnameh agreeing with Grecian history, are some relating to the youthful days of Kay Khusru, which are very like what Herodotus relates of Cyrus. We now return to the history of the assassins. Chapter 11. Death of Jalal ed-Din. Character of Allah ed-Din, his successor the Sheikh Jemal ed-Din the astronomer Nasr ed-Din the Vizier Sharef al-Mulk. Death of Allah ed-Din. Succession of Rukn ed-Din, the last Sheikh al-Jibal. The reign of Jalal ed-Din, which, unfortunately for the society, lasted but 12 years, was unstained by blood, and we see no reason to doubt the judgment of the Oriental historians, who consider his faith in Islam as being sincere and pure. It was probably his virtue that caused his death, for his life, it was suspected, was terminated by poison administered by his own kindred. His son Ala ed-Din 62, eminence of religion, who succeeded him, was but 9 years old. But as, according to the maxims of the Ismailites, the visible representative of the Imam was, to a certain extent, exempted from the ordinary imperfections of humanity, and his commands were to be regarded as those of him whose authority he bore, the young Ala ed-Din was obeyed as implicitly as any of his predecessors. At his mandate the blood was shed of all among his relatives who were suspected of having participated in the murder of his father. Ala ed-Din proved to be a weak, inefficient ruler. His delight was in the breeding and tending of sheep, and he spent his days in the cotes among the herdsmen, while the affairs of the society were allowed to run into disorder. All the restraints imposed by his father were removed, and every one was left to do what was right in his own eyes. The weakness of this prince's intellect is ascribed to his having, in the 5th year of his reign, had himself most copiously bled without the knowledge of his physician. The consequence of which was an extreme degree of debility and a deep melancholy, which never afterwards left him. From that time no one could venture to offer him advice respecting either his health or the state of the affairs of the society, without being rewarded for it by the rack or by instant death. Everything was therefore kept concealed from him, and he had neither friend nor adviser. Yet Ala ed-Din was not without some estimable qualities. He had a respect and esteem for learning and learned men. For the Sheikh Jemal ed-Din Gili, who dwelt at Kasvin, he testified on all occasions the utmost reverence, and sent him annually 500 dinars to defray the expenses of his household. When the people of Kasvin reproached the learned sheikh with living on the bounty of the impious, he made answer, the imams pronounce it lawful to execute the Ismailites, and to confiscate their goods. How much more lawful is it for a man to make use of their property and their money when they give them voluntarily? Ala ed-Din, who probably heard of the reproaches directed against his friend, sent to assure the people of Kasvin that it was solely on account of the sheikh that he spared them, or else he would put the earth of Kasvin into bags. Hang the bags about the necks of the inhabitants, and bring them to Alamut. The following instance of his respect for the sheikh is also related. A messenger coming with a letter to him from the sheikh was so imprudent as to deliver it to him when he was drunk. Ala ed-Din ordered him to have 100 blows of the bastinade, at the same time crying out to him, "O foolish and thoughtless man, to give me a letter from the sheikh at the time when I was drunk. Thou shouldest have waited till I was come out of the bath, and was come to my senses." The celebrated astronomer Nasir ed-Din, Victory of Religion, had also gained the consideration of Ala ed-Din, who was anxious to enjoy the pleasure of his society. But the philosopher, who resided at Bokhara, testified little inclination to accept of the favor intended him. Ala ed-Din therefore sent orders to the Dial-Kabir of Kohistan to convey the uncourteous sage to Alamut. As Nasir ed-Din was one day recreating himself in the gardens about Bokhara, he found himself suddenly surrounded by some men, who, showing him a horse, directed him to mount, telling him he had nothing to fear if he conducted himself quietly. It was in vain that he argued and remonstrated. He was far on the road to Kohistan, which was 600 miles distant, before his friends knew he was gone. The governor made every apology for what he had been obliged to do. The philosopher was sent on to Alamut to be the companion of Ala ed-Din, and it was while he was there that he wrote his great work called The Morals of Nasir, Akhlaq Naziri. 63. It was during the administration of Ala ed-Din that the following event, so strongly illustrative of the modes of procedure of the assassins, took place. The Sultan Jalal ed-Din, the last ruler of Khorasan, so well known for his heroic resistance to Chinggis Khan, had appointed the Emir Arkan governor of Nishabur, which bordered closely on the Ismailite territory of Kohistan. Arkan being obliged to attend the Sultan, the deputy whom he left in his stead made several destructive incursions into Kohistan, and laid waste the Ismailite districts of Tim and Kain. The Ismailites sent to demand satisfaction, but the only reply made to their complaints and menaces by the deputy governor was one of those symbolical proceedings so common in the East. He came to receive the Ismailite envoy with his girdle stuck full of daggers, which he flung on the ground before him, to signify either his disregard for the daggers of the society, or to intimate that he could play at that game as well as they. The Ismailites were not, however, persons to be provoked with impunity, and shortly afterwards 3 Fedavis were dispatched to Kunja, where Archon was residing at the court of the Sultan. They watched till the emir came without the walls of the town, and then fell upon and murdered him. They then hastened to the house of Sharef al-Mulk, nobleness of the realm, the vizier, and penetrated into his divan. Fortunately he was at that time engaged with the Sultan, and they missed him, but they wounded severely one of his servants, and then, sallying forth, paraded the streets, proclaiming aloud that they were assassins. They did not however escape the penalty of their temerity, for the people assembled and stoned them to death. An envoy of the Ismailites, named Bedr ed-Din, full moon of religion, Ahmed, was meantime on his way to the court of the Sultan. He stopped short on hearing what had occurred, and sent to the vizier to know whether he should go on or return. Sharef al-Mulk, who feared to irritate the assassins, directed him to continue his journey, and, when he was arrived, showed him every mark of honor. The object of Bedr ed-Din's mission was to obtain satisfaction for the ravages committed on the Ismailite territory and the cession of the fortress of Damaghan. The vizier promised the former demand without a moment's hesitation, and he made as little difficulty with regard to the second. An instrument was drawn out assigning to the Ismailites the fortress which they craved, on condition of their remitting annually to the royal treasury the sum of 30,000 pieces of gold. When this affair was arranged the Sultan set out for Azerbaijan, and the Ismailite ambassador remained the guest of the vizier. One day, after a splendid banquet, when the wine, which they had been drinking in violation of the law, had mounted into their heads, the ambassador told the vizier, by way of confidence, that there were several Ismailites among the pages, grooms, guards, and other persons who were immediately about the Sultan. The vizier, dismayed, and at the same time curious to know who these dangerous attendants were, besought the ambassador to point them out to him, giving him his napkin as a pledge that nothing evil should happen to them. Instantly, at a sign from the envoy, 5 of the persons who were attendants of the chamber stepped forth, avowing themselves to be concealed assassins. On such a day, and at such an hour, said one of them, an Indian, to the vizier, I might have slain thee without being seen or punished, and, if I did not do so, it was only because I had no orders from my superiors. The vizier, timid by nature, and rendered still more so by the effects of the wine, stripped himself to his shirt, and, sitting down before the 5 assassins, conjured them by their lives to spare him. Protesting that he was as devotedly the slave of the Sheikh Ala ed-Din as of the Sultan Jalal ed-Din. As soon as the Sultan heard of the meanness and cowardice of his vizier, he sent a messenger to him with the keenest reproaches, and in order to burn alive the 5 Ismailites without an instant's delay. The vizier, though loath, was obliged to comply, and, in violation of his promise, the 5 chamberlains were cast on the flaming pyre, where they died exulting at being found worthy to suffer in the service of the great Sheikh al-Jibal. The master of the pages was also put to death for having admitted Ismailites among them. The Sultan then set out for Iraq, leaving the vizier in Azerbaijan. While he was there an envoy arrived from Alamut, who, on being admitted to an audience, thus spake, Thou hast given 5 Ismailites to the flames, to redeem thy head, pay 10,000 pieces of gold for each of these unfortunate men. The vizier heaped honors on the envoy, and directed his secretary to draw out a deed in the usual forms, by which he bound himself to pay the Ismailites the annual sum of 10,000 pieces of gold, besides paying for them the 30,000 which went to the treasury of the Sultan. Sharef al-Mulk was then assured that he had nothing to apprehend. The preceding very characteristic anecdote rests on good authority, for it is related by Abu al-Feda Nisavi, the vizier's secretary, in his life of Sultan Jalal ed-Din. The astronomer Nasir ed-Din was not the only involuntary captive of Alamut. Ala ed-Din sent once to Farsistan to the Atabeg Mozaffar ed-Din, to request that he would send him an able physician. Requests from Alamut were not lightly to be disregarded, and the Atabeg dispatched the Imam Biha ed-Din, one of the most renowned physicians of the time, to the mountains of Jebel. The skill of the imam proved of great benefit to the prince, but when the physician applied for leave to return to his family he found that he was destined to pass the remainder of his days in Alamut, unless he should outlive his patient. The imam's release, however, was more speedy than he expected. Ala ad-Din, who had several children, had nominated the eldest of them, Rukn ad-Din, support of religion, while he was yet a child, to be his successor. As Rukn ad-Din grew up the people began to hold him in equal respect with his father, and to consider his commands as equally binding on them. Ala ad-Din took offense, and declared that he would give the succession to another of his children. But, as this directly contravened one of the Ismailite maxims, namely, that the first nomination was always the true one, it was little heeded. Rukn ad-Din, in apprehension for his life, which his father threatened, retired to a strong castle to wait there the time when he should be called to the succession. Meantime the tyranny and caprice of Ala ad-Din had given many of the principal persons about him cause to be apprehensive for their lives, and they resolved to anticipate him. There was a man at Alamut named Hassan, a native of Mazandaran, who, though no Ismailite, was of a vile and profligate character. He was the object of the doting attachment of Ala ad-Din, and consequently had free and constant access to him. Him they fixed upon as their agent, and they found no difficulty in gaining him. Ala ad-Din, whose fondness for breeding and tending sheep had never diminished, had built for himself a wooden house close by his sheepcotes, whither he was wont to retire, and where he indulged himself in all the excesses in which he delighted. Hassan of Mazandaran seized the moment when Ala ad-Din was lying drunk in this house, and shot him through the neck with an arrow. Rukn ad-Din, who is said to have been engaged in the conspiracy, assuming the part of the avenger of blood, the murderer and all his family were put to death, and their bodies committed to the flames. But this act of seeming justice did not free Rukn ad-Din from suspicion, and the bitter reproaches of his mother were poured forth on him as a parricide. The termination of the power of the Ismailites was now at hand. Rukn ad-Din had hardly ascended the throne of his murdered father when he learned that an enemy was approaching against whom all attempts at resistance would be vain. Chapter 12. The Mongols Hulagu sent against the Ismailites. Rukn ad-Din submits capture of Alamut. Destruction of the library. Fate of Rukn ad-Din. Massacre of the Ismailites. St. Louis and the assassins' mission for the conversion of the people of Kohistan. Conclusion. Half a century had now elapsed since the voice of the Mongol seer on the banks of the Salinga had announced to the tribes of that race that he had seen in a vision the great god sitting on his throne and giving sentence that Temujin, one of their chiefs, should be Chinggis Khan, Great Khan, and the obedient tribes had, under the leading of Temujin, commenced that career of conquest which extended from the eastern extremity of Asia to the confines of Egypt and of Germany. At this time the chief power over the Mongols was in the hands of Mangu, the grandson of Chinggis, a prince advantageously made known to Europe by the long abode of the celebrated Venetian Marco Polo at his court. The Mongols had not yet invaded Persia, though they had, under Chinggis himself, overthrown and stripped of his dominions the powerful Sultan of Khorasan. It was however evident that that country could not long escape the fate of so many extensive and powerful states, and that a pretext would soon be found for pouring over it the hordes of the Mongols. We are told, though it seems scarcely credible, that ambassadors came from the Caliph of Baghdad to Nevian, the Mongol general who commanded on the northern frontier of Persia, requiring safe conduct to the court of Mangu. The object of their mission was to implore the great Khan to send his invincible troops to destroy those pests of society, the bands of the Ismailites. The prayer of the envoys of the successor of the Prophet was supported by the judge of Kasvin, who happened to be at that time at the court of Mangu, where he appeared in a coat of mail, to secure himself, as he professed, from the daggers of the assassins. The Khan gave orders to assemble an army. His brother Hulagu was appointed to command it, and, as he was setting forth, Mangu thus addressed him. With heavy cavalry and a mighty host I send thee from Turan to Iran, the land of mighty princes. It behoves thee now strictly to observe, both in great and in small things, the laws and regulations of Chinggis Khan, and to take possession of the countries from the Oxus to the Nile. Draw closer unto thee by favor and rewards the obedient and the submissive, tread the refractory and the rebellious, with their wives and children, into the dust of contempt and misery. When thou hast done with the assassins, begin the conquest of Iraq. If the Caliph of Baghdad comes forward ready to serve thee, thou shalt do him no injury; if he refuses, let him share the fate of the rest. The army of Hulagu was reinforced by 1,000 families of Chinese firemen to manage the battering machines and fling the flaming naphtha, known in Europe under the name of Greek fire. He set forward in the month Ramazan of the 651st year of the Hijra, d. 1253. His march was so slow that he did not cross the Oxus till 2 years afterwards. On the farther bank of this river he took the diversion of lion hunting, but the cold came on so intense that the greater part of his horses perished, and he was obliged to wait for the ensuing spring before he could advance. All the princes of the menaced countries sent embassies to the Mongol camp announcing their submission and obedience. The headquarters of Hulagu were now in Khorasan, whence he sent envoys to Rukn-ed-Din, the Ismailite chief, requiring his submission. By the advice of the astronomer Nasir-ed-Din, who was his counselor and minister, Rukn-ed-Din sent to Basur-Nubin, one of Hulagu's generals, who had advanced to Hamadan, declaring his obedience and his wish to live in peace with every one. The Mongol general recommended that, as Hulagu himself was approaching, Rukn-ed-Din should wait on him in person. After some delay, the latter agreed to send his brother Shahinshah, who accompanied the son of Basur to the quarters of the Mongol prince. Meantime Basur, by the orders of Hulagu, entered the Ismailite territory and drew near to Alamut. The troops of the assassins occupied a steep hill near that place. The Mongols attacked them, but were repelled each time they attempted the ascent. Being forced to give over the attack, they contented themselves with burning the houses and ravaging the country round. When Shahinshah reached the camp of Hulagu and notified the submission of his brother, orders to the following effect were transmitted to the mountain chief: since Rukn-ed-Din has sent his brother unto us, we forgive him the offences of his father and his followers. He shall himself, as, during his short reign, he has been guilty of no crime, demolish his castles and come to us. Orders were sent at the same time to Basur to give over ravaging the district of Rudbar. Rukn-ed-Din began casting down some of the battlements of Alamut, and at the same time sent to beg the delay of a year before appearing in the presence of Hulagu. But the orders of the Mongol were imperative. He was required to appear at once, and to commit the defense of his territory to the Mongol officer who was the bearer of Hulagu's commands. Rukn-ed-Din hesitated. He sent again to make excuses and ask more time. And, as a proof of his obedience, he directed the governors of Kohistan and Kurdko to repair to the Mongol camp. The banners of Hulagu were now floating at the foot of Demavend, close to the Ismailite territory, and once more orders came to Maimundis, where Rukn-ed-Din and his family had taken refuge. The ruler of the world is now arrived at Demavend. And it is no longer time to delay. If Rukn-ed-Din wishes to wait a few days, he may in the meantime send his son. The affrighted chief declared his readiness to send his son, but, at the persuasion of his women and advisers, instead of his own, he sent the son of a slave, who was of the same age, requesting that his brother might be restored to him. Hulagu was soon informed of the imposition, but disdained to notice it otherwise than by sending back the child, saying he was too young, and requiring that his elder brother, if he had one, should be sent in place of Shahinshah. He at the same time dismissed Shahinshah with these words: "Tell thy brother to demolish Maimundis and come to me. If he does not come, the eternal God knows the consequences." The Mongol troops now covered all the hills and valleys, and Hulagu in person appeared before Maimundis. The assassins fought bravely, but Rukn-ed-Din had not spirit to hold out. He sent his other brother, his son, his vizier Nasir-ed-Din, and the principal persons of the society, bearing rich presents to the Mongol prince. Nasir-ed-Din was directed to magnify the strength of the Ismailite fortresses in order to gain good terms for his master. But, instead of so doing, he told Hulagu not to regard them, assuring him that the conjunction of the stars announced the downfall of the Ismailites, and that the sun of their power was hastening to its setting. It was agreed that the castle should be surrendered on condition of free egress. Rukn-ed-Din, his ministers, and his friends, entered the Mongol camp on the first day of the month Zulqa'dah. His wealth was divided among the Mongol troops. Hulagu took compassion on himself, and spoke kindly to him, and treated him as his guest. Nasir ed-Din became the vizier of the conqueror, who after wards built for him the observatory of Maraga. Mongol officers were now dispatched to all the castles of the Ismailites in Kohistan, Rudbar, and even in Syria, with orders from Rukn ed-Din to the governors to surrender or demolish them. The number of these strong castles was upwards of 100, of which there were 40 demolished in Rudbar alone. 3 of the strongest castles in this province, namely, Alamut, Lamsir, and Kurdko, hesitated to submit, their governors replying to the summons that they would wait till Hulagu should appear in person before them. In a few days the Mongol prince and his captive were at the foot of Alamut. Rukn ed-Din was led under the walls, and he ordered the governor to surrender. His command was disregarded, and Hulagu, not to waste time, removed his camp to Lamsir, leaving a corps to blockade Alamut. The people of Lamsir came forth immediately with their homage, and a few days afterwards envoys arrived from Alamut entreating Rukn ed-Din to intercede for the inhabitants with the brother of Mangu. The conqueror was moderate. He allowed them free egress, and gave them 3 days to collect and remove their families and property. On the 3rd day the Mongol troops received permission to enter and plunder the fortress. They rushed, eager for prey, into the hitherto invincible, now deserted, vulture's nest, and rifled it of all that remained in it. As they hurried through its subterranean recesses in search of treasure they frequently, to their amazement, found themselves immersed in honey, or swimming in wine. For there were large receptacles of wine, honey, and corn, hewn into the solid rock, the nature of which was such that, though, as we are told, they had been filled in the time of Hassan Sabah, the corn was perfectly sound. And the wine had not soured. This extraordinary circumstance was regarded by the Ismailites as a miracle wrought by that founder of their society. When Alamut fell into the hands of the Mongols, Adamelech, king's father, Jowaini, a celebrated vizier and historian, craved permission of Hulagu to inspect the celebrated library of that place, which had been founded by Hassan Sabah and increased by his successors, and to select from it such works as might be worthy of a place in that of the Khan. The permission was readily granted, and he commenced his survey of the books. But Adamelech was too orthodox a Mussulman, or too lazy an examiner, to make the best use of his opportunity. For all he did was to take the short method of selecting the Quran and a few other books which he deemed of value out of the collection, and to commit the remainder, with all the philosophical instruments, to the flames, as being impious and heretical. All the archives of the society were thus destroyed, and our only source of information respecting its doctrines, regulations, and history is derived from what Adamelech has related in his own history as the result of his search among the archives and books of the library of Alamut, previous to his making an auto-da-fe of them. The fate of the last of a dynasty, however worthless and insignificant his character may be, is always interesting from the circumstance alone of his being the last, and thus, as it were, embodying in himself the history of his predecessors. We shall therefore pause to relate the remainder of the story of the feeble Rukn ed-Din. When Hulagu, after the conclusion of his campaign against Rudbar, retired to Hamadan, where he had left his children, he took with him Rukn ed-Din, whom he continued to treat with kindness. Here the assassin prince became enamored of a Mongol maiden of the very lowest class. He asked permission of Hulagu to espouse her, and, by the directions of that prince, the wedding was celebrated with great solemnity. He next craved to be sent to the court of Mangu Khan. Hulagu, though surprised at this request, acceded to it also, and gave him a corps of Mongols as an escort. He at the same time directed him to order on his way the garrison of Kurdko, who still held out, to surrender, and demolish the fortress. Rukn ed-Din, as he passed by Kurdko, did as directed, but sent at the same time a private message to the governor to hold out as long as possible. Arrived at Karakorum, the residence of the Khan, he was not admitted to an audience, but the following message was delivered to him, "Thus saith Mangu, since thou affectest to be obedient to us, wherefore has not the castle of Kurdko been delivered up? Go back, and demolish all the castles which remain, then mayest thou be partaker of the honor of viewing our imperial countenance. Rukn-ed-Din was obliged to return, and, soon after he had crossed the Oxus, his escort, making him dismount under pretext of an entertainment, ran him through with their swords. Mangu Khan was determined to exterminate the whole race of the Ismailites, and orders to that effect had already reached Hulagu, who was only waiting to execute them till Kurdko should have surrendered. As the garrison of that place continued obstinate, he no longer ventured to delay. Orders for indiscriminate massacre were issued, and 12,000 Ismailites soon fell as victims. The process was short. Wherever a member of the society was met he was, without any trial, ordered to kneel down, and his head instantly rolled on the ground. Hulagu sent one of his viziers to Kasvin, where the family of Rukn-ed-Din were residing, and the whole of them were put to death, except 2 females it is said, who were reserved to glut the vengeance of the Princess Bulgan Kalun, whose father Jagatai had perished by the daggers of the assassins. The siege of Kurdko was committed by Hulagu, who was now on his march to Baghdad to put an end to the empire of the caliphs, to the princes of Mazandaran and Ruyan. The castle held out for 3 years, and the siege was rendered remarkable by the following curious occurrence. It was in the beginning of the spring when a poet named Korbi of Ruyan came to the camp. He began to sing, in the dialect of Tabaristan, a celebrated popular song of the spring, beginning with these lines. When the sun from the fish to the ram doth return, spring's banner waves high on the breeze of the morn. 64. The song awoke in the minds of princes and soldiers the recollection of the vernal delights they had left behind them, an invincible longing after them seized the whole army. And, without reflecting on the consequences, they broke up the siege, and set forth to enjoy the season of flowers in the fragrant gardens of Mazandaran. Hulagu was greatly incensed when he heard of their conduct, and sent a body of troops against them, but forgave them on their making due apologies and submissions. The Ismailite power in Persia was now completely at an end. The Caliphate, whose destruction had been its great object, was also involved in its ruin, and the power of the Mongols established over the whole of Iran. The Mongol troops failed in their attempts on the Ismailite castles in Syria. But, at the end of 14 years, what they could not effect was achieved by the great Baybars, the Circassian Mamluk Sultan of Egypt, who reduced all the strongholds of the assassins in the Syrian mountains, and extinguished their power in that region. The last intercourse of the assassins with the Western Christians which we read of was that with St. Louis. William of Nantes relates, but the tale is evidently apocryphal, that in the year 1252 of the Arsacidae were sent to France to murder that prince, who was then only 22 years of age. The Senex de Monti however repented, and sent others to warn the French monarch. These arriving in time, the former were discovered, on which the king loaded them all with presents, and dismissed them with rich gifts for their master. Rejecting this idle legend, we may safely credit the account of Joinville, that in 1250, when St. Louis was residing at Acre, after his captivity in Egypt, he was waited on by an embassy from the Old Man of the Mountain, the object of which was to procure, through his means, a remission of the tribute which he paid to the Templars and the Hospitallers. As if to obviate the answer which might naturally be made, the ambassador said that his master considered that it would be quite useless to sacrifice the lives of his people by murdering the masters of these orders, as men as good as they would be immediately appointed to succeed them. It being then morning, the king desired them to return in the evening. When they appeared again, he had with him the masters of the temple and the hospital, on the propositions being repeated, declared them to be most extravagant, and assured the ambassadors that, were it not for the sacredness of their character, and their regard for the word of the king, they would fling them into the sea. They were directed to go back, and to bring within 15 days a satisfactory letter to the king. They departed, and, returning at the appointed time, said to the king that their chief, as the highest mark of friendship, had sent him his own shirt and his gold ring. They also brought him draught and chessboards, adorned with amber, an elephant and a giraffe, orifice, of crystal. The king, not to be outdone in generosity, sent an embassy to Masyet with presents of scarlet robes, gold cups, and silver vases, for the Ismailite chief. Speculative tenets will continue and be propagated long after the sect or society which holds them may have lost all temporal influence and consideration. Accordingly, 70 years after the destruction of Alamut, in the reign of Abu Zayd, the eighth successor of Hulagu, it was found that nearly all the people of Kohistan were devoted to the Ismailite opinions. The monarch, who was an orthodox Sunni, advised with the governor of the province, and it was resolved to send a mission, composed of learned and zealous divines, for the conversion of the heretics. At the head of the mission was placed the pious and orthodox Sheikh Ahmad ed-Din of Bukhara. The other members of it were the sheikh's 2 sons and 4 other learned ulamas, doctors of law, in all 7 persons. Full of enthusiasm and zeal for the good cause which they had in hand, the missionaries set forth. They arrived at Cain, the chief place of the province, and found with grief and indignation none of the ordinary testimonies of Moslem devotion. The mosques were in ruins, no morning or evening call to prayer was to be heard, no school or hospital was to be seen. Ahmad ed-Din resolved to commence his mission by the solemn call to prayer. Adopting the precaution of arraying themselves in armor, he and his companions ascended the terrace of the castle, and all at once from its different sides shouted forth, "Say God is great. There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet. Up to prayer, to good works." The inhabitants, to whom these sounds were unusual and offensive, ran together, determined to bestow the crown of martyrdom on the missionaries. But these good men, whose zeal was of a prudent complexion, did not, though armed, abide the encounter. They took refuge in an aqueduct, where they concealed themselves till the people had dispersed, when they came forth once more, ascended the terrace, and gave the call to prayer. The people collected again, and again the missionaries sought their retreat. By perseverance, however, and the powerful support of the governor of the province, they gradually accustomed the ears of the people to the forms of orthodoxy. Many years afterwards Sultan Shahrukh, the son of Timur, resolved to send a commission to ascertain the state of religion in Kohistan. At the head of it he placed Jalali of Cain, the grandson of Ahmad ed-Din, a man of learning and talent and a distinguished writer. Jalali deemed himself especially selected by heaven for this purpose, as his grandsire had headed the former mission, and the prophet had appeared to himself in a dream, and given to him a broom to sweep the land, which he interpreted to be a commission to sweep away the impurity of infidelity out of the country. He therefore entered on his office with joy, and, after a peregrination of 11 months, reported favorably of the faith of the people of Kohistan, with the exception of some dervishes and others, who were addicted to Sufism. At the present day, nearly 6 centuries after the destruction of the Ismailite power, the sect is still in existence both in Persia and in Syria. But, like that of the Anabaptists, it has lost its terrors, and the Ismailite doctrine is now merely one of the speculative heresies of Islam. The Syrian Ismailites dwell in 18 villages around Masyut, and pay an annual sum of 16,500 piastres to the governor of Hama, who nominates their sheikh or emir. They are divided into 2 sects or parties, the Suwaidani, so named from one of their former sheikhs, and the Kisrawi, so called on account of their great reverence for Kaisar, the guardian of the well of life. They are all externally rigid observers of the precepts of Islam, but they are said to believe in the divinity of Ali, in the untreated light as the origin of all things, and in the Sheikh Rashid ed-Din Sinan as the last representative of God upon earth. The Persian Ismailites dwell chiefly in Rudbar, but they are to be met all over the east, and even appear as traders on the banks of the Ganges. Their imam, whose pedigree they trace up to Ismail, the son of Jafariya Sadiq, resides, under the protection of the Shah of Persia, at the village of Kaik, in the district of Qum. As, according to their doctrine, he is an incarnate ray of the divinity, they hold him in the utmost veneration, and make pilgrimages from the most distant places to obtain his blessing. We have thus traced the origin, the growth, and the decline of this formidable society, only to be paralleled by that of the Jesuits in extent of power and unity of plan and purpose. Unlike this last, however, its object was purely evil, and its career was one of blood, it has therefore left no deeds to which its apologists might appeal in its defense. Its history, notwithstanding, will always form a curious and instructive chapter in that of the human race. The Templars. Chapter 1. Introduction. The Crusades. Wrong ideas respecting their origin. True causes of them. Pilgrimage of Frotman Dove. The Count of Anjou. Striking difference between the Christianity of the East and that of the West. Causes of their different characters. Feudalism. The extent and force of this principle. Among the many extraordinary phenomena which the Middle Ages present, none is more deserving of attention, or more characteristic of the times and the state of society and opinion, than the institution of the religio-military orders of the Hospitallers, the Templars, and the Teutonic Knights. Of these orders, all of which owed their origin to the Crusades, and commenced in the 12th century, the last, after the final loss of the Holy Land, transferring the scene of their activity to the north of Germany, and directing their arms against the heathens who still occupied the south coast of the Baltic, became the founders, in a great measure, of the Prussian power. While the first, planting their standard on the Isle of Rhodes, long gallantly withstood the forces of the Ottoman Turks, and, when at length obliged to resign that island, took their station on the rock of Malta, where they bravely repelled the troops of the greatest of the Ottoman sultans, and maintained at least a nominal independence till the close of the 18th century. A less glorious fate attended the Knights of the Temple. They became the victims of the unprincipled rapacity of a merciless prince, their property was seized and confiscated, their noblest members perished in the flames. Their memory was traduced and maligned, the foulest crimes were laid to their charge, and a secret doctrine, subversive of social tranquility and national independence, was asserted to have animated their councils. Though many able defenders of these injured knights have arisen, the charges against them have been reiterated even in the present day. And the distinguished Orientalist, von Hammer, has recently even attempted to bring forward additional and novel proofs of their secret guilt. 65. To add one more to the number of their defenders, to trace the origin, develop the internal constitution of their society, narrate their actions, examine the history of their condemnation and suppression, and show how absurd and frivolous were the charges against them, are the objects of the present writer, who, though he is persuaded, and hopes to prove, that they held no secret doctrine, yet places them among the secret societies of the Middle Ages, because it is by many confidently maintained that they were such. As the Society of the Templars was indebted for its origin to the Crusades, we will, before entering on our narrative, endeavor to correct some erroneous notions respecting the causes and nature of these celebrated expeditions. The opinion of the Crusades having been an emanation of the spirit of chivalry is one of the most erroneous that can be conceived, yet it is one most widely spread. Romancers, and those who write history as if it were romance, exert all their power to keep up the illusion, and the very sound of the word crusade conjures up in most minds the ideas of waving plumes, gaudy surcoats, emblazoned shields, with ladies' love, knightly honor, and courteous feats of arms. A vast deal of this perversion of truth is no doubt to be ascribed to the illustrious writer of the splendid epic whose subject is the First Crusade. Tasso, who, living at the time when the last faint gleam of expiring chivalry was fitfully glowing through the moral and political gloom which was overspreading the former abodes of freedom and industry in Italy, may be excused if, young and unversed in the philosophy of history, he mistook the character of European society 6 centuries before his time, or deemed himself at liberty to minister to the taste of a court which loved the fancied image of former times, and stimulated to a generous emulation by representing the heroes of the First Crusade as animated with the spirit and the virtues of the ideal chivalry. But the same excuse is not to be made for those who, writing at the present day, confound chivalry and the Crusades, give an epitome of the history of the latter under the title of that of the former, and venture to assert that the valiant Tancred was the beau ideal of chivalry, and that the Talisman contains a faithful picture of the spirit and character of the Crusades. 66. We venture to assert that the Crusades did not originate in chivalry, and that the First Crusade, the most important of them, and that which gave the tone and character to all the succeeding ones, does not present a single vestige of what is usually understood by the term chivalry, not a trace of what the imagination rather than the knowledge of Burke described as embodying the generous loyalty to rank and sex, the proud submission The dignified obedience, and that subordination of the heart which kept alive, even in servitude itself, the spirit of an exalted freedom, that sensibility of principle, that chastity of honor, which felt a stain like a wound, which inspired courage whilst it mitigated ferocity, which ennobled whatever it touched, and under which vice itself lost half its evil by losing all its grossness. Little surely does he know of the 11th century and its spirit who can suppose any part of the foregoing description to apply to those who marched in arms to Asia to free the sepulchre of Christ. Slightly must he have perused the Gesta Tancredi of Rodolphus Cadomans, who can conceive that gallant warrior, as he undoubtedly was, to have been the mirror of chivalry. Chivalry and the Crusades commenced in the same century, and drew their origin from the same source. One was not the cause of the other, but both were effects of the same cause, and that cause was feudalism. This inculcated the proud submission, the dignified obedience, and which were gradually idealized into chivalry. It impressed on the mind of the vassal those principles of regard to the rights and property of his lord which seemed to justify and sanction the holy war. Previously, however, to explaining the manner in which this motive acted, we must stop to notice another concurring cause of the Crusades, without which it would perhaps never have begun to operate. Man has at all periods been led by a strong impulse of his nature to visit those spots which have been distinguished as the scenes of great and celebrated actions, or the abode of distinguished personages. The operation of this natural feeling is still stronger when it is combined with religion, and there arises a conviction that the object of his worship is gratified by this act of attention, and his favor thereby secured to the votary. Hence we find pilgrimage, or the practice of taking distant journeys to celebrated temples, and other places of devotion, to have prevailed in all ages of the world. In the most remote periods of the mythic history of Greece, where historic truth is not to be sought, and only manners and modes of thinking are to be discerned, we constantly meet the theoria, or pilgrimage to Delphi. Mentioned in the history of the heroes, whence we may with certainty collect that it formed at all times a portion of the manners of the Greeks. India, at the present day, witnesses annually the pilgrimage of myriads to the Temple of Juggernaut, and Jerusalem has been for thousands of years the resort of pious Israelites. The country which had witnessed the life and death of their Lord naturally acquired importance in the eyes of the early Christians, many of whom, moreover, were Jews by birth, and had always viewed Jerusalem with feelings of veneration. All, too, confounded as has unfortunately been too much the case in later times the old and the new law, and saw not that the former was but beggarly elements in comparison with the latter. And deemed that the political and economical precepts designed for a single nation, inhabiting one small region, were obligatory on the Church of Christ, which was intended to comprise the whole human race. Many of the practices of Judaism were therefore observed by the Christians, and to this principle we are perhaps in a great measure to ascribe the rapid progress of the practice, and the belief in the efficacy, of pilgrimage to the Holy City. The abuses of pilgrimage were early discerned, and some of the more pious fathers of the Church preached and wrote against the practice. But piety and eloquence were vain, and could little avail to stem the torrent when men believed that the waters of Jordan had efficacy to wash every sin, though unattended by sincere repentance. The Church, as she advanced in corruption, improved in worldly wisdom, and, taking pilgrimage under her protection, made it a part of her penal discipline. The sinner was now ordered a journey to the Holy Land as a means of freeing his soul from the guilt of his perhaps manifold enormities. Each year saw the number of the pilgrims augment, while the growing veneration for relics, of which those which came from the Holy Land were esteemed the most efficacious, stimulated pilgrimage by adding the incentive of profit. As a small stock of money laid out in the purchase of the generally counterfeit relics always on sale at Jerusalem would produce perhaps 1,000%. On the return of the pilgrim to his native country. A pilgrim was also held in respect and veneration wherever he came, as an especial favorite of the divinity, having been admitted by him to the high privilege of visiting the sacred places, a portion of whose sanctity it would be supposed might still adhere to him. The 11th century was the great season of pilgrimage. A strange misconception of the meaning of a portion of Scripture had led men to fancy that the year 1000 was to be that of the advent of Christ, to judge the world. as the valley of Jehoshaphat was believed to be the spot on which this awful event would take place. The same feeling which leads people at the present day to lay a flattering unction to their souls by supposing that deathbed repentance will prove equivalent in the sight of God to a life passed in obedience to His will and in the exercise of virtue, impelled numbers to journey to the Holy Land, in the belief that this officiousness, as it were, of hitherto negligent servants would be well taken by their Lord, and procure them an indulgent hearing before His judgment seat. Pilgrimage, therefore, increased greatly, the failure of their expectations, the appointed time having passed away without the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven, gave it no check, but, on the contrary, rather an additional impulse. And during this century the caravans of pilgrims attained to such magnitude and strength as to be deserving of the appellation of the armies of the Lord precursive of the first and greatest crusade. In truth, the belief in the merit and even the obligation of a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, in the sight of God, was now as firmly impressed on the mind of every Christian, be his rank what it might, as that of the necessity and advantage of one to the Kaaba of Mecca is in the apprehension of the followers of Muhammad. And in the degraded state of the human intellect at that period a pilgrimage was deemed adequate to the removal of all sin. As a proof of this we shall narrate the pilgrimages of two distinguished personages of those times. The first occurred in the 9th, the second in the 11th century. In the reign of Lothair, son of Louis the Debonair, a nobleman of Brittany, named Frotmund, who had murdered his uncle and his youngest brother, began to feel remorse for his crimes. Arrayed in the habit of a penitent, he presented himself before the monarch and an assembly of his prelates, and made confession of his guilty deeds. The king and bishops had him straitly bound in chains of iron, and then commanded him, in expiation of his guilt, to set forth for the East, and visit all the holy places, clad in haircloth, and his forehead marked with ashes. Accompanied by his servants and the partners of his crime, the Breton lord directed his course to Palestine, which he reached in safety. Having, in obedience to the mandates of his sovereign and of the Church, visited all the holy places, he crossed the Arabian desert, which had been the scene of the wanderings of Israel, and entered Egypt. He thence traversed a part of Africa, and went as far as Carthage, whence he sailed for Rome. Here the Pope, on being consulted, advised him to make a second pilgrimage, in order to complete his penance, and obtain the perfect remission of his sins. Frotmund accordingly set forth once more, and having performed the requisite duties at the Holy City, proceeded to the shore of the Red Sea, and there took up his abode for 3 years on Mount Sinai, after which time he made a journey to Armenia, and visited the mountain on which the Ark of Noah had rested. His crimes being now, according to the ideas of those times, expiated, he returned to his native country, where he was received as a saint, and taking up his abode in the convent of Redon, passed there the remainder of his days, and died deeply regretted by his brethren. 67. Fulk de Nera, Count of Anjou, had spilt much innocent blood. He had had his first wife burnt alive, and forced his second wife to seek refuge from his barbarity in the Holy Land. The public odium pursued him, and conscience asserting her rights presented to his disturbed imagination the forms of those who had perished by him issuing from their tombs, and reproaching him with his crimes. Anxious to escape from his invisible tormentors, the Count put on him the habit of a pilgrim, and set forth for Palestine. The tempests which he encountered in the Syrian seas seemed to his guilty soul the instruments of divine vengeance, and augmented the fervor of his repentance. Having reached Jerusalem in safety, he set heartily about the work of penance. He traversed the streets of the holy city with a cord about his neck, and beaten with rods by his servants, while he repeated these words, "Lord, have mercy on a faithless and perjured Christian, on a sinner wandering far from his home." During his abode in Jerusalem he gave abundant alms, relieving the wants of the pilgrims, and leaving numerous monuments of his piety and munificence. Deep as was the penitence of the Count of Anjou, it did not stand in the way of the exercise of a little pious fraud. By an ingenious device he deceived the impious malignity of the profane Saracens, who would have made him defile the Holy Sepulchre. And the chroniclers tell us that as he lay prostrate before the sacred tomb he contrived to detach from it a precious stone, which he carried back with him to the west. On his return to his duchy he built, at the castle of Laux, a church after the model of that of the resurrection at Jerusalem, and here he every day implored with tears the divine forgiveness. His mind, however, could not yet rest. He was still haunted by the same horrid images, and he once more visited the Holy Land, and edified the faithful by the austerity of his penance. Returning home by the way of Italy, he delivered the supreme pontiff from a formidable enemy who was ravaging his territory, and the grateful pope conferred on him in return the full absolution of all his sins. Fulk brought with him to Anjou a great quantity of relics, with which he adorned the churches of Laux and Angers, and his chief occupation thenceforward was the building of towns and monasteries, whence he acquired the name of the Great Builder. His people, who blessed heaven for his conversion, honored and loved him. The guilt of his sins had been removed by the means which were then deemed of sovereign efficacy. Yet still the monitor placed by God in the human breast, and which in a noble mind no power can reduce to perfect silence, did not rest. And the Holy Land beheld, for the third time, the Count of Anjou watering the sepulchre of Christ with his tears, and groaning afresh over his transgressions. He quitted Jerusalem for the last time, recommending his soul to the prayers of the pious brethren whose office it was to receive the pilgrims, and turned his face homewards. But Anjou he was never more to behold. Death surprised him at Metz. His body was transferred to Laux, and buried in his church of the Holy Sepulchre. These instances may suffice to show what the opinion of the efficacy and merit of pilgrimage to the Holy Land was at the time of which we write. We here find convincing proof that in the minds of princes and prelates, the highest and most enlightened order of society, it was confidently believed to avail to remove the guilt of crimes of the deepest dye. And let not any one say that the clergy took advantage of the ignorance of the people, and made it the instrument of extending their own power and influence. For such an assertion would evince ignorance both of human nature in general and of the temper and conduct of the Romish hierarchy at that, and we might almost say at all periods of its existence. However profligate the lives of many of the clergy may have been, they never called in question the truth of the dogmas of their religion. Even the great and daring Gregory VII. In the midst of what appear to us as arrogant and almost impious assumptions, never for a moment doubted of the course which he was pursuing being the right one, and agreeable to heaven. The clergy, as well as the laity, were firmly persuaded of the efficacy of pilgrimage, and in both the persuasion was naturally stronger in proportion to the ignorance of the believer. We accordingly find that vast numbers of all ranks, and both sexes, clergy as well as laity, annually repaired to the tomb of Christ. It remains to be explained what the principle was which gave origin to the idea of the right and justice of recovering the Holy Land, which was now in the hands of the fanatic Turks, instead of those of the tolerant Saracens. This cause was, as we have above asserted, the feudal spirit, that is, the spirit of the age, and not that emanation of it termed chivalry. Religion, whatever its original nature and character, will always take a tinge from the manners and temper of those who adopt it. Nothing can be more illustrative of the truth of this observation than the history of the Christian religion. Anyone who opens the Gospel, and reads it without preconception or prejudice, cannot fail at once to recognize the rational and fervent piety, the active benevolence, the pure morality, the noble freedom from the trammels of the world, joined with the zealous discharge of all the social duties, which every page of it inculcates. Yet we find this religion in the East degenerating into abject groveling superstition, metaphysical quibbling, pursued with all the rancor of the odium theologicum, while in the West it assumed a fiery fanatic character, and deemed the sword an instrument of conversion superior to reason and argument. This difference, apparently so strange, arose from the difference of the social state and political institutions of the people of the East and of the West at the time when they embraced Christianity. The free spirit had long since fled from Greece when the first Christian missionaries preached the faith among its people. But the temper of the Greek was still lively, and his reasoning powers acute. Moreover, he had still the same leaning towards a sensible and material religion which has at all times distinguished him. And the increasing despotism of the empire depressed and enfeebled more and more every day the martial spirit which he had displayed in the days of his freedom. No field remained for his mental activity but that of philosophy and religion. The former, which had long been his delight, he had contrived to subtilize into an almost unintelligible mysticism. And in this form it speedily spread its infection through his new faith, which was besides further metamorphosed and changed in character by an infusion from the dualistic system of Persia. Meantime the ascetic spirit which had come from the East joined with the timidity engendered by the pressure of despotism to make him mistake the spirit of the gospel, and convert Christianity into a crouching cowardly superstition. When the Emperor Nicephorus Phocas sought to infuse a martial and fanatic spirit into his subjects, and to rouse them to vigorous exertion against the Saracens, his bishops replied to his exhortations by citing a canon of St. Basil, which directed that he who had slain an enemy in battle should abstain during 3 years from participation in the holy sacraments. The priest of a little town in Cilicia was engaged one day in saying Mass when a band of Saracens burst in, and began to plunder the town. Without waiting to take off his sacerdotal vestments, he seized the hammer, which in the churches of the East frequently serves the purpose of a bell, and, flying among the infidels, plied his weapon to such effect that he forced them to a precipitate flight, and saved the town. What was the reward of the gallant priest? He was censured by his diocesan, interdicted the exercise of his ghostly functions, and so ill-treated in other respects, that he flung off his robes and joined the Saracens, whose more martial and energetic creed accorded better with his manly sentiments. When the pilgrims of the First Crusade began to arrive in such terrific numbers at Constantinople, the Greek emperor and his subjects could hardly persuade themselves of the possibility of religion being the actuating cause of such a portentous movement, so little did religion and deeds of arms accord in their minds. But with the nations of the West the case was different. In these the ruling portion, that which gave tone to the whole, were of the Gothic and Germanic races, whose hardy bands had dashed to pieces the worn-out fabric of the Western Empire. Worshippers in their native forests of Thor and Odin, and the other deities of Valhalla, who admitted none but the valiant dead to share in the celestial pork and mead which each day crowned the board in their lucid abode, their manners, their sentiments, their whole being was martial, and they infused this spirit into the religion which they adopted from their Roman subjects. In making this change in its tone they derived aid from the Jewish portion of the sacred volume, which has been in all ages abused, by men ignorant of its character and original use, to purposes of fanaticism and persecution. And the religion of Christian Europe, from the 5th century downwards, became of a martial and conquering character. By the sword Charlemagne converted the pagan Saxons, his successors employed the sword against the heathen Wends. And by fire and sword Olaf Tryggvason spread Christianity throughout the north. In former times this mode of conversion had been in a great degree foreign to the Western Church. And persuasion had been chiefly employed in the dissemination of the faith among the heathen nations. The religion of the West we thus see was martial. But this spirit alone would not have sufficed to produce the crusade which was to interest and appear as a duty to all orders of men. Here the feudal principle came into operation, and gave the requisite impulse. In the 11th century the feudal system was completely developed in France and Germany, and the modes of thinking, speaking, and acting derived from it pervaded all the relations of life. From the top to the bottom of society the mutual obligations of lords and vassals were recognized and acted upon. And each vassal deemed it a most sacred duty to defend by arms the honor and property of his superior lord. There was also a kind of supreme temporal chief of the Christian world acknowledged in the person of the Emperor of Germany, who was viewed as the successor of Charlemagne, and the representative of the Roman emperors. The feudal ideas extended even to the hierarchy, which now put forth such exorbitant claims to supremacy over the temporal power. The head of the church was an acknowledged vicegerent of him who was styled in Scripture Lord of all the kingdoms of the earth. Jesus Christ was, therefore, the apex of the pyramid of feudal society. He was the great suzerain and lord paramount of all princes and peoples, and all were equally under obligation to defend his rights and honor. Such were evidently the sentiments of the age. It is hardly necessary to remind the reader that the religion of the period which we treat of was of a gross and material character, and that the passions and infirmities of human nature were freely bestowed on the glorified Son of God. He was deemed to take a peculiar interest in the spot of land where he had sojourned when on earth, and more especially in the tomb in which his body had been deposited, and with grief and indignation to see them in the hands of those who contemptuously derided his divinity, and treated with insult and cruelty those of his faithful vassals who underwent the toils and dangers of a distant journey to offer their homage at his tomb. Nothing could, therefore, be more grateful to his feelings than to behold the sacred soil of Palestine free from heathen pollution, and occupied and defended by his faithful vassals. And no true son of the Church could hesitate a moment to believe that it was his bounden duty to arm himself in the cause of his Lord, and help to reinstate him in his heritage. Here, then, without having recourse to the romantic principle of chivalry, we have an adequate solution of the phenomenon of the First Crusade. Here we have a motive calculated to operate on the minds of all orders, equally effectual with men of piety, virtue, and wealth, like Godfrey of Bouillon and Stephen of Chartres, who looked for no temporal advantages. As with the meanest and most superstitious of the vassals and serfs who might be supposed to have only sought a refuge from misery and oppression by assuming the cross. We would not by any means be supposed to deny that many other causes and motives were in operation at the same time, but this we deem the grand one. This was the motive which gave dignity to and hallowed all others, and which affected the mind of every crusader, be his rank or station in society what it might. Pilgrimage then was esteemed a duty, and a powerful mean of removing guilt and appeasing the wrath of the Almighty. The spirit of the age was martial, and its religion, tinged by the ancient system of the north of Europe, was of the same character. The feudal principle was in its vigor, and extended even to the relations of man with the deity. The rude and barbarous Turks had usurped the heritage, the very crownlands, as we may say, of Jesus Christ, and insulted his servants, whose duty it plainly was to punish them, and free the tomb of their Lord. The natural result of such a state of circumstances Aria opinion was the First Crusade. Chapter 2. First Hospital at Jerusalem Church of Santa Maria de Latina Hospital of St. John. The Hospitallers' origin of the Templars. Their original poverty. They acquire consideration. St. Bernard. His character of the Templars. The order approved of and confirmed by the Council of Troyes. Proofs of the esteem in which they were held. In consequence of the resort of pilgrims and traders from the west to Jerusalem, it had been found necessary to build there, with the consent of the Saracens, auspicia, or places of entertainment for them during their abode in the Holy City. For they could not, consistently with the religious animosity which prevailed between them and the Moslems, seek the hospitality of these last, and the Christians of the Greek Church who dwelt in the Holy City. Besides that they had no very friendly feeling towards their Catholic brethren, were loath to admit them into their houses, on account of the imprudent language and indecorous acts in which they were too frequently in the habit of indulging, and which were so likely to compromise their hosts with their Saracen lords. Accordingly the monk Bernard, who visited Jerusalem in the year 870, found there, in the valley of Jehoshaphat, near the Church of the Holy Virgin, a hospital consisting of 12 mansions, for Western pilgrims, which was in the possession of some gardens, vineyards, and cornfields. It had also a good collection of books, the gift of Charlemagne. There was a market held in front of it, which was much resorted to, and every dealer paid 2 pieces of gold to the overseer for permission to have a stand there. In the 11th century, when the ardor of pilgrimage was inflamed anew, there was a hospital within the walls of Jerusalem for the use of the Latin pilgrims, which had been erected by Italian traders, chiefly of Amalfi. Near this hospital, and within a stone's cast of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, they erected, with the permission of the Egyptian Caliph, a church dedicated to the Holy Virgin, which was usually called Sta Maria de Latina. In this hospital abode an abbot and a good number of monks, who were of the Latin Church, and followed the rule of Saint Benedict. They devoted themselves to the reception and entertainment of pilgrims, and gave alms to those who were poor, or had been rifled by robbers, to enable them to pay the tax required by the Moslems for permission to visit the holy places. When the number of the pilgrims became so great that the hospital was incapable of receiving them all, the monks raised another hospitium close by their church, with a chapel dedicated to a canonized patriarch of Alexandria, named St. John Aleman, or the Compassionate. This new hospital had no income of its own, the monks and the pilgrims whom they received derived their support from the bounty of the abbot of the convent of the Holy Virgin, or from the alms of pious Christians. At the time when the army of the Crusaders appeared before the walls of Jerusalem, the hospital of St. John was presided over by Gerard, a native of Provence, a man of great uprightness and of exemplary piety. His benevolence was of a truly Christian character, and far transcended that of his age in general. For during the period of the siege he relieved all who applied to him for succor, and not merely did the schismatic Greek share his bounty, even the unbelieving Moslem was not repelled when he implored his aid. When the city was taken, numbers of the wounded pilgrims were received, and their wounds tended in the hospital of St. John, and the pious Duke Godfrey, on visiting them some days afterwards, heard nothing but the praises of the good Gerard and his monks. Emboldened by the universal favor which they enjoyed, Gerard and his companions expressed their wish to separate themselves from the monastery of Sta. Maria de Latina, and pursue their works of charity alone and independently. Their desire met no opposition, they drew up a rule for themselves, to which they made a vow of obedience in presence of the Patriarch, and assumed as their dress a black mantle with a white cross on the breast. The humility of these hospitallers was extreme. They styled the poor and the sick their lords and themselves their servants, to them they were liberal and compassionate, to themselves rigid and austere. The finest flour went to compose the food which they gave to the sick and poor, what remained after they were satisfied, mingled with clay, was the repast of the monks. As long as the brotherhood were poor they continued in obedience to the abbot of Sta. Maria de Latina, and also paid tithes to the Patriarch. But a tide of wealth soon began to flow in upon them. Duke Godfrey, enamored of their virtue, bestowed on them his lordship of Montbois, in Brabant, with all its appurtenances, and his brother and successor, Baldwin, gave them a share of all the booty taken from the infidels. These examples were followed by other Christian princes, so that within the space of a very few years the hospital of St. John was in possession of numerous manors both in the East and in Europe, which were placed under the management of members of their society. The hospitaliers now coveted a total remission of all the burdens to which they were subject, and they found no difficulty in obtaining all that they desired. Pope Paschal II, in the year 1113, confirmed their rule, gave them permission, on the death of Gerard, to elect their own head, without the interference of any temporal or spiritual power whatever, freed them from the obligation of paying tithes to the Patriarch, and confirmed all the donations made or to be made to them. The brotherhood of the hospital was now greatly advanced in consideration, and reckoned among its members many gallant knights, who laid aside their arms, and devoted themselves to the humble office of ministering to the sick and needy. The worthy Gerard died in the same year with King Baldwin I, 1118, and Raymond Dupuy, a knight of Dauphiné, who had become a brother of the order, was unanimously elected to succeed him in his office. Raymond, who was a man of great vigor and capacity, drew up a series of rules for the direction of the society, adapted to its present state of consequence and extent. From these rules it appears that the order of St. John admitted both the clergy and the laity among its members, and that both were alike bound to yield the most implicit obedience to the commands of their superior. Whether Raymond had any ulterior views is uncertain, but in the regulations which he made we cannot discern any traces of the spirit which afterwards animated the order of St. John. Just, however, as Raymond had completed his regulations there sprang up a new society, with different maxims, whose example that of St. John found itself afterwards obliged to adopt and follow. The Holy Land was at that time in a very disturbed and unquiet state, the Egyptian power pressed it on the south, the Turkish on the north and east, the Arab tribes indulged in their usual predatory habits, and infested it with hostile incursions. The Mussulman inhabitants were still numerous, the Syrian Christians were ill-affected towards the Latins, from whom they frequently experienced the grossest ill-treatment, the Latins were few and scattered. Hence the pilgrim was exposed to numerous dangers. Peril beset him on his way from the port at which he landed to the Holy City, and new perils awaited him when he visited the banks of the Jordan, or went to pluck his branch of consecrated palm in the gardens of Jericho. Many a pilgrim had lost his life on these occasions. Viewing these evils, 9 valiant and pious knights resolved to form themselves into an association which should unite the characters of the monk and the knight, by devoting themselves to a life of chastity and piety at the tomb of the Saviour, and by employing their swords in the protection of the pilgrims on their visits to the holy places. They selected as their patroness the sweet Mother of God, La Dote Mère de Dieu, and their resolution, according so perfectly with the spirit of the Crusades, which combined piety and valor, gained at once the warm approbation of the king and the patriarch. In the presence of the latter they took the 3 ordinary vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience, and a 4th of fighting incessantly in the cause of pilgrims and the Holy Land against the heathen. They bound themselves to live according to the rule of the canons of St. Augustine, and elected as their first master Hugh de Payens. The king, Baldwin II, assigned them a portion of his palace for their abode, and he and his barons contributed to their support. As the palace stood close by the church and convent of the Temple, the abbot and canons gave them a street leading from it to the palace, for keeping their magazines and equipments in. And hence they styled themselves the soldiery of the Temple, militia Templi, and Templars. They attracted such immediate consideration, owing in great part, no doubt, to the novelty of their plan, that the very year after their establishment, 1120, Fulk, Count of Anjou, who was come on pilgrimage to Jerusalem, joined their society as a married brother, and on his return home annually remitted them 30 pounds of silver in furtherance of their pious objects. And the example of the Count of Anjou was followed by several other princes and nobles of the West. The English historian, Brompton, who wrote in the 12th century, asserts that the founders of the Order of the Temple had originally been members of that of St. John. We know not what degree of credit this may be entitled to 68, but it is certain that there had been as yet nothing of a military character in this last, and that its assumption of such a character was an imitation of the Society of the Temple. For, urged by the praise which they saw lavished on the Templars for their meritorious conduct, the Hospitallers resolved to add the task of protecting to that of tending and relieving pilgrims. And such of their members as were knights resumed their arms, joyful to employ them once more in the cause of God. The amplitude of their revenues enabled them to take a number of knights and footmen into their payé practice, in which they had probably been preceded by the Templars, who thus employed the money which was remitted to them from Europe. But during the lifetime of Raymond Dupuy the Order of the Hospital did not become completely a military one. He always bore the simple title of Director, Procurator, of the hospital, and it was not till some time afterwards that the head of the society was, like that of the Templars, styled Master, and led its troops to battle. At all times the tendance of the poor and the sick formed a part of the duties of the brethren of the hospital, and this was always a marked distinction between them and the rival order of the Temple, whose only task was that of fighting against the infidels. During the first 9 years which elapsed after the institution of their order the Knights of the Temple lived in poverty, religiously devoting all the money which was sent to them from Europe to the advantage of the Holy Land and the service of pilgrims. They had no peculiar habit, their raiment was such as the charity of the faithful bestowed upon them. And though knights, and engaged in constant warfare against the infidels, their poverty and moderation were such that Hugh de Payens and his companion, Godfrey, of St. Omer, had but one war-horse between them, a circumstance which they afterwards, in their brilliant period, commemorated by their seal, which represented 2 knights mounted on the one horse. A device chosen with a view to inculcating humility on the brethren, now beginning to wax haughty and insolent. A chief cause of the extraordinary success of the first Crusaders had been the want of union among their enemies. The Saracens and Turks mutually hated each other, and would not combine for a common object, and the Turks were, moreover, at enmity among themselves, and one prince frequently allied himself with the Christians against another. But they were now beginning to perceive the necessity of union, and were becoming every day more formidable to their Christian neighbors. King Baldwin II, who had been a prisoner in their hands, made every effort when he had obtained his freedom to strengthen his kingdom, and, among other means for this purpose, he resolved to gain for the Templars, whose valor, humility, and single-mindedness were the theme of general applause, additional consideration, by obtaining from the Holy Father the confirmation of their order, With this view he dispatched, in the year 1127, 2 of their members, named Andreas and Gundamar, to Rome, with this request to the Pope, to whom they were also to make a strong representation of the perilous state of the Holy Land. The king, moreover, furnished them with a letter of recommendation to Saint Bernard, abbot of Clairvaux, whose influence was then all-powerful in the Christian world, and who was nephew of the envoy Andreas. Shortly afterwards Hugh de Payens himself arrived in Europe with 5 others of the brethren. Nothing could be more advantageous to the new order than the favour and countenance of the illustrious abbot of Clairvaux, who had been for some time past an admirer of its objects and deeds. 3 years before this time he had written a letter to the Count of Champagne, who had entered the order of the Templars, praising the act as one of eminent merit in the sight of God. He now, on occasion of the visit of the Master 69, wrote, at his request, an eloquent work, exhorting the brethren of the new order to persevere in their toilsome but highly laudable task of fighting against the tyranny of the heathens, and commending their piety to the attention of all the faithful, setting in strong opposition to the luxury of the knights of his time the modesty and simplicity of these holy warriors. He extolled the unlimited obedience of the Templars to their master, both at home and in the field. They go and come, says he, at a sign from their master. They wear the clothing which he gives them, and ask neither food nor clothing from any one else. They live cheerfully and temperately together, without wives and children, and, that nothing may be wanting for evangelical perfection, without property, in one house, endeavouring to preserve the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace, so that one heart and one soul would appear to dwell in them all. They never sit idle, or go about gaping after news. When they are resting from warfare against the infidels, a thing which rarely occurs, not to eat the bread of idleness, they employ themselves in repairing their clothes and arms, or do something which the command of the master or the common need enjoins. There is with them no respect of persons, the best, not the noblest, are the most highly regarded, they endeavour to anticipate one another in respect and to lighten each other's burdens. No unseemly word or light mocking, no murmur or immoderate laughter, is let to pass unreproved, if any one should allow himself to indulge in such. They avoid games of chess and tables. They are adverse to the chase, and equally so to hawking, in which others so much delight. They hate all jugglers and mountebanks, all wanton songs and plays, as vanities and follies of this world. They cut their hair in obedience to these words of the Apostle, it is not seemly in a man to have long hair, no one ever sees them dressed out, they are seldom ever washed. They are mostly to be seen with disordered hair, and covered with dust, brown from their corslets and the heat of the sun. When they go forth to war they arm themselves within with faith, without with iron, but never adorn themselves with gold, wishing to excite fear in the enemy, and not the desire of booty. They delight in horses which are strong and swift, not in such as are handsomely marked and richly caparisoned, wishing to inspire terror rather than admiration. They go not impetuously and headlong into battle, but with care and foresight, peacefully, as the true children of Israel. But as soon as the fight has begun, then they rush without delay on the foes, esteeming them but as sheep. And know no fear, even though they should be few, relying on the aid of the Lord of Sabaoth. Hence one of them has often put 1,000, and 2 of them 10,000, to flight. Thus they are, in union strange, at the same time gentler than lambs and grimmer than lions, so that one may doubt whether to call them monks or knights. But both names suit them, for theirs is the mildness of the monk and the valor of the knight. What remains to be said but that this is the Lord's doing, and it is wonderful in our eyes. Such are they whom God has chosen out of the bravest in Israel, that, watchful and true, they may guard the holy sepulchre, armed with swords, and well skilled in war. Though in these expressions of St. Bernard there may be perceived some marks of rhetorical exaggeration, they prove incontestably the high character and sincere virtue of the founders of the Society of the Templars, and that it was organized and regulated with none but worthy objects in view. They also offer, if such were required, an additional proof that the crusade was no emanation of chivalry, for those to whom Saint Bernard throughout sets the Templars in opposition were the chivalry of the age. This epistle of the abbot of Clairvaux had been circulated, and every other just and honest mean employed to conciliate the public favour for the Templars, when, on the January 31st, 1128, the master, Hugh de Payens, appeared before the Council of Troyes, consisting of the archbishops of Reims and Sens, 10 bishops, and a number of abbots, among whom was St. Bernard himself, and presided over by the Cardinal of Albano, the papal legate. The master having given an account of the principles and exploits of the Templars, the assembled fathers approved of the new order, and gave them a new rule, containing their own previous regulations, with several additions drawn from that of the Benedictines, and chiefly relating to spiritual matters. The validity of this rule was made to depend on the approbation of it by the Holy Father and by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, neither of whom hesitated to confirm it. By the direction of the Pope Honorius, the synod appointed a white mantle to be the distinguishing dress of the brethren of the temple, that of those of the hospital being black. This mantle was plain, without any cross, and such it remained till the pontificate of Pope Eugenius III, who, in 1146, appointed the Templars to wear a red cross on the breast, as a symbol of the martyrdom to which they stood constantly exposed. The cross worn on their black mantles, by the Knights of St. John, was, as we have seen 70, white. The order now assumed, or were assigned, a peculiar banner, formed of cloth, striped black and white, called in Old French, Bausiant 71, which word became the battle cry of the Knights of the Temple, and often struck terror into the hearts of the infidels. It bore on it the ruddy cross of the order, and the pious and humble inscription, Non nobis, Domini, non nobis, sed nomini tua, de gloriam, not to us, O Lord, not to us, but to thy name give the glory. Several knights now assumed the habit of the order, and in a progress which Hugh de Payens, accompanied by some of the brethren, made through France and England, he acquired for it universal favour. He did not neglect the charge, committed to him by the King of Jerusalem, of invoking aid for the Holy Land, now so hard bested, and his exhortations were not without effect. Fulk, Count of Anjou, now rejoined his master and brethren. But as he had gotten an invitation to repair to Jerusalem, and espouse the only daughter of the king, he set out before them to the east. Hugh de Payens would admit no knight into the order who did not terminate all his feuds and enmities, and amend his life. Thus, when a knight, named Hugh d'Amboise, who had oppressed the people of Marmoutier, and had refused obedience to the judicial sentence of the Count of Anjou, was desirous to enter the order, he refused to admit him to take the vows till he had given perfect satisfaction to those whom he had injured. Honor and respect awaited the Templars wherever they appeared, and persons of all ranks were eager to do what might be grateful to them. When the Templar who came with the seal of Godfrey of St. Omer, as his credential to the governor of that place, to demand his goods which Godfrey had given the order, he met with a most favourable reception, not only from the governor, but from the bishop. And on their applying, as was necessary in this case, to the Count of Flanders and Alsatia, that prince was so far from throwing any impediments in the way, that, in a very short space of time, the buildings which had belonged to Godfrey were converted into a church and a temple house. Many Flemish gentlemen followed the example of Godfrey, and bestowed a part or their property on the Templars. King Henry I of England, who met and conversed with Hugh de Payens in Normandy, was so pleased with his account of the new order, that he presented him with many rich gifts, and gave him strong recommendations to the principal of the English barons. The Emperor Lothair bestowed in 1130 on the order a large part of his patrimony of Supplinburg. The old Count Raymond Berenger, of Barcelona and Provence, weary of the world and of the toils of government, became a Templar, and took up his abode in the Temple House at Barcelona. And, as he could not go personally to combat the infidels in the Holy Land, he continually sent rich gifts to the brethren at Jerusalem, and he complied rigorously with all the other duties of the order. In 1133 Alfonso, King of Aragon and Navarre, a valiant and warlike monarch, who had been victor in 29 battles against the Moors, finding himself old and without children, made a will, by which he appointed the Knights of the Temple and of the Hospital, together with the canons of the Holy Sepulchre, to be his joint heirs, deeming, perhaps, That the most gallant defenders of the Holy Land would best prosecute his favorite object of breaking the power of the infidels. The aged monarch fell the following year in the Battle of Fraga, against the Moors, and, negligent of his disposition of the realm, the nobles of Aragon and Navarre met and chose sovereigns out of his family. The orders were not strong enough to assert their rights, and this instance, therefore, only serves to show the high degree of consideration to which they had so early attained. Chapter 3. Return of the Templars to the East. Exoneration and refutation of the charge of a connection with the Ismailites. Actions of the Templars. Crusade of Louis VII. Siege of Ascalon. Siege of Nasr ed-Din. Corruption of the Hospitallers. The Bull, Omni Datum Optimum. Refusal of the Templars to march against Egypt. Murder of the Ismailite envoy. In the year 1129 Hugh de Payens, accompanied by 300 knights of the noblest families in Europe, who had become members of the order, and followed by a large train of pilgrims, returned to the Holy Land. Shortly after his arrival, the unlucky expedition to Damascus above narrated, was undertaken, and the Templars formed a portion of the troops which marched, as they fancied, to take possession of that city. As has been observed, this is the first occasion on which we find the Christians in alliance and connection with the Ismailites. And as Hammer, the historian of the last, makes the grave charge against Hugh de Payens, of having modelled his new society on the plan of that deadly association, and of having been the chief planner and instigator of the treacherous attempt on Damascus, we will suspend the course of our narration, to discuss the probability of that opinion. Though in so doing we must anticipate a little respecting the organization of the Order of the Temple. Hammer argues an identity between the two orders, as he styles them, of the Ismailites and the Templars, from the similarity of their dress, their internal organization, and their secret doctrine. And as the two societies existed in the same country, and that of the Ismailites was first instituted, he infers that this was the original, and that of the Templars the copy. First, with respect to the outward habiliment, the dress of the order. Nothing, as appears to us, can be weaker than to lay any stress on so casual a circumstance as similarity of forms or colors, more especially when a true and distinct cause for the assumption of them on either side can be assigned. The color of the caliphs of the house of Umayyah was white, hence the house of Abbas, in their contest with them, adopted black, as their distinguishing hue. And hence, when the Abbasids were in possession of the supreme power, all those who, under pretense of supporting the rights of the family of Ali, or on any other pretext, raised the standard of revolt against them, naturally selected white as the sign of their opposition. Hassan Sabah, therefore, only retained the use of the color which he found already established. When he formed the institution of the Fedavi, or the devoted to death, what more suitable mark of distinction could he assign them than a red girdle or cap, which indicated their readiness to spill their own blood or that of others? With respect to the Templars, the Society of the Hospitallers was already existing when Hugh de Payens and his companions resolved to form themselves into a new association. The mantle worn by the members of the hospital was black. What color then was so natural for them to adopt as its opposite, white? And when, nearly 30 years after their institution, the Pope appointed them or gave them permission to wear a cross on their mantle, like the rival order, no color could present itself so well suited to those who daily and hourly exposed themselves to martyrdom, as that of blood, in which there was so much of what was symbolical. With respect to internal organization, it will, we apprehend, be always found that this is, for the most part, the growth of time and the product of circumstances, and is always nearly the same where these last are similar. The dominion of the assassins extended over large tracts of country, hence arose the necessity of appointing lieutenants. In like manner, when the Templars got large possessions in the west and the east, they could not avoid, after the example of the Hospitallers, appointing persons to manage the affairs of the society in different countries. Hence, then, as the Ismailites had their Sheikh al-Jibal, with his Deus al-Kabir of Kohistan and Syria, so the Templars had their master and their priors of different provinces. The resemblance is so far exact, but, as we see, easily accounted for. That which Hammer goes on to draw between the component parts of each society is altogether fanciful. To the Rafiq, Khedive and Lasik of the Ismailites, he sets as counterparts the knights, esquires, and serving brethren of the Templars. It is needless to point out the arbitrariness of this comparison. The chaplains of the Templars, we may see, are omitted, and it was, perhaps, they who bore the greatest resemblance to the refiques, while neither knights nor esquires had the smallest similarity to the Khedive. As to a secret doctrine, we shall hereafter discuss the question whether the Templars had one or not. Here we shall only observe, that the proof of it, and of the ultimate object of the Templars being the same with that of the Ismailites, namely, the acquisition of independent power, adduced by Hammer, is by no means satisfactory. He says that it was the object of both societies to make themselves masters of the surrounding country, by the possession of fortresses and castles, and thus become formidable rivals to princes. And he sees, in the preceptories or houses of the Templars, the copies of the hill forts of the Ismailites. That such was the design of this last society is quite apparent from the preceding part of our work. But what resemblance is there between such formidable places of defense as Alamut and Lamsir, and the simple structures in which a few knights and their attendants dwelt in the different parts of Europe, and which were hardly, if at all, stronger than the ordinary baronial residences? And what resistance could the Temple of London or that of Paris offer to the royal strength, if put forth? Hammer has here again fallen into his usual error of arguing too hastily from accidental resemblances. The preceptories of the Templars were, as we shall show, the necessary consequence of the acquisition of property by the order, and had nothing hostile to society in their nature. When we reflect on the character of the first Crusaders, and particularly on that of the first Templars, and call to mind their piety, ignorance, and simplicity, nothing can appear more absurd than to ascribe to them secret philosophical doctrines of impiety, imbibed from those whose language they did not even understand, and whose religion and manners they held in abhorrence. And to suppose that the first poor knights of the Temple could have had visions of the future power of their order, and have looked forward to its dominion over the Christian world. But this is a common mistake with ingenious men, who are forever ascribing to the founders of empires, religions, and societies, that attribute of divinity which sees from the beginning the ultimate end, and forms all its plans and projects with a view to it. It is thus that some would fain persuade us that Muhammad, in his solitary cave at Mecca, saw clearly and distinctly the future triumphs of Islam, and its banners floating at the Pyrenees and the Oxus. That Cromwell, when an obscure individual, already in fancy grasped the sceptre of England, and that Loyola beheld the members of his order governing the consciences of kings, and ruling an empire in Paraguay. All such results are in fact the slow and gradual growth of time. One step leads to another, till the individual or the society looks back with amazement to the feeble commencement. The Templars and the Ismailites are mentioned together by history in only one more relation, that is, on occasion of the tribute paid to the former by the Syrian branch of the latter, and the murder of the Ismailite ambassador above related. As this act was very probably committed by order of the master of the temple, who, it might be, doubted the ability or the future inclination of the kin to pay the 3,000 byzants a year, it testifies but little for any very friendly feeling between the Templars and the Ismailites. Yet Hammer opines that the 3,000 byzants were paid, not as the tribute of the weaker to the stronger, but by way of pension for the secret services which the Templars were in the habit of rendering their cause. Such, for example, as refusing on one occasion to join in the expedition against the Caliph of Egypt, the great head of the Society of the Assassins. To narrate the various exploits of the Knights of the Temple would be to write the history of the Crusades. For, from the time that the order acquired strength and consistency, no action with the infidels ever was fought in which the chivalry of the Temple did not bear a distinguished part. Their war cry was ever heard in the thickest of the fray, and rarely was Bozient seen to waver or give back in the conflict. The Knights of St. John fought with emulative valor. The example of the rival orders stimulated all parts of the Christian army, and to this influence may be, in great measure, ascribed many of the most wonderful triumphs of the cross during the 12th century. In the year 1147, when Pope Eugenius III came to Paris to arrange the proposed crusade with Louis VII, both the Pope and the King honored with their presence a general chapter of the Order of the Temple, which was holden at that place. It was probably on this occasion that the Supreme Pontiff conferred on the order the important privilege of having Mass said once a year in places lying under interdict. The newly elected Master of the Temple, Eberhard de Bar, and 130 knights, accompanied the king on his march for the Holy Land. And their valor and their skill greatly contributed towards the preservation of the crusading army in their unfortunate march through Lesser Asia. The siege of Damascus, which was undertaken after the arrival of the French and German kings in the Holy Land, miscarried, as is well known, through treachery. The traitors were doubtless the Polani, as the Latins of Syria were called, who were at this time capable of everything that is bad. Some writers most unjustly charge the Templars with this guilt. But those who are the best informed on the subject make no accusation against them. The charge, however, while it shows the power and consideration of the Templars at that time, may be considered to prove also that they had degenerated somewhat from their original virtue, for otherwise it could never have been made. The Christian army laid siege in 1153 to the town of Ascalon, which the Saracens still held, and would have taken it, but for the cupidity of the Templars. A large heap of wood had been piled by the besiegers against a part of the wall, and set fire to. The wind blew strong towards the town during an entire night, burning the smoke and heat into the town, so that the garrison was forced to retire from that quarter. The Christians fed the flames with pitch, oil, and other inflammable substances, and the wall next the pile, cracked by the heat, fell down, leaving a considerable breach. The army was preparing to enter at this opening when Bernard de Tremolai, the master of the temple, taking his station at it with his knights, refused all ingress. It was the law of war in those days, among the Crusaders, that whatever house or spoil any one took when a town was stormed, became his property. The Templars, therefore, were eager to have the first choice. And having kept off all others, Tremolai, with 40 of his knights, boldly entered a strongly garrisoned town. But they paid the penalty of their rashness and cupidity, for the garrison surrounded and slew them all, and then closed up the breach. One of the most disgraceful acts which stain the annals of the Templars occurred in the year 1155, when Bertrand de Blancfort, whom William of Tyre calls a pious and God-fearing man, was master of the order. In a contest for the supreme power in Egypt, which the viziers, bearing the proud title of Sultan, exercised under the phantom caliphs, Sultan Abbas, who had put to death the caliph his master, found himself obliged to fly from before the vengeance of the incensed people. With his harem, and his own and a great part of the royal treasures, he took his way through the desert. A body of Christians, chiefly Templars, lay in wait for the fugitives near Ascalon. The resistance offered by the Moslems was slight and ineffectual. Abbas himself was either slain or fled, and his son Nasr ed-Din and the treasures became the prize of the victors. The far larger part of the booty of course fell to the Templars. But this did not satisfy their avarice. And though Nasr ed-Din had professed his desire to become a Christian, and had begun, by way of preparation for that change, to learn the Latin language, they sold him to his father's enemies for 60,000 pieces of gold. And stood by to see him bound hand and foot, and placed in a sort of cage or iron-latticed sedan, on a camel, to be conducted to Egypt where a death by protracted torture awaited him. The Hospitallers were at this time become as corrupt as the Templars, and in this same year, when the Patriarch demanded from them the tithes which they were bound to pay him, they treated the demand with scorn. Raised, to show their superior wealth, stately in lofty buildings, before the humble church of the Holy Sepulchre. And whenever the Patriarch entered it to exhort the people, or pronounce the absolution of sins, they rang, by order of their master, the bells of the hospital so loud, that, with the utmost efforts, he could not succeed in making himself heard. One day, when the congregation was assembled in the church, the Hospitallers rushed into it in arms, and shot arrows among them as if they were robbers or infidels. These arrows were collected and hung up on Mount Calvary, where Christ had been crucified, to the scandal of these recreant knights. On applying to the Pope Adrian for redress, the Syrian clergy found him and his cardinals so prepossessed in favor of their enemies, bribed by them, as was said, that they had no chance of relief. The insolence of the Hospitallers became in consequence greater than ever. In fact, as an extremely judicious writer 72 observes, valiantly as the knights of the spiritual orders fought against the heathens, and great as was their undoubted merit in the defense of the helpless pilgrims. It cannot be denied that these knights were, if not the original promoters, at least active participators in all the mischiefs which prevailed in the Holy Land, and that they were often led to a shameful dereliction of their duties by avarice and thirst after booty. The year 1162 is conspicuous in the annals of the Templars, as the date of the bull Omni Datum Optimum, the Magna Carta of the order, and the great keystone of their power. On the death of Adrian IV, two rival popes were elected: Alexander III. By the Sicilian, Victor III. By the imperial party. The Templars at first acknowledged the latter, but at a synod, held at Nazareth, in 1161, they took the side of his rival. Alexander, who came off victor, was not ungrateful. And on the January 7th, of the following year, the aforesaid bull was issued. By this document, which would almost appear to be the dictation of the order, the Templars were released from all spiritual obedience except to the Holy See. They were allowed to have peculiar burial grounds at their houses, and to have chaplains of their own. They were freed from the obligation to pay tithes, and could, with the consent of the bishop, receive them. It was also prohibited to anyone who had once entered the order, to leave it, unless it were to enter into a stricter one. These great privileges necessarily awakened the envy and enmity of the clergy against the Templars and the Hospitallers, which last were equally favored by the pontiffs. But these artful prelates, who were now aiming at universal power, knew well the advantage which they might derive from attaching firmly to them these associations, which united the valor of the knight to the obedience of the monk, whose members were of the noblest families in Europe, and whose possessions were extensive and spread over all parts of the Christian world. In 1167 occurred one of the few instances of cowardice, or rather, we might say, treachery, which the annals of the Templars present. Almeric, king of Jerusalem, had committed to the Templars the charge of guarding one of those strong fortified caverns which were on the other side of the Jordan. Here they were besieged by the Turks. And, though the king was hastening to their relief, they capitulated. Almeric, incensed at their conduct, though he was a great friend of the order, and particularly of the master, Philip of Naples, instantly had 12 of the cowardly or treacherous knights hanged. And he experienced no opposition whatever on the part of the order. Philip, we may observe, was the first master of the temple who was a born Syrian, but he appears to have been a man of fair and honorable character. He was lord of the fortress of Croc and Montreal in the stony Arabia, which he had obtained with his wife. It was not till after her death that he became a Templar. Alter holding the dignity of master for 3 years, he resigned it. The cause of his resignation is unknown, but he was highly honored and respected during the remainder of his life, and was employed on various important occasions. It was during the mastership of Philip of Naples, that King Almeric, at the instigation of the master of the hospital, and in violation of a solemn treaty, undertook an unprosperous expedition into Egypt. The Templars loudly protested against this act of perfidy, and refused to take any share in the war either, as William, the honest Archbishop of Tyre, observes, because it was against their conscience, or because the master of the rival order was the author and projector of it. The prelate seems to regard the more honorable as the true cause. Perhaps we should express ourselves correctly if we said that in this, as in many other cases, duty and prejudice happily combined, and the path which was the most agreeable was also the most honorable. In the mastership of Adu of Asti, Amando, the successor of Philip of Naples, occurred the treacherous murder of the Ismailite envoy above narrated, an act which brought the Templars into great disrepute with pious Christians, as it was quite manifest that they preferred money to winning souls to Christ. Chapter 4. Heroism of the Templars and Hospitallers. Battle of Hidden Crusade of Richard of England and Philip of France. Corruption of the order. Pope Innocent III writes a letter of censure. Frederick II. Great slaughter of the Templars. Henry III of England and the Templars. Power of for the Templars in Moravia. Slaughter of them by the Hospitallers. Fall of Acre. The fall of the Christian power in the East was now fast approaching, and it was not a little hastened by the enmity of the rival orders. The truth of the old sentence, that the deity deprives of sense those whom he will destroy, was manifested on this as on so many other similar occasions. And while the great and able Saladin was consolidating his power and preparing for the accomplishment of the object which, as a true Moslem, lay nearest his heart, the recovery of the Holy City, discord, enmity, and animosity prevailed among those who should have been actuated by one soul and by one spirit. Yet the two orders of religious chivalry had not derogated from their original valor, and the last days of Jerusalem were illumined by some noble feats of prowess. On the 1st of May, 1187, when Malik el-Afdal, the son of Saladin, was returning from an expedition into the Holy Land, which he had undertaken with the consent of the Count of Tripolis, regent of the kingdom, the masters of the temple and of the hospital, having collected about 140 knights and 500 footmen, met the Moslems, who were 7,000 in number, at the celebrated brook Kishon. They immediately charged them with the utmost impetuosity. The Turks, according to custom, turned and fled. The Christian knights pursued, leaving their infantry unprotected. Suddenly a large body of the Turks emerged from a valley, and fell on and slaughtered the footmen. Their cries brought back the knights to their aid, but, impeded by the narrowness of the ground, they could neither lay their lances in rest nor run their horses against the enemy, and all fell beneath the weapons of the Turks. With the exception of the master of the temple and 3 of his knights, who were saved by the fleetness of their horses. The master of the hospital was among the slain. In this unfortunate fight, James de Mailly, the marshal of the Templars, and a hospitaller, named Henry, especially distinguished themselves. After all their brave companions had been slain around them, they still maintained the conflict. The Turks, filled with admiration of their valor, repeatedly offered them quarter, but in vain. And they fell at last, overwhelmed with darts flung from a distance, no one venturing to approach them. The historian, Vinasov, tells us that de Mailly was mounted on a white horse, which, joined with his relucent arms and white mantle, made him appear to the infidels to be St. George, and they exulted greatly in having slain the tutelar saint of the Christians. He adds, what is not an unlikely circumstance, that the Turks covered his body with dust, which they afterwards powdered on their heads, thinking thereby to acquire some portion of his valor. At the fatal battle of Hitton, where 30,000 Christians lost their lives, where the king and all his princes became captives, and where the Latin power in the East was broken for ever, the master of the temple, Gerard of Rydfort, and several of his knights and those of the hospital, were among the captives. Saladin, who bore a particular hatred to the spiritual knights, would spare them on no condition but that of their renouncing their faith. To a man they gallantly refused, and, with the exception of the master, the heads of all were struck off. Many who belonged not to the orders, smit with desire for the glory of martyrdom, cast the mantles of Templars around them, and went cheerfully to death as such. One Templar, named Nicholas, evinced such joy and impatience for this glorious fate, that, according to the ideas of those times, heaven was believed to testify its approbation by a visible sign. And during 3 nights a celestial light illumined the unburied corpse of the Christian martyr. It was indeed rare for a Templar to renounce his faith. Prejudice, or honor, we may style it, or a better principle, always kept him steady in it, whatever the irregularities of his life might be. We recollect but one instance of a brother of the Temple abjuring his faith, and he was unhappily an English knight, named Robert of St. Albans. From some unassigned cause, he flung away the dress of his order, broke his vows, went over to Saladin, and became a Mussulman. The Sultan gave him one of his female relatives in marriage, and the recreant knight appeared before Jerusalem at the head of an army of the infidels. He had promised to Saladin to reduce the holy city, but her hour was not yet come. And after wasting all the country from Mont Royal to Jericho with fire and sword, he was forced to retreat before the chivalry of Jerusalem, who came forth with the Holy Cross, and gave him a signal defeat. This event occurred in the year 1184. And the apostasy of this Templar caused extreme dismay among the Christians, and excited great ill will against the order in general. It had hitherto been the maxim of the order, not to redeem any of their members out of captivity with any higher ransom than a girdle, or a knife, or some other insignificant matter, acting in this on the same principle with the old Romans, who never redeemed prisoners. The master, Adu de Saint Amando, had died in captivity, but to redeem Gerard de Riedfort, no less a ransom was given than the city of Ascalon. Gerard died of a wound received in battle the following year. During the memorable crusade of Philip of France and Richard of England to the Holy Land, which their rivalry and animosity rendered utterly ineffectual, we find the Hospitallers on the side of the King of England. And of course the Templars the warm partisans of the King of France. Yet, when Richard was on his return to Europe, he sent for the Master of the Temple, and said to him, that he knew by many he was not loved, and that he ran great risk of his life on his way to his kingdom. He therefore besought him that he would permit him to assume the dress of the order, and send 2 of the brethren with him. The master readily granted the request of so potent a monarch, and the king went on board in the habit of a Templar. It was probably on account of the known enmity of the order to him, that King Richard adopted this expedient, thinking that one would ever suspect him of being with the Templars. His brother John, we may here observe, was, on the contrary, a great favour of the order, to whom he gave Lundy Island, at the mouth of the Bristol Channel. Throughout his reign, this odious prince attached himself to the Templars as the faithful servants of his lord the Pope, reckoning on their aid against his gallant barons, who would not leave the liberties of the nation at the feet of a faithless tyrant. It was now very much the custom for monarchs to deposit their treasures in the temple houses, and in the year 1213 we find King John demanding 20,000 marks which he had committed to the Templars to keep. We meet with no instance of breach of trust on the part of the knights. The Templars shared in the common dishonesty of the Church with respect to false miracles, and they felt no scruple at augmenting their wealth by deceptions calculated to impose on the ignorance and zeal of the laity. In the year 1204 it was given out that an image of the Virgin, in a convent not far from Damascus, had become clothed with flesh, and that there issued from its breasts a kind of juice or liquor of wondrous efficacy in removing the sins of pious pilgrims. As the place was distant, and the road beset with danger, the Knights of the Temple took upon themselves the task of fetching the mirific fluid to the part of the coast still held by the Latins, and accommodating pilgrims with it. And the coffers of the order were largely replenished by this pious traffic. Though, like all other proprietors in the Holy Land, the order of the Temple had been losers in consequence of the conquest of it by Saladin, their possessions in the West were so extensive that they hardly felt the loss. At this very time we find the number of their possessions of various kinds in Europe stated at 70-50, principally situated in France and in England. Their arrogance and luxury naturally kept pace with their wealth. And, though writers of the 12th century, and even the troubadours the satirists of the age always speak of the Knights of the Temple with honor, there was a secret dislike of them gaining ground, especially with the clergy. In consequence of the great privileges granted to them by the bull Omni Datum Optimum, and the insolent manner in which these privileges were exercised. Accordingly we find, in the year 1208, the great Innocent III, the most ambitious of popes, and one who was a steady friend to the order, under the necessity of passing the first public censure of them, and endeavoring to set, by authority, a limit to their excesses. In his epistle to the Master on this occasion, the Holy Father says that they abused the privilege of having Mass celebrated in places which were under interdict, by causing their churches to be thrown open, and Mass to be said every day, with loud ringing of bells, bearing the cross of Christ on their breast, but not caring to follow his doctrines, who forbids to give offense to any of the little ones who believe on him. He goes on to state that, following the doctrines of demons, they affixed the cross of their order on the breast of, i.e., affiliated, every kind of scoundrel, asserting that whoever, by paying 2 or 3 pence a year, became one of their fraternity, could not, even though interdicted, be deprived of Christian burial. And that hence, known adulterers, usurers, and others who were lying under sentence of interdict, were honorably interred in their cemeteries. And thus they themselves, being captive to the devil, cease not to make captive the souls of the faithful, seeking to make alive those whom they know to be dead. The Pontiff laments, that instead of, like religious men, using the world for the sake of God, they employed their religious character as a means of indulging in the pleasures of the world. Though, on account of these and such abuses, they deserved to be deprived of the privileges which had been conferred on them, the Holy Father will not proceed to extremity, relying on the exertions of the Master to effect a reformation. In this epistle we have all the charges, which, as will hereafter appear, could be at any time brought with justice against the order, whose corruption proceeded in the ordinary course of human nature, and no otherwise. Privileges and exemptions producing insolence and assumption, and wealth generating luxury and relaxation of morals. It was the lavish generosity of popes, princes, and nobles, that caused the ruin of the Templars. The Templars bore a distinguished part in the expedition to Egypt and siege of Damietta, in 1219, as the chief commander on that occasion was the papal legate, whose conduct, under show of obedience, they chiefly directed. But when, in 1228, the Emperor Frederick II, then under the sentence of the Church, undertook the crusade which he had vowed, he found nothing but opposition and treachery from these staunch adherents of the Pope. Considering the spirit of the age, their opposition is, perhaps, not so much to be blamed, but no principle will excuse the act of their writing to inform the Egyptian Sultan of the plans of the Emperor. The generous Moslem, instead of taking advantage of this treachery, sent the letter to Frederick, to the confusion of its authors. Frederick checked his indignation at the time, but on his return to Europe he took his satisfaction on those who were most guilty, and he seized the property of the order in Sicily and his Italian dominions. Though he was excommunicated again for so doing, Frederick persisted in his enmity both to them and the Hospitallers. And though, perhaps, the least given to superstition and illiberality of any man of his age, he did not disdain to make friendly intercourse with the Moslems a serious charge against them. The haughty religion of the Templars, writes he, reared on the pleasures of the native barons of the land, waxes wanton. We know, on good authority, that sultans and their trains are received with pompous alacrity within the gates of the temple, and that the Templars suffer them to celebrate secular plays, and to perform their superstitious rites with invocation of Mahomet. The hostility between the Templars and the Hospitallers still continued, though the Christian power was now nearly restricted to the walls of Acre. The Templars were in alliance with the Prince of Damascus, the Hospitallers were the friends of the Sultan of Egypt. The Templars extended their enmity against the Emperor to the Teutonic Knights, whom they deprived of their possessions in Syria. The appearance of a new enemy, however, brought concord for a time among them. The Turks of Khorasan, on the east of the Caspian, were now in flight before the hordes of the Mongols, and 20,000 of their horsemen burst into the Holy Land. They took and plundered Jerusalem, which was unfortified and open, and then united themselves with the troops of Egypt. The Christians applied to the Prince of Damascus for aid, who forthwith sent the required troops, and their combined forces went in quest of the foes. In the battle the Templars and the militia occupied the center. The Hospitallers were posted on the left wing, the light horse on the right. The battle lasted 2 days, and ended in the total defeat of the Christians, a result which is ascribed, though probably with injustice, to the treachery of the Damascenes. The master of the temple and the whole chapter, with the knights, in all 300, were slain, only 4 knights and 14 esquires escaped. The improvident and needy Henry III. of England, in general such a dutiful son of the Holy Father, who, for a share of the spoil, usually aided him in the pious work of robbing his subjects, summoned courage in 1252 to speak of seizing some of the property of the Church and the military orders. You prelates and religious, said he, especially you Templars and Hospitallers, have so many liberties and charters, that your enormous possessions make you rave with pride and haughtiness. What was imprudently given, must be therefore prudently revoked, and what was inconsiderately bestowed must be considerately recalled. I will break this and other charters which my predecessors and myself have rashly granted. But the prior of the Templars immediately replied, What sayest thou, O king? Far be it that thy mouth should utter so disagreeable and silly a word. So long as thou dost exercise justice thou wilt reign. But if thou infringe it, thou wilt cease to be a king. These bold words appear to have checked the feeble king, who next year besought the two orders to become his security for a large sum of money which he owed. They refused his request, and Henry thenceforth did them all the injury in his power. There occurred an event in Moravia in 1252, which may serve to show the power of the order in Europe. A nobleman, named Vratislav, who had been obliged to fly from that country, became a Templar in France. He made over all his property, among which was the castle of Eichhorn in Moravia, to the order. But his elder brother, Burian, took possession of his property, as having fallen to himself as head of the family. King Wenzel, on being applied to, decided in favor of the order. Burian, however, still kept possession. The next year the Templars collected some thousands of men, and marched, under the command of their great prior, to take the castle. Burian, assembling 6,000 men, 900 of whom he placed in the castle, advanced to give them battle. The engagement was bloody. 1,700 men, among them the great prior of the Templars, lay slain, when night terminated the conflict. A truce was made for 3 days, at the end of which Burian and his men were driven into the castle, which they defended bravely, till King Adokar sent to threaten them with his wrath if they did not give it up. Burian surrendered it, and Vratislav, returning to Moravia, became prior of Eichhorn, in which 30 Templars took up their abode. Though the Templars were so extremely numerous in Europe, they were little disposed to go out to the east to encounter toil and danger, in the performance of their duties. They preferred living in ease and luxury on their rich possessions in the west, and the members of the chapter alone, with a few knights and other persons attached to the order, abode in Syria. It would even seem that the heads of the society were meditating a final retreat from the east, where they probably saw that nothing of permanent advantage was to be achieved. The Hospitallers, on the other hand, whatever may have been the cause, appear to have been more zealous in their calling, and to have had a greater number of their members in Syria. And it is, probably, to this cause, that we are to assign the total defeat which they were enabled to give their rivals in 1259, for the animosity between the orders had come to such a height, that, in this year, they came to open war. A bloody battle was fought, in which the Templars were defeated, when, such was the bitterness of their enmity, that the victors made no prisoners, but cut to pieces every Templar who fell into their hands. And scarce a Templar remained to carry the intelligence to Europe. From this period till the capture of Acre and final destruction of the Latin power in the East in 1291, after a continuance of nearly 2 centuries, the annals of the Templars are bare of events. The rivalry between them and the other orders still continued, and in the opinion of some historians, it was their jealousy that hastened the fall of that last remnant of the Christian dominion in the East. Not more than 10 knights of the Temple escaped in the storm of the town, and these, with the remnants of the other orders, and the garrison, sought a retreat in Cyprus. We have now traced the history of the order from its institution to within a few years of the period of its suppression. Of this most important event we shall delay the consideration for some time, and shall occupy the intervening space with an account of the internal organization of the society, its officers, its wealth, and various possessions. This will, we trust, prove no slight contribution to our knowledge of one of the most curious portions of the history of the world, that of the Middle Ages, and gratify the reader by the display of manners and institutions which have long since passed away. 73. Chapter 5. Classes of the Templars. The Knights, their qualifications, mode of reception, dress and arms of the knight, mode of burial, the chaplain's mode of reception, dress, duties and privileges, the serving brethren, mode of reception, their duties, the affiliated causes and advantages of affiliation, the donates and oblates. The founders of the order of the Templars were, as we have seen, knights. And they were the first who conceived the novel idea, and happy one, as we may call it in accordance with the sentiments of those times, of uniting in the same person the two characters held in highest estimation, the knight and the monk. The latter added sanctity to the former gave dignity and consideration to the latter, in the eyes of a martial generation. Hence, the Templar naturally regarded himself as the first of men. And the proudest nobles of the Christian world esteemed it an honor to belong to the order. The knights were, therefore, the strength, the flower, the ornament of the society. The order of the Templars, when it was fully developed, consisted not of degrees, but of distinct and separate classes. These were the knights, the chaplains, and the serving brethren. To which may be added the affiliated, the donates, and the oblates, or persons attached to the order without taking the vows. The knights. Whoever presented himself to be received as a knight of the order must solemnly aver that he was sprung from a knightly family, and that his father was or might have been a knight. He was further to prove that he was born in lawful wedlock, for, like the Church in general, the Templars excluded bastards from their society. In this rule there was prudence, though, possibly, it was merely established in accordance with the ideas of the time. For, had a king of France or an emperor of Germany been able to get his natural child into the order, and should he then have been chosen master of it, as he probably would, it might have lost its independence, and become the mere tool of the monarch. The candidate was, moreover, to declare that he was free from all previous obligations, that he was neither married nor betrothed, had not made any vows, or received any consecration in another order, and that he was not involved in debt. He had finally to declare himself to be of a sound and healthy constitution, and free from disease. When the order was grown great and powerful, and candidates for admission were numerous and of the highest families, it became the custom to require the payment of a large fee on admission. It was necessary that the candidate for admission among the Knights of the Temple should already be a knight. For as knighthood was a secular honor, the order would have regarded it as derogating from its dignity if any of its members were to receive it. The Hospitallers and Teutonic Knights thought differently, and with them the aspirant was knighted on his admission. If the candidate Templar, therefore, had not been knighted, he was obliged to receive knighthood, in the usual manner, from a secular knight, or a bishop, previous to taking his vows. A novitiate forms an essential and reasonable part of the course of admission into the spiritual orders in general. For it is but right that a person should become, in some measure, acquainted with the rules and duties of a society before he enters it. But, though the original rule of the Templars enjoined a novitiate, it was totally neglected in practice. A matter which was afterwards made one of the charges against the order. Perhaps there was in their case little necessity for this preparatory process. The Templars were so much in the world, and those who joined them had been in general so frequently among them, and were consequently so well acquainted with their mode of life, that they hardly required any such preliminary discipline to familiarize them with their duties. The neglect of the practice at the same time gave the Templars an advantage over the rival orders who enjoined it, for a young nobleman would, in all likelihood, feel most disposed to join the society into which he could be admitted at once. And perhaps no small part of the corruption of the Templars, in which they undoubtedly surpassed their rivals, may be ascribed to the facility which was thus afforded to unworthy persons entering among them. With respect to the age at which persons were admitted, it is plain, from the previously required reception of knighthood, that it must have been that of adolescence or manhood. All that is said by the statutes is, that no child could be received, and that the parents or relatives of a child destined to be a member of the order, should keep and breed him till he could manfully and with armed hand extirpate the enemies of Christ out of the land. This formed a marked distinction between the Templars and the mere religious orders, who, even at the present day, we believe, admit children, taking the charge of their rearing and education. Whereas, children could only be destined to the order of the Temple, and could not be presented for admission, till able to bear arms, that is, usually in the 21st year of their age. The reception of a knight took place in one of the chapels of the order, in presence of the assembled chapter. It was secret, not even the relatives of the candidate being allowed to be present. The ceremony commenced by the Master 74 or prior, who presided, saying, "Beloved brethren, ye see that the majority are agreed to receive this man as a brother. If there be any among you who knows anything of him, on account of which he cannot lawfully become a brother, let him say it, for it is better that this should be signified beforehand than after he is brought before us." The aspirant, if no objection was made, was then led into a chamber near the chapter room, and 2 or 3 reputable knights of the oldest in the house were sent to lay before him what it was needful for him to know. They commenced by saying, "Brother, are you desirous of being associated to the order?" If he replied in the affirmative, they stated to him the whole rigor of the order. Should he reply that he was willing to endure everything for God's sake, and to be all his life long the servant and slave of the order, they asked him if he had a wife or was betrothed. If he had made profession or vows in any other order. If he owed to any man in the world more than he could pay. If he was of sound body, and had no secret infirmity, and if he was the servant of any one. Should his answers be in the negative, the brethren went back to the chapter and informed the master or his representative of the result of the examination. The latter then asked once more, if any one knew anything to the contrary. If all were silent, he said, "Are you willing that he should be brought in God's name?" The knights then said, "Let him be brought in God's name." Those who had been already with him then went out again, and asked him if he persisted in his resolution. If he said that he did, they instructed him in what he was to do when suing for admission. They then led him back to the chapter, where, casting himself on his knees, with folded hands, before the receptor, he said, "Sir, I am come, before God, and before you and the brethren, and pray and beseech you, for the sake of God and our dear Lady, to admit me into your society, and the good deeds of the order, as one who will be, all his life long, the servant and slave of the order." The receptor then replied, "Beloved brother, you are desirous of a great matter, for you see nothing but the outward shell of our order. It is only the outward shell when you see that we have fine horses and rich caparisons, that we eat and drink well, and are splendidly clothed. From this you conclude that you will be well off with us. But you know not the rigorous maxims which are in our interior. For it is a hard matter for you, who are your own master, to become the servant of another. You will hardly be able to perform, in future, what you wish yourself. For when you may wish to be on this side of the sea, you will be sent to the other side; when you will wish to be in Acre, you will be sent to the district of Antioch, to Tripolis, or to Armenia. Or you will be sent to Apulia, to Sicily, or to Lombardy, or to Burgundy, France, England, or any other country where we have houses and possessions. When you will wish to sleep you will be ordered to watch. When you will wish to watch, then you will be ordered to go to bed; when you will wish to eat, then you will be ordered to do something else. And as both we and you might suffer great inconvenience from what you have, mayhap, concealed from us, look here on the holy evangelists and the word of God, and answer the truth to the questions which we shall put to you. For if you lie you will be perjured, and may be expelled the order, from which God keep you." He was now asked over again, by the receptor, the same questions as before. And, moreover, if he had made any simoniacal contract with a Templar or any other for admission. If his answers proved satisfactory, the receptor proceeded, "Beloved brother, take good care that you have spoken the truth to us. For should you have spoken false in any one point, you might be put out of the order, from which God keep you. Now, beloved brother, attend strictly to what we shall say unto you. Do you promise to God, and our dear Lady Mary, to be, all your life long, obedient to the master of the temple, and to the prior who shall be set over you?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God, and our dear Lady Mary, to live chaste of your body all your life long?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God, and our dear Lady Mary, to observe, all your life long, the laudable manners and customs of our order, both those which are already in use, and those which the master and knights may add?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God, and our dear Lady Mary, that you will, with the strength and powers which God has bestowed on you, help, as long as you live, to conquer the Holy Land of Jerusalem? And that you will, with all your strength, aid to keep and guard that which the Christians possess?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God, and our dear Lady Mary, never to hold this order for stronger or weaker, for better or worse, than with permission of the master, or of the chapter which has the authority 75? "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you finally promise to God, and our dear Lady Mary, never to be present when a Christian is unjustly and unlawfully despoiled of his heritage, and that you will never, by counsel or by act, take part therein?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "In the name, then, of God, and our dear Lady Mary, and in the name of St. Peter of Rome, and of our Father the Pope, and in the name of all the brethren of the Temple, we receive to all the good works of the order which have been performed from the beginning, and shall be performed to the end, you, your father, your mother, and all of your family whom you will let have share therein. In like manner do you receive us to all the good works which you have performed and shall perform. We assure you of bread and water, and the poor clothing of the order, and labor and toil enow. The master then took the distinguishing habit of the order, namely, the white mantle with the red cross, and putting it about the neck of the candidate, clasped it firmly. The chaplain then repeated the 132d Psalm, Ecce quam bonum, and the prayer of the Holy Ghost, Deus Concordia Fidelium, and each brother repeated a Pater Noster. The master and the chaplain then kissed him on the mouth. And he sat down before the master, who delivered to him a discourse, of which the following is the substance. He was not to strike or wound any Christian, not to swear, not to receive any service or attendance from a woman without the permission of his superiors, not on any account to kiss a woman, even if she was his mother or his sister, to hold no child at the baptismal font, or be a godfather, to abuse no man or call him foul names, but to be always courteous and polite. He was to sleep in a linen shirt, drawers, and hose, and girded with a small girdle. He was to attend divine service punctually, and at table he was to commence and conclude with prayer. During the meal he was to preserve silence. When the master died, he was, be he where he might, to repeat 200 Pater Nosters for the repose of his soul. Each knight was supplied with clothes, arms, and equipments, out of the funds of the order. His dress was a long white tunic, nearly resembling that of priests in shape, with a red cross on the back and front of it. His girdle was under this, over his linen shirt. Over all he wore his white mantle with its red cross of 4 arms, the under one being the longest, so that it resembled that on which the Saviour suffered, on the left breast. His head was covered by a cap or a hood attached to his mantle. His arms were shield, sword, lance, and mace, and, owing to the heat of the East, and the necessity of activity in combats with the Turks and Saracens, his arms and equipments in general were lighter than those used by the secular knights. He was allowed 3 horses and an esquire, who was either a serving brother of the order or some layman who was hired for the purpose. At times this office was performed by youths of noble birth, whom their parents and relatives gladly placed in the service of distinguished knights of the Temple, that they might have an opportunity of acquiring the knightly virtues. And these often became afterwards members of the order. When a knight had become, from age or wounds, incapable of service, he took up his abode in one of the temple houses, where he lived in ease, and was treated with the utmost respect and consideration. These emeriti knights are frequently mentioned under the name of prodomes, good men. They were present at all deliberations of importance, and their experience and knowledge of the rules of the order were highly prized and attended to. When the Templar died, he was placed in a coffin in his habit, and with his legs crossed, and thus buried. Masses were said for his soul. His arms and clothes were partly given back to the marshal or draper of the order, partly distributed among the poor. 2. The chaplains, the order of the Templars, being purely military in its commencement, consisted then solely of laymen. That of the hospital, on the contrary, on account of its office of attending the sick, had, necessarily, priests in it from its origin. This advantage of the latter society excited the jealousy of the Templars. And they were urgent with the popes to be allowed a similar privilege. But the pontiffs were loath to give offense to the oriental prelates, already displeased at the exemption from their control granted in this case to the hospitaliers, and it was not till the year 1162, that is, 4 years after the founding of the order, when their great favourer, Alexander III, occupied the papal throne, that the Templars attained their object. The bull, Omni Datum Optimum, issued on this occasion, gave permission to the Templars to receive into their houses spiritual persons, in all countries, who were not bound by previous vows. If they were clergy of the vicinity, they were to ask them of the bishop, and if he refused his consent, they were empowered, by the bull, to receive them without it. The clergy of the temple were to perform a novitiate of a year, a practice which, as in the case of the knights, was dispensed with in the days of the power and corruption of the order. The reception of the clergy was the same as that of the knights, with the omission of such questions as did not apply to them. They were only required to take the 3 vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. The ritual of their reception was in Latin, and was almost precisely the same with that of the Benedictines. Like that of the knights, their reception was secret. When the psalms had been sung, the master put on the recipient the dress of the order and the girdle, and, if he was a priest, the cap called beret. The habit of the chaplains of the order was a white close-fitting tunic, with a red cross on the left breast. Though, according to the statutes, they were to have the best clothes in the order, they were not permitted to assume the white mantle as long as they were mere priests. But should one of them, as was not unfrequently the case, arrive at the episcopal dignity, he was, if desirous of it, cheerfully granted that privilege. It was a further distinction between the knights and the chaplains, that the former wore their beards, while the latter were close-shaven. The chaplains were also to wear gloves, out of respect to the body of the Lord. All who had received the first tonsure were eligible to the office of chaplain to the order. When those who were only subdeacons and deacons were to be raised to the rank of priests, the master or his deputy sent them with letters dimissori to a bishop of the vicinity, who was bound to confer the required order. The clergy were, like all other members of the order, bound to obey the master and the chapter. The master and the chief officers of the order had always chaplains in their train to celebrate Mass and other religions offices, as also to act as secretaries, the knights being in general as illiterate as their secular brethren. It was by this last office that the chaplains acquired their chief influence in the society mind and superior knowledge, vindicating, as they always do, their natural rights. For though it was specially provided that the clergy should take no share in the government of the society without being invited thereto by their superiors, the opinion of the secretary was naturally taken in general. And if he was a man of sense and talent, it was most commonly followed. 76. The duties of the clergy of the order were nearly the same as those of monks in general. They performed all religious offices, and officiated at all the ceremonies of the order, such as the admission of members, the installation of a master, and their privileges were very unimportant. They had merely the best clothes, sat next the master in the chapter and in the refectory, and were first served at table. When they committed any offense, they were also more lightly punished than others. They could, however, if it so pleased the heads of the order, arrive at high rank in it, and we find that they were not unfrequently among the preceptors. The Attorney General of the order at Rome, who was always a person of considerable importance, was most probably a priest of the order. At least we know that Peter de Bononia, the last of them, was such. It is worthy of notice, that even in the most flourishing period of the order it never had a sufficient number of chaplains, and was always obliged to have recourse to the ministry of secular priests. The causes of this were probably the circumstance of the order having attained its full form and consistency long before the clergy formed a part of it. And they consequently had not an opportunity of arranging it so as to give themselves their due share of power and importance. It must have been galling to the pride of those who were used to rule, obeying only their spiritual superiors, to find themselves subject to the command of mere laymen, as they esteemed the knights of the order. Further, though they shared in the good things of the order and enjoyed the advantage of the consideration in which it stood, yet they had no dignities to look forward to. Whereas an entrance into a Benedictine order held out to the ambitious a prospect of rich priories, abbacies, and bishoprics, and, at the least, a voice in the chapter. It may well be supposed that the pride of the Knights of the Temple refused to admit into their society such persons as those who afterwards joined the mendicant orders, peasants and others who preferred a life of ease and idleness to the labors of the plough and the workshop. The number consequently of those who presented themselves for admission was small. But the knights felt no disadvantage thereby. Enow of secular priests were to be had, who were willing to have the master of the temple as their ordinary, and to share in the good things of the order, and as neither party was bound to the other, they could easily part if they disagreed. 3. The serving brethren. The order, consisting at first of only knights and men of noble birth, had no serving brethren in it. The knights probably found esquires for a limited time among those who fought under their banner and received their pay. The Hospitallers seem to have set the example of introducing into the order the class of serving brethren, which is not to be found with the Templars till some time after the Council of Troyes. The advantage of this alteration was very apparent. Hitherto only knights and nobles were interested in the fate of the society to which their relatives belonged. The regards of burghers and traders would now be obtained by the formation of this class, to admission into which their sons and brothers were eligible. They felt themselves honored by their relatives coming into contact with knights, and were therefore liberal in the admission fee and in other contributions to the quoits of the order. We should be wrong in supposing the serving brethren to have been all persons of mean birth. The high consideration in which the order stood induced many men of wealth, talent, and valor, but who were not of noble birth, to join it. We thus find among the serving brethren William of Artablay, almoner to the King of France, Radulf de Gissy, collector of the taxes in Champagne, John de Fouquet, an eminent lawyer. Bartholomew Barthlet gave property to the amount of 1,000 livres tournois to be admitted. William of Liege gave 200 livres tournois a year. The serving brother, indeed, could never arrive at the dignity of knight, for which he was disqualified by birth, and consequently never exercise any of the higher offices of the order. But in other respects he enjoyed the same advantages and privileges as the knights and priests. The reception of the serving brethren was the same as that of the two higher classes, the necessary difference being made in the questions which were asked. As the order would receive no slave into their body, the candidate was required to aver that he was a free-born man. He was moreover obliged to declare that he was not a knight. This last condition may cause surprise, but it was probably justified by experience, as it is not unlikely that evil may have been felt or apprehended from men of noble birth, out of humility, or by way of atoning for the sins of their youth. Or from some other of the causes which might operate on the minds of superstitious men, or even from poverty, if, as is likely, the admission fee was lower for a serving brother than for a knight, concealing their birth, and entering the order as serving brethren. As the more disagreeable duties of the order probably fell to their share, the general duties and obligations were laid before them in stronger and more explicit terms than were thought necessary in the case of knights and priests. In the times of the poverty of the order, the clothing of the serving brethren was the cast-off garments of the knights. But this custom did not long continue, and as some abuses arose from all the members of the order being clad in white, the serving brethren were appointed to wear black or brown kirtles, with the red cross upon them, to indicate that they belonged to the order. In battle, their arms were nearly the same as those of the knights, but of a lighter kind, as they had frequently to jump down from their horses, and fight on foot. A serving brother was allowed but one horse by the order, but the master was empowered to lend him another if he thought it expedient, which horse was to be afterwards returned. The serving brethren were originally all of one kind. They fought in the field, they performed the menial offices in the houses of the order. But, in after times, we find them divided into two classes: the brethren in arms, frères servants d'armes, and the handicraft brethren, frères servants de mestiers. These last, who were the least esteemed of the two, dwelt in the houses and on the lands of the order, exercising their various trades, or looking after the property of the society. We read in the statutes of the smiths and bakers of the order, and we hear of preceptors, as was the phrase, of the mares, cows, swine, and of the order. These handicraft brethren practiced the usual religious duties of the order, and were even allowed to be present at chapters. The farrier, who was also armorer, enjoyed a much higher degree of consideration than the other handicraft brethren, for this profession was highly prized by the martial generation of the Middle Ages 77. The other class were more highly regarded. The knights associated with them on a footing of equality. They ate in the same refectory with the knights and priests, although at separate tables, and with always one dish less than the higher classes. They were, however, strictly subordinate to the knights. The master and all the great officers of the order had each several serving brethren to attend him, and each knight had some of the serving brethren among his esquires. The statutes provided carefully against their being tyrannized over or otherwise ill-treated by the knights. The statutes make a distinction between the serving brethren who were armed with iron and those who were not. The former were the proper light horse of the order, they were chiefly intended to support the knights in the action, and were usually placed in the second rank. The place of the unarmed was with the baggage. And as they were exposed to little danger, they wore only linen corselets. The others were enjoined to fight, without flinching, as long as a Christian banner flew on the field. It was matter of praise to these last if they managed to come safe out of the fight. When the troops of the temple were on their march, the esquires rode before the knights with their baggage. When the knights were going to action, one esquire rode before each with his lance, another behind with his warhorse. There were various offices in the society, hereafter to be noticed, which were appropriated to the serving brethren, or to which they were eligible. The knights, the chaplains, and the serving brethren, were the proper members of the order, and it is to them alone that the name Templars applies. But both the Templars and the Hospitallers devised a mode of attaching secular persons to their interest, and of deriving advantages from their connection with them, in which they were afterwards imitated by the mendicant orders of the Franciscans and Dominicans. The Jesuits also, who were always so keen at discerning what might be for the advantage of their society, adopted it, and it is, we believe, still practiced in Catholic countries. This system is styled affiliation. The affiliated were persons of various ranks in society, and of both sexes, who, without giving up their secular mode of life, or wearing any peculiar habit, joined the order, with a view to the advantages, both spiritual and temporal, which they expected to derive from it. These advantages will appear to have been very considerable when we recollect that all who joined the order were admitted to a share in the merits of its good works, which were what those times esteemed of the highest order. Nothing could have more contributed to the extent of affiliation than the exemption which the Templars enjoyed from the effects of interdict. At a time when it was in the power of every bishop to lay entire towns under this formidable sentence, it must have been highly consolatory to pious or superstitious minds to belong to a society who disregarded this spiritual thunder, and who could afford them an opportunity of at least occasionally hearing Mass and receiving the sacraments, and secured them, if they should die while the interdict continued, the advantage of Christian burial. In those days also, when club law prevailed so universally, and a man's safety depended not so much on his innocence or the justice of his cause as on the strength of his party, it was a matter of no small consequence to belong to so powerful a body as the Templars. And it must have been highly gratifying to both the secular and spiritual pride of a lawyer or a burgher to be a member of the same body with the high-born soldier monks of the Temple. These important advantages were not conceded by the Templars without equivalent considerations. This ambitious and covetous order required that he who sought the honor of affiliation with them should, besides taking the 3 vows, pledge himself to lead a reputable life, to further the interests of the order to the best of his power, and leave it the entire of his property at his death. If he was married, and died before his wife, he might leave her a competent provision for life, but from the day of his admission into the order he was to abstain from her bed, though he might continue to reside in the same house with her. For were he to have children, he might provide for them to the disadvantage of the order, or on his death they might give trouble to it by claiming his property. For a similar reason affiliated were forbidden to be sponsors, lest they might covertly or openly give some of their property to their godchildren. They were not even permitted to give offerings to the clergy. If they dared to violate these injunctions, a severe punishment in general, confinement for life awaited them. All orders of men were ambitious of a union with this honorable and powerful society. We find among the affiliated both sovereign princes and dignified prelates. Even the great Pope Innocent III, in one of his bulls, declares himself to stand in this relation to the order. Many of the knights who dwelt with the Templars, and fought under their banner, were also affiliated, and the history of the order more than once makes mention of the sisters, that is, women who were affiliated to it. For there were no nuns of the Temple similar to those of the Order of Malta in later times. In less intimate connection with the order than the affiliated stood those who were styled donates and oblates. These were persons who, as their titles denote, were given or presented to the order. They were either children whom their parents or relations destined to the service of the order when they should have attained a sufficient age, Or they were full-grown persons who pledged themselves to serve the order as long as they lived without reward, purely out of reverence to it, and with a view to enjoying its protection, and sharing in its good works. Persons of all ranks, princes and priests, as well as others, were to be found among the oblates of the temple. Chapter 6. Provinces of the Order. Eastern Provinces. Jerusalem. Houses of this province: Tripolis, Antioch, Cyprus. Western Provinces: Portugal, Castile and Leon, Aragon, France and Auvergne, Normandy, Aquitaine Province, England, Germany, Upper and Central Italy, Apulia and Sicily. We have thus seen what a number of persons of all ranks were more or less intimately connected with the order of the Temple, and how powerful its influence must have been throughout the Christian world. To enable the reader to form some conception of its wealth and power, we shall, previous to explaining its system of internal regulation, give a view of its possessions in various countries. The extensive possessions of the Order of the Temple, in Asia and in Europe, were divided into provinces, each containing numerous preceptories or temple houses, and each under its appointed governor. These provinces may be classified under the heads of Eastern and Western. The Eastern provinces of the order were Jerusalem. This province was always regarded as the ruling one, the chief seat and capital of the order. The master and chapter resided here as long as the holy city was in the hands of the Christians. This being the province which was first established, its regulations and organization served as a model for all others. Its provincial master, or, as he was styled, the preceptor of the land and kingdom of Jerusalem, took precedence of all others of the same rank. The bailiwicks, or commanderies, in this province, were 1. The Temple of Jerusalem, the cradle of the order, and the original residence of the master and the chapter. 2. Chateau Pellerin, or the Pilgrims' Castle, renowned in the history of the Crusades. This castle was built by the Templars in 1217, in order that it might be their chief seat after the loss of Jerusalem. It was situated on the east side of Mount Carmel, which runs out into the sea between Caifa and Caesarea. The Templars had long had a tower at a pass of this mountain, called Destruction, or the Tower of the Pass, for the defense of pilgrims against the robbers who lurked in the gorges of the mountains. They were aided in building the castle, which was also designed to be a defense to Acre, by Walter Davisons and by the German knights and pilgrims who were at that time in the Holy Land, and hence, perhaps, they called it Chateau Pellerin. The Cardinal de Vitry, who was at that time Bishop of Acre, thus describes it. It was built on the promontory, 3 sides of which were washed by the sea. As they were sinking the foundation, they came to 2 walls of ancient masonry, and to some springs of remarkably pure water. They also found a quantity of ancient coins with unknown inscriptions, given, as the bishop piously deems, by God to his beloved sons and warriors, to alleviate the toil and expense which they were at. The place had probably been fortified in former times by the Jews or the Romans. The builders raised 2 huge towers of large masses of rock on the landward side, each 100 feet high, and 74 broad. These were united by a lofty wall, broad enough at its summit for an armed knight to stand at his ease upon it. It had a parapet and battlements, with steps leading up to them. In the space within this wall were a chapel, a palace, and several houses, with fish ponds, salt works, woods, meads, gardens, and vineyards. Lying at a distance of 6 miles from Mount Tabor, it commanded the interjacent plain and the sea coast to Acre. There the master and the chapter took up their final abode, after having dwelt from 1118 to 1187 at Jerusalem, from 1187 to 1191 at Antioch, and from this last year till 1217 at Acre. The chief use, says Vitry, of this edifice is, that the whole chapter of the Templars, withdrawn from the sinful city of Acre, which is full of all impurity, will reside under the protection of this castle till the walls of Jerusalem are rebuilt. A prophecy never to be fulfilled. On the fall of Acre, in 1291, Chateau Pellerin was abandoned by the knights, and its walls were leveled by the infidels. 3. The castle of Sapphit, at the foot of Mount Tabor. This strong castle was taken by Saladin. It was demolished in 1220, by Coradin, but afterwards rebuilt by the Templars, who then held it till 1266, when they lost it finally. 4. The Temple at Acre, a remarkably strong building, the last place taken in the capture of that town. 5. The hill fort, Doak, between Bethel and Jericho. 6. Faba, the ancient Aphek, not far from Tyre, in the territory of the ancient tribe of Asher. 7. Some small castles near Acre, mentioned in the history of the war with Saladin, such as La Cave, Merly, Citerne Rouge, Castel Blanc, La Semellerie du Temple. 8. The house at Gaza. 9. The castle of Jacob's Ford, at the Jordan, built in 1178 by King Baldwin IV, to check the incursions of the roving Arabs. When Saladin took this castle, he treated the Templars whom he found in it with great cruelty. 10. The house at Jaffa. 11. The castle of Assur, near this town. 12. Jerinum Parvum. 13. The castle of Beaufort, near Sidon, purchased by the order, in 1260, from Julian, the lord of that town. We may observe that most of these abodes of the Templars were strong castles and fortresses. It was only by means of such that possession could be retained of a country like Palestine, subject to the constant inroads of the Turks and Saracens. The Templars possessed, besides these strongholds, large farms and tracts of land, of which, though their names are unknown, frequent mention is made in the history of the order. 2. Tripolis. The principal houses of the order in this province were at Tripolis itself, Tortosa, the ancient Antiratus, Castel Blanc, in the same neighborhood, Laodicea, Tyre, Sidon, and Berytus. 3. Antioch. Of this province but little is known. There was a house at Aleppo, and the jurisdiction of the prior probably extended into Armenia 78, where the order had estates to the value of 20,000 byzants. 4. Cyprus. As long as the Templars maintained their footing on the continent, Cyprus, it would appear, formed no distinct province, but belonged either to that of Tripolis or of Antioch. At the time when Richard, King of England, made the conquest of this island, he sold the sovereignty of it for 25,000 marks of silver to the Templars, who had already extensive possessions in it. The following year, with the consent of the order, who were, of course, reimbursed, he transferred the dominion to Guy de Lusignan, King of Jerusalem. On the capture of Acre, the chief seat of the order was fixed at Limesau, also called Limesa and Nemosia, in this island, which town, having an excellent harbor, they strongly fortified. They had also a house at Nicosia, and one at the ancient Paphos, named Gastira, and, at the same place, the impregnable castle of Colossa. Some idea of the value of the possessions of the Templars in Cyprus may be formed from the circumstance, that when, in 1316, after the suppression of the order, the Pope directed the Bishop of Limesa to transfer their property there to the Hospitallers, there were found, in the house in that town, 26,000 byzants of coined money, and silver plate to the value of 1,500 marks. As the last master, when setting out for France 10 years before, had carried with him the treasure of the order. This property must have been accumulated during that time out of the surplus revenue of the possessions of the order in the island. The western provinces of the order were I. Portugal, so early as the year 1130, a strong proof of the rapid increase of the order. Galdin Paes, the first provincial master of the temple in Portugal, built the castles of Tomar, Monsanto, and Idana. The Templars had also settlements at Castromarin, Almiral, and Langrovia. Tomar was the residence of the great prior. 2. Castile and Leon. In this province the possessions of the order were so extensive as to form 24 bailiwicks in Castile alone. It is needless to enumerate their names. 79. 3. Aragon. In this province, which abounded in castles, several belonged to the Templars, and the bailiwick of Majorca, where they were also settled, was under the jurisdiction of the great prior of Aragon. It is to be observed that most of the castles possessed by the order in Spain and Portugal were on the borders of the Moorish territory. Some of these had been given to the Templars as the inveterate foes of the infidels. Others had been conquered by them from the Moors. France, where the possessions of the order were so considerable, was divided into 4 provinces, namely 4. France and Auvergne, including Flanders and the Netherlands. V. Normandy. 6. Aquitaine, or Poitou. 7. Provence. The residences of the great priors of these 4 provinces were, for France, the capacious and stately temple at Paris, which was, as we are informed by Matthew Paris, large and roomy enough to contain an army; for Normandy, as is supposed, La Ville-Dieu en la Montagne; for Poitou, the temple at Poitiers; for Provence, that at Montpellier. 8. England. The province of England included Scotland and Ireland. Though each of these 2 last kingdoms had its own great prior, they were subordinate to the great prior of England, who resided at the Temple of London. The principal bailiwicks of England were 1. London, 2. Kent, 3. Warwick, 4. Wasdone, 5. Lincoln, 6. Lindsay, 7. Bolingbroke, 8. Wydene, 9. Agerstone, 10. York. In these were 17 preceptories. And the number of churches, houses, farms, mills, and possessed by the order was very considerable, 80. The chief seat of the order in Scotland appears to have been Blancredox. Its possessions were not extensive in that poor and turbulent country. And in Ireland the Templars seem to have been few, and confined to the Pale. We hear of but 3 of their houses in that country, namely, Glauchorp, in the diocese of Dublin, Wilbride, in that of Ferns, and Cywerk, in that of Kildare. 9. Germany. It is difficult to ascertain how the order was regulated in Germany, where its possessions were very extensive. We hear of 3 great priors, those of Upper Germany, of Brandenburg, and of Bohemia and Moravia. One of whom, but it cannot be determined which, had probably authority over the others. Though the Templars got lands in Germany as early as the year 1130, their acquisitions were not large in that country till the 13th century. Poland was included in the province of Germany. Great Prior in Alemannia and Slavia was a usual title of the Great Prior of Germany. Though the possessions of the Templars in Hungary were very considerable, there are no grounds for supposing that it formed a separate province. It was probably subject to the Great Prior of Germany. Upper and Central Italy. There was no town of any importance in this part of the Italian peninsula in which the Templars had not a house. The principal was that on the Aventine Hill at Rome, in which the Great Prior resided. Its church still remains, and is called Il Priorato, or the Priory. Apulia and Sicily. The possessions of the Templars in Sicily were very considerable. They had houses and lands at Syracuse, Palermo, Trapani, Butera, Lentini, and all of which were dependent on the principal house, which was in Messina. The Great Prior resided either at Messina or at Benevento in Apulia. Possibly the seat was removed to this last place, after the Emperor Frederick II had seized so much of the property of the order in Sicily. In Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, the order had no possessions whatever. Though the people of these countries took some share in the Crusades, and were, therefore, not deficient in religious zeal, their poor and little-known lands offered no strong inducements to the avarice or ambition of the Knights of the Temple. And they never sought a settlement in them. We thus see that, with the exception of the northern kingdoms, there was no part of Europe in which the order of the Temple was not established. Everywhere they had churches, chapels, tithes, farms, villages, mills, rights of pasturage, of fishing, of venery, and of wood. They had also, in many places, the right of holding annual fairs, which were managed, and the tolls received, either by some of the brethren of the nearest houses or by their donates and servants. The number of their preceptories is, by the most moderate computation, rated at 9,000, and the annual income of the order at about 6 millions sterling, an enormous sum for those times. Masters of such a revenue, descended from the noblest houses of Christendom, uniting in their persons the most esteemed secular and religious characters, regarded as the chosen champions of Christ, and the flower of Christian knights. It was not possible for the Templars, in such lax times as the 12th and 13th centuries, to escape falling into the vices of extravagant luxury and overweening pride. Nor are we to wonder at their becoming objects of jealousy and aversion to both the clergy and the laity, and exciting the fears and the cupidity of an avaricious and faithless prince. Chapter 7. Officers of the order. The master. Mode of election. His rights and privileges. Restraints on him. The seneschal, the marshal, the treasurer, the draper, the turcopiler, great priors, commanders, visitors, submarsh. Al standard bearer. An order consisting of so many members, and whose wealth and possessions were of such extent, must necessarily have had numerous officers and various ranks and dignities. The elucidation of this branch of their constitution is now to engage our attention. At the head of the order stood the master, or, as he was sometimes called, the great master 81 of the temple. This personage was always a knight, and had generally held one of the higher dignities of the order. Though, like the Doge of Venice, his power was greatly controlled by the chapter, he enjoyed very great consideration, and was always regarded as the representative of the order. In the councils, the masters of the temple and the hospital took precedence of all ambassadors, and sat next the prelates. All monarchs conceded princely rank and place to the master of the temple. A situation which offered so much state and consideration must, of necessity, have been an object of ambition. But the scanty records remaining of the society do not enable us to point out any specific cases of intrigue employed for the attainment of it. That of the last master, hereafter to be mentioned, is somewhat problematic. The election of a master of the temple was as follows. When the master was dead, an event which always occurred in the East, as he was bound to reside there, if it took place in the kingdom of Jerusalem, and the marshal of the order was on the spot, he took upon him the exercise of the vacant dignity till, with the aid of the chapter and of all the bailiffs on this side of the sea, i.e., in the East, he had appointed a great prior to represent the master. But this election did not take place till after the funeral. Should the death of the master have occurred in the province of Tripolis, or that of Antioch, the prior of the province took the direction of the order till the great prior was appointed. Owing to the constant state of war which prevailed in the East, and to other causes, a considerable space of time occasionally intervened between the death of one master and the appointment of his successor. During the interregnum the society was directed by the great prior who bore the seal of the master. When the day appointed for the election was arrived, the great officers of the order and all the bailiffs who were invited to be present assembled in the place selected for holding the election, generally the chapel of the order. The great prior, taking several of the knights aside, consulted with them, and they then made 2 or 3 or more of the knights who were most highly esteemed retire. The great prior took the voices of those present on the merits of the absent knights, and he who had most in his favor was declared the electing prior. The knights were then called in, and the choice of the assembly notified to them. A knight, possessing the same virtues of piety, love of peace, and impartiality with himself, was then assigned for an assistant to the electing prior, and the whole assemblage withdrew, leaving the 2 alone in the chapel, where they passed the entire night in prayer. Early next morning, after performing their usual devotions and hearing the Mass of the Holy Ghost, the chapter reassembled. The great prior then exhorted the 2 electing brethren to perform their duty truly and honestly. These, then retiring, chose 2 other brethren, these 4 chose 2 more, and so on, till the number amounted to 12, in honor of the apostles. The 12 then chose a brother chaplain to represent the person of Jesus Christ, and maintain peace and concord. It was necessary that these 13 should be of different provinces, 8 of them knights, for serving brethren, and 1 priest. The 13 electors then returned to the chapter, and the electing prior besought all present to pray for them, as a great task had been laid on them. All then fell on their knees and prayed. And the great prior solemnly reminded the electors of their duty, and conjured them to perform it truly and uprightly. Having again implored the prayers of the assembly, the electing prior and his companions retired to the place appointed for their deliberations. If the electors, or the majority of them, declared for any knight on this or the other side of the sea, he was appointed. If they were divided into parties, the electing prior came with one of the knights, and, informing the assembly of the circumstance, asked their prayers. All fell on their knees, and the 2 electors returned to their companions. If they now agreed, the person whom they chose was declared master. Should the object of their choice be, as was not unfrequently the case, actually present in the chapter, the 13 came in. And the electing prior speaking in their name, said, Beloved sirs, give praise and thanks to our Lord Jesus Christ, and to our dear Lady, and to all the saints, that we are agreed, and have, according to your command, chosen, in the name of God, a master of the temple. Are ye content with what we have done? All then replied, In the name of God. Do ye promise to yield him obedience as long as he lives? Yea, with the help of God. The electing prior then turned to the great prior, and said, Prior, if God and we have chosen thee for the master, wilt thou promise to obey the chapter as long as thou live, and to maintain the good morals and good usages of the order? And he answered, Yea, with the aid of God. The same question was then put to some of the most distinguished knights. And if the person elected was present, the electing prior went up to him, and said, In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, we have chosen you brother, N, for master, and do choose you. He then said, Beloved sirs and brethren, give thanks unto God, behold our master. The chaplains then chanted aloud the Te Deum Laudamus, the brethren arose, and, with the utmost reverence and joy, taking the new master in their arms, carried him into the chapel, and placed him before the altar, where he continued kneeling while the brethren prayed, the chaplains repeating Kyrie eleison, Pater Noster, and other devotional forms. The election of the master of the temple required no papal confirmation, the choice of the chapter was conclusive. 2 knights were assigned to him as his companions. The allowances and train of the master were suitable to the rank which he was to support in the world, and to the dignity of the order which he represented. He was allowed 4 horses, and an esquire of noble birth. He had a chaplain and 2 secretaries, one for managing his Latin correspondence, whom he might, after a time, admit to become a knight of the order. The other, who was called his Saracenic secretary, and who was probably an Eastern Christian, for carrying on his Arabic correspondence with the infidels. He had, moreover, a farrier, a cook, and a Turcopole 82, 2 footmen, and a Turcoman 83, to serve as guide. On a march, the Turcoman rode on a horse behind an esquire. During the time of war he was led by a cord, to prevent his escape. On any ordinary journey, the master might take 2 beasts of burden with him. But in wartime, or in case of his going beyond the Jordan, or the dogs pass 84, he might extend the number to 4, which the statutes thriftily direct to be put into the stable when he arrives at the house where he is going to stop, and to be employed in the service of the house. The master was finally commander-in-chief of the order in the field, and then, like the Spartan kings, he could act in some degree unfettered by the chapter. When he died, he was buried with great solemnity and pomp, by the light of torches and wax tapers, an honor bestowed by the order on no other of its members. All the knights were required to attend the funeral, and the prelates were invited to give their presence at it. Each brother who was present was to repeat 200 Pater Nosters within 7 days, for the repose of the soul of the deceased. And 100 poor persons were fed at home in the evening, with the same design. On the other hand, the master was bound to obey the chapter, and he could do nothing without consulting some of the brethren. He could not nominate to any of the higher dignities of the order, but he might, with the advice and consent of some of the most reputable knights, appoint to the inferior priories and preceptories. He could not sell, or in any other way dispose of, any of the lands of the order, without the consent of the chapter, neither could he make peace or truce without their approbation. Their consent was also required to enable him to make any alteration in the laws of the society, to receive any person into it, or to send a brother beyond sea. He could take no money out of the treasury without the consent of the prior of Jerusalem, who was the treasurer of the society. In fact, the master of the temple was so curbed and restrained in every way, and his office made so much an honorary one, that his dignity may best be compared with that of a Spartan king or a Venetian doge. It is rather curious that the master of the temple should be thus limited in authority, when the abbot of the Benedictines, whose rules the Templars in a great measure adopted, enjoyed monarchical power. Next in rank to the master stood the seneschal, who, as his name denotes 85, was the master's representative and lieutenant. He had a right to be present at all chapters of the order, and to be acquainted with all transactions of consequence. He was allowed the same number of horses as the master, but, instead of a mule, he was to have a palfrey. He had 2 esquires, and was assigned a knight as his companion. A deacon acted as his chaplain and Latin secretary. He had also a Saracenic secretary and a Turcopole, with 2 footmen. Like the master, he bore the seal of the order. The marshal was the general of the order. He had charge of the banner, and led the brethren to battle. All the arms, equipments, and stables of the order were under his superintendence. It was he who nominated the sub-marshal and the standard-bearer. Like all the other great officers, he was appointed by the master and the chapter. As we have seen, when the master died in the kingdom of Jerusalem, the marshal occupied his place till a great prior was chosen. The marshal was allowed 4 horses, 2 esquires, a serving brother, and a Turcopole. The office of treasurer of the order was always united with the dignity of preceptor of the kingdom of Jerusalem. This officer had the charge of all the receipts and expenditure of the order, of which he was bound to give an account, when required, to the master and the chapter. The wardrobe of the order was also under him. And the draper was assigned as his companion, without whose knowledge he could not dispose of any of the clothes. As the ships, though few in number, which the Templars possessed, were under him, he may be regarded as, also, in some sort, the admiral of the order, and on this account the preceptor of Acre was subordinate to him. The treasurer had the same allowance of horses, and as the seneschal. The draper had charge of the clothing of the order. He was to see that each brother was decently and properly dressed. His allowance was 4 horses, 2 esquires, and a pack servant. The Turcopilar was the commander of the light horse. All the armed serving brethren and the Turcopoles were under his command. He was himself subordinate to the marshal. When he was going into action, some of the knights were sent with him. These were under his orders, but if their number amounted to 10, and they had with them a banner and a knight preceptor, the Turcopilar became subordinate to this officer. Which proves that the office of Turcopilar was not one of the higher dignitaries of the order. The Turcopilar was allowed 4 horses. Besides these offices of the order in the east, there were the great priors, great preceptors, or provincial masters, for the terms are synonymous, of the 3 provinces of Jerusalem, Tripolis, and Antioch. And the preceptors, who were subordinate to them. The great prior of the kingdom of Jerusalem was also treasurer. His office has been already noticed. The great priors of Tripolis and Antioch had the superintendence over the brethren and the possessions of the order in these provinces. They had the same allowances of attendants and horses as the seneschal. The prior of Antioch, when on a journey to Armenia, which bordered on his province, and in which the order had possessions, was allowed to take with him a chaplain and a portable chapel, as the Armenians were Monophysite heretics, with whom the Orthodox brethren of the temple could not join in worship. The prior of the town of Jerusalem had peculiar duties to perform. It was his office, with 10 knights who stood under his command, to escort the pilgrims on their way to and from the Jordan, one of the principal objects of the institution of the order. On this occasion he had with him the banner of the order and a round tent, into which he might take any persons whom he should find sick when he encamped. He was also to take with him provisions, and beasts of burden on which to place such of the pilgrims as might be fatigued on the return. When the true cross was brought forth on any expedition, it was the duty of the prior of Jerusalem to keep by it, with his 10 knights, night and day, and to guard it. He was to encamp close to it, and 2 brethren were to watch it every night. All the secular knights who associated themselves to the order in Jerusalem were under his orders, and fought beneath his banner. All the brethren of the order who were in Jerusalem were, in the absence of the marshal, under his command. 1/2 of the booty captured beyond the Jordan fell to him, the other half to the prior of the kingdom. As we have seen above, the west was, like the east, divided into provinces of the order. Each of these provinces was presided over by a lieutenant of the master, named the provincial master, great prior, or great preceptor, with his chapter and officers corresponding to those of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. He was appointed, as it would appear, by the master and chapter, and when entering on his office, he bound himself by oath to defend the Catholic religion, not only with his lips, but with arms and all his strength. To follow the rules drawn up by Saint Bernard, to obey the master, to come over the sea to his aid whenever it was necessary, to defend him against all unbelieving kings and princes, not to fly before these unbelieving foes. Not to alienate the goods of the order, to be loyal to the prince of the country, to be chaste, and to aid all spiritual persons, especially the Cistercians, by words and by deeds. Under the provincial masters stood the priors, bailiffs, or masters, who governed large districts of the provinces, and had under their inspection several of the houses of the order and their preceptors. They dwelt in large temple houses, with a good number of knights. They had the power of holding chapters, and of receiving members into the order. The preceptors were subordinate to the priors, they presided over one or more houses. They were generally knights, but they were sometimes priests. They were of two kinds: house preceptors and knight preceptors. The former, as their name denotes, merely presided over the houses, and might be priests or serving brethren. The latter, who were probably only to be found in the East or in Spain, led each 10 knights in the battle. Another office to be found among the Templars was that of visitors. These were knights, who, as the representatives of the master, visited the different provinces of the order, especially in the West, to reform abuses, make new regulations, and terminate such disputes and lawsuits as were usually reserved for the decision of the master and the chapter. All the provincial officers, even the great priors, were subject to the visitors, as the representatives of the master. The powers of the visitors ceased as soon as the business ended for which they were sent, or when they were recalled. Besides the foregoing offices, which were almost exclusively confined to the knights, there were some inferior ones appropriated to the serving brethren. These offices were 5 in number, namely, those of sub-marshal, standard-bearer, farrier, cook, and preceptor of the coast of Acre. Each of these was allowed 2 horses. The sub-marshal had the charge of all the inferior sort of accoutrements, le petit harnois, of the order, in which the horse furniture seems to have been included. All the handicraftsmen of the order were under him, and were obliged to account to him for their work. He supplied them with the needful tools and materials, could send them where he pleased on the service of the house, and on holidays give them permission to go from one house to another to amuse themselves. The sub-marshal and the standard-bearer were each the representative of the other in his absence. The standard-bearer had the command over all the esquires of the house. That is, those who were engaged for a limited time in the service of the order, whom he was bound to make acquainted with the rules to which they were subject, and the punishments to which they were liable in case of disobedience. He was also to pay them their wages. Whenever the esquires took the horses out to graze, he was bound to precede them with a standard of the order. He always presided at the table of the serving brethren and esquires. When the order was marching to battle, it was his task to ride before the standard, which was borne after him by an esquire, or carried on a wain 86, he was to lead whithersoever the marshal directed him. When the battle commenced, those esquires who led the horses of the knights were to combat behind their masters. The others were to take the mules on which their masters rode, and remain with the standard-bearer, who was to have a banner rolled about his lance, which, when he saw the marshal engaged in action, he was to unfurl, and draw up the esquires in as handsome order as possible behind the combatants, in order to support them. The serving brethren were eligible to the office of house preceptor, but there was this distinction made between them and knights who held that office, that, the serving brethren being allowed but 1 horse, their esquire was a serving brother. As Acre was the seaport at which all the shipments of the order to and from Europe took place, the preceptory there was necessarily an office which entailed a good deal of toil and business on the person who held that situation, and required a knowledge of commerce and of the affairs of the world. It was therefore not considered suitable to a knight, and was always given to a serving brother. The serving brethren were also set over the various farms and estates of the order. These were named the brother stewards, in Latin, Grangierii, and preceptors Grangierum, and were probably selected from the craftsmen of the order. They were allowed 2 horses and an esquire. Chapter 8. Chapters. Mode of holding them. Templars. Mode of living. Amusements. Conduct in war. Such as we have described them were the members, the possessions, and the various offices of the powerful society of the temple. In order to complete our view, it only remains to trace its internal government and most important regulations. We shall therefore commence with an account of the chapters, from which all the acts and rules of the society emanated. It is frequently declared in the statutes, that the master was in the place of God, and that all his commands were to be obeyed as those of God. But these expressions, which were borrowed from the rule of the Benedictines, are, as we have already seen, not to be understood too literally, for the constitution of the order of the Templars was aristocratic, and not monarchic. And the master was anything but absolute. In every matter he was to be guided by the opinion of the majority of the chapter. The general chapter, or high legislative assembly of the order, consisted of all the great officers, of the great priors of the provinces, the most distinguished of the knights who could attend. Every brother, even the lowest of the serving brethren, was at liberty to be present as a spectator, but only the proper members of the chapter had the privilege of speaking. The place of holding the chapter was undetermined, and was left to the choice of the master. All laws and regulations were made or confirmed in the general chapter, their brethren were received, the great officers appointed, visitors chosen to be sent to the different provinces. It is remarkable, that a papal legate never seems to have been present at a chapter of the Templars, though the legates frequently assisted at those of the other orders. This is, most probably, to be ascribed to the secrecy in which the Templars were pleased to envelope their councils and proceedings. And as they rarely held general chapters, a suitable pretext could not well be wanting for freeing themselves from the presence of the legate when they desired it. Those who impute to the Templars the holding of a secret doctrine naturally regard this as the cause of their not admitting to their chapters those who were not initiated in it. A general chapter was not often assembled, a circumstance easily to be accounted for. Though the order was wealthy, it might not be well able to bear, without inconvenience, the expense of deputies from all the provinces journeying to the kingdom of Jerusalem, where the chapters were in general held. And further, it was obviously the interest of the master and the great officers to avoid assembling a body which would at once assume the powers which they were in the habit of exercising. In the intervals between the meetings of general chapters, the powers of the order were exercised by the chapter of the temple at Jerusalem. This was composed of the master, the dignitaries of the order, such of the provincial masters as happened to be present, the 2 assistants of the master, and such knights as he chose to invite to it. This last provision was the great source of the master's power. And, when he was a man of talent and address, he could, by managing to get his friends and those whom he could depend on into the different offices, and by summoning to the chapter such knights as were attached or looked up to him, contrive to carry any matters that he desired. The laws, however, by way of check upon him, made it imperative that the high officers of the order should have seats in the chapter. And as these were not appointed by the master, and were independent of him, it was supposed that they would not be his creatures. This chapter could decide on all matters relating to the order, some important affairs, such as war and peace, excepted, make laws and regulations, which were binding on the whole society, and send visitors to the different provinces. All public documents, such as papal bulls, were addressed to it and the master, all decisions in matters of importance came from it, and all the brethren who were received in the West were sent to it to be distributed where they might be wanting. The declaration made by a French knight on his examination, that the receptions in the chapter of Jerusalem were rare, as the members could be seldom brought to agree respecting a candidate, gives a hint that it was not in general a scene of the greatest harmony and unity. It is, indeed, but natural to suppose, that, as it was the chief seat of the power of the order, it was also the great theatre of intrigue and cabal. Each province of the order had its general chapter, and also a smaller one, presided over by the great prior, and composed of the principal officers and such knights of character and estimation as the prior chose to call to it. In like manner every preceptory and every large house of the order had its chapter, at which all the brethren were required to attend. The commander was president, and each question was decided by the majority of voices. The chief transactions in it consisted in the reception of new brethren, and the making up of quarrels and disputes, which must have frequently fallen out among men like the Templars, who were almost all soldiers. It was holden early on a Sunday morning, and the strictest secrecy, as to what took place, was enjoined on all present, for secrecy was the soul of the order. The ordinary chapters were held in the following manner. Each brother, as he entered, made the sign of the cross, and, unless he was bald, took off his cap. The president then rose and said, "Stand up, beloved brethren, and pray to God to send His holy grace among us today." Each member repeated a pater noster, and, if there was a chaplain present, he said a prayer. Search was then made to see that there was no one present but those who belonged to the order. The president then delivered a discourse, exhorting the brethren to amendment of life. During this discourse no one was on any account to leave the room. When it was ended, anyone who had transgressions to acknowledge went up to the president and made confession. He then retired out of sight and hearing, and the sentiments of the assembly were taken, which were afterwards signified to him. The brethren were also to remind each other of their transgressions, and exhort to confession and penitence. If any one accused a brother falsely, he was severely punished for it. While the inquiry was going on, the accused was obliged to retire from the chapter. The discipline was usually administered in presence of the assembled chapter, with a scourge, or with a girdle. Those who were sick were not punished till they were recovered. When these matters were over, the president explained a portion of the statutes, and exhorted all present to live suitably thereto. He then said, "Beloved brethren, we may now close our chapter, for, praise be to God, all is well. And may God and our dear Lady grant that it may so continue, and goodness be every day increased. Beloved brethren, ye must know how it is with pardon in our chapter, and who has not part therein. Know, then, that those have no part either in the pardon of our chapter, or in the other good works of the chapter, who live as they should not, who depart from the righteousness of the order. Who do not acknowledge their offences and do penance in the mode prescribed by the order. Who treat the alms of the order as their own property, or in any other way contrary to law, and squander them in an unrighteous, scandalous, and foolish manner. But those who honestly acknowledge their faults, and conceal nothing out of shame or fear of the punishment of the order, and are right sorry for their transgressions, have a large share in the forgiveness of our chapter, and in the good works which take place in our order. And to such, in virtue of my authority, I dispense forgiveness in the name of God and of our dear Lady, in the names of the Apostles Peter and Paul, of our Father the Pope, and of you all who have given me authority. And pray to God that, according to His mercy, He will, for the merits of His mother, and of Himself, and all the saints, forgive you your sins, as He forgave the famous Mary Magdalene. He then implored the forgiveness of those to whom he might have given any offense or done any injury, and prayed for peace, for the Church, for the Holy Kingdom of Jerusalem, for the order and all its houses and people, for the brethren and sisters of the order, and for its living and dead benefactors. Finally, for all the dead who waited for the mercy of God, especially those who lay buried in the temple burial grounds, and for the souls of the fathers and mothers of the Templars. The chaplain, if present, repeated a confession of sin, in which all followed him, and then pronounced an absolution. If there was no chaplain present, each brother repeated a pater and an ave, and so the chapter ended. The statutes of the order are full of the most minute directions respecting the equipment, clothing, and mode of living of the various members of the order. They were obliged to attend divine service punctually each day at all the different hours at which it was celebrated, and regularly to observe all the fasts of the Church. They were also to have at their houses both public and private devotions. Their meals were also strictly regulated. They assembled by sound of bell. If there was a priest in the house he said grace for them, if not, each brother repeated a pater before he began to eat. During the meal a clergyman read out something edifying for them, and when it was over no one was to speak till grace was said. There was no difference made in the quality of the food. All, both high and low, fared alike, and they ate two off one plate. They had flesh meat but 3 times a week, unless when festival days occurred. On days when they had no flesh meat they had but 2 dishes. When the order were in the field, a server regulated the supply and distribution of provisions. Before giving out the provisions, he was to direct the serving brethren to notify it to the superiors of the order, that they might come and select the best for themselves. He distributed the remainder without any other distinction than that of giving the best to the sick. The plate given to every 2 of the brethren was so large that what remained when they were done was sufficient to satisfy 2 of the poor. 2 brethren were allowed as much food as 3 turcopoles, and 2 of these as much as 3 of the servants. The brethren were not allowed to seek for any food elsewhere than from the server, vegetables, game, and venison excepted. But as by the rules of the order the chase was prohibited to them, they could not procure these themselves. Amusements could not be rigorously prohibited to men who were semi-secular, and had to mingle so much in the world as the Templars. They were therefore allowed to tilt, but only with headless lances, whether only among themselves, or also at public tournaments, is uncertain. 87. They were permitted to run races with their horses, but for no higher wager than a headless crossbow bolt, or some other trifle. Chess and draughts were prohibited games, nor were they allowed to play at any other game whatever for a stake. Hawking was absolutely forbidden to the Templar, probably on account of the high price of hawks, and of this being the favorite amusement of the secular knights. The reason assigned by the statutes is, because it is not seemly in the members of an order to play sinfully, but willingly to hearken to the commands of God, to pray often and daily in their prayers before God, to bewail their sins with weeping and tears. A Templar might not even accompany one who was going out a-hawking. Moreover, as shouting and bawling were unseemly in a member of an order, he might not go a-hunting in a wood with bow and crossbow, nor accompany any one thus engaged, except to protect him against the heathen. In fine, every species of chase was forbidden to the Templar, except that of the lion, who goes about seeking whom he may devour, whose hand is against every one, and every one's hand against him. 88. The battle was the Templars' scene of glory. And consequently everything relating to the conduct of the order in war was strictly regulated. On the march the Templars, as the guardians of the Holy Cross, formed the vanguard of the Christian army. In the array they were in the right wing. The Hospitallers usually formed the rear guard, and in the field were posted on the left. The Templars mounted and set forward at the voice of their marshal, the standard-bearer preceding them with the standard of the order. They moved in a walk or a small trot. The march usually took place by night, on account of the heat of eastern climes, and every precaution was adopted to prevent confusion or inconvenience. When the standard halted for encampment, the marshal selected a place for his own tent, and the chapel, which was to contain the true cross, the tents of the server, and of the great prior of the province, had also their places marked out. It was then cried out, "Brethren, pitch your tents in the name of God," on which each Templar forthwith raised his tent in his rank. All the tents were around the chapel, outside of its cords. The herald pitched by the standard. No brother was allowed, on any account, to go out of hearing of the war cry, or to visit the quarters of any others than the Hospitallers, in case these last should be encamped beside them. The place for encamping was selected by the prior of the province in which the war was, who was therefore in some sort quartermaster general. The marshal assigned the different quarters, and over each he set a knight preceptor to govern and regulate it. When the battle commenced, the marshal usually took the standard out of the hands of the sub-marshal and unfurled it in the name of God. He then nominated from 5 to 10 of the brethren to surround and guard it. One of these he made a knight preceptor, who was to keep close by him with a banner furled on a spear, that, in case of that which the marshal carried being torn, or having fallen, or met with any other mishap, he might display it. If the marshal was wounded or surrounded, this knight was to raise the banner in his stead. No one was to lower a banner, or thrust with it, on any account, for fear of causing confusion. The brethren were to fight on all sides, and in every way in which they could annoy the foe, but still to keep near enough to be able to defend the banner of the order, if needful. But if a Templar saw a Christian in imminent danger, he was at liberty to follow the dictates of his conscience, and hasten to his relief. He was to return to his place as speedily as possible. But if the Turks had gotten between him and the banner, he was to join the nearest Christian squadron, giving the preference to the Hospitallers, if they were at hand. Should the Christians meet with defeat, the Templar, under penalty of expulsion from the order, was not to quit the field so long as the banner of the order flew. And, should there be no Red Cross flag to be seen, he was to join that of the Hospitallers, or any other. Should every Christian banner have disappeared, he was to retreat as well as he could. Such were the military principles of the Order of the Temple, principles which, instead of rage, deliberate valor breathed, firm and unmoved, with dread of death to flight or foul retreat. And never, unquestionably, was more unflinching valor displayed than by the Templars. Where all were brave and daring as the fabled heroes of romance, the Templar was still regarded as prominent, and the Cardinal of Vitry could thus speak of them in the early part of the 13th century, when they may be regarded as somewhat declined from their original elevation. They seek to expel the enemies of the cross of Christ from the lands of the Christians, by fighting manfully, and by moving to battle at the signal and command of him who is at the head of their forces, not impetuously or disorderly, but prudently and with all caution, the first in advance, the last in retreat. Nor is it permitted to them to turn their backs in flight, or to retreat without orders. They are become so formidable to the adversaries of the faith of Christ, that one chases 1,000, and two 10,000. Not asking, when there is a call to arms, how many they are, but where they are, lions in war, gentle lambs at home, rugged warriors on an expedition, like monks and eremites in the church. The language of the worthy cardinal is no doubt declamatory, and rhetorical, and some deduction must consequently be made from it. But still enough will remain to prove that the chivalry of the Temple must still have retained no small portion of the virtues for which they had been originally renowned. Chapter 9. Molay elected master. Last attempt of the Christians in Syria. Conduct of the three military orders. Philip the Fair and Pope Boniface VIII. Seizure of the Pope. Election of Clement V. The papal see removed to France. Causes of Philip's enmity to the Templars. Arrival of Molay in France. His interviews with the Pope. Charges made against the Templars. Seizure of the Knights. Proceedings in England. Nature of the charges against the order. We have, in what precedes, traced the order of the Templars from its institution to the period when the Latin dominion was overthrown forever on the coast of Syria, and have described, at some length, its internal organization, and exhibited its power and extent of possessions. It remains for us to tell how this mighty order was suddenly annihilated, to examine the charges made against it 89, and, as we have promised, to establish the falsehood and futility of them, a task far from ungrateful, though not unattended with pain. For it is of advantage to strengthen our love of justice and hatred of tyranny and oppression, by vindicating the memory even of those who perished their victims centuries agone. It is also of use to furnish one instance more to the world of the operation of the principle which will be found so generally to prevail, that, let falsehood and sophistry exert their utmost to conceal the truth, means will always remain of refuting them, and of displaying vice, however high-seated, in its true colors. In the year 1297, when the order had established its headquarters in the Isle of Cyprus, James de Molay, a native of Besançon, in the Franche Comté, was elected master. The character of Molay appears to have been at all times noble and estimable. But if we are to credit the statement of a knight named Hugh de Trevaux, he attained his dignity by an artifice not unlike that said to have been employed by Sixtus V for arriving at the papacy. The chapter, according to de Trevaux, could not agree, one part being for Molay, the other, and the stronger, for Hugh de Peyraud. Molay, seeing that he had little chance of success, assured some of the principal knights that he did not covet the office, and would himself vote for his competitor. Believing him, they joyfully made him great prior. His tone now altered. "The mantle is done, now put the hood on it. You have made me great prior, and whether you will or not I will be great master also." The astounded knights instantly chose him. If this account be true, the mode of election at this time must have differed very considerably from that which we have described above out of the statutes of the order. This election, moreover, took place in France, where, in 1297, Molay, we are told, held the fourth son of the king at the baptismal font. One feeble attempt, the last military exploit of the Templars, was made by the Christians to acquire once more a footing on the continent of Asia during the mastership of Molay. In 1300, the Mongol chief Ghazan came to the aid of the king of Armenia, against the Turks. As it was the policy of the Tartars, who had not as yet embraced Islam, to stir up enemies to the Mohammedans, Ghazan, after overrunning the country as far as Damascus, sent an embassy to the Pope, Boniface VIII. Inviting the Christians, particularly the three military orders, to come and take possession of the Holy Land. The Templars, Hospitallers, and Henry, king of Cyprus, forthwith manned 7 galleys and 5 smaller vessels. Almeric de Lusignan, lord of Tyre, and the masters of the 2 orders, landed at Tortosa, and endeavored to maintain that islet against the Egyptian sultan, but were forced to yield to numbers. The Templars fought gallantly to no purpose, and a few of them, who defended a tower into which they had thrown themselves, surrendered, and were carried prisoners to Egypt. The Hospitallers, in the year 1306, renewed their attacks on the Isle of Rhodes, where they finally succeeded in expelling the Turks, and planting the standard of their order. The Teutonic Knights transferred the sphere of their warfare to Russia, and the adjacent country, whose inhabitants were still heathens. The Templars meantime remained inactive in Cyprus, and seem even to have been meditating a retreat to Europe. France was at this time governed by Philip the Fair, son of St. Louis. Philip, who had come to the throne at the early age of 17 years, had been educated by Giles de Colonna, afterwards Archbishop of Bourges, a man distinguished for his learning and for the boldness of his opinions. One of his favorite maxims was, that Jesus Christ had not given any temporal dominion to his church, and that the King of France has his authority from God alone. Such principles having been early instilled into his mind, the young monarch was not likely to be a very dutiful son of the church, and the character of Boniface VIII. Who, without possessing the talents or the virtues of a Gregory or an Innocent, attempted to stretch the papal pretensions to their greatest extent, soon roused him to resistance. In the plenitude of his fancied authority, the Pope issued a bull, forbidding the clergy to give any subsidies to lay powers without permission from Rome. Philip, in return, issued an order prohibiting the exportation of gold, silver, or merchandise from France, thereby cutting off a great source of papal revenue. In the course of the dispute, Boniface maintained that princes were subject to him in temporals also. Philip's reply was, Philip, by the grace of God, King of the French, to Boniface, acting as supreme pontiff, little or no health. Let your extreme folly know, that in temporals we are not subject to any one. Shortly afterwards he publicly burned a bull of the Pope, and proclaimed the deed by sound of trumpet in Paris. Boniface, raving with indignation, summoned the French clergy to Rome, to deliberate on the means of preserving the liberties of the Church. Philip convoked a national assembly to Paris, in which, for the first time, there appeared deputies of the Third Estate, who readily expressed their resolution to stand by their monarch in defense of his rights. And the clergy willingly denied the temporal jurisdiction of the pontiff. Several prelates and abbots having obeyed the summons of the Pope, the king seized on their temporalities. The Pope menaced with deprivation all those who had not attended, and, in his famous bull of Unam Sanctum, asserted that every human being was subject to the Roman pontiff. Another bull declared that every person, be his rank what it might, was bound to appear personally when summoned to Rome. Philip forbade the publication of these bulls. And the States General being again convoked appealed to a council against the Pope. Commissaries were sent through France to procure the adhesion of the clergy to this act, which was given in some cases voluntarily, in others obtained by means of a little wholesome rigor. The king, his wife, and his son, pledged themselves to stand by those who adhered to the resistance made by France to papal usurpation. Boniface next excommunicated the king, who intercepted the bull, and prevented its publication. The Pope finally offered the crown of France to the Emperor Albert of Austria. Matters were now come to an extremity, and Philip ventured on one of the boldest acts that have ever been attempted in the Christian world. Philip had afforded an asylum at his court to some members of the Colonna family, the personal enemies of the Pope. His chancellor and fast adherent was William de Nogaret, who had been his agent in the affair of appealing to a general council, by presenting to the States General a charge of simony, magic, and the usual real or imaginary crimes of the day against the pontiff. This man, and some of the Italian exiles, attended by a body of 300 horse, set out for Italy, and took up his abode at a castle between Florence and Siena, under pretext of its being a convenient situation for carrying on negotiations with Rome. The Pope was meantime residing at Anagni, his native town. Nogaret having, by a liberal distribution of money, acquired a sufficient number of partisans, appeared before the gate of Anagni early on the morning of the September 7, 1303. The gate was opened by a traitor, and the French and their partisans ran through the streets, crying "Live the King of France, die Boniface." They entered the palace without opposition. The French ran here and there in search of plunder, and Sciarra Colonna and his Italians alone came in presence of the Pope. Boniface, who was now 86 years of age, was clad in his pontifical vestments, and on his knees before the altar, in expectation of death. At the sight of him the conspirators, whose intention had been to slay him, stopped short, filled with involuntary awe, and did not dare to lay a hand upon him. During 3 days they kept him a prisoner. On the 4th the people of the town rose and expelled them, and released the pontiff. Boniface returned to Rome. But rage at the humiliation which he had undergone deranged his intellect, and in one of his paroxysms he dashed his head against the wall of his chamber, and died in consequence of the injury which he received. 90. Benedict XI, the successor of Boniface, absolved Philip, and his ministers and subjects, from the sentence of excommunication. As he felt his power, he was proceeding to more vigorous measures to avenge the insulted dignity of the Holy See, when he died of poison, administered, as a contemporary historian asserts, by the agents of Philip. During 10 months the conclave were unable to agree on his successor among the Italian cardinals. It was then proposed by the partisans of the King of France, that one party in the conclave should name 3 ultramontane prelates, from among whom the other party should select one. The choice fell on Bertrand de Got, Archbishop of Bordeaux, who had many serious causes of enmity to Philip and his brother Charles of Valois. Philip's friend, the Cardinal of Prato, instantly sent off a courier with the news, advising the king to acquiesce in the election as soon as he had secured him to his interest. Philip set out for Gascony, and had a private interview with the pontiff-elect, in an abbey in the midst of a forest near St. Jean d'Angely. Having sworn mutual secrecy, the king told the prelate that it was in his power to make him pope on condition of his granting him 6 favors. He showed him his proofs, and the ambitious Gascon, falling at his feet, promised everything. The 6 favors demanded by Philip were a perfect reconciliation with the Church, admission to the communion for himself and friends, the tithes of the clergy of France for 5 years, to defray the expenses of his war in Flanders, the persecution and destruction of the memory of Pope Boniface, the conferring the dignity of cardinal on James and Peter Colonna. The 6th favor, said he, is great and secret, and I reserve the asking of it for a suitable time and place. The prelate swore on the host, and gave his brother and 2 of his nephews as hostages. The king then sent orders to the Cardinal of Prato, to elect the Archbishop of Bordeaux, who took the name of Clement V. Whether urged by the vanity of shining in the eyes of his countrymen, or by dread of the tyranny exercised by the cardinals over his predecessors, or, what seems more probable, in compliance with the wishes of Philip, or in consequence of impediments thrown by that monarch in the way of his departure, Clement, to the dismay of all Christendom, instead of repairing to Rome, summoned the cardinals to Lyons for his coronation. They reluctantly obeyed, and he was crowned in that city on the December 17, 1305, the king, his brother, and his principal nobles, assisting at the ceremony. Clement forthwith created 12 new cardinals, all creatures of Philip, whose most devoted slave the Pope showed himself to be on all occasions. His promises to him were most punctually fulfilled, with the exception of that respecting the memory of Boniface, which the Cardinal of Prato proved to Philip it would be highly impolitic and dangerous to perform. But Clement cheerfully authorized him to seize, on the festival of Saint Madeleine, all the Jews in his kingdom, to banish them, and confiscate their property in the name of religion. What the 6th and secret grace which Philip required was is unknown. Many conjectures have been made to little purpose. It is not at all improbable that the king had at the time no definite object in view, and that, like the fabled grant of Neptune to Theseus, it was to be claimed whenever an occasion of sufficient importance should present itself. Such as we have described them were Philip and the sovereign pontiff, the one able, daring, rapacious, ambitious, and unprincipled, the other mean, submissive, and little scrupulous. As it was the object of Philip to depress the papal power, and make it subservient to his ambition, he must naturally have desired to deprive it of support. The Templars, therefore, who had been on all occasions the staunch partisans of the papacy, must on this account alone have been objects of his aversion. They had, moreover, loudly exclaimed against his repeated adulteration of the coin, by which they sustained so much injury. And they were very urgent in their demands for repayment of the money which they had lent him on the occasion of the marriage of his daughter Isabella with the son of the King of England. Their wealth was great. Their possessions in France were most extensive, they were connected with the noblest families in the realm. They were consequently, now that they seemed to have given up all idea of making any farther efforts in the East, likely to prove a serious obstacle in the way of the establishment of the absolute power of the crown. They were finally very generally disliked on account of their excessive pride and arrogance, and it was to be expected that in an attack on their power and privileges the popular favor would be with the king. These motives will, we apprehend, sufficiently account for Philip's anxiety to give a check to the order, beyond which, as it would appear, his plans did not at first extend. We cannot venture to say when this project first entered the mind of King Philip, whether he had the Hospitallers also in view, and whether he impelled the Pope to invite the masters of the two orders to France. As the rivalry and ill-feeling between the two orders had long been regarded as one of the principal causes of the little success of the Christians in the East, the idea of uniting them had been conceived, and Gregory X, and St. Louis had striven, but in vain, at the council at Lyons, to effect it. Pope Boniface VIII had also been anxious to bring this project to bear, and Clement now resolved to attempt it. On the June 6, 1306, only 6 months after his coronation, he wrote to the masters of the two orders to the following effect: the kings of Armenia and Cyprus were calling on him for aid. He therefore wished to confer with them, who knew the country well, and were so much interested in it, as to what were best to be done, and desired that they would come to him as secretly as possible, and with a very small train. As they would find plenty of their knights on this side of the sea. He directed them to provide for the defense of Limisso during their absence. The master of the hospital, William de Villaret, was, when the letter arrived, engaged in the attack on Rhodes, and, therefore, could not obey the summons. But de Molay, the master of the temple, having confided Limisso and the direction of the order to the marshal, embarked with 60 of his most distinguished knights, taking with him the treasure of the order, consisting of 150,000 florins of gold, and so much silver, that the whole formed the lading of 12 horses. When they arrived in France, he proceeded to Paris, where the king received him with the greatest marks of favor and distinction, and he deposited the treasure in the temple of that city. Shortly afterwards he set out for Poitiers, where he had an interview with Clement, who consulted him on the affairs of the East. On the subject of a new crusade, Molay gave it as his opinion that nothing but a simultaneous effort of all the Christian powers would be of any avail. He objected to the union of the orders on the following grounds, which were, on the whole, sufficiently frivolous. He said, first, that what is new is not always the best. That the orders, as they were, had done good service in Palestine, and, in short, used the good old argument of anti-reformists, it works well. To delay. That as the orders were spiritual as well as temporal, and many a one had entered them for the weal of his soul, it might not be a matter of indifference to such to leave the one which he had selected and enter another. 3. Delay. There might be discord, as each order would want its own wealth and influence, and seek to gain the mastery for its own rules and discipline. 4. Thly. The Templars were generous of their goods, while the Hospitallers were only anxious to accumulate a difference which might produce dissension. 5. Thly. As the Templars received more gifts and support from the laity than the Hospitallers, they would be the losers, or at least be envied by their associates. 6 Thly. There would probably be some disputing between the superiors about the appointment to the dignities in the new order. He however candidly acknowledged, that the new order would be stronger than the old one, and so more zealous to combat the infidels, and that many commanderies might be suppressed, and some saving effected thereby. Having thus delivered his sentiments, Molay took leave of the Pope, and returned to Paris. Vague rumors of serious charges made, or to be made, against the order now beginning to prevail. Molay, accompanied by Rambaud de Caron, preceptor of Outremer, Geoffrey de Gonville, preceptor of Aquitaine, and Hugh de Perando, preceptor of France, repaired once more to Poitiers, about April, 1307, to justify himself and the order in the eyes of the Pope. Clement, we are told, informed them of the serious charges of the commission of various crimes which had been made against them. But they gave him such explanations as appeared to content him, and returned to Paris, satisfied that they had removed all doubts from his mind. The following was the way in which the charges were made against the Templars. There was lying in prison, at Paris or Toulouse, for some crime, a man named Squin de Flexion, a native of Béziers, who had been formerly a Templar, and prior of Montfaucon, but had been put out of the order for heresy and other offences. His companion in captivity was a Florentine, named Nafodé, a man, says Villani, full of all iniquity. These two began to plan how they might best extricate themselves from their present hopeless state. And, as it would appear, aware of the king's dislike to the Templars, and hating them for having punished him for his crimes, Squin de Flexion resolved to accuse them of the most monstrous offences, and thus obtain his liberation. Accordingly, calling for the governor of the prison, he told him that he had a discovery to make to the king, which would be more for his advantage than the acquisition of a new kingdom, but that he would only reveal it to the king in person. Squin was immediately conveyed to Paris, and brought before the king, to whom he declared the crimes of the order, and some of the Templars were seized and examined by order of Philip. Another account says that Squin Flexion and Nafodé, who were both degraded Templars, had been actively engaged in an insurrection of the people some time before, from which the king was obliged to take shelter in the temple. They had been taken, and were lying in prison without any hope of their lives, when they hit on the plan of accusing their former associates. They were both set at liberty. But Squin was afterwards hanged, and Nafodé beheaded, as was said with little probability, by the Templars. It is also said, that, about the same time, Cardinal Cantilupo, the Pope's chamberlain, who had been in connection with the Templars from his 11th year, made some discoveries respecting it to his master. The charges made by Squin Flexion against the order were as follows. 1. Each Templar, on his admission, was sworn never to quit the order, and to further its interests, by right or by wrong. 2. The heads of the order are in secret alliance with the Saracens, and have more Mohammedan infidelity than Christian faith, in proof of which, they make every novice spit and trample on the cross of Christ, and blaspheme his faith in various ways. 3. The heads of the order are heretical, cruel, and sacrilegious men. Whenever any novice, on discovering the iniquity of the order, attempts to quit it, they put him to death, and bury him privately by night. They teach the women who are pregnant by them how to procure abortion, and secretly murder the newborn babes. 4. The Templars are infected with all the errors of the Fraticelli, they despise the Pope and the authority of the Church. They contemn the sacraments, especially those of penance and confession. They feign compliance with the rites of the Church merely to escape detection. 5. The superiors are addicted to the most infamous excesses of debauchery, to which, if any one expresses his repugnance, he is punished by perpetual captivity. 6. The temple houses are the receptacles of every crime and abomination that can be committed. 7. The order labors to put the Holy Land into the hands of the Saracens, and favors them more than the Christians. 8. The installation of the Master takes place in secret, and few of the younger brethren are present at it. Whence there is a strong suspicion that he denies the Christian faith or promises, or does something contrary to right. 9. Many statutes of the order are unlawful, profane, and contrary to the Christian religion. The members are, therefore, forbidden, under pain of perpetual confinement, to reveal them to any one. 10. No vice or crime committed for the honor or benefit of the order is held to be a sin. Such were the charges brought against the order by the degraded prior of Montfaucon, charges in general absurd, or founded on gross exaggeration of some of the rules of the society. Others, still more incredible, were subsequently brought forward in the course of the examinations of witnesses. Philip and his ministers, having now what they regarded as a plausible case against the Templars, prepared their measures in secret. And on the September 12, 1307, sealed letters were sent to all the governors and royal officers throughout France, with orders to arm themselves on the 12th of the following month. And in the night to open the letters and act according to the instructions contained therein. The appointed day arrived. And, on the morning of Friday, the October 13th, nearly all the Templars throughout France saw themselves captives in the hands of their enemies. So well had Philip taken his measures, that his meditated victims were without suspicion. And, on the very eve of his arrest, Molay was chosen by the treacherous monarch to lure one of the 4 pallbearers at the funeral of the Princess Catherine, wife of the Count of Valois. The directions sent by the king to his officers had been to seize the persons and the goods of the Templars, to interrogate, torture, and obtain confessions from them, to promise pardon to those who confessed, and to menace those who denied. On the day of the arrest of the master and his knights, the king took possession of the temple at Paris, and the master and the preceptors of Aquitaine, France, and beyond sea, were sent prisoners to Corbeil. The following day the doctors of the University of Paris and several canons assembled with the royal ministers in the church of Notre Dame, and William de Nogaret, the chancellor, stated to them that the knights had been proceeded against on account of their heresies. On the 15th the university met in the temple, and some of the heads of the order, particularly the master, were examined, and are said to have made some confessions of the guilt of the order for the last 40 years. The king now published an act of accusation, conceived in no moderate or gentle terms. He calls the accused in it devouring wolves, a perfidious and idolatrous society, whose deeds, whose very words alone, are enough to pollute the earth and infect the air, and the inhabitants of Paris were then assembled in the royal gardens. And the king's agents spoke, and some monks preached to them against the accused. Philip, in his hostility to the order, would be content with nothing short of its utter ruin. Almost immediately after his coup d'état of the October 13th, he dispatched a priest, named Bernard Politis, to his son-in-law, Edward II, King of England, inviting him to follow his example. Edward wrote, on the 30th of the same month, to say that the charges made against the Templars by Philip and his agent appeared to him, his barons, and his prelates, to be incredible. And that he would, therefore, summon the Seneschal of Agen, whence this rumor had proceeded, to inform him thereupon, before proceeding any farther. Clement had been at first offended at the hasty and arbitrary proceedings of the King of France against the Templars, but Philip easily managed to appease him. And on the 22 November the Pope wrote to the King of England, assuring him that the master of the temple had spontaneously confessed that the brethren, on their admission, denied Christ. And that several of the brethren in different parts of France had acknowledged the idolatry and other crimes laid to the charge of the order. And that a knight of the highest and most honorable character, whom he had himself examined, had confessed the denial of Jesus Christ to be a part of the ceremony of admission. He therefore calls on the king to arrest all the Templars within his realms, and to place their lands and goods in safe custody, till their guilt or innocence should be ascertained. Edward, in a letter, dated November 26, inquired particularly of the Seneschal of Agen, in Guienne, respecting the charges against the Templars. On the December 4 he wrote to the kings of Portugal, Castile, Aragon, and Sicily, telling them of what he had heard, and adding that he had given no credit to it, and begging of them not to hearken to these rumors. On the 10th, evidently before he had received the bull, he wrote to the Pope, stating his disbelief of what he had heard, and praying of His Holiness to institute an inquiry. But when the papal bull, so strongly asserting the guilt of the order, arrived, the good-hearted king did not venture to refuse compliance with it. And he issued a writ on the December 15th, appointing the morn of Wednesday after Epiphany, in the following month, for seizing the Templars and their property, but directing them to be treated with all gentleness. Similar orders were forwarded to Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, on the 20th, and on the 26th he wrote to assure the Pope that his mandates would be speedily obeyed. The arrests took place accordingly. And the Templars and their property were thus seized in the two countries in which they were most powerful. 91. The reluctance of the King of England and his Parliament to proceed to any harsh measures against the Templars affords some presumption in their favour, and would incline us to believe that, had Philip been actuated by a similar love of justice, the order would not have been so cruelly treated in France. But Philip had resolved on the destruction of the society, and his privy councillors and favourites were not men who would seek to check him in his career of blood and spoliation. These men were William Imbert, his confessor, a Dominican monk, one of an order inured in Languedoc to blood, and deeply versed in all inquisitorial arts and practices. William Nogaret, his chancellor, the violator of the sanctity of the head of the church. William Plaisian, who had shared in that daring deed, and afterwards sworn, in an assembly of the peers and prelates of France, that Boniface was an atheist and a sorcerer, and had a familiar demon. The whole order of the Dominicans also went heart and hand in the pious work of detecting and punishing the heretics. We must constantly bear in mind that the charges made against the Templars, if they may not all be classed under the term heresy, were all such as the Church was in the habit of making against those whom she persecuted as public heretics. And in this, Philip and his advisers acted wisely in their generation, for treason, or any other political charge, would have sounded dull and inefficient in the ears of the people, in comparison with the formidable word heresy. Chapter 10. Examination of the captive knights. Different kinds of torture. Causes of confession. What confessions were made? Templars brought before the Pope their declarations. Papal commissioner brought before it Ponce de Gici. Defenders of the order. Act of accusation. Heads of defense. Witnesses against the order. 54 Templars committed to the flames at Paris. Remarkable words of Aymeric de Villers-le-Duc. Templars burnt in other places. Further examinations. The head worshipped by the Templars. John de Paulincourt. Peter de la Palu. The charge of conducting the inquiry against the society was committed by Philip, without asking or waiting for the Pope's approbation, to Imbert, who lost no time in proceeding to action. He wrote to all the inquisitors of his order, directing them to proceed against the Templars, as he had already done himself. And, in case of ascertaining the truth of the charges, to communicate it to the Minorite friars, or some other order, that the people might take no offence at the procedure, and to send the declarations as soon as possible to the king and himself. They were to use no cruelty towards the prisoners, but, if necessary, they might employ the torture. On the October 19th, 6 days after their seizure, Imbert commenced his examinations at the Temple of Paris. 140 prisoners were examined, when, by promises and by the aid of the torture, confessions in abundance were procured. 36 of he knights expired under the gentle method employed to extract the truth from them. The zealous Imbert then proceeded to Bayeux, Metz, Toul, and Verdun, in all which places examinations were held and confessions extorted in the same way. It was, however, carefully stated in each deposition, that the witness had spoken without any constraint. As our readers fortunately cannot be supposed familiarly acquainted with the mild and gentle modes employed by the Brethren of St. Dominic, for eliciting the truth, we will present a slight sketch of some of them, that they may be able to form some idea of the value of rack-extorted testimony. Sometimes the patient was stripped naked, his hands were tied behind his back, heavy weights were fastened to his feet, and the cord which confined his hands passed over a pulley. At a given signal he was hoisted into the air, where he hung suspended by his arms, which were thus drawn out of their natural position, then suddenly the cord would be let run, but checked before the patient reached the ground. And thus a tremendous shock given to his frame. Another mode of torture was to fasten the feet of the patient on an instrument, which prevented his drawing them back. They were then rubbed with some unctuous substance, and set before a flaming fire. A board was occasionally placed between his feet and the fire, and withdrawn again, in order to increase his pain by intervals of cessation. The heel of the patient was at times enclosed in an iron heel, which could be tightened at pleasure, and thus caused excruciating pain. What was regarded as a very gentle mode, and only indulged to those who had not strength to undergo the preceding tortures, was to place round sticks between their fingers, and compress them till the bones of the fingers were cracked. The teeth of the Templars were occasionally drawn, their feet roasted, weights suspended from all parts of their bodies, and thus they gave their testimony without constraint. What is understood as testimony or confession, by inquisitors, is an affirmative answer to such questions as they ask. They usually assume the guilt of the accused, and no witnesses for the defense are heard. It is useless to prove the absurdity and unreasonableness of the charges, for that would be impugning the sense and judgment of those who gave ear to them. And promises are always held out that, if full and free confession is made, the criminal will be gently dealt with. The accused is, moreover, always confined in a solitary cell, he has none to console and cheer him. He feels abandoned by the whole world. Conscious innocence is of no avail, his only hope is in the mercy of his judge. The Templars, we must recollect, were seized towards the commencement of winter. And at that season a dungeon of the Middle Ages must have been cheerless beyond description. They were barely allowed the necessaries of life. They were stripped of the habit of the order, and denied the consolations of religion, for they were treated as heretics. And they were shown a real or pretended letter of their master, in which he confessed the crimes of the order, and exhorted them to do the same. Enthusiasts in religion or politics are supported by the consciousness of rectitude, and bear up against privations or torture in firm reliance on the favor of the divinity, or the praise and esteem of a grateful and admiring posterity. But the great majority of the Templars were far from being such characters, they were illiterate knights, who had long lived in luxury and indulged in arrogance. They knew themselves to be objects of dislike to many, and felt that their power was gone. Need we then be surprised that, beguiled by the hopes held out, numbers of them readily acknowledged all the charges made against their order? And must we not so much the more admire the constancy of those who, unseduced by flattering hopes, and undismayed by menaces and torture, yielded up their breath rather than confess a falsehood? At Paris the knights who confessed acknowledged the denial of Christ. This was the point which the inquisitors were most anxious to establish, but in an uncertain, contradictory manner. As what was said on one examination was retracted on another, or was enlarged or diminished. It was also confessed that an idol was adored in their chapters. At Nîmes, in November, 1307, 45 knights confessed the guilt of the order. They afterwards retracted, but in 1311 the torture made them revert to their original declaration. At Troyes 2 knights confessed everything that was required of them. At Pont de l'Arche 7 confessed. These and 6 others were again examined at Caen. They terminated their declarations by imploring the mercy of the Church, and entreating with tears to be spared the torture. Those examined at Carcassonne all deposed to the worship of the image. But some of them afterwards retracted that admission, and died maintaining the innocence of the order. 6 Templars at Bigorre 92 and 7 at Cahors confessed, but several of them afterwards retracted. Philip and his creatures were at this stage of their career, when the Pope began to testify some little dissatisfaction at the irregularity of the proceedings. The king instantly wrote to upbraid him with his lukewarmness in the cause of religion. He stated that the bishops, who were the king's, helpers in the government of the Church, were the fittest persons to carry on the business, on account of their local knowledge. And added that neither he nor they could comply with the desires of the Pope. He acted, he said, as the servant of God, and must render to God his account. Clement could not venture to impede the pious labors of such a zealous servant of the Lord. He cancelled the bull which he had prepared on the subject, only requiring that each bishop's inquisitors should be confirmed by a provincial council, and that the examination of the heads of the order should be reserved for himself. Philip then condescended to offer to put the captives into the hands of the papal judges, and to devote the goods of the order to the profit of the Holy Land. The clergy declined taking charge of the knights, and the king and pope managed the property of the order in common. In the beginning of the year 1308, we are told 93, the master of the Templars, the preceptor of Cyprus, the visitor of France, and the great priors of Aquitaine and Normandy, were brought before the pope at Chinon, where they voluntarily, and without the application of any torture, confessed the truth of the enormities laid to the charge of the order. They abjured their errors, and the cardinals implored the king in their favor. Renouard 94, we know not on what authority, positively denies that the master and his companions were ever brought before the pope. He says that, in the month of August following, they were on their way to Poitiers, in order to be examined by the pontiff in person. But that, under pretext of some, them being sick, they were detained at Chinon, instead of being brought on to Poitiers, where the pope remained, and were finally conducted back to Paris without having seen him. He does not give the date of this occurrence, but it would seem to have been in the following autumn. The proceedings against the Templars were so manifestly contrary to the interest of the pope, that Philip deemed it necessary to keep a strict eye over him. Having, in May, 1308, convoked an assembly of the states at Toms, and obtained from them a declaration of his right to punish notorious heretics without asking the consent of the pope, and in which he was called upon to act with rigor against the Templars, he proceeded with it himself to Poitiers, and presented it to Clement. During the negotiations which took place at that time, the pope attempted to make his escape to Bordeaux, but his baggage and his treasures were stopped by the king's orders at the gate of the town, and Clement remained in effect a prisoner. While the supreme pontiff was thus in his power, Philip, who still remained at Poitiers, by way of removing all his scruples, had, on the 29th and June 30th, and July 1st, 72 of the Templars, who had confessed, brought before Clement and examined. As was to be expected, the greater part repeated their former declarations of the impiety, idolatry, and licentiousness of the order. From these depositions it appears clearly that the torture had been employed to extract the former confessions. Pierre de Broglie said that he had been stripped and put to the torture, but that he had said neither more nor less on that account. He added that those who tortured him were all drunk. Guillaume de Hames had not been tortured, but he had been kept a month in solitary confinement on bread and water before he made any confession. Gerard d'Este, Marshal, who confessed to having denied Christ and spit 10 beside the cross, said that he had been cruelly tortured, being at first ashamed to acknowledge these facts, although they were true. Deodat Japhet had been tortured, but it was the inspiration of God and the Blessed Virgin Mary, and not the rack, which had made him confess. He acknowledged every crime imputed to the order. Speaking of the idol, he said, I was alone in a chamber with the person who received me. He drew out of a box a head, or idol, which appeared to me to have 3 faces, and said, Thou shouldst adore it as thy Saviour and that of the order of the Temple. We then bent our 2 knees, and I cried, Blessed be he who will save my soul, and I worshipped it. Yet Japhet afterwards retracted this deposition, and stood forth as one of the defenders of the order. Iter de Rochefort, though he said he had confessed, had been tortured repeatedly, with a view to extracting more from him. He declared that, having been received in the unlawful way, he had confessed himself to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who had wept bitterly at hearing of such wickedness. As Renouard very justly observes, the Patriarch, who could hardly be a friend to the Templars, was not very likely to content himself with shedding a few useless tears had the knowledge of such a heresy come to his ears. Pierre de Conders had confessed at the sight of the rack. Raymond de Stéphanie had been severely tortured at Carcassonne. Being asked why he did not then tell the truth, he replied, Because I did not recollect it. But I prayed the Seneschal to allow me to confer with my companions, and when I had deliberated with them I recollected. Who can give credit to depositions like these, most of which were subsequently revoked? Yet it was by these that the Pope declared himself to be perfectly satisfied of the guilt of the order, and justified the rigorous measures which he authorized against it. Philip, we are to observe, was all this time at Poitiers. The prisoners were examined before the cardinals, and only those who had not retracted their former rack-extorted confessions were produced in the large concourse of nobles, clergy, and people assembled on this occasion 95. Clement and Philip now arranged the convocation of an ecumenic council at Vienne, to pronounce the abolition of the order. The Pope also appointed a commission to take at Paris a juridical information against it. And, on the August 1st, he authorized the bishops and his delegates to proceed in their inquiries. On the August 12th, by the bull Faciens Misericordiam, after asserting the guilt of the order, he called upon all princes and prelates throughout the Christian world to assist him in making inquiry into this affair. The commission appointed by the Pope was composed of the Archbishop of Narbonne, the bishops of Bayeux, Mende, and Limoges, Matthew of Naples, Archdeacon of Rouen, Notary of the Holy See, John of Mantua, Archdeacon of Trent, John of Montlore, Archdeacon of Maguelone, and William H. Lynn, Provost of Aix, which last was prevented by business from giving attendance. They entered on their functions on the August 7, 1309, and ordered that the brethren of the Temple should be cited before them on the first day of business after the festival of St. Martin, in November. The citations were to be published in presence of the people and clergy in the cathedrals, churches, and schools, in the principal houses of the order, and in the prisons in which the knights were confined. No one appearing, new citations were issued, and at length the Bishop of Paris was called on by the commission to go himself to the prison where the master and the heads of the order were confined, and notify it to them. Having done so, he caused the same notification to be made throughout his diocese. The following circumstance, which occurred at this time, would seem to indicate that impediments were thrown in the way of those who were disposed to defend the order by the royal ministers. The commissioners were informed that the governor of the Châtelet had arrested and imprisoned some persons who were presumed to have come to defend the order. The governor being summoned before them, declared that, by order of the ministers, he had arrested 7 persons who were denounced as being Templars in a lay habit, who had come to Paris with money in order to procure advocates and defenders for the accused. He acknowledged that he had put them to the torture, but said that he did not believe them to be Templars. On Wednesday, November 26, the commission sat, and Molay, the master of the temple, was brought before it. He was asked if he would defend the order, or speak for himself. He replied by expressing his surprise that the Church should proceed with such precipitation in this case, when the sentence relative to the Emperor Frederick had been suspended for 32 years. Though he had neither knowledge nor talent sufficient to defend the order, he should consider himself vile in his own eyes, and in those of others, if he hesitated to do so. But being the prisoner of the king and the pope, and without money, he asked for aid and counsel. The commissioners desired him to reflect on Ms. offer, and to consider the confessions respecting himself and the order which he had made. They agreed, however, to give him time, and, that he might not be ignorant of what was alleged against him, had the documents containing their powers read to him in the vulgar language. During the reading of the letters which recited his confession made to the cardinals at Chinon, he crossed himself repeatedly, and gave other signs of indignation and surprise, and said, that, were it not for the respect due to the envoys of the Pope, he should express himself differently. They said they were not come there to receive challenges. He replied that he spoke not of cartels, he only wished they acted in this case as the Saracens and Tartars did, who cut off the head and cut the body in 2 of those who were found to be guilty. 2 circumstances are worthy of note in this examination: 1, that William Plaisien was present at it, and, as the commissioners expressly declared, without being invited by them. The other, that the confessions, which were imputed to Molay, and which he evidently intimated to be false, were inserted in the bull Faciens Misericordiam, which bears the date of the August 12, although the festival of the Assumption, that is the 16th of August, is given as the day on which they were made 96. It was there declared that the heads of the order had confessed and been absolved, yet here we find the master treated as a heretic who was still unreconciled. The following day, November 27, Ponce de Gissi, prior of Payens, appeared before the commission. On being asked if he would defend the order, he replied, yes. The imputations cast on us of denying Christ, of spitting on the cross, of authorizing infamous crimes, and all such accusations, are false. If I, myself, or other knights, have made confessions before the Bishop of Paris, or elsewhere, we have betrayed the truth, we have yielded to fear, to danger, to violence. We were tortured by Flexion de Beziers, Prior of Montfaucon, and the monk William Robert, our enemies. Several of the prisoners had agreed among themselves to make these confessions, in order to escape death, and because 36 knights had died at Paris, and a great number in other places, under the torture. As for me, I am ready to defend the order in my own name, and in the names of those who will make common cause with me, if I am assigned out of the goods of the order as much as will defray the needful expense. I require to be granted the counsel of Raynaud of Orleans and of Peter of Bologna, priests of the order. He was asked if he had been tortured. He replied that he had, 3 months before he made his confession. Next day the master was brought up again. He demanded to be brought before the Pope, appealed to the valor and charity of the Templars, and their zeal in adorning churches, in proof of their piety, and made an orthodox confession of his own faith. Nogaret, who was present, then observed, that it was related in the Chronicles of Saint Denis that the master of the order had done homage to Saladin, and that the Sultan had ascribed their ill fortune to their secret vices and impiety. Molay declared that he had never heard of such calumnies, and gave an instance of the prudence and good faith of a former master, when himself and some other young men wanted him to break a truce. Molay concluded by praying the Chancellor and the Commissioners to procure him the favor of hearing Mass, and being attended by his chaplains. Orders having been given that all the Templars who were desirous to undertake the defense of the order should be conveyed to Paris, they were brought thither strongly guarded. The Commission then renewed its sittings. As the prisoners were successively brought before it, they, with few exceptions, declared their readiness to defend their order till death, cried some, till the end, cried others, because I wish to save my soul, added one. Bertrand d'Este. Paul declared that he never did, and never would, confess the guilt of the order, because it was not true. And that he believed that God would work a miracle if the body of Christ was administered to those who confessed and those who denied. 7 of those who had been examined before the Pope, and had confessed, now declared that they had lied, and revoked what they then said. John de Valgeld maintained that he had made no confession on that occasion. I was tortured so much, and held so long before a burning fire, said Bernard de Vado, that the flesh of my heels was burnt, and these 2 bones, which he showed, came off. In the course of these examinations, a Templar, named Laurent de Beaune, showed a letter with the seals of Philip de Vouet and John Jainville, the persons set by the Pope and King over the prisoners, addressed to the Templars confined at Sens, inviting them to confess what was required, and declaring that the Pope had given orders that those who did not persevere in their confessions should be committed to the flames. Philip de Vouet, on being interrogated, said that he did not believe that he had sent that letter, his seal had often lain in the hands of his secretary, he had always advised the prisoners to speak the truth. Jainville was not examined, neither was John Carpini, the bearer of the letter. De Beaune was one of the first afterwards committed to the flames. The supposition is natural, that the letter was a stratagem of the king and his ministers. The master having been again brought before the commissioners, and having renewed his demand of being sent to the Pope, they promised to write to the Pope on the subject, but there is no proof of their having done so. On the March 28 all the Templars who had expressed their willingness to defend the order were assembled in the garden of the bishop's palace. Their number was 546. The master was not among them. The articles of accusation were then read over to them in Latin. The commissioners ordered that they should be read again to them in the vulgar tongue, but the knights all cried out that it was enough, they did not desire that such abominations, which were false and not to be named, should be repeated in the vulgar language. Again, they complained of the deprivation of their religious habits and the sacraments of the Church, and desired that the master and the heads of the order should be called thither also. But this reasonable request was not complied with. In vain the master demanded to be brought before the Pope, in vain the knights required to be permitted to enjoy the presence of their chief. Neither the one nor the other suited the interest or the designs of the king. The number of the Templars in Paris soon amounted to near 900. The commissioners were desirous that they should appoint agents to manage their defense. But this they declined to do, some alleging that they could not do so without the consent of their chief, others insisting on defending the order in person. At length, after a great deal of argument and deliberation, 75 Templars were chosen to draw up the defense of the order. And the priests of the order, Renaud de Pruino and Peter of Bologna, and the knights, William de Chambonnet and Bertrand de Sartiges, were appointed to be present at the deposition of the witnesses. The act of accusation against the Templars, drawn up in the name of the Pope, ran thus. At the time of their reception they were made to deny God, Christ, the Virgin, and in particular to declare that Christ was not the true God, but a false prophet, who had been crucified for his own crimes, and not for the redemption of the world. They spat and trampled on the cross, especially on Good Friday. They worshipped a cat which sometimes appeared in their chapters. Their priests, when celebrating Mass, did not pronounce the words of consecration. They believed that their master could absolve them from their sins. They were told at their reception that they might abandon themselves to all kinds of licentiousness. They had idols in all their provinces, some with 3 faces, some with 1. They worshipped these idols in their chapters, believed that they could save them, regarded them as the givers of wealth to the order, and of fertility to the earth. They touched them with cords which they afterwards tied round their own bodies. Those who at the time of their reception would not comply with these practices were put to death or imprisoned. All this, it was stated, took place according to the statutes of the order. It was a general and ancient custom, and there was no other mode of reception. The act of accusation stated farther that the Templars stopped at no means of enriching the order 97. The Templars, in their reply, asserted that all these imputations were false, and that if any of them had confessed them, they had done so under terror and violence, 36 having expired by torture at Paris and several others elsewhere. The forms of law had been violated with respect to them. To obtain from them false depositions, letters of the king had been shown them declaring that the order had been condemned irrevocably, and offering life, liberty, and pensions, to those who would depose falsely. All these facts, said they, are so public and so notorious that there are no means or pretexts for disavowing them. The heads of accusation were nothing but falsehoods and absurdities, and the bull contained nothing but horrible, detestable, and iniquitous falsehoods. Their order was pure, and if their statutes were consulted they would be found to be the same for all Templars and for all countries. Their belief was that of the Church. Parents brought their children, brothers each other, uncles their nephews, into the order, because it was pure and holy. When in captivity to the infidels, the Templars died sooner than renounce their religion. They declared their readiness to defend their innocence in every way, and against every person except the Pope and the King, demanded to be brought personally before the General Council. Required that those who had quitted the order and deposed against it should be kept in close custody till their truth or falsehood should be ascertained, and that no layman should be present to intimidate the accused when under examination. The knight, they maintained, had been struck with such terror, that the false confessions made by some were less matter of surprise than the courage of those who maintained the truth was of admiration. Inquire, said they, of those who were present at the last moments of the knights who died in prison, let their confessions be revealed, and it will be seen if the accusations are true. Is it not strange, asked they in conclusion, that more credit should be given to the lies of those who yielded to tortures or to promises than to the asseverations of those who, in defense of the truth, have died with the palm of martyrdom? Of the sound majority of those knights who have suffered and still suffer so much for conscience' sake. On the April 11, 1310, the hearing of the witnesses against the order commenced. Only 21 were produced, 2 of whom did not belong to the order, the others being principally those who had persisted in their declarations before the Pope. As might be expected, all the crimes laid to the charge of the order in the papal bull were again deposed to by these men. But the commission had only got as far as the examination of the 13th witness when the impatience of the king manifested itself in a barbarous and illegal act, which had apparently long been meditated. The Archbishop of Sens, whose suffragan the Bishop of Paris was, had died about Easter, 1309, and the Pope had reserved the nomination to himself. Philip wrote to him requiring of him to nominate Philip de Marigny, Bishop of Cambrai, brother to Enquerand, his prime minister, alleging that his youth was no just impediment, and that his acts would prove how much he was beyond his age. The Pope, though very reluctant, was obliged to consent, and in April, 1310, Marigny was installed. No time was now lost in proceeding to operation. On Sunday, May 10, the 4 defenders of the order learned that the Provincial Council of Sens was convoked at Paris in order to proceed against the knights individually. They took alarm and applied to the commission, which, though it did not sit on Sundays, assembled, and Peter of Bologna informed them of what he had heard. He begged that they would suffer him to read an appeal which he had drawn up. This they declined doing, but said that, if he had any defense of the order to give in, they would receive it. He forthwith laid down a written paper, stating the danger which the prisoners were in dread of, appealing to the Holy See, and entreating the commission to stop the proceedings of the archbishop and his suffragans. The defenders of the order then retired, and the further consideration of the affair was put off till after Vespers, when they reappeared and gave in an address to the Archbishop of Sens, containing an appeal to the Pope. The commissioners, however, declined interfering for the present. It is to be noticed that the defenders of the order prayed on this occasion of the commission to nominate one or more of its notaries to draw up their act of defense, because they could find no notary who would act for them. Owing probably to fear of the royal displeasure, or to the want of funds by the accused. On Monday and Tuesday 2 more of the witnesses were heard. One of them, named Humbert de Puy, declared that, having refused to acknowledge the crimes laid to the charge of the order, he had been tortured 3 times and kept for 36 weeks on bread and water in the bottom of an erected tower. By order of John de Janeville. While thus engaged, the commissioners learned to their dismay that the council was about to commit to the flames 54 of the knights who had stepped forth as the defenders of the order. They instantly sent one of their notaries and one of the keepers of the prison of the Templars to entreat the archbishop to act with caution, as there were strong reasons for doubting the truth of the charges. And representing that the witnesses were so terrified at what they had heard of the intentions of the council, that they were incapable of giving their evidence, that moreover the Templars had delivered in an appeal to the Pope. The archbishop, who was paying the price of his elevation to a hard creditor, was not to be stopped by these considerations. He was making short work of the business. On the Monday he had a number of those who had undertaken the defense of the order brought before the council, and he interrogated them once more himself. Those of them who, having confessed, had afterwards retracted, and now persisted in their retractation, were declared to be relapsed heretics, and were delivered over to the secular arm and condemned to the flames. Those who, had not confessed, and would not, were sentenced to imprisonment as unreconciled Templars. Those who persisted in their confession of the enormities laid to the charge of the order were set at liberty, and called reconciled Templars. The next morning the 54 Templars who had been declared relapsed were taken from their prison, placed in carts, and conducted to the place of execution, where they beheld the piles prepared, and the executioners standing with flaming torches in their hands. An envoy from the court was present, who proclaimed liberty and the royal favor for those who would even then retract their declarations and confess the guilt of the order. The friends and relatives of the unhappy victims crowded round them, with tears and prayers, imploring of them to make the required acknowledgment and save their lives. In vain. These gallant knights, who, yielding to the anguish of torture, and worn down by solitude and privations, had confessed to the truth of the most absurd charges, now that they beheld the certain limit of their sufferings, disdained to purchase by falsehood a prolongation of life to be spent in infamy and contempt. With one voice they reasserted their own innocence and that of their order. They called on God, the Virgin, and all the saints to aid and support them, raised the hymn of death, and expired amidst the tears and commiseration of the bystanders. Felons convicted on the clearest evidence will, as is well known, die asserting their innocence, but this is when they have no hope of escape remaining. Here life and liberty were offered, and the victims were implored by those whom they most loved to accept of them. May we not then assert that the men who resisted all solicitations were sincere and spoke the truth, and were supported by their confidence of being received as martyrs by that God whom they devoutly adored according to the doctrines of their Church? On Wednesday, Émeric de Villers-le-Duc, aged about 50 years, was brought before the commissioners. He was quite pallid, and seemed terrified beyond measure. On the articles to which he was to depose being explained to him, he asseverated in the strongest manner his resolution to speak the truth. Then striking his breast with his clenched hands, he bent his knees, and stretching his hands towards the altar, spake these memorable words. I persist in maintaining that the errors imputed to the Templars are absolutely false. Though I have confessed some of them myself, overcome by the tortures which G. de Marsillac and Hugh de Selle, the king's knights, ordered to be inflicted on me. I have seen the 54 knights led in carts to be committed to the flames because they would not make the confessions which were required of them. I have heard that they were burnt, and I doubt if I could, like them, have had the noble constancy to brave the terrors of the pile. I believe that, if I were threatened with it, I should depose on oath before the commission, and before any other persons who should interrogate me, that these same errors imputed to the order are true. I would kill God himself if it was required of me. He then earnestly implored the commissioners and the notaries who were present not to reveal to the king's officers, and to the keepers of the Templars, the words which had escaped him, lest they should deliver him also to the flames. Ought not these simple honest words, the very accents of truth, to prevail with us against all the confessions procured by torture, or by promises or threats, and satisfy us as to their value? The commissioners, whose conduct throughout the whole affair was regulated by humanity and justice, declared that the evening before one of the witnesses had come to them and implored of them to keep his deposition secret, on account of the danger which he ran if it should be known. And, judging that in their present state of terror it would not be just to hear the witnesses, they deliberated on proroguing their session to a future period. We thus see that even the papal commission could not protect against the king such of the witnesses as were honest and bold enough to maintain the innocence of the order. Strict justice was therefore out of the question. Philip would have the order guilty of the most incredible crimes, and death awaited the witness who did not depose as he wished. Meantime his agents were busily engaged in tampering with the prisoners, and by threats and promises they prevailed on 44 of them to give up their design of defending the order. On the May 21 the commissioners met, in the absence of the Archbishop of Narbonne and the Archdeacon of Trent, and, declaring their labours suspended for the present, adjourned to the 3d November. In the interval the conduct of the Council of Sens had been imitated in other provinces. The Archbishop of Reims held a council at Senlis, by whose sentence 9 Templars were committed to the flames. Another council was held at Pont-de-l'Arche by the Archbishop of Rouen, and several knights were burnt. The Bishop of Carcassonne presided at a council which delivered many victims to the secular arm. On the August 18 the Archbishop of Sens held a second council, and burned 4 knights. Thibaut, Duke of Lorraine, the close friend of King Philip, put many Templars to death, and seized the property of the order. On the 3d November 3 of the papal commissioners met at Paris. They asked if any one wished to defend the order of the Templars. No one appearing they adjourned to the December 27. On resuming their sittings they called on William de Chambonnet and Bertrand de Sartiges to give their presence at the hearing of the witnesses. These knights required the presence of Renaud de Pruino and Peter of Bologna, but were informed that these priests had solemnly and voluntarily renounced the defense of the order, and revoked their retractations. That the latter had escaped from his prison and fled, and that the former could not be admitted to defend the order as he had been degraded at the Council of Sens. The knights reiterated their refusal and retired. The commissioners then proceeded in their labours without them, and continued the examination of witnesses till the May 26, 1311. The whole number of persons examined before the commission amounted to 231, for the far greater part serving brethren. Of these about 2/3 acknowledged the truth of the principal charges against the order. The denial of Christ and spitting on the cross were very generally confessed, but many said they had spit 10 beside it, not on it, and also that they had denied God with their lips, not with their hearts. With respect to the head which the Templars were said to worship, as it was of some importance to prove this offence, in order to make out the charge of heresy, it was testified to by a few. Some said it was like that of a man with a long white beard, others that it was like that of a woman, and that it was said to be the head of one of the 11,000 virgins. One witness gave the following account of it: which he said he had had from a secular knight at Lamisso, in Cyprus. A certain nobleman was passionately in love with a maiden. Being unable, however, to overcome her repugnance to him, he took her body, when she was dead, out of her grave, and cut off her head, and while thus engaged he heard a voice crying, "Keep it safe, whatever looks on it will be destroyed." He did as desired, and made the first trial of it on the Grisons, an Arab tribe, which dwelt in Cyprus and the neighboring country, and whenever he uncovered the head and turned it towards any of their towns, its walls instantly fell down. He next embarked with the head for Constantinople, being resolved to destroy that city also. On the way his nurse, out of curiosity, opened the box which contained the head. Instantly there came on a terrific storm, the ship went to pieces, and nearly all who were on board perished. The very fish vanished from that part of the sea. Another of the witnesses had heard the same story. The common tradition of the East, he said, was, that in old times, before the two spiritual orders of knighthood were founded, a head used to rise in a certain whirlpool named Set Alia, the appearance of which was very dangerous for the ships which happened to be near it. We are to suppose, though it does not appear that the witnesses said so, that the Templars had contrived to get possession of this formidable head. We are to observe that the witnesses who thus deposed had been picked and culled in all parts of France, by the king's officers, out of those who had confessed before the different prelates and provincial councils, and who were, by threats and promises, engaged to persist in what they had said. The terror they were under was visible in their countenances, their words, and their actions. Many of them began by saying that they would not vary from what they had deposed before such a bishop or such a council. Yet even among these some were bold enough to revoke their confessions, declaring that they had been drawn from them by torture, and asserted the innocence of the order. Others retracted their confessions when brought before the commissioners, but shortly afterwards, having probably in the interval been well menaced or tortured by the king's officers, returned and retracted their retractation. The case of John de Paulencourt, the 37th witness, is a remarkable instance. He began in the usual way, by declaring that he would persist in his confession made before the Bishop of Amiens, touching the denial of Christ, and the commissioners, observing his paleness and agitation, told him to tell the truth and save his soul, and not to persist in his confession if it had not been sincere. Assuring him that neither they nor their notaries would reveal anything that he said. After a pause he replied, "I declare then, on peril of my soul, and on the oath which I have taken, that, at the time of my reception, I neither denied God nor spat upon the cross, nor committed any of the indecencies of which we are accused, and was not required so to do. It is true that I have made confusions before the inquisitors. But it was through the fear of death, and because Giles de Rotangi had, with tears, said to me, and many others who were with me in prison at Montreal, that we should pay for it with our lives, if we did not assist by our confessions to destroy the order. I yielded, and afterwards I wished to confess myself to the Bishop of Amiens. He referred me to a Minorite friar. I accused myself of this falsehood, and obtained absolution, on condition that I would make no more false depositions in this affair. I tell you the truth, I persist in attesting it before you, come what may of it, I prefer my soul to my body. Nothing can bear more plainly the character of truth than this declaration." Yet 3 days afterwards the witness came back, revoked it all, spoke of the cat which used to appear in the chapters, and said that, if the order had not been abolished, he would have quitted it. Had he not been well menaced and tortured in the interim? The examination of Peter de la Palu, a bachelor in theology of the Order of the Preachers, the 201st witness, brought from him these remarkable words: "I have been present at the examination of several Templars, some of whom confessed many of the things contained in the said articles, and some others totally denied them. And for many reasons it appeared to me that greater credit was to be given to those who denied than to those who confessed." Chapter 11. Examinations in England, Germany, Spain, Italy, Naples, and Provence, Sicily, Cyprus. Meeting of the Council of Vienne. Suppression of the order. Fate of its members. Death of Molay. The time fixed for the meeting of the council at Vienne was now at hand, in which the fate of the order was to be decided. Before we proceed to narrate its acts, we will briefly state the result of the examinations of the Templars in other countries. The Pope sent, as his judges, to England, Dieudonne, Abbot of Lagny, and Sicard de Vaux, Canon of Narbonne. And the examinations commenced at York, London, Lincoln, and other places, on the November 25, 1309. The inquiry continued till the council held in London in 1311, the number of Templars examined was 228. That of the witnesses against the order was 72, almost all Carmelites, Minorites, Dominicans, and Augustinians, the natural foes of the order. The Templars were treated with great mildness. And in England, Ireland, and Scotland, they were unanimous and constant in their assertion of the innocence of the order. The evidence against the order was almost all hearsay. Its nature will be shown by the following specimens. John de Goderij, a Minorite, had heard that Robert de Raxat, a Templar, had once gone about a meadow crying, What is me? That ever I was born. I have been forced to deny God, and give myself up to the devil. A Templar had said to William de Burney, in the presence of several respectable people, at the funeral of the parish priest of Duxworth, near Cambridge, that a man has no more a soul, after death, than a dog. John de Ure, a secular knight, said that he once invited the prior William de Fenne to dine with him. After dinner the prior took from his bosom a book, and gave it to the knight's lady to read. She found on a paper which was fastened into the book the following words, Christ was not the Son of God, nor born of a virgin, but conceived by Mary, the wife of Joseph, in the same way as all other men. Christ was not a true but a false prophet, and was crucified for his own crimes and not for the redemption of mankind, and the lady showed this paper to her husband, who spoke to the prior, who only laughed at it. But, being brought before a court of justice, he confessed the truth, excusing himself on the grounds of his being illiterate and ignorant of what the book contained. Robert of Oteringham, a Minorite, said, One evening my prior did not appear at table, as relics were come from Palestine which he wished to show the brethren. About midnight I heard a confused noise in the chapel. I got up, and, looking through the keyhole, saw that it was lighted. In the morning I asked a brother who was the saint in whose honor they had celebrated the festival during the night. He turned pale with terror, thinking I had seen something, and said, Ask me not, and if you value your life say nothing of it before the superiors. Another witness said that the son of a Templar had peeped through the slits of the door into the chapter room, and seen a new member put to death for hesitating to deny Christ. Long afterwards, being asked by his father to become a Templar, he refused, telling what he had seen. His father instantly slew him. John of Jersha, a Minorite, was told by a woman named Agnes Lovecoat, who said she had it from Exvelethus, prior in London, that when in one of the chapters a brother had refused to spit on the cross, they suspended him in a well and covered it up. This witness also deposed to some other enormities which he said he had heard of from the same woman, herself speaking from hearsay. In June, 1310, the Pope wrote to King Edward, blaming his lenity in calling on him to employ the torture in order to elicit the truth. The Council of London, after a long discussion, ordered it to be employed, but so as not to mutilate the limbs or cause an incurable wound or violent effusion of blood. The knights persisted in asserting their innocence. In Germany the different prelates examined the Templars in their respective dioceses. Nothing was elicited. At Mentz the order was pronounced innocent. The wild Graf Frederick, preceptor on the Rhine, offered to undergo the ordeal of glowing iron. He had known the master intimately in the East, and believed him to be as good a Christian as any man. The Templars in the Spanish peninsula were examined, and witnesses heard for and against them in Castile, Leon, Aragon, and Portugal, and nothing was proved against them. The Council of Tarragona in Aragon, after applying the torture, pronounced the order free from the stain of heresy. At the Council of Medina del Campo in Leon, one witness said that he had heard that, when some Minorites visited the preceptor at Villalpando, they found him reading a little book, which he instantly locked up in 3 boxes, saying, This book might fall into hands where it may be very dangerous to the order. The influence of the Pope may be supposed to have been stronger in Italy than in the countries above mentioned, and accordingly we find that declarations similar to those made in France were given there. Yet it was at Florence that the adoration of the idols, the cat, and was most fully acknowledged. In the patrimony of St. Peter some confessions to the same effect were made, but at Bologna, Cesena, and Ancona, nothing transpired. 9 Templars maintained the innocence of the order before the Council of Ravenna. It was debated whether the torture should be employed. 2 Dominican inquisitors were for it, the remainder of the council declared against it. It was decreed that the innocent should be absolved, the guilty punished according to law. Those who had revoked the confessions made under torture, or through fear of it, were to be regarded as innocent, a very different rule from that acted on by King Philip. Charles II. Of Anjou, the relation of King Philip, and the enemy of the Templars, who were on the side of Frederick, King of Sicily, had the Templars seized and examined in Provence and Naples. Those examined in Provence were all serving brethren, and some of them testified to the impiety and idolatry of the order. 2 Templars were examined at Brindisi, in the Kingdom of Naples, in June, 1310. One had denied the cross in Cyprus, he said, 6 years after he had entered the order, the other had trampled on the cross at the time of his reception. He, as well as others, had bowed down and worshipped a grey cat in the chapters. In Sicily 6 Templars, the only ones who were arrested, deposed against the order. One of them said he had been received in the unlawful way in Catalonia, where, as we have just seen, the innocence of the order was fully recognized. His evidence was full of absurdity. He said the cat had not appeared for a long time in the chapters, but that the ancient statutes of Damietta said that it used to appear and be worshipped. In Cyprus 110 witnesses were examined. 75 belonged to the order and maintained its innocence, the testimony of the remainder was also in favor of it. We thus find that, in every place beyond the sphere of the influence of the King of France and his creature the Pope, the innocence of the order was maintained and acknowledged. And undoubtedly the same would have been the case in France if the proceedings against it had been regulated by justice and the love of truth. The time appointed for the meeting of the General Council was now arrived. On the October 1, 1311, the Pope came to Vienne, which is a short distance from the city of Lyons, and found there 114 bishops, besides several other prelates, already assembled. On the 13th, the anniversary of the arrest of the Templars 4 years before, the council commenced its sittings in the cathedral. The Pope, in his opening speech, stated the grounds of its having been convoked, namely, the process against the Templars, the support of the Holy Land, the reformation of the Church. The bishops of Soissons, Mende, Lyon, and Aquila, who had been appointed to draw up a report of the result of the different examinations respecting the order, read it before the assembled fathers, who then once more invited any Templars who wished to defend the order to appear. Though the order was now broken up and persecuted, and numbers of its ablest members deal or languishing in dungeons with their superiors, yet 9 knights had the courage to come forward in defense of their order, and present themselves before the council as the representatives of from 1,500 to 2,000 Templars, who were still dwelling or rather lurking in Lyons and its vicinity. The Pope was not present when they appeared, but his letter of the November 11th shows how he acted when he heard that defenders of the order had presented themselves. Clement had these brave knights arrested and thrown into prison, and, in real or affected terror at the number of Templars at large, he took additional precautions for the security of his person, and counseled the king to do the same. To the honor of the assembled fathers, they refused to sanction this flagrant act of injustice. The prelates of Spain, Germany, Denmark, England, Ireland, and Scotland, without exception, the Italians, all but one. The French, with the exception of the archbishops of Reims, Sens, and Rouen, declared, but in vain, for admitting the Templars and hearing their defense. Instead of complying with this demand of justice and humanity, Clement suddenly put an end to the session. The winter passed away in arguments and negotiations. Philip, whose practice it was always to look after his affairs himself, deeming his presence necessary at Vienne, set out for that place, where he arrived early in February, accompanied by his 3 sons, his brother, and several nobles and men-at-arms. The effect of his presence was soon perceptible. the Pope assembled the cardinals and several other prelates in a secret consistory, and abolished the order, by his sole authority, on the March 22, 1313. The second session of the council was opened on the April 3, with great solemnity. The King of France, his sons, and his brother, gave their presence at it, and the royal guards appeared for honor, for protection, or for intimidation. The Pope read his bull of abolition. All present listened in silence. No one ventured to raise his voice in the cause of justice. The wealthy and powerful order of the Knights of the Temple was suppressed. On the 2 May the bull was published, and the order as such ceased to exist. The order being suppressed, persecution became needless, and it consequently ceased in a great measure. The king and the pope converted to their own use the movable property of the order in France. Its other possessions were, sorely against the will of the king, assigned to the order of the Hospitallers, who were, however, obliged to pay such large fines to the king and pope as completely impoverished them. This extended to all countries, except the Spanish peninsula and Majorca. The property of the Templars in Aragon was given to the Order of Our Lady of Montesa, which was founded in 1317. Its destination was to combat the Moors. Its habit was similar to that of the Templars, and it might, therefore, be almost called the same order. Diniz, the able and enlightened king of Portugal, did not suppress the order, whose innocence his prelates had recognized. To yield a show of obedience to the papal will, he made it change its name, and the great prior of the Templars in Portugal became the master of the Order of Christ, which has continued to the present times. With respect to the remaining Templars, who were in prison, it was ordered in council that those who should be found guiltless should be set at liberty, and maintained out of the property of the order. That the guilty, if they confessed and lamented their offences, should be treated with mildness, if they did not, dealt with according to the ecclesiastical law, and kept in custody in the former temple houses and in the convents. Those who had escaped were, if they did not appear within a year before the council or their diocesan, to be excommunicated. Most of the knights were immediately set at liberty. But the property of the order was all gone, and no means of support remained for them. They were, therefore, reduced to the greatest distress, and many of them obliged to submit to the most menial employment in order to gain a livelihood. A great number were received into the order of St. John, on the same footing as they had stood on in their own order, a strong proof that the guilt of the order of the Templars was not, by any means, regarded as proved. Gradually, as the members died off, or merged into other orders, the name of the Templars fell into oblivion, or was only recollected with pity for their unmerited fate. While the noble order over which he had presided was thus suppressed, its members scattered, its property bestowed on others, the master, James de Molay, with his 3 companions, the great prior of Normandy, Hugh de Peyraud, visitor of France, and Guy, brother to the Dauphin of Auvergne, still languished in prison. Molay had there but one attendant, his cook. The allowance made to him was barely sufficient to procure him common necessaries, and life had now lost all its value in his eyes. The Pope at length determined to inform the captives of the fate destined for them. A papal commission, composed of the Bishop of Alba and 2 other cardinals, proceeded to Paris, not to hear the prisoners, but, taking their guilt for proved, to pronounce their sentence. To give all publicity to this act, probably in accordance with the desire of the king, a stage was erected in front of the church of Notre Dame, on which the 3 commissioners, with the Archbishop of Sens and several other prelates, took their places, on the March 18, 1314. An immense concourse of people stood around. The 4 noble prisoners were conducted from their dungeons, and led up on the stage. The Cardinal of Alba read out their former confessions, and pronounced the sentence of perpetual imprisonment. He was then proceeding to expose the guilt of the order, when the master interrupted him, and thus spoke, taking all the spectators to witness. It is just that, in so terrible a day, and in the last moments of my life, I should discover all the iniquity of falsehood, and make the truth to triumph. I declare, then, in the face of heaven and earth, and acknowledge, though to my eternal shame, that I have committed the greatest of crimes, but it has been the acknowledging of those which have been so foully charged on the order. I attest, and truth obliges me to attest, that it is innocent. I made the contrary declaration only to suspend the excessive pains of torture, and to mollify those who made me endure them. I know the punishments which have been inflicted on all the knights who had the courage to revoke a similar confession, but the dreadful spectacle which is presented to me is not able to make me confirm one lie by another. The life offered me on such infamous terms, I abandon without regret. Molay was followed by Guy in his assertion of the innocence of the order, the other two remained silent. The commissioners were confounded, and stopped. The intelligence was conveyed to the king, who, instantly calling his council together, without any spiritual person being present, condemned the two knights to the flames. A pile was erected on that point of the islet in the Seine where afterwards was erected the statue of Henry IV, and the following day Molay and his companion were brought forth and placed upon it. They still persisted in their assertion of the innocence of the order. The flames were first applied to their feet, then to their more vital parts. The fetid smell of their burning flesh infected the surrounding air, and added to their torments. Yet still they persevered in their declarations. At length death terminated their misery. The spectators shed tears at the view of their constancy, and during the night their ashes were gathered up to be preserved as relics. It is mentioned as a tradition, by some historians, that Molay, ere he expired, summoned Clement to appear within 40 days before the supreme judge, and Philip to the same tribunal within the space of a year. The pontiff actually did die of a colic on the night of the 19th of the following month, and, the church in which his body was laid taking fire, the corpse was half consumed. The king, before the year had elapsed, died of a fall from his horse. Most probably it was these events which gave rise to the tradition, which testifies the general belief of the innocence of the Templars. It was also remarked that all the active persecutors of the order perished by premature or violent deaths. It remains to discuss the two following points. Did the religio-military order of the Knights Templars hold a secret doctrine subversive of religion and morality? Has the order been continued down to our own days? We have seen what the evidence against the Templars was, and it is very plain that such evidence would not be admitted in any modern court of justice. It was either hearsay, or given by persons utterly unworthy of credit, or wrung from the accused by agony and torture. The articles themselves are absurd and contradictory. Are we to believe that the same men had adopted the pure deism of the Mohammedans, and were guilty of a species of idolatry 98 almost too gross for the lowest superstition? But when did this corruption commence among the Templars? Were those whom St. Bernard praised as models of Christian zeal and piety, and whom the whole Christian world admired and revered, engaged in a secret conspiracy against religion and government? Yes, boldly replies Hammer, the two humble and pious knights who founded the order were the pupils and secret allies of the Mohammedan Ismailites. This was going too far for Wylike, and he thinks that the guilt of introducing the secret doctrine lies on the chaplains. For he could discern that the doctrines of Gnosticism, which the Templars are supposed to have held, were beyond the comprehension of illiterate knights, who, though they could fight and pray, were but ill-qualified to enter into the mazes of mystic metaphysics. According, therefore, to one party, the whole order was corrupt from top to bottom; according to another, the secrets were confined to a few, and, contrary to all analogy, the heads of the order were frequently in ignorance of them. Neither offer anything like evidence in support of their assumption. The real guilt of the Templars was their wealth and their pride. 99, the last alienated the people from them, the former excited the cupidity of the King of France. Far be it from us to maintain that the morals of the Templars were purer than those of the other religious orders. With such ample means as they possessed of indulging all their appetites and passions, it would be contrary to all experience to suppose that they always restrained them. And we will even concede that some of their members were obnoxious to charges of deism, impiety, breaches of their religious vows, and gross licentiousness. We only deny that such were the rules of the order. Had they not been so devoted as they were to the Holy See, they would perhaps have come down to us as unsullied as the Knights of St. John 100. But they sided with Pope Boniface against Philip the Fair, and a subservient pontiff sacrificed to his own avarice and personal ambition the most devoted adherents of the court of Rome 101. We make little doubt that anyone who coolly and candidly considers the preceding account of the manner in which the order was suppressed will readily concede that the guilt of its members was anything but proved. It behoves their modern impugners to furnish some stronger proofs than any they have as yet brought forward. The chief adversary of the Templars at the present day is a writer whose veracity and love of justice are beyond suspicion, and who has earned for himself enduring fame by his labors in the field of Oriental literature, but in whose mind, as his most partial friends must allow, learning and imagination are apt to overbalance judgment and philosophy. 102. He has been replied to by Renoir, Munter, and other able advocates of the Knights. We now come to the question of the continuance of the order to the present day. That it has in some sort been transmitted to our times is a matter of no doubt. For, as we have just seen, the King of Portugal formed the Order of Christ out of the Templars in his dominions. But our readers are no doubt aware that the Freemasons assert a connection with the Templars, and that there is a society calling themselves Templars, whose chief seat is at Paris, and whose branches extend into England and other countries. The account which they give of themselves is as follows. James de Molay, in the year 1314, in anticipation of his speedy martyrdom, appointed Johannes Marcus Lormenius to be his successor in his dignity. This appointment was made by a regular well-authenticated charter, bearing the signatures of the various chiefs of the order, and it is still preserved at Paris, together with the statutes, archives, banners, and of the soldiery of the temple. There has been an unbroken succession of Grand Masters down to the present times, among whom are to be found some of the most illustrious names in France. Bertrand du Guesclin was Grand Master for a number of years. The dignity was sustained by several of the Montmorencys, and during the last century the heads of the society were princes of the different branches of the House of Bourbon. Bernard Raymond Fabre Palaprat is its head at present, at least was so a few years ago. 103. This is no doubt a very plausible circumstantial account. But, on applying the Ithuriel spear of criticism to it, various ugly shapes resembling falsehood start up. Thus Molay, we are told, appointed his successor in 1314. He was put to death on the March 18 of that year, and the order had been abolished nearly a year before. Why then did he delay so long, and why was he become so apprehensive of martyrdom at that time, especially when, as is well known, there was then no intention of putting him to death? Again, where were the chiefs of the society at that time? How many of them were living? And how could they manage to assemble in the dungeon of Molay and execute a formal instrument? Moreover, was it not repugnant to the rules and customs of the Templars for a master to appoint his successor? These are a few of the objections which we think may be justly made, and, on the whole, we feel strongly disposed to reject the whole story. As to the Freemasons, we incline to think that it was the accidental circumstance of the name of the Templars which has led them to claim a descent from that order, and it is possible that, if the same fate had fallen on the Knights of St. John, the claim had never been set up. We are very far from denying that at the time of the suppression of the Order of the Temple there was a secret doctrine in existence, and that the overthrow of the papal power, with its idolatry, superstition, and impiety, was the object aimed at by those who held it, and that Freemasonry may possibly be that doctrine under another name. 104. But we are perfectly convinced that no proof of any weight has been given of the Templars' participation in that doctrine, and that all probability is on the other side. We regard them, in fine, whatever their sins may have been, as martyrs to the cupidity, bloodthirstiness, and ambition of the King of France. The Secret Tribunals of Westphalia. Dr. Burke has, in his elaborate work on this subject, Geschichte der Westfälischen Femgericht, Bremen, 1815, collected, we believe, nearly all the information that is now attainable. This work has been our principal guide, for, though we have read some others, we cannot say that we have derived any important information from them. As the subject is in its historical form entirely new in English literature, we have, at the hazard of appearing occasionally dry, traced with some minuteness the construction and mode of procedure of these celebrated courts. Chapter 1. Introduction: the original Westphalia conquest of the Saxons by Charlemagne, his regulations, Dukes of Saxony, State of Germany, Henry the Lion, his outlawry, consequences of it, origin of German towns, origin of the Femgericht or secret tribunals, theories of their origin of their name, synonymous terms. We are now arrived at an association remarkable in itself, but which has been, by the magic arts of romancers, especially of the great archimage of the North, enveloped in darkness, mystery, and awe, far beyond the degree in which such a poetical investiture can be bestowed upon it by the calm inquirer after truth. The gloom of midnight will rise to the mind of many a reader at the name of the Secret Tribunals of Westphalia, a dimly lighted cavern beneath the walls of some castle, or peradventure Swiss hostelry, wherein sit black-robed judges in solemn silence, will be present to his imagination, and he is prepared with breathless anxiety to peruse the details of deeds without a name. 105. We fear that we cannot promise the full gratification of these high-wrought expectations. Extraordinary as the secret tribunals really were, we can only view them as an instance of that compensating principle which may be discerned in the moral as well as in the natural empire of the deity. For, during the most turbulent and lawless period of the history of Germany, almost the sole check on crime, in a large portion of that country, was the salutary terror of these Femgericht, or secret tribunals. And those readers who have taken their notions of them only from works of fiction will learn with surprise that no courts of justice at the time exceeded, or perhaps we might say equaled, them in the equity of their proceedings. Unfortunately, their history is involved in much obscurity, and we cannot, as in the case of the two preceding societies, clearly trace this association from its first formation to the time when it became evanescent and faded from the view. While it flourished, the dread and the fear of it weighed too heavily on the minds of men to allow them to venture to pry into its mysteries. Certain and instantaneous death was the portion of the stranger who was seen at any place where a tribunal was sitting, or who dared so much as to look into the books which contained the laws and ordinances of the society. Death was also the portion of any member of the society who revealed its secrets, and so strongly did this terror, or a principle of honor, operate, that, as Aeneas Sylvius, afterwards Pope Pius II, the secretary of the Emperor Frederick III, assures us, though the number of the members usually exceeded 100,000, no motive had ever induced a single one to be faithless to his trust. Still, however, sufficient materials are to be found for satisfying all reasonable curiosity on the subject. To ascertain the exact and legal sphere of the operation of this formidable jurisdiction, and to point out its most probable origin, are necessary preliminaries to an account of its constitution and its proceedings. We shall therefore commence with the consideration of these points. Westphalia, then, was the birthplace of this institution, and over Westphalia alone did it exercise authority. But the Westphalia of the Middle Ages did not exactly correspond with that of the later times. In a general sense it comprehended the country between the Rhine and the Weser, its southern boundary was the mountains of Hesse. Its northern, the district of Friesland, which at that time extended from Holland to Schleswig. In the records and law books of the Middle Ages, this land bears the mystic appellation of the Red Earth, a name derived, as one writer thinks, from the gules, or red, which was the color of the field in the ducal shield of Saxony. Another regards it as synonymous with the bloody earth, and a third hints that it may owe its origin to the red color of the soil in some districts of Westphalia. This land formed a large portion of the country of the Saxons, who, after a gallant resistance of 30 years, were forced to submit to the sway of Charlemagne, and to embrace the religion of their conqueror. The Saxons had hitherto lived in a state of rude independence, and their dukes and princes possessed little or no civil power, being merely the presidents in their assemblies and their leaders in war. Charlemagne thought it advisable to abolish this dignity altogether, and he extended to the country of the Saxons the French system of counts and counties. Each count was merely a royal officer who exercised in the district over which he was placed the civil and military authority. The missi dominici or regii were dispatched from the court to hold their visitations in Saxony, as well as in the other dominions of Charles. And that these persons of all classes might appear and prefer their complaints to the representative of the king, if they thought themselves aggrieved by the count or any of the inferior officers. In the reign of Louis the German, the excellent institutions of Charlemagne had begun to fall into desuetude, anarchy and violence had greatly increased. The incursions of the Northmen had become most formidable, and the Vends 106 also gave great disturbance to Germany. The Saxon land being the part most immediately exposed to invasion, the emperor resolved to revive the ancient dignity of dukes, and to place the district under one head, who might direct the energies of the whole people against the invaders. The duke was a royal lieutenant, like the counts, only differing from them in the extent of the district over which he exercised authority. The first Duke of Saxony was Count Ludolf, the founder of Gandersheim. On his death the dignity was conferred on his son Bruno, who, being slain in the bloody battle of Ebsdorf fought against the Northmen, was succeeded by his younger brother Otto, the father of Henry the Fowler. On the failure of the German branch of the Carlovingians, the different nations which composed the Germanic body appointed Conrad the Franconian to be their supreme head. For a new enemy, the Magyars, or Hungarians, now harassed the empire, and energy was demanded from its chief. Of this Conrad himself was so convinced, that, when dying, after a short reign, he recommended to the choice of the electors, not his own brother, but Henry the Fowler, Duke of Saxony, who had, in his conflicts with the Wends and the Northmen, given the strongest proofs of his talents and valor. Henry was chosen, and the measures adopted by him during his reign, and the defeat of the Hungarians, justified the act of his elevation. On the death of Henry, his son Otto, afterwards justly styled the Great, was unanimously chosen to succeed him in the imperial dignity. Otto conferred the Duchy of Saxony on Hermann Billung. From their constant warfare with the Wends and the Northmen, the Saxons were now esteemed the most valiant nation in Germany, and they were naturally the most favored by the emperors of the House of Saxony. This line ending with Henry II. In 1024, the scepter passed to that of Franconia, under which and the succeeding line of Swabia, owing to the contests with the popes about investitures and to various other causes, the imperial power greatly declined in Germany. Anarchy and feuds prevailed to an alarming extent, the castles of the nobles became dens of robbers, and law and justice were nowhere to be found. The most remarkable event of this disastrous period, and one closely connected with our subject, is the outlawry of Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony in Bavaria. Magnus, the last of the Billungs of Saxony, died, leaving only 2 daughters, of whom the eldest was married to Henry the Black, Duke of Bavaria, who consequently had, according to the maxims of that age, a right to the Duchy of Saxony. But the Emperor Henry V refused to admit his claim, and conferred it on Lothair of Supplinburg. As, however, Henry the Black's son, Henry the Proud, was married to the only daughter of Lothair, and this prince succeeded Henry V. In the empire, Henry found no difficulty in obtaining the Duchy of Saxony from his father-in-law, who also endeavored to have him chosen his successor in the imperial dignity. But the other princes were jealous of him, and on the death of Lothair they hastily elected Conrad of Swabia, who, under the pretext that no duke should possess 2 duchies, called on Henry to resign either Saxony or Bavaria. On his refusal, Conrad, in conjunction with the princes of the empire, pronounced them both forfeited, and conferred Bavaria on the Margraf of Austria, and Saxony on Albert the Bear, the son of the second daughter of Duke Magnus of Saxony. Saxony was, however, afterwards restored by Conrad to Henry the Lion, son of Henry the Proud, and Conrad's successor, Frederick Barbarossa, gave him again Bavaria. Henry had himself carried his arms from the Elbe to the Baltic, and conquered a considerable territory from the Wends, which he regarded as his own peculiar principality. He was now master of the greater part of Germany, and it was quite evident that he must either obtain the imperial dignity or fall. His pride and his severity made him many enemies. But as he had no child but a daughter, who was married to a cousin of the emperor, his power was regarded without much apprehension. It was, however, the ambition of Henry to be the father of a race of heroes, and, after the fashion of those times, he divorced his wife and espoused Matilda, daughter of Henry II. of England, by whom he had 4 sons. Owing to this and other circumstances all friendly feeling ceased between Henry and the emperor, whom, however, he accompanied on the expedition to Italy, which terminated in the Battle of Legnano. But he suddenly drew off his forces and quitted the imperial army on the way, and Frederick, imputing the ill success which he met with in a great measure to the conduct of the Duke of Saxony, was, on his return to Germany, in a mood to lend a ready ear to any charges against him. These did not fail soon to pour in. The Saxon clergy, over whom he had arrogated a right of investiture, appeared as his principal accusers. Their charges, which were partly true, partly false, were listened to by Frederick and the princes of the empire, and the downfall of Henry was resolved upon. He was thrice summoned, but in vain, to appear and answer the charges made against him. He was summoned a fourth time, but to as little purpose. The sentence of outlawry was then formally pronounced at Würzburg. He denied the legality of the sentence, and attempted to oppose its execution. Several counts stood by him in his resistance, but he was forced to submit and sue for grace at Erfurt. The emperor pardoned him and permitted him to retain his allodial property on condition of his leaving Germany for 3 years. He was deprived of all his imperial fiefs, which were immediately bestowed upon others. In the division of the spoil of Henry the Lion, Saxony was cut up into pieces. A large portion of it went to the Archbishop of Cologne. And Bernhard of Anhalt, son of Albert the Bear, obtained a considerable part of the remainder. The supremacy over Holstein, Mecklenburg, and Pomerania ceased, and Lübeck became a free imperial city. All the archbishops, bishops, counts, and barons seized as much as they could, and became immediate vassals of the empire. Neither Bernhard or the Archbishop of Cologne was able completely to establish his power over the portion assigned him, and lawless violence everywhere prevailed. There was no king in Israel, and every one did that which was right in his own eyes, is the language of the chronicler 107. We here again meet an instance of the compensatory principle which prevails in the arrangements of Providence. It was the period of turbulence and anarchy succeeding the outlawry of Henry the Lion which gave an impulse to the building or enlarging of towns in the north of Germany. The Free Germans, as described by Tacitus, scorned to be pent up within walls and ditches, and their descendants in Saxony would seem to have inherited their sentiments, for there were no towns in that country till the time of Henry the Fowler. As a security against the Northmen, the slaves, and the Magyars, this monarch caused pieces of land to be enclosed by earthen walls and ditches, within which was collected a third part of the produce of the surrounding country, and in which he made every 9th man of the population fix his residence. The courts of justice were held in these places to give them consequence. And, their strength augmenting with their population, they became towns capable of resisting the attacks of the enemy, and of giving shelter and defense to the people of the open country. Other towns, such as Münster, Osnabrück, Osnaburg, Paderborn, and Minden, grew up gradually, from the desire of the people to dwell close to abbeys, churches, and episcopal residences, whence they might obtain succor in time of temporal or spiritual need, and derive protection from the reverence shown to the Church. A third class of towns owed their origin to the stormy period of which we now write. For the people of the open country, the victims of oppression and tyranny, fled to where they might, in return for their obedience, meet with some degree of protection, and erected their houses at the foot of the castle of some powerful nobleman. These towns gradually increased in power, with the favor of the emperors, who, like other monarchs, viewing in them allies against the excessive power of the Church and the nobility, gladly bestowed on them extensive privileges. And from these originated the celebrated Hanseatic League, to which almost every town of any importance in Westphalia belonged, either mediately or immediately. But the growth of cities, and the prosperity and the better system of social regulation which they presented, were not the only beneficial effects which resulted from the overthrow of the power of Henry the Lion. There is every reason to conclude that it was at this period that the Femgericht, or secret tribunals, were instituted in Westphalia. At least, the earliest document in which there is any clear and express mention of them is dated in the year 1267. This is an instrument by which Engelbert, Count of the Mark, frees one Gervin of Kinkenrode from the feudal obligations for his inheritance of Broek, which was in the county of Mark. And it is declared to have been executed at a place named Burley, the court being presided over by Bernhard of Hennedorp, and the Feminotes being present. By the Feminotes were at all times understood the initiated in the secrets of the Westphalian tribunals, so that we have here a clear and decisive proof of the existence of these tribunals at that time. In another document, dated 1280, the Feminotes again appear as witnesses, and after this time the mention of them becomes frequent. We thus find that, in little more than half a century after the outlawry of Henry the Lion, the Femgericht were in operation in Westphalia. And there is not the slightest allusion to them before that date, or any proof, at all convincing, to be produced in favor of their having been an earlier institution. Are we not, therefore, justified in adopting the opinion of those who place their origin in the first half of the 13th century, and ascribe it to the anarchy and confusion consequent on the removal of the power which had hitherto kept within bounds the excesses of the nobles and the people? And is it a conjecture altogether devoid of probability that some courageous and upright men may have formed a secret determination to apply a violent remedy to the intolerable evils which afflicted the country, and to have adopted those expedients for preserving the public peace, out of which gradually grew the secret tribunals? Or that some powerful prince of the country, acting from purely selfish motives, devised the plan of the society, and appointed his judges to make the first essay of it 108? Still it must be confessed that the origin of the Femgericht is involved in the same degree of obscurity which hangs over that of the Hanseatic League and so many other institutions of the Middle Ages. And little hopes can be entertained of this obscurity ever being totally dispelled. Conjecture will, therefore, ever have free scope of the subject. And the opinion which we have just expressed ourselves as inclined to adopt is only one of 9 which have been already advanced on it. 4 of these carry back the origin of the Femgericht to the time of Charlemagne, making them to have been either directly instituted by that great prince, or to have gradually grown out of some of his other institutions for the better governing of his states. A 5th places their origin in the latter half of the 11th century, and regards them as an invention of the Westphalian clergy for forwarding the views of the popes in their attempt to arrive at dominion over all temporal princes. A 6th ascribes the institution to Saint Engelbert, Archbishop of Cologne, to whom the Emperor Frederick II committed the administration of affairs in Germany during his own absence in Sicily, and who was distinguished for his zeal in the persecution of heretics. He modeled it, the advocates of this opinion say, on that of the Inquisition, which had lately been established. The 7th and 8th theories are undeserving of notice. On the others we shall make a few remarks. The first writers who mention the Femgericht are Henry of Herverden, a Dominican, who wrote against them in the reign of the Emperor Charles IV, about the middle of the 14th century, and Ennius Silvius, the secretary of Frederick III, a century later. These writers are among those who refer the origin of the Femgericht to Charlemagne, and such was evidently the current opinion of the time, an opinion studiously disseminated by the members of the society, who sought to give it consequence in the eyes of the emperor and people, by associating it with the memory of the illustrious monarch of the West. There is, however, neither external testimony nor internal probability to support that opinion. Eginhard, the secretary and biographer of Charlemagne, and all the other contemporary writers, are silent on the subject. The valuable fragments of the ancient Saxon laws collected in the 12th century make not the slightest allusion to these courts, and, in fine, their spirit and mode of procedure are utterly at variance with the Carlovingian institutions. As to the hypothesis which makes Archbishop Engelbert the author of the Femgericht, it is entirely unsupported by external evidence, and has nothing in its favor but the coincidence, in point of time, of Engelbert's administration with the first account which we have of this jurisdiction, and the similarity which it bore in the secrecy of its proceedings to that of the Holy Inquisition, a resemblance easy to be accounted for, without any necessity for having recourse to the supposition of the one being borrowed from the other. We can therefore only say with certainty that, in the middle of the 13th century, the Femgericht were existing and in operation in the country which we have described as the Westphalia of the Middle Ages. To this we may add that this jurisdiction extended over the whole of that country, and was originally confined to it, all the courts in other parts of Germany, which bore a resemblance to the Westphalian Femgericht, being of a different character and nature. 109. It remains, before proceeding to a description et these tribunals, to give some account of the origin of their name. And here again we find ourselves involved in as much difficulty and uncertainty as when inquiring into the origin of the society itself. Almost every word in the German and cognate languages, which bears the slightest resemblance to the word fem 110, has been given by some writer or other as its true etymon. It is unnecessary, in the present sketch of the history of the Femgericht, to discuss the merits of each of the claimants. We shall content ourselves with remarking that, among those which appear to have most probability in their favor, is the Latin fama, which was first proposed by Leibniz. At the time when we have most reason for supposing these tribunals to have been instituted, the Germans were familiar with the language of the civil and canonical laws. The Femgericht departed from the original maxim of German law, which was no accuser, no judge, and, in imitation of those foreign laws 111, proceeded on common fame, and without any formal accusation against persons suspected of crime or of evil courses. Moreover, various tribunals, not in Westphalia, which proceeded in the same manner, on common report, were also called Femgericht, which may therefore be interpreted Fame tribunals, or such as did not, according to the old German rule, require a formal accusation, but proceeded to the investigation of the truth of any charge which common fame of general report made against any person, a dangerous mode of proceeding, no doubt, and one liable to the greatest abuse, but which the lawless state of Germany at that period, and the consequent impunity which great criminals would else have enjoyed, from the fear of them, which would have kept back accusers and witnesses, perhaps abundantly justified. It is proper to observe, however, that fem appears to be an old German word, signifying condemnation. And it is far from being unlikely, after all, that the Femgericht may mean merely the tribunals of condemnation, in other words, courts for the punishment of crime, or what we should call criminal courts. The Femgericht was not the only name which these tribunals bore. They were also called Femding, the word ding 112 being, in the Middle Ages, equivalent to Gericht, or tribunal. They were also called the Westphalian tribunals, as they could only be holden in the Red Land, or Westphalia, and only Westphalians were amenable to their jurisdiction. They were further styled free seats, free Stuhl also being the same as Gericht, free tribunals, and, as only freemen were subject to them. A free Gericht, however, was not a convertible term with a Westphalian Femgericht. The former was the genus, the latter the species. They are in the records also named secret tribunals, Heimlich Gericht, and silent tribunals, Stillgericht, from the secrecy of their proceedings. Forbidden tribunals, Verboten Gericht, the reason of which name is not very clear, Carolinian tribunals, as having been, as was believed, instituted by Charles the Great, also the free ban, which last word was equivalent to jurisdiction. A Femgericht was also termed a Heimlich Act, and a Heimlich Beschlossen Act, secret and secret closed tribunal, act also being the same as Gericht, or tribunal. Chapter 2. The tribunal lord the count the Schoppen the messengers the public court the secret tribunal extent of its jurisdiction places of holding the courts time of holding them proceedings in them process where the criminal was caught in the fact inquisitorial process. Having traced the origin of the Femgericht and their various appellations, as far as the existing documents and other evidences admit, we are now to describe the constitution and procedure of these celebrated tribunals, and to ascertain who were the persons that composed them, whence their authority was derived, and over what classes of persons their jurisdiction extended. Even in the periods of greatest anarchy in Germany, the emperor was regarded as the fountain of all judicial power and authority, more particularly where it extended to the right of inflicting capital punishment. The Femgericht, therefore, regarded the emperor as their head, from whom they derived all the power which they possessed, and acknowledged his right to control and modify their constitution and decisions. These rights of the emperors we shall, in the sequel, describe at length. Between the emperor and the Westphalian tribunal lords, Stuhlherren, as they were styled, that is, lay and ecclesiastical territorial lords, there was no intermediate authority until the 14th century, when the Archbishop of Cologne was made the imperial lieutenant in Westphalia. Each tribunal lord had his peculiar district, within which he had the power of erecting tribunals, and beyond which his authority did not extend. He either presided in person in his court, or he appointed a count, freegraf, to supply his place. The rights of a stolher 113 had some resemblance to those of the owner of an advowson in this country. He had merely the power of nominating either himself or another person as count. The right to inflict capital punishment was to be conferred by the emperor or his deputy. To this end, when a tribunal lord presented a count for investiture, he was obliged to certify on oath that the person so presented was truly and honestly, both by father and mother, born on Westphalian soil, that he stood in no ill repute, that he knew of no open crime he had committed, and that he believed him to be perfectly well qualified to preside over the county. The count, on being appointed, was to swear that he would judge truly and justly, according to the law and the regulations of the Emperor Charles and a closed tribunal, that he would be obedient to the emperor or king, and his lieutenant. And that he would repair, at least once in each year, to the general chapter which was to be held on the Westphalian land, and give an account of his conduct, and the income of the free count arose from fees and a share in fines. He had also a fixed allowance in money or in kind from the stolher. Each free shop who was admitted made him a present, to repair, as the laws express it, his country hat. If the person admitted was a knight, this fee was a mark of gold. If not, a mark of silver. Every one of the initiated who cleared himself by oath from any charge paid the count a crosspenny. He had a share of all the fines imposed in his court, and a fee on citations, and there was in general but one count to each tribunal, but instances occur of there being as many as 7 or 8. The count presided in the court, and the citations of the accused proceeded from him. Next to the count were the assessors, or schoppen, 114. These formed the main body and strength of the society. They were nominated by the count with the approbation of the tribunal lord. 2 persons, who were already in the society, were obliged to vouch on oath for the fitness of the candidate to be admitted. It was necessary that he should be a German by birth, born in wedlock of free parents, of the Christian religion. Neither excommunicate nor outlawed, not involved in any femgeric process, a member of no spiritual order, and these schoppen were divided into 2 classes, the knightly, and the simple, respectable assessors. For, as the maxim that every man should be judged by his peers prevailed universally during the Middle Ages, it was necessary to conform to it also in the femtribunals. Previous to their admission to a knowledge of the secrets of the society, the schoppen were named ignorant, when they had been initiated they were called knowing, wissend, or feminotes. It was only these last who were admitted to the secret tribunal. The initiation of a schopp was attended with a good deal of ceremony. He appeared bareheaded before the assembled tribunal, and was there questioned respecting his qualifications. Then, kneeling down, with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand on a naked sword and a halter, he pronounced the following oath after the count. I promise, on the holy marriage, that I will, from henceforth, aid, keep, and conceal the holy femmes, from wife and child, from father and mother, from sister and brother, from fire and wind, from all that the sun shines on and the rain covers, from all that is between sky and ground. Especially from the man who knows the law, and will bring before this free tribunal, under which I sit, all that belongs to the secret jurisdiction of the emperor, whether I know it to be true myself, or have heard it from trustworthy people. Whatever requires correction or punishment, whatever is fem-free, i.e., a crime committed in the county, that it may be judged, or, with the consent of the accuser, be put off in grace, and will not cease so to do, for love or for fear, for gold or for silver, or for precious stones. And will strengthen this tribunal and jurisdiction with all my 5 senses and power, and that I do not take on me this office for any other cause than for the sake of right and justice. Moreover, that I will ever further and honor this free tribunal more than any other free tribunals, and what I thus promise will I steadfastly and firmly keep, so help me God and his holy gospel. He was further obliged to swear that he would ever, to the best of his ability, enlarge the holy empire, and that he would undertake nothing with unrighteous hand against the land and people of the stolher. The count then inquired of the officers of the court, the fronboten, if the candidate had gone through all the formalities requisite to reception, and when that officer had answered in the affirmative. The count revealed to the aspirant the secrets of the tribunal, and communicated to him the secret sign by which the initiated knew one another. What this sign was is utterly unknown. Some say that when they met at table they used to turn the point of their knife to themselves, and the haft away from them. Others take the letters SSGG, which were found in an old MS. At Hereford, to have been the sign, and interpret them Stock Stein, Gra Grain. These are, however, the most arbitrary conjectures, without a shadow of proof. The count then was bound to enter the name of the new member in his register, and henceforth he was one of the powerful body of the initiated. Princes and nobles were anxious to have their chancellors and ministers, corporate towns to have their magistrates, among the initiated. Many princes sought to be themselves members of this formidable association. And we are assured that in the 14th and 15th centuries, which are the only ones of which we have any particular accounts, the number of the initiated exceeded 100,000. The duty of the initiated was to go through the country to serve citations and to trace out and denounce evildoers, or, if they caught them in the fact, to execute instant justice upon them. They were also the count's assessors when the tribunal sat. For that purpose 7 at least were required to be present, all belonging to the county in which the court was held. Those belonging to other counties might attend, but they could not act as assessors, they only formed a part of the bystanders of the court. Of these there were frequently some hundreds present. All the initiated of every degree might go on foot and on horseback through the country, for daring was the man who would presume to injure them, as certain death was his inevitable lot. A dreadful punishment also awaited any one of them who should forget his vow and reveal the secrets of the society. He was to be seized, a cloth bound over his eyes, his hands tied behind his back, a halter put about his neck. He was to be thrown upon his belly, his tongue pulled out behind by the nape of his neck, and he was then to be hung 7 feet higher than any other felon. It is doubtful, however, if there ever was a necessity for inflicting this punishment, for Aeneas Sylvius, who wrote at the time when the society had degenerated, assures us that no member had ever been induced, by any motives whatever, to betray its secrets. And he describes the initiated as grave men and lovers of right and justice. Similar language is employed concerning them by other writers of the time. Besides the count and the assessors, there were required, for the due holding of femcourt, the officers named Fronboden 115, or sergeants, or messengers, and a clerk to enter the decisions in what was called the blood book, liber sanguinis. These were, of course, initiated, or they could not be present. It was required that the messengers should be freemen belonging to the county, and have all the qualifications of the simple shopman. Their duty was to attend on the court when sitting, and to take care that the ignorant, against whom there was any charge, were duly cited 116. The count was to hold 2 kinds of courts, the one public, named the open or public court, often bear ding, to which every freeman had access. The other private, called the Secret Tribunal, Heimlich Act, at which no one who was not initiated could venture to appear. The former court was held at stated periods, and at least 3 times in each year. It was announced 14 days previously by the messengers, Fronboden, and every householder in the county, whether initiated or not, free or servile, was bound under a penalty of 4 heavy shillings to appear at it and declare on oath what crimes he knew to have been committed in the county. When the count held the secret court, the clergy, who had received the tonsure and ordination, women and children, Jews and heathens 117, and, as it would appear, the higher nobility, were exempted from its jurisdiction. The clergy were exempted, probably, from prudential motives, as it was not deemed safe to irritate the members of so powerful a body, by encroaching on their privileges. They might, however, voluntarily subject themselves to the Fengericht if they were desirous of partaking of the advantages of initiation. Women and children were exempt on account of their sex and age, and the period of infancy was extended, in the citations, to 14, 18, and sometimes 20 years of age. Jews, heathens, and such like, were exempted on account of their unworthiness. The higher nobility were exempted, if such was really the case, in compliance with the maxim of German law that each person should be judged by his peers. As it was scarcely possible that in any county there could be found a count and 7 assessors of equal rank with accused persons of that class. In their original constitution the Femgericht, agreeably to the derivation of the name from fem, condemnation, were purely criminal courts, and had no jurisdiction in civil matters. They took cognizance of all offences against the Christian faith, the Holy Gospel, the Holy 10 Commandments, the public peace, and private honour. A category, however, which might easily be made to include almost every transgression and crime that could be committed. We accordingly find in the laws of the Femgericht, sacrilege, robbery, rape, murder, apostasy, treason, perjury, coining, and enumerated, and the courts, by an astute interpretation of the law, eventually managed to make matters which had not even the most remote appearance of criminality fember, or within their jurisdiction. But all exceptions were disregarded in cases of contumacy, or of a person being taken in the actual commission of an offence. When a person, after being duly cited, even in a civil case, did not appear to answer the charge against him, he was outlawed, and his offence became fember. Every judge was then authorized to seize the accused, whether he belonged to his county or not. The whole force of the initiated was now directed against him, and escape was hardly possible. Here it was that the superior power of the Femgericht exhibited itself. Other courts could outlaw as well as they, but no other had the same means of putting its sentences into execution. The only remedy which remained for the accused was to offer to appear and defend his cause, or to sue to the emperor for protection. In cases where a person was caught flagranti delicto, the Westphalian tribunals were competent to proceed to instant punishment. Those who derive their knowledge of the Femgericht from plays and romances are apt to imagine that they were always held in subterranean chambers, or in the deepest recesses of impenetrable forests, while night, by pouring her deepest gloom over them, added to their awfulness and solemnity. Here, as elsewhere, we must, however reluctantly, lend our aid to dispel the illusions of fiction. They were not held either in woods or in vaults, and rarely even under a roof. There is only one recorded instance of a Femgericht being held underground, viz., at Heinberg, under the house of John Mencken. At Paderborn indeed it was held in the town house. There was also one held in the castle of Wolfton. But the situation most frequently selected for holding a court was some place under the blue canopy of heaven, for the Free German still retained the predilection of his ancestors for open space and expansion. Thus at Nordkirchen and Südkirchen, North and South Church, the court was held in the churchyard, at Dortmund, in the marketplace close by the town house. But the favourite place for holding these courts was the neighbourhood of trees, as in the olden time, and we read of the tribunal at Ahrensburg in the orchard, of another under the hawthorn, of a third under the pear tree, of a fourth under the linden, and so on. We also find the courts denominated simply from the trees by which they were held, such as the tribunal at the Elder, that at the Broad Oak, and the idea of their being held at night is also utterly devoid of proof, no mention of any such practice being found in any of the remaining documents. It is much more analogous to Germanic usage to infer that, as the public court, and the German courts in general, were held in the morning, soon after the break of day, such was also the rule with the secret court. When an affair was brought before a femcourt, the first point to be determined was whether it was a matter of femjurisdiction. Should such prove to be the case, the accused was summoned to appear and answer the charge before the public court. All sorts of persons, Jews and heathens included, might be summoned before this court, at which the uninitiated Schoppen also gave attendance, and which was as public as any court in Germany. If the accused did not appear, or appeared and could not clear himself, the affair was transferred to the secret court. Civil matters also, which on account of a denial of satisfaction were brought before the femcourt, were, in like manner, in cases of extreme contumacy, transferred thither. The femtribunals had 3 different modes of procedure, namely, that in case of the criminal being taken in the fact, the inquisitorial, and the purely accusatorial. 2 things were requisite in the first case. The criminal must be taken in the fact, and there must be 3 Schoppen, at least, present to punish him. With respect to the first particular, the legal language of Saxony gave great extent to the term taken in the fact. It applied not merely to him who was seized in the instant of his committing the crime, but to him who was caught as he was running away. In cases of murder, those who were found with weapons in their hands were considered as taken in the fact. As also, in case of theft, was a person who had the key of any place in which stolen articles were found, unless he could prove that they came there without his consent or knowledge. The Fen law enumerated 3 tokens or proofs of guilt in these cases: the habend hand, or having the proof in his hand; the blick and shine, looking appearance, such as the wound in the body of one who was slain; and the gictage mund, faltering mouth, or confession of the criminal. Still, under all these circumstances, it was necessary that he should be taken immediately. For if he succeeded in making his escape, and was caught again, as he was not this time taken in the fact, he must be proceeded against before the tribunal with all the requisite formalities. The second condition was, that there should be at least 3 initiated persons together, to entitle them to seize, try, and execute a person taken in the fact. These then were at the same time judges, accusers, witnesses, and executioners. We shall in the sequel describe their mode of procedure. It is a matter of uncertainty whether the rule of trial by peers was observed on these occasions. What is called the Arensberg Reformation of the Fem law positively asserts, that, in case of a person being taken flagranti delicto, birth formed no exemption, and the noble was to be tried like the commoner. The cases, however, in which 3 of the initiated happened to come on a criminal in the commission of the fact must have been of extremely rare occurrence. When a crime had been committed, and the criminal had not been taken in the fact, there remained 2 ways of proceeding against him, namely, the inquisitorial and the accusatorial processes. It depended on circumstances which of these should be adopted. In the case, however, of his being initiated, it was imperative that he should be proceeded against accusatorially. Supposing the former course to have been chosen, which was usually done when the criminal had been taken in the fact, but had contrived to escape, or when he was a man whom common fame charged openly and distinctly with a crime, he was not cited to appear before the court or vouchsafed a hearing. He was usually denounced by one of the initiated, the court then examined into the evidence of his guilt, and if it was found sufficient he was outlawed, or, as it was called, forfend 118, and his name was inscribed in the blood book. A sentence was immediately drawn out, in which all princes, lords, nobles, towns, every person, in short, especially the initiated, were called upon to lend their aid to justice. This sentence, of course, could originally have extended only to Westphalia, but the Fen courts gradually enlarged their claims. Their pretensions were favored by the emperors, who regarded them as a support to their authority. And it was soon required that their sentence should be obeyed all over the empire, as emanating from the imperial power. Unhappy now was he who was forfend. The whole body of the initiated, that is 100,000 persons, were in pursuit of him. If those who met him were sufficient in number, they seized him at once. If they felt themselves too weak, they called on their brethren to aid, and every one of the society was bound, when thus called on by 3 or 4 of the initiated, who averred to him on oath that the man was forfend, to help to take him. As soon as they had seized the criminal they proceeded without a moment's delay to execution. They hung him on a tree by the roadside and not on a gallows, intimating thereby that they were entitled to exercise their office in the king's name anywhere they pleased, and without any regard to territorial jurisdiction. The halter which they employed was, agreeably to the usage of the Middle Ages, a withy. And they are said to have had so much practice, and to have arrived at such expertness in this business, that the word femen at last began to signify simply to hang, as execution has come to do in English. It is more probable, however, that this, or something very near it, was the original signification of the word from which the tribunals took their name. Should the malefactor resist, his captors were authorized to knock him down and kill him. In this case they bound the dead body to a tree, and stuck their knives beside it, to intimate that he had not been slain by robbers, but had been executed in the name of the emperor. Were the person who was forfend uninitiated, he had no means whatever of knowing his danger till the halter was actually about his neck. For the severe penalty which awaited any one who divulged the secrets of the fem courts was such as utterly to preclude the chance of a friendly hint or warning to be on his guard. Should he, however, by any casualty, such, for instance, as making his escape from those who attempted to seize him, become aware of how he stood, he might, if he thought he could clear himself, seek the protection and aid of the stolher, or of the emperor. If any one knowingly associated with or entertained a person who was forfemmed, he became involved in his danger. It was necessary, however, to prove that he had done so knowingly, a point which was to be determined by the emperor, or by the judge of the district in which the accused resided. This rule originally had extended only to Westphalia, but the fem judges afterwards assumed a right of punishing in any part of the empire the person who entertained one who was forfemmed. Nothing can appear more harsh and unjust than this mode of procedure to those who would apply the ideas and maxims of the present to former times. But violent evils require violent remedies. And the disorganized state of Europe in general, and of Germany in particular, during the Middle Ages, was such as almost to exceed our conception. Might it not then be argued that we ought to regard as a benefit, rather than as an evil, any institution which sets some bounds to injustice and violence, by infusing into the bosom of the evildoer a salutary fear of the consequences? When a man committed a crime, he knew that there was a tribunal to judge it, from which his power, however great it might be, would not avail to protect him. He knew not who were the initiated, or at what moment he might fall into their hands. His very brother might be the person who had denounced him, his intimate associates might be those who would seize and execute him. So strongly was the necessity of such a power felt in general, that several cities, such as Nuremberg, Cologne, Strasbourg, and others, applied for and obtained permission from the emperors to proceed to pass sentence of death on evildoers even unheard, when the evidence of common fame against them was satisfactory to the majority of the town council. Several counts also obtained similar privileges, so that there were, as we may see, fem courts in other places besides Westphalia, but they were far inferior to those in power, not having a numerous body of shoppen at their devotion. It is finally to be observed that it was only when the crimes were of great magnitude, and the voice of fame loud and constant, that the inquisitorial process could be properly adopted. In cases of a minor nature the accused had a right to be heard in his own behalf. Here then the inquisitorial process had its limit. If report was not sufficiently strong and overpowering, and the matter was still dubious, the offender was to be proceeded against accusatorially. If he was one of the initiated, such was his undoubted right and privilege in all cases. Chapter 3. Accusatorial process. Persons liable to it. Mode of citation. Mode of procedure. Right of appeal. As we have stated above, the first inquiry when a matter was brought before a fem court was, did it come within its jurisdiction, and, on its being found to do so, the accused was summoned before the public court, and when he did not appear, or could not clear himself, the cause was transferred to the secret court. We shall now consider the whole procedure specially. The summons was at the expense of the accuser. It was to be written on good new parchment, without any erasures, and sealed with at least 7 seals, to wit, those of the count and of 6 assessors. The seals of the different courts were different. The summonses varied according to whether the accused was a free count, a free shop, or one of the ignorant and uninitiated, a community, a noth shop, or a mere vagabond. In all cases they were to be served by shoppen. They were to have on them the name of the count, of the accuser, and of the accused, the charge, and the place where the court was to be holden. The stolher was also to be previously informed of it. For a good and legal service it was requisite that 2 shoppen should either serve the accused personally or leave the summons openly or clandestinely at his residence, or at the place where he had taken refuge. If he did not appear to answer the charm within 6 weeks and 3 days, he was again summoned by 4 persons. 6 weeks was the least term set for appearing to this summons, and it was requisite that a piece of imperial coin should be given with it. Should he still neglect appearing, he was summoned for the 3rd and last time by 6 shoppen and a count, and the term set was 6 weeks and 3 days as before. If the accused was not merely initiated but also a count, he was treated with corresponding respect. The first summons was served by 7 schoppen, the second by 14 and 4 counts, and the third by 21 and 6 counts. The uninitiated, whether bond or free, did not share in the preceding advantages. The summons was served on themselves, or at their residence, by a messenger, and only once. There is some doubt as to the period set for their appearance, but it seems to have been in general the ordinary one of 6 weeks and 3 days. The summons of a town or community was usually addressed to all the male inhabitants. In general some of them were specially named in it. The Arensberg Reformation directed that the names of at least 30 persons should be inserted. The term was 6 weeks and 3 days, and those who served the summons were required to be true and upright schoppen. The Noth Shop, that is, the person who had surreptitiously become possessed of the secrets of the society, was summoned but once. The usual time was allowed him for appearing to the charge. Should the accused be a mere vagabond, one who had no fixed residence, the course adopted was to send, 6 weeks and 3 days before the day the court was to sit, and post up 4 summonses at a crossroad which faced the 4 cardinal points, placing a piece of imperial money with each. This was esteemed good and valid service, and if the accused did not appear the court proceeded to act upon it. Notwithstanding the privileges which the members of the society enjoyed, and the precautions which were employed to ensure their safety, and moreover the deadly vengeance likely to be taken on anyone who should aggrieve them, we are not to suppose the service of a summons to appear before a femme court to have been absolutely free from danger. The tyrannic and self-willed noble, when in his own strong castle, and surrounded by his dependents, might not scruple to inflict summary chastisement on the audacious men who presumed to summon him to answer for his crimes before a tribunal. The magistrates of a town also might indignantly spurn at the citation to appear before a femme court, and treat its messengers as offenders. To provide against these cases it was determined that it should be considered good service when the summons was affixed by night to the gate of a town or castle, to the door of the house of the accused, or to the nearest almshouse. The schoppen employed were then to desire the watchman, or some person who was going by, to inform the accused of the summons being there, and they were to take away with them a chip cut from the gate or door, as a proof of the service for the court. If the accused was resolved to obey the summons, he had only to repair on the appointed day to the place where the court was to be held, the summons being his protection. Those who would persuade us that the femme courts were held by night in secret places say that the mode appointed for the accused to meet the court was for him to repair 3/4 of an hour before midnight to the next crossroads, where a shop was always waiting for him, who bound his eyes and led him to where the court was sitting. This, however, is all mere fiction, for the place where the court was to be held was expressly mentioned in every summons. The femme courts, like the German courts in general, were holden on a Tuesday 1/19. If on this day the accused, or his attorney, appeared at the appointed place, and no court was holden, the summons abated or lost its force. The same was the case when admission was refused to him and his suite, a circumstance which sometimes occurred. But should he not appear to the first summons, he was fined the first time 30 shillings, the second time 60, the third time he was forfeited. The court had however the power of granting a further respite of 6 weeks and 3 days previous to passing this last severe sentence. This term of grace was called the King's Dag, or the Emperor Charles's Day of Grace. The plea of necessary and unavoidable absence was, however, admitted in all cases, and the femme law distinctly recognized 4 legal impediments to appearance, namely, imprisonment, sickness, the service of God, that is, pilgrimage, and the public service. The law also justly added the following cases: inability to cross a river for want of a bridge or a boat, or on account of a storm, the loss of his horse when the accused was riding to the court, so that he could not arrive in time, absence from the country on nightly, mercantile, or other honest occasions, and lastly, the service of his lord or master. In short, any just excuse was admitted. As long as the impediment continued in operation, all proceedings against the accused were void. If the impediment arose from his being in prison, or in the public service, or that of his master, he was to notify the same. by letter sealed with his seal, or else by his own oath and those of 2 or 3 other persons. The other impediments above enumerated were to be sworn to by himself alone. If the accused neglected answering the 2 first summonses, but appeared to the third, he was required to pay the 2 fines for non-appearance. But if he declared himself too poor to pay them, he was obliged to place his 2 forefingers on the naked sword which lay before the court and swear, by the death which God endured on the cross, that such was the case. It was then remitted to him, and the court proceeded to his trial. When a fencourt sat the count presided, before him lay on the table a naked sword and a withy halter. The former, says the law, signifying the cross on which Christ suffered and the rigor of the court, the latter denoting the punishment of evildoers, whereby the wrath of God is appeased. On his right and left stood the clerks of the court, the assessors, and the audience. All were bareheaded, to signify, says the law, that they would proceed openly and fairly, punish men only for the crimes which they had committed, and cover no right with unright. They were also to have their hands uncovered to signify that they would do nothing covertly and underhand. They were to have short cloaks on their shoulders, significatory of the warm love which they should have for justice. For as the cloak covers all the other clothes and the body, so should their love cover justice. They were to wear neither weapons nor harness, that no one might feel any fear of them, and to indicate that they were under the peace of the emperor, king, or empire. Finally, they were to be free from wrath and sober, that drunkenness might not lead them to pass unrighteous judgment, for drunkenness causes much wickedness. If one who was not initiated was detected in the assembly, his process was a brief one. He was seized without any ceremony, his hands and feet were tied together, and he was hung on the next tree. Should a knot shot be caught in the assembly, a halter of oaken twigs was put about his neck, and he was thrown for 9 days into a dark dungeon, at the end of which time he was brought to trial, and, if he failed in clearing himself, he was proceeded with according to law, that is, was hanged. The business of the day commenced, as in German courts in general, by the count asking of the messengers if it was the day and time for holding a court under the royal authority. An affirmative answer being given, the count then asked how many assessors should there be on the tribunal, and how the seat should be filled. When these questions were answered, he proclaimed the holding of the court. Each party was permitted to bring with him as many as 30 friends to act as witnesses and compurgators. Lest, however, they might attempt to impede the course of justice, they were required to appear unarmed. Each party had, moreover, the right of being represented by his attorney. The person so employed must be initiated. He must also be the peer of the party, and if he had been engaged on either side he could not, during any stage of the action, be employed on the other, even with the permission of the party which had just engaged him. When he presented himself before the court, his credentials were carefully examined, and if found strictly conformable to what the law had enjoined, they were declared valid. It was necessary that they should have been written on good, new, and sound parchment, without blot or erasure, and be sealed by the seals of at least 2 Freeschappen. The attorney of a prince of the empire appeared with a green cross in his right hand, and a golden penny of the empire in his left. He was also to have a glove on his right hand. If there were 2 attorneys, they were both to bear crosses and pence. The attorney of a simple prince bore a silver penny. The old law, which loves to give a reason for everything, says, by the cross they intimate that the prince whom they represent will, in case he should be found guilty, amend his conduct according to the direction of the faith which Jesus Christ preached, and be constant and true to the holy Christian faith, and obedient to the holy empire and justice. All the preliminaries being arranged, the trial commenced by the charge against him being made known to the accused, who was called upon for his defense. If he did not wish to defend himself in person, he was permitted to employ an advocate whom he might have brought with him. If it was a civil suit, he might, however, stay the proceedings at once by giving good security for his satisfying the claims of the plaintiff, in which case he was allowed the usual grace of 6 weeks and 3 days. He might also accept to the competence of the court, or to the legality of the summons, or to anything else which would, if defective, annul the proceedings. If the accused did not appear, the regular course was for the prosecutor to overswear him. That is, himself to swear by the saints to the truth of what he had stated, and 6 true and genuine freeshoppen to swear that they believed him to have spoken the truth. The older Fem law made a great distinction between the initiated and the ignorant, and one very much to the advantage of the former. The accused, if initiated, was allowed to clear himself from the charge by laying his 2 forefingers on the naked sword, and swearing by the saints that he was innocent of the things and the deed which the court had mentioned to him, and which the accuser charged him with, so help him God and all the saints. He then threw a cross-penny, kreutzer, to the court and went his way, no one being permitted to let or hinder him. But if he was one of the uninitiated, he was not permitted to clear himself in this manner, and the truth of the fact was determined by the evidence given. It is plain, however, that such a regulation as this could properly only belong to the time when none but persons of irreproachable character were initiated. As the institution degenerated, this distinction was gradually lost sight of, and facts were determined by evidence without any regard to the rank of the accused. The accuser could prevent the accused from clearing himself thus easily, by offering himself and 6 compurgators to swear to the truth of his charge. If the accused wanted to outweigh this evidence, he was obliged to come forward with 13 or 20 compurgators and swear to his innocence. If he could bring the last number he was acquitted, for the law did not allow it to be exceeded. But if he had but 13, the accuser might then overpower him by bringing forward 20 to vouch for his veracity. If the accuser had convicted the accused, he forthwith prayed the count to grant him a just sentence. The count never took on himself the office of finding the verdict, he always directed one of the assessors to perform it. If the assessor thought the matter too difficult for his judgment, he averred on oath that such was the case, and the court then gave the duty to another, who might free himself from the responsibility in the same manner. Should none of the assessors be able to come to a decision, the matter was put off till the next court day. But if the assessor undertook the finding of the verdict, it lay with himself whether he should do so alone, or retire to take the opinion of the other assessors and the bystanders. To give the verdict due force it must be found sitting, otherwise it might be objected to. Whether or not the assessor was bound to decide according to the majority of voices is uncertain. When the verdict had been found, the assessor appeared with his colleagues before the tribunal, and delivered it to the count, who then passed sentence. What the penalties were for different offences was a secret known only to the initiated. But, if they were of a capital nature, the halter, as was intimated by the one which lay before the count, was the instrument of punishment. Should the accused not have appeared, and been in consequence outlawed, he was forfeited by the following awful curse: it was declared that he should be excluded from the public peace, from all liberties and rights, and the highest unpeace. Ungrace, and halter be appointed for him. That he should be cut off from all communication with any Christian people, and be cursed so that he might wither in his body, and neither become any more verdant, nor increase in any manner. That his wife should be held to be a widow, and his children orphans, that he should be without honor and without right, and given up to any one. That his neck should be left to the ravens, his body to all beasts, to the birds of the air and the fishes in the water, but his soul should be commended to God, and if he continued a year and a day under the sentence of outlawry, all his goods then fell to the emperor or king. A prince, town, or community, that incurred the sentence of outlawry, lost thereby at once all liberties, privileges, and graces. Should the sentence passed be a capital one, the count flung the halter over his head out of the enclosure of the tribunal, the shopman spat on it, and the name of the condemned was entered in the blood book. If the criminal was present he was instantly seized, and, according to the custom of the Middle Ages, when, as in the East, no disgrace was attached to the office of executioner, the task of executing him was committed to the youngest shop present, who forthwith hung him from the nearest tree. The quality of the criminal was duly attended to, for if he was initiated he was hung 7 feet higher than any other, as being esteemed a greater criminal. If the accused was not present, all the shopmen were, as we have already described, set in pursuit of him, and wherever they caught him they hanged him without any further ceremony. The sentence was kept a profound secret from the uninitiated. A copy of it, drawn up in the usual form, and sealed with 7 seals, was given to the accuser. We thus see that the proceedings in the fem courts were strictly consonant to justice, and even leaned to the side of mercy. But this was not all. The right of appeal was also secured to the accused in case the shopman who consulted about the verdict did not agree, or that the witnesses did not correspond in their evidence. Or, finally, if the verdict found was considered unjust or unsuitable, which last case afforded a most ample field of appeal, for it must have been very rarely that a sentence did not appear unjust or oversevere to the party who was condemned. It was, however, necessary that the appeal should be made on publication of the sentence, or at least before the court broke up. The parties were allowed to retire for a few minutes, to consult with their friends who had accompanied them. If they did not then say that they would appeal, the sentence was declared absolute, and they were forbidden, under heavy penalties, to oppose it in any other court. If they did resolve to appeal, both parties were obliged to give security de lite prosequenda. Should either party, being poor or a stranger, be unable to give security, his oath was held to be sufficient, that, as the law humanely and justly expresses it, the stranger or the poor man may be able to seek his right in the Holy Roman Empire as well as the native or the rich man. The appeal lay to the general chapter of the secret closed tribunal of the imperial chamber, which usually, if not constantly, sat at Dortmund, or it lay to the emperor, or king, as the supreme head of these tribunals. In case of the monarch being initiated, he could examine into the cause himself, otherwise he was obliged to commit the inquiry to such of his councillors as were initiated, or to initiated commissioners, and that only on Westphalian soil. Of this species of appeal there are numerous instances. Finally, the appeal might be made to the imperial lieutenant, who then inquired into the matter himself, with the aid of some initiated shopman, or brought it before the general chapter of which he was president. There was no appeal to the emperor from his sentence, or from that of the chapter. There were, besides the right of appeal, other means of averting the execution of the sentence of a fem court. Such was what was called replacing in the former state, of which, however, it was only the initiated who could avail himself. Sentence having been passed on a person who had not appeared, he might voluntarily and personally repair to where the secret tribunal was sitting, and sue for this favor. He was to appear before the court which had passed the sentence, accompanied by 2 free shopmen, with a halter about his neck, with white gloves on him, and his hands folded, with an imperial coin and a green cross in them. He and his companions were then to fall down on their knees, and pray for him to be placed in the condition which he was in before the proceedings commenced against him. There was also what was called the complaint of nullity, in case the prescribed form of the proceedings had been violated. Some other means shall presently be noticed. Chapter 4. The general chapter rights of the emperor of his lieutenant of the Stolhern, or tribunal lords. To complete the sketch of the fem tribunals and their proceedings, we must state the rights and powers of the general chapter and of the emperor, his lieutenant, and the tribunal lords. The general chapter was a general assembly of the Westphalian tribunal lords, counts, and shopmen, summoned once a year by the emperor or his lieutenant. Every count was bound by oath to appear at it. It could only be holden in Westphalia, and almost exclusively at Dortmund or Ahrensburg. No one could appear at it who was not initiated, not even the emperor himself. The president was the emperor, if present and initiated, otherwise the lieutenant or his substitute. The business of the general chapter was to inquire into the conduct and proceedings of the different fem courts. The counts were therefore to give an account of all their proceedings during the past year. To furnish a list of the names of the shopmen who had been admitted, as well as of the suits which had been commenced, with the names of the accusers, the accused, the forefemed, and such counts as had neglected their duty were deposed by the general chapter. The general chapter was, as we have above observed, a court of appeal from all the fem tribunals. In matters of great importance the decrees of the lower courts were, to give them greater weight, confirmed by the general chapter. It was finally at the general chapter that all regulations, laws, and reformations, concerning the fem law and courts, were made. The emperor, even when the imperial authority was at the lowest, was regarded in Germany as the fountain of judicial authority. The right of passing capital sentence in particular was considered to emanate either mediately or immediately from him. The fem courts were conspicuous for their readiness to acknowledge him as the source of their authority, and all their decrees were pronounced in his name. As superior lord and judge of all the counts and tribunals, the emperor had a right of inspection and reformation over them. He could summon and preside in a general chapter, he might enter any court. And the presiding count was obliged to give way and allow him to preside in his stead. He had the power to make new shoppen, provided he did so on Westphalian soil. Every shop was moreover bound to give a true answer to the emperor when he asked whether such a one was forfeited or not, and in what court. He could also depose disobedient counts, but only in Westphalia. The emperor could even withdraw a cause out of the hands of the tribunals. The right of appeal to him has been already noticed. But, besides this, he had a power of forbidding the count to proceed in the cause when the accused offered himself to him for honor and right, and it was at his own risk then that the count proceeded any further in the business. The emperor could also grant a safe conduct to any person who might apply for it under apprehension of having been forfeited, which safe conduct the shoppen dared not violate. Even when a person had been forfeited, the emperor could save him by issuing his command to stay execution of the sentence for 100 years, 6 weeks, and a day. It is plain, that, to be able to exercise these rights, the emperor must be himself initiated, for otherwise he could not, for instance, appear where a court was sitting, make alterations in laws with which, if ignorant, he must necessarily be unacquainted, or extend mercy when he could not know who was forfeited or not. In the laws establishing the rights of the emperor it was therefore always inserted, provided he be initiated, and the acts of uninitiated emperors were by the fem courts frequently declared invalid. The emperor had, therefore, his choice of setting a substitute over the fem courts, or of being himself initiated. The latter course was naturally preferred, and each emperor, at his coronation at Aix-la-Chapelle, was initiated by the hereditary Count of Dortmund. Though Aix-la-Chapelle was not in Westphalia, the law sanctioned this departure from the general rule that free shoppen should only be made in that country. The emperor's lieutenant, who was almost always the Archbishop of Cologne, had the right of confirming such counts as were presented to him by the tribunal lords, and of investing them with the powers of life and death. He could also summon general chapters, and preside and exercise the other imperial rights in them. He might decide, with the aid of some shoppen, in cases of appeal to him, without bringing the affair before the general chapter. And he had the power of making shoppen at any tribunal in Westphalia, which proves that, like the emperor, he had free access to them all. Hence it is clear that he also must have been initiated. The dignity and preeminence of the Archbishop of Cologne, when this office had been conferred on him, caused a good deal of envy and jealousy among the lords of Westphalia, who had been hitherto his equals, and who considered themselves equally entitled to it with him. They never let slip an occasion of showing their feelings, and they always had their counts invested by the emperor, and not by the archbishop. Nay, there are not wanting instances of their having such counts as he had invested confirmed and reinvested by the emperor. There now remain only the tribunal lords, Stolhern, to be considered. The tribunal lord was the lord of the district in which there was a fem tribunal. He might himself, if initiated, become the count of it, having previously obtained the power of life and death from the emperor, or his lieutenant. Or, if he did not choose to do so, he might, as we have already seen, present a count to be invested, for whose conduct he was held responsible. And, if the count appointed by him misconduct himself, the Stolher was liable to a forfeiture of his rights. He was, in consequence, permitted to exercise a right of inspection over the fem courts in his territory. No shop could be made, no cause brought into the court, not even a summons issued, without his approbation. There even lay a kind of appeal to him from the sentence of the count. And he could also, like the emperor, withdraw certain persons and causes from his jurisdiction. But as his power did not extend beyond his own territory, the count might refer those causes in which he wished, but was prohibited, to proceed, to the courts in other territories. He might also, if he apprehended opposition from the tribunal lord, require him, if initiated, to be present at the proceedings. The tribunal lord, if uninitiated, could, like the emperor in the same case, exercise these powers only by initiated deputies. The great advantage which resulted from the right of having fem tribunals induced the high lords, both spiritual and temporal, to be very anxious to become possessed of this species of territorial property. And in consequence nearly all the lords in Westphalia had fem tribunals. Even towns, such as Dortmund, Soest, Munster, and Osnabrück, had these tribunals, either within their walls, or in their districts, or their neighborhood, for it would not have been good policy in them to suffer this sort of status in statu. To be independent of their authority. Chapter 5. Fem courts at Cell at Brunswick Tribunal of the Knowing in the Tyrol the Castle of Baden African Puras. We have now gone through the constitution and modes of procedure of the fem tribunals of Westphalia, as far as the imperfect notices of them which have reached the present age permit. It remains to trace their history down to the last vestiges of them which appear. A matter of some curiosity should, however, be previously touched on, namely, how far they were peculiar to Westphalia, and what institutions resembling them may be elsewhere found. Fem tribunals were, in fact, as we have already observed, not peculiar to Westphalia. In a MS. Life of Duke Julius of Celle, by Francis Algerman 120, of the year 1608, we read the following description of a fem court, which the author remembered to have seen holden at Celle in his youth. When the Fem Law 121 was to be put in operation, all the inhabitants of the district who were above 12 years of age were obliged to appear, without fail, on a heath or some large open place, and sit down on the ground. Some tables were then set in the middle of the assembly, at which the prince, his councillors, and bailiffs, took their seats. The secret judges then reported the delinquents and the offences. And they went round with a white wand and smote the offenders on the legs. Whoever then had a bad conscience, and knew himself to be guilty of a capital offence, was permitted to stand up and to quit the country within a day and a night. He might even wait till he got the second blow. But if he was struck the third time, the executioner was at hand, a pastor gave him the sacrament, and away with him to the nearest tree. But if a person was struck but once or twice, that was a paternal warning to him to amend his life thenceforward. Hence it was called jus venii, because there was grace in it, which has been corrupted and made vimrecht. There were similar courts, we are told, at places named Woolpay and Rodenwald. Here the custom was for the secret judges, when they knew of any one having committed an offence which fell within the fem jurisdiction, to give him a private friendly warning. To this end they set, during the night, a mark on his door, and at drinking parties they managed to have the consent past him. If these warnings took no effect the court was held. According to an ancient law book, the fem court at Brunswick was thus regulated and holden. Certain of the most prudent and respectable citizens, named feminotes, had the secret duty of watching the conduct of their fellow citizens and giving information of it to the council. Had so many offences been committed that it seemed time to hold a fem court, a day was appointed for that purpose. Some members of the council from the different districts of the town met at midnight in St. Martin's churchyard, and then called all the council together. All the gates and entrances of the town were closed, ale corners and bridges, and the boats both above and below the town, were guarded. The fem clerk was then directed to begin his office, and the feminotes were desired to give their informations to him to be put into legal form if the time should prove sufficient. At daybreak it was notified to the citizens that the council had resolved that the fem court should be holden on this day, and they were directed to repair to the marketplace as soon as the tocsin sounded. When the bell had tolled 3 times, all who had assembled accompanied the council, through the gate of St. Peter, out of the town to what was called the fem ditch. Here they separated. The council took their station on the space between the ditch and the town gate, the citizens stood at the other side of the ditch. The feminotes now mingled themselves among the townsmen, inquired after such offences as were not yet come to their knowledge, and communicated whatever information they obtained. And also their former discoveries, if they had not had time to do so in the night, to the clerk, to be put by him into proper form and laid before the council. The clerk having delivered his protocol to the council, they examined it and ascertained which of the offences contained in it were to be brought before a femcourt, and which not. For matters under the value of 4 shillings did not belong to it. The council then handed the protocol back to the clerk, who went with it to the femcourt, which now took its seat in presence of a deputation of the council. Those on whom theft had been committed were first brought forward and asked if they knew the thief. If they replied in the negative, they were obliged to swear by the saints to the truth of their answer. If they named an individual, and that it was the first charge against him, he was permitted to clear himself by oath. But if there was a second charge against him, his own oath was not sufficient, and he was obliged to bring 6 compurgators to swear along with him. Should there be a third charge, his only course was to clear himself by the ordeal. He was forthwith to wash his hand in water, and to take in it a piece of glowing hot iron, which the beadles and executioners had always in readiness on the left of the tribunal, and to carry it a distance of 9 feet. The fem count, according to ancient custom, chose whom he would to find the verdict. The council could dissolve the court whenever they pleased. Such causes as had not come on, or were put off on account of sickness, or any other just impediment, were, on such occasions, noted and reserved for another session. It is evident, however, that this municipal court, of which the chief object was the punishment of theft, the grand offence of the Middle Ages, though called a femcourt, was widely different from those of the same name in Westphalia. The Tribunal of the Knowing, Gericht der Wissenden, in Tyrol, has also been erroneously supposed to be the same with the Westphalian courts. The mode of procedure in this was for the accuser to lay his finger on the head of the accused, and swear that he knew him to be an infamous person, while 6 reputable people, laying their fingers on the arm of the accuser, swore that they knew him to have sworn truly and honestly. This was considered sufficient evidence against any person, and the court proceeded to judgment on it. The ideal femcourt beneath the castle of Baden must not be passed over without notice, as it seems to be the model after which our popular novelist described his femtribunal in Switzerland. A female writer in Germany 122 informs us that beneath the castle of Baden the vaults extend to a considerable distance in labyrinthine windings, and were in former times appropriated to the secret mysteries of a femtribunal. Those who were brought before this awful tribunal were not conducted into the castle vaults in the usual way. They were lowered into the gloomy abyss by a cord in a basket and restored to the light, if so fortunate as to be acquitted, in the same manner, so that they never could, however inclined, discover where they had been. The ordinary entrance led through a long dark passage, which was closed by a door of a single stone as large as a tombstone. This door revolved on invisible hinges, and fitted so exactly, that when it was shut the person who was inside could not distinguish it from the adjoining stones, or tell where it was that he had entered. It could only be opened on the outside by a secret spring. Proceeding along this passage you reached the torture room, where you saw hooks in the wall, thumbscrews, and every species of instruments of torture. A door on the left opened into a recess, the place of the maiden's kiss. When any person who had been condemned was led hither, a stone gave way under his feet, and he fell into the arms of the maiden, who, like the wife of Nabis, crushed him to death in her arms, which were thick set with spikes. Proceeding on farther, after passing through several doors, you came to the vault of the tribunal. This was a long spacious quadrangle hung round with black. At the upper end was a niche in which were an altar and crucifix. In this place the chief judge sat, his assessors had their seats on wooden benches along the walls. We need not to observe how totally different from the proceedings of a genuine femtribunal is all this. That there are vaults under the castle of Baden is certain, and the description above given is possibly correct. But the femcourt which was held in them is the mere coinage of the lady's brain, and utterly unlike anything real, unless it be the Holy Office, whose secret proceedings never could vie in justice or humanity with those of the Westphalian femcourts. It is, moreover, not confirmed by any document, or even by the tradition of the place, and would be undeserving of notice were it not for the reason assigned above. The similarity between the femcourts and the Inquisition has been often observed. In the secrecy of their proceedings, and the great number of agents which they had at their devotion, they resemble each other. But the Holy Office had nothing to correspond to the public and repeated citations of the femcourts, the fair trial given to the accused, the leaning towards mercy of the judges, and the right of appeal which was secured. The most remarkable resemblance to the femtribunals is, or was, to be found among the Negroes on the west coast of Africa, as they are described by a French traveller 123. These are the Puras of the Fullas, who dwell between Sierra Leone River and Cape Monte. There are 5 tribes of this people, who form a confederation, at the head of which is a union of warriors, which is called a Pura. Each tribe has its own separate Pura, and each Pura has its chiefs and its tribunal, which is, in a more restricted sense, also called a Pura. The general Pura of the confederation is formed from the Puras of the 5 tribes. To be a member of the inferior Puras, a man must be 30 years of age. No one under 50 can have a seat in the general Pura. The candidate for admission into an inferior Pura has to undergo a most severe course of probation, in which all the elements are employed to try him. Before he is permitted to enter on this course, such of his relatives as are already members are obliged to pledge themselves for his fitness, and to swear to take his life if ever he should betray the secrets of the society. Having passed through the ordeal, he is admitted into the society and sworn to secrecy and obedience. If he is unmindful of his oath, he becomes the child of death. When he least expects it, a warrior in disguise makes his appearance and says, "The great Pura sends thee death." Every one present departs, no one ventures to make any opposition, and the victim falls. The subordinate Puras punish all crimes committed within their district, and take care that their sentences are duly executed. They also settle disputes and quarrels between the leading families. It is only on extraordinary occasions that the great Pura meets. It then decides on the punishment of traitors and those who had resisted its decrees. Frequently too it has to interfere to put an end to wars between the tribes. When it has met on this account, it gives information to the belligerents, directing them to abstain from hostilities, and menacing death if a drop more of blood should be spilt. It then inquires into the causes of the war, and condemns the tribe which is found to have been the aggressor to a 4 days' plundering. The warriors to whom the execution of this sentence is committed must, however, be selected from a neutral district. They arm and disguise themselves, put horrible-looking vizards on their faces, and with pitch torches in their hands set out by night from the place of assembly. Making no delay, they reach the devoted district before the break of day, and in parties of from 40 to 60 men, they fall unexpectedly on the devoted tribe, and, with fearful cries, making known the sentence of the great Pura, proceed to put it into execution. The booty is then divided. 1/2 is given to the injured tribe, the other falls to the great Pura, who bestow 1/2 of their share on the warriors who executed their sentence. Even a single family, if its power should appear to be increasing so fast as to put the society in fear for its independence, is condemned to a plundering by the Pura. It was thus, though under more specious pretexts, that the Athenian democracy sought to reduce the power of their great citizens by condemning them to build ships, give theatrical exhibitions, and otherwise spend their fortunes. Nothing can exceed the dread which the Pura inspires. The people speak of it with terror and awe, and look upon the members of it as enchanters who are in compact with the devil. The Pura itself is solicitous to diffuse this notion as much as possible, esteeming it a good mean for increasing its power and influence. The number of its members is estimated at upwards of 6,000, who recognize each other by certain words and signs. Its laws and secrets are, notwithstanding the great number of the members, most religiously concealed from the knowledge of the uninitiated. Chapter 6. The Emperor Louis the Bavarian Charles IV. Wenceslas Rupertian Reformation encroachments of the Femcourts case of Nickel Weller and the town of Gorlitz of the city of Danzig of Hans David and the Teutonic Knights. Other instances of the presumption of the Free Count. Citation of the Emperor Frederick III. Case of the Count of Tecklenburg. The history of the Femgericht, previous to the 15th century, offers but few events to detain attention. The Emperor Louis the Bavarian appears to have exerted his authority on several occasions in granting privileges in Westphalia according, as it is expressly stated, to the fem law. His successor, the luxurious Charles IV, acted with the same caprice respecting the fem tribunals as he did in everything else, granting privileges and revoking them just as it seemed to accord with his interest at the moment. This monarch attempted also to extend the fem system beyond Westphalia, deeming it perhaps a good mean for bringing all Germany under the authority of his patrimonial kingdom of Bohemia. He therefore gave permission to the Bishop of Hildesheim to erect 2 free tribunals out of Westphalia. On the representations of the Archbishop of Cologne and the Lords of Westphalia, however, he afterwards abolished them. Wenceslas, the son of Charles, acted with his usual folly in the case of the fem tribunals. He is said, as he could keep nothing secret, to have blabbed their private sign, and he took on him to make free shoppen, contrary to the law, out of Westphalia. These shoppen of the emperor's making did not, however, meet with much respect from the genuine ones, as the answer given to the Emperor Rupert by the Westphalian tribunals evinces. On his asking how they acted with regard to such shoppen, their reply was, "We ask them at what court they were made shoppen. Should it appear that they were made shoppen at courts which had no right so to do, we hang them, in case of their being met in Westphalia, on the instant, without any mercy." Wenceslas, little as he cared about Germany in general, occasionally employed the fem courts for the furtherance of his plans, and, in the year 1389, he had Count Henry of Wernigerode tried and hanged for treason by Westphalian shoppen. The reign of Wenceslas is particularly distinguished by its being the period in which the Archbishop of Cologne arrived at the important office of Lieutenant of the Emperor over all the Westphalian tribunals. The reign of Rupert was, with respect to the Westphalian fem courts, chiefly remarkable by the reformation of them named front him. This reformation, which is the earliest publicly accredited source from which a knowledge of the fem law can be derived, was made in the year 1404. It is a collection of decisions by which the rights and privileges of a king of the Romans are ascertained with respect to these tribunals. The Rupertian Reformation, and the establishment of the office of lieutenant in the person of the Archbishop of Cologne, which was completed by either Rupert or his successor Sigismund, form together an epoch in the history of the Femgericht. Hitherto Westphalia alone was the scene of their operations, and their authority was of evident advantage to the empire. Their power had now attained its zenith, confidence in their strength led them to abuse it. And, during the century which elapsed between the Rupertian Reformation and the establishment of the perpetual public peace and the imperial chamber by the Emperor Maximilian, we shall have to contemplate chiefly their abuses and assumptions. The right of citation was what was chiefly abused by the free courts. Now that they were so formally acknowledged to act under the imperial authority, they began to regard Westphalia as too narrow a theatre for the display of their activity and their power. As imperial commissioners, they maintained that their jurisdiction extended to every place which acknowledged that of the emperors, and there was hardly a corner of Germany free from the visits of their messengers. Nay, even beyond the limits of the empire men trembled at their citations. It was chiefly the towns which were harassed by these citations, which were frequently issued at the instance of persons whom they had punished or expelled for their misdeeds. Their power and consequence did not protect even the greatest. We find, during the 15th century, some of the principal cities of the empire summoned before the tribunals of Westphalian counts. Thus in the records of those times we read of citations served on Bremen, Lübeck, Augsburg, Nuremberg, Erfurt, Görlitz, and Danzig. Even Prussia and Livonia, then belonging to the order of the Teutonic Knights, were annoyed by their interference. One of the most remarkable cases which this period presents is that of the uneasiness, caused to the town of Görlitz by means of one of its inhabitants named Nickel Weller. This man, who was a Westphalian shop, was accused of having disinterred an unchristened child, and of having made a candle of the bone of its arm, which he had filled with the wax of an Easter taper and with incense. And of having employed it in a barn in presence of his mother, his wife, and an old peasant, for magical purposes. As he could not deny the fact, he was, according to the law of those times, liable to be hanged. But the High Bailiff of Stein, and some other persons of consequence, interfering in his favor, the magistrates contented themselves with expelling him the town and confiscating his goods. As it afterwards proved, they would have acted more wisely had they condemned him to perpetual imprisonment. Weller immediately repaired to Breslau, and besought the council, the Bishop of Waradian, and the imperial chancellor, to advocate his cause. They acceded to his desire, but the magistrates of Gorlitz perfectly justified their conduct. Weller, still indisposed to rest, applied to the Pope, Innocent VIII. Asserting that he could not to any purpose bring an accusation against the Council of Gorlitz within the town of the Diocese of Meissen, and that he had no chance of justice there. The Pope forthwith named John de Medici and Dr. Nicholas Tauchen of Breslau spiritual commissioners in this affair, and these desired the High Bailiff of Stein to do his best that Weller should recover his rights within the space of a month, on his taking his oath to the truth of his statements. Otherwise they should be obliged themselves to take measures for that purpose. From some unassigned cause, however, nothing came of this, and Weller once more addressed himself to the Pope, with whom the Bishop of Ostia became his advocate. He was readmitted into the bosom of the Church. But the decree of the magistracy of Gorlitz still remained in force, and the new commissioners appointed by the Pope even confirmed it. Finding that he had nothing to expect from papal interference, Weller had at last recourse to the VIII tribunals, and on the 3 May, 1490, John of Holstein, Count of the Tribunal at Brakel, cited the burgomasters, council, and all the lay inhabitants of Gorlitz above the age of 18 years, before his tribunal. This summons was served in rather a remarkable manner, for it was found fastened to a twig on a hedge, on a farm belonging to a man named Wenzel Emmerich, a little distance from the town. As by the golden bull of the Emperor Charles IV. And moreover by a special privilege granted by Sigismund, Gorlitz was exempted from all foreign jurisdiction. The magistracy informed Vladislaus, King of Bohemia, of this citation, and implored his mediation. The Bohemian monarch accordingly addressed himself to the tribunal at Brakel, but George Hackenberg, who was at that time the free count of that court, Holstein being dead, did not even deign to give him an answer. Meanwhile the appointed period had elapsed without the people of Gorlitz having appeared to the summons, and Weller, charging them with disobedience and contempt of court, prayed that they might be condemned in all the costs and penalties thereby incurred, and that he might be himself permitted to proceed with his complaint. To this end he estimated the losses and injuries which he had sustained at 500 Rhenish florins, and made a declaration to that effect on oath, with 2 joint swearers. He was accordingly authorized by the court to indemnify himself in any manner he could at the expense of the people of Gorlitz. It was farther added that, if any one should impede Weller in the prosecution of his rights, that person should ipso facto fall under the heavy displeasure of the Empire and the pains and penalties of the tribunal at Brakel, and be moreover obliged to pay all the costs of the accuser. On the August 16th of the same year, the Count set a new peremptory term for the people of Gorlitz, assuring them that, in case of disobedience, he should be obliged, though greatly against his inclination, to pass the heaviest and most rigorous sentence on their persons, their lives, and their honor. The citation was this time found on the floor of the convent church. The council in consternation applied to the Archbishop of Cologne and to the Free Count himself, to be relieved from this condition, but in vain. The Count did not condescend to take any notice of their application, and when they did not appear at the set time, declared the town of Gorlitz outlawed for contumacy. It appears that Weller had, for some cause or other, brought an accusation against the city of Breslau also, for in the published decree of outlawry against Gorlitz it was included. By this act it was prohibited to every person, under penalty of similar outlawry, to harbor any inhabitant of either of these towns, to eat or drink, or hold any intercourse with them, till they had reconciled themselves to the VIII tribunals, and given satisfaction to the complainant. Weller himself stuck up a copy of this decree on a market day at Leipzig. But it was instantly torn down by some of the people of Gorlitz who happened to be there. The 2 towns of Gorlitz and Breslau held a consultation at Liegnitz, to devise what measures it were best to adopt in order to relieve themselves from this system of persecution. They resolved that they would jointly and separately defend themselves and their proceedings by a public declaration, which should be posted up in Görlitz, Breslau, Leipzig and other places. They also resolved to lay their griefs before the Diet at Prague, and pray for its intercession with the Archbishop of Cologne and the Landgraf of Hessen. They accordingly did so, and the Diet assented to their desire. But their good offices were of no avail, and the answer of the Landgraf clearly showed, either that he had no authority over his count, or that he was secretly pleased with what he had done. The indefatigable Weller now endeavored to seize some of the people of Breslau and Görlitz, in Hain and other places in Meissen. But they frustrated his plans by obtaining a promise of protection and safe conduct from the Duke George. Weller, however, did not desist, and when Duke Albert came from the Netherlands to Meissen, he sought and obtained his protection. But here again he was foiled. For, when the High Bailiff and Council of Görlitz had informed that prince of the real state of the case, he withdrew his countenance from him. Wearied out by this ceaseless teasing, the towns applied, through the King of Bohemia, to the Emperor Frederick III. For a mandate to all the subjects of the empire, and an inhibition to the tribunal at Brakel and all the free counts and Schoppen. These, when obtained, they took care to have secretly served on the Council of Dortmund and the free count of Brakel. By these means they appear to have put an end to their annoyances for the remainder of Weller's life. But, in the year 1502, his son and his son-in-law revived his claims on Görlitz. Count Ernest of Hohenstein interceded for them. But the council adhered firmly to their previous resolution, and declared that it was only to their own or to higher tribunals that they must look for relief. The matter then lay over for 10 years, when it was again stirred by one Guy of Taubenheim, and was eventually settled by an amicable arrangement. As we have said, the Fen tribunals extended their claims of jurisdiction even to the Baltic. We find that a citizen of the town of Danzig, named Hans Holliger, who was a free shop, was cited to appear before the tribunal of Elleringhausen, under the Hawthorn. Because he had spoken what he ought not to have spoken about the secret tribunal. This might seem just enough, as he belonged to the society, but the town council were commanded, under a penalty of 50 pounds of fine gold, to cast the accused into prison till he had given security for standing his trial. Even the powerful order of the Teutonic Knights, who were the masters of Prussia and Livonia, did not escape being annoyed by the Fen tribunals. How little their power availed against that formidable jurisdiction is evinced by the answer made by the Grand Master to the towns which sued to him for protection. Beloved liegemen, you have besought us to protect you therefrom. We would cheerfully do it knew we but ways and means thereto. And when he wrote to Mangold, the count of the tribunal at Freienhagen, warning him against summoning before him the subjects of the order, the latter haughtily replied, "You have your rights from the empire. And I have power to judge over all who hold of the empire." The following very curious case occurred in the first half of the 15th century. A shopkeeper at Liebstadt died very much indebted to the two officers of the Teutonic Order, whose business it was to keep the small towns in Prussia supplied with mercantile goods, and they accordingly seized on the effects which he had left behind him. These, however, were not sufficient to satisfy even the demands of one of them, much less of both, and they had made up their minds to rest content with the loss, when, to their surprise, Hans David, the son of the deceased, came forward with an account against the order of such amount, that, as it was observed, if all the houses in the town were sold, and all the townsmen taxed to the utmost, the produce would not discharge the one half of it. He however produced a document purporting to be a bond of the order. This instrument bore all the marks of falsification, it was full of erasures and insertions. Among the witnesses to it, some were set down as priors who were only simple brethren of the order, there were the names of others who had never seen it. It was asserted to have been attested and verified by the tribunal at Passner, but in the records of that court there were not the slightest traces of it. The seal of the Grand Master, which was appended to every document of any importance, was wanting. Of course payment was resisted, but Hans David was told to pursue his claim, if he pleased, before the Emperor and the Pope, whom the order recognized as their superiors. As Hans David was under the protection of the King of Poland, he had recourse to that prince, but he declined interfering any farther than to apply for a safe conduct for him that he might apply for a new inquiry. The Grand Master, on application being made to him, swore on his honor that he owed to the complainant nothing, and that the bond was a forgery. He moreover promised to answer the charge in any fit place that the complainant might select. Nay, even in Prussia, and he granted him a safe conduct as before. It is not known what course Hans David now adopted. But 9 years afterwards, 1441, we find him addressing himself to the Free Tribunal at Freienhagen, whose count, the notorious Mangold, forthwith issued his citations, because, as he expressed himself, the order judges with the sword and gentle murder and burning. The Grand Master, indignant at this piece of arrogance, immediately brought the matter before the assembly of the Free Counts at Koblenz, who declared the proceedings null, and Mangold liable to punishment, as the knights were spiritual persons. He moreover applied to the emperor, who, to gratify him, issued a mandate, addressed to all princes of the empire, declaring the act of Mangold to be a piece of iniquity, and null and void. Hans David was now cast into prison at Cologne, and, notwithstanding a prohibition of the Free Tribunal, was detained there for 2 years. Existing documents attest, though the fact is inexplicable, that the emperor directed the Archbishop of Cologne and the Margraf of Baden to examine anew into the affair, and to send the acts into the imperial chancery, and, finally, to set the complainant free on his oath, or on his giving bail to appear at Nuremberg. As this proceeding can only be ascribed to the influence of the secret tribunals, bent on annoying the order, it serves to show what their power and consequence must have been at that time. 2 years afterwards it was clearly proved at Vienna that the bond had been forged, at the desire of Hans David, by a scholar of Elbingen, named Rothof. As the case against the former was now so plain, it might be supposed that he would be punished at once. Instead of that, the emperor referred the parties to the pope, as Hans David had struck a prior of the order, and this last was not content with the satisfaction accorded by the emperor. The cause of the order was triumphant in Rome also, yet still Hans David found means to keep off the execution of the sentence already passed on him at Vienna. It was not till after the death of the then Grand Master that final judgment was formally delivered by Cardinal Jossi, and Hans David, his comrade Paul Frankeloen, and the Count Mangold, were condemned to perpetual silence, and to payment of the sum of 6,000 Rhenish florins to the order, and, in case of disobedience, they were declared to be outlawed. All this, however, did not yet avail, and 2 years afterwards Jossi was obliged to apply to the emperor for the aid of the temporal arm for the execution of the sentence. The chaplain of the order at Vienna also found that Hans David had still the art to deceive many and gain them over to his cause, and he accordingly took care to have the whole account of his conduct posted up on the church doors. Still the unwearied Hans David did not rest. He now went to the Free Tribunal at Waldeck, and had the art to deceive the count by his false representations. He assured him that the order had offered him no less than 15,000 florins and an annuity, if he would let his action drop. That they would have been extremely well content if he had escaped out of prison at Cologne, but that he preferred justice and truth to liberty. The order however succeeded here again in detecting and exposing his arts, and the count honestly confessed that he had been deceived by him. He cast him off forthwith, and Hans David, ceasing to annoy the order, devoted himself to astrology and conjuring for the rest of his days. 124. He had, however, caused the order abundance of uneasiness and expense. Existing documents prove that this affair cost them no less than upwards of 1580 ducats, and 7,000 florins, which must be in a great measure ascribed to the secret machinations of the Free Tribunals, anxious to depress the Teutonic Knights, who stood in their way. In 1410 the Wild and Rhine Graf was summoned before the tribunal at Nordernau, and, in 1454, the Duke of Saxony before that at Limburg. The Elector Palatine found it difficult, in 1448, to defend himself against a sentence passed on him by one of the Femcourts. Duke Henry of Bavaria found it necessary on the following occasion, actually to become a free shop in order to save himself. One Gasper, of Thoringen, had accused him before the tribunal of Waldeck of having taken from him his hereditary office of chief huntsman, of having seized and beaten his huntsmen and servants, taken his hounds, battered down his castle of Thoringen, and taken from his wife her property in jewels, in despite of God, honor, and ancient right. The free count forthwith cited the duke, who applied to the Emperor Sigismund, and procured an inhibition to the count. The duke found it necessary, notwithstanding, to appear before the court. But he adopted the expedient of getting himself made a free shop, and then, probably in consequence of his rank and influence, procured a sentence to be passed in accordance with his wishes. Gaspar, who was probably an injured man, appealed to the emperor, who referred the matter to the Archbishop of Cologne, and we are not informed how it ended. But the audacity of the free counts went so far as even to cite the head of the empire himself before their tribunals. The imperial chancery having, for just and good cause, declared several free counts and their tribunal lord, Walrabe of Waldeck, to be outlawed, 3 free counts had the hardihood, in 1470, to cite the Emperor Frederick III. With his chancellor, the Bishop of Passau, and the assessors of the Chancery Court, to appear before the free tribunal between the gates of Wannenberg in the diocese of Paderborn. There to defend his person and highest honor under penalty of being held to be a disobedient emperor. And on his not appearing, they had the impudence to cite him again, declaring that, if he did not appear, justice should take its course. Feeble, however, as was the character of the emperor, he did not give way to such assumptions. Even robbery and spoliation could find a defense with the femcourts. Towards the end of the 13th century a Count of Teckenberg plundered and ravaged the diocese of Munster. The bishop assembled his own people and called on his allies to aid him, and they took 2 castles belonging to the count and pushed him to extremity. To extricate himself he accused the bishop, and all those who were with him, before his femcourt, and though there were among them the Bishop of Paderborn, 3 counts, and several knights. The free count had the boldness to cite them all to appear and defend their honor. The affair was eventually amicably arranged and the citation recalled. These instances may suffice to show how far the femtribunals had departed from the original object of their institution, and how corrupt and iniquitous they were become. Chapter 7. Cause of the degeneracy of the femcourt's attempts at reformation. Causes of their high reputation. Case of the Duke of Württemberg of Kirchen-Kerkering. Causes of the decline of the fem jurisdiction. The chief cause of the degeneracy of the femcourts was the admission of improper persons into the society. Originally, as we have seen, no man was admitted to become a shop without producing satisfactory evidence as to the correctness of his character. But now, in the case of either count or shop, a sufficient sum of money availed to supersede inquiry. And the consequence was that men of the most disgraceful characters frequently presided at the tribunals and wielded the formidable powers of the society. A writer in the reign of Sigismund says, that those who had gotten authority to hang men were hardly deserving enough to keep pigs, that they were themselves well worthy of the gallows if one cast a glance over their course of life. That they left not unobserved the mote in their brother's eye, but overlooked the beam in their own, and it required no small courage in the writer thus to express himself. For, according to his own testimony, people then hardly ventured even to speak of the secret tribunals, so great was the awe in which they were held. The consequence was that justice was not to be had at any tribunal which was presided over by corrupt judges, as they selected assessors, and even bystanders, of the same character with themselves, and whatever verdict they pleased was found. The tribunal lord generally winked at their proceedings, while the right of appeal to the emperor was treated with little respect, for these monarchs had generally affairs of more immediate importance to themselves to occupy their attention. The right of exemption was also trampled on. Sovereign princes were, as we have seen, cited before the tribunals, so also were the Jews. Purely civil matters were now maintained to belong to the fem jurisdiction, and parties in such cases were cited before the tribunals, and forfeited in case of disobedience. In short, the fem jurisdiction was now become a positive evil instead of being, as heretofore, a benefit to the country. Various attempts were doubtless made to reform the fem law and tribunals, such as the Arensberg Reformation, the Osnaburg Regulation, and others, but to little purpose. The system, in fact, was at variance with the spirit which was now beginning to prevail, and could not be brought to accord with it. Before we proceed to the decline of the society, we will pause a moment to consider the causes of the great reputation and influence which it obtained and exercised during the period in which it flourished. The first and chief cause was the advantage which it was found to be of for the maintenance of social order and tranquility. In the very worst and most turbulent times a portion of mankind will always be found desirous of peace and justice, even independently of any private interest. Another portion, feeling themselves the victims of oppression, will gladly catch at any hope of protection. Even the mighty and the oppressive themselves will at times view with satisfaction any institution which may avail to shield them against power superior to their own, or which they conceive may be made the instrument of extending and strengthening their consequence. The fem jurisdiction was calculated to suit all these orders of persons. The 14th and 15th centuries were the most anarchic periods of Germany, the imperial power was feeble to control. And the characters of most of the emperors were such as to render still more unavailing the little authority which, as heads of the empire, they possessed. Sensible of their weakness, these monarchs generally favored the fem tribunals, which so freely, and even ostentatiously, recognized the imperial superiority, as long as it did not seek to control them or impede them in their proceedings. The knowledge which, if initiated, they could derive of the crimes and misdemeanors committed in the empire, and the power of directing the arms of the society against evildoers, were also of no small importance. And they gradually became of opinion that their own existence was involved in that of the fem courts. The nobles of Westphalia, in like manner, found their advantage in belonging to the society, and the office of tribunal lord was, as we have seen, one of influence and emolument. But it was the more helpless and oppressed classes of society, more especially the unhappy serfs, that most rejoiced in the existence of the fem tribunals. For there only could they hope to meet with sure redress when aggrieved, and frequently was a cause, when other courts had been appealed to in vain, brought before the secret tribunal, which judged without respect of persons. The accuser had farther not to fear the vengeance of the evildoer, or his friends and dependents. For his name was kept a profound secret if the proofs which he could furnish were sufficient to justify the inquisitorial process already described, and thus the robber noble, or the feudal tyrant, often met his merited punishment at a time when he perhaps least dreaded it, and when he held his victim, whose cries to justice had brought it on him, in the greatest contempt. For, like the Nemesis, or the gloom-roaming Berenice of antiquity, the retributive justice of the fem tribunals moved to vengeance with stealthy pace, and caught its victim in the midst of his security. A second cause was the opinion of these courts having been instituted by Charles the Great, a monarch whose memory was held in such high estimation and such just veneration during the Middle Ages. Emperors thought themselves bound to treat with respect the institution of him from whom they derived their authority. And the clergy themselves, exempt from its jurisdiction, were disposed to view with favor an institution established by the monarch to whom the Church was so deeply indebted, and of whose objects the punishment of heretics was one of the most prominent. A third, and not the least important cause, was the excellent organization of the society, which enabled it to give such effect to its decrees, and to which nothing in those times presented any parallel. The veil of secrecy which enveloped all its proceedings, and the number of agents ready to execute its mandates, inspired awe. The strict inquiry which was known to be made into the character of a man before he was admitted into it gained it respect. Its sentences were, though the proofs were unknown, believed to have emanated from justice. And bad men trembled, and good men rejoiced, as they beheld the body of a criminal suspended from a tree, and the shop's knife stuck beside it to intimate by whom he had been judged and condemned. The reign of the Emperor Maximilian was a period of great reform in Germany, and his establishment of the perpetual public peace, and of the imperial chamber, joined with other measures, tended considerably to alter and improve the condition of the empire. The fem tribunals should, as a matter of prudence, have endeavored to accommodate themselves to the new order of things, but this is a part of wisdom of which societies and corporate bodies are rarely found capable. And, instead of relaxing in their pretensions, they even sought to extend them farther than before. Under their usual pretext, the denial of justice, they extended their citations to persons and places over which they had no jurisdiction, and thereby provoked the enmity and excited the active hostility of cities and powerful territorial lords. The most remarkable cases which this period presents of the perversion of the rights and powers of the VIII tribunals are the two following. Duke Ulrich of Württemberg lived unhappily with his Duchess Sabina. There was at his court a young nobleman named Hans Hutten, a member of an honorable and powerful family, to whose wife the Duke was more particular in his attentions than could be agreeable to a husband. The Duchess, on her side, testified a particular esteem for Hans Hutten, and the intimacy between them was such as the Duke could not forgive. Hutten was either so vain or so inconsiderate as to wear publicly on his finger a valuable ring which had been given to him by the Duchess. This filled up the measure of the jealousy and rage of the Duke, and one day, at a hunting party in the wood of Bebling, he contrived to draw Hutten away from the rest of the train, and, taking him at unawares, ran him through with his sword. He then took off his girdle, and with it suspended him from one of the oak trees in the wood. When the murder was discovered, he did not deny it, but asserted that he was a free shop, and had performed the deed in obedience to a mandate of the secret tribunal, to which he was bound to yield obedience. This tale, however, did not satisfy the family of Hutten, and they were as little content with the proposal made by the murderer of giving them satisfaction before a Westphalian tribunal. They loudly appealed to the emperor for justice, and the masculine eloquence of Ulrich von Hutten interested the public so strongly in their favor, that the emperor found himself obliged to issue a sentence of outlawry against the Duke of Württemberg. At length, through the mediation of Cardinal Lang, an accommodation both with the Hutten family and the Duchess was effected. But the enmity of the former was not appeased, and they some time afterwards lent their aid to effect the deposition of the Duke and the confiscation of his property. It would seem that the VIII tribunals would have justified the assassination committed by the Duke, at least that all confidence in their justice was now gone. And, at this period, even those writers who are most lavish in their praises of the Schoppen of the olden time can find no language sufficiently strong to describe the iniquity of those of their own days. It was now become a common saying that the course of a VIII court was first to hang the accused and then to examine into the charges against him. By a solemn recess of the Diet at Triers, in 1512, it was declared that by the Westphalian tribunals many an honest man had lost his honor, body, life, and property. And the Archbishop of Cologne, who must have known them well, shortly afterwards asserted, among other charges, in a capitulation which he issued, that by very many they were shunned and regarded as seminaries of villains. The second ease to which we alluded affords a still stronger proof of their degeneracy. A man named Christian Kerkerink, who lived near the town of Münster, was accused, and probably with truth, of having committed repeated acts of adultery. The Free Tribunal of Münster determined to take cognizance of the affair, and they sent and had him taken out of his bed in the dead of the night. In order to prevent his making any noise and resistance, the persons who were employed assured him that he was to be brought before the tribunal of a respectable councillor of the city of Münster, and prevailed on him to put on his best clothes. They took him to a place named Beckman's Bush, where they kept him concealed while one of them conveyed intelligence of their success to the town council. At break of day the tribunal lords, Free Count, and Schoppen, taking with them a monk and a common hangman, proceeded to Beckman's Bush, and had the prisoner summoned before them. When he appeared he prayed to be allowed to have an advocate. But this request was refused, and the court proceeded forthwith to pass sentence of death. The unfortunate man now implored for the delay of but one single day to settle his affairs and make his peace with God. But this request also was strongly refused, and it was signified to him that he must die forthwith, and that if he wished he might make his confession, to which end a confessor had been brought to the place. When the unhappy wretch sued once more for favor, it was replied to him that he should find favor and be beheaded, not hung. The monk was then called forward, to hear his confession. When that was over, the executioner, who had previously been sworn never to reveal what he saw, advanced and struck off the head of the delinquent. Meantime, information of what was going on had reached the town, and old and young came forth to witness the last act of the tragedy, or perhaps to interfere in favor of Kerkerink. But this had been foreseen and provided against. Officers were set to watch all the approaches from the town till all was over, and when the people arrived they found nothing but the lifeless body of Kirkrink, which was placed in a coffin and buried in a neighbouring churchyard. The bishop and chapter of Munster expressed great indignation at this irregular proceeding and encroachment on their rights, and it served to augment the general aversion to the femcourts. Our readers will at once perceive how much the proceedings in this case, which occurred in the year 1580, differed from those of former times. Then the accused was formally summoned, and he was allowed to have an advocate. Here he was seized without knowing for what, and was hardly granted even the formality of a trial. Then the people who came, even accidentally, into the vicinity of a femcourt, would cross themselves and hasten away from the place, happy to escape with their lives. Now they rush without apprehension to the spot where it was sitting. And the members of it fly at their approach. Finally, in severity as well as justice, the advantage was on the side of the old courts. The criminals suffered by the halter. We hear of no father confessor being present to console his last moments, and his body, instead of being deposited in consecrated earth, was left to be torn by the wild beasts and ravenous birds. The times were evidently altered. The fem tribunals were never formally abolished, but the excellent civil institutions of the emperors Maximilian and Charles V. The consequent decrease of the turbulent and anarchic spirit, the introduction of the Roman law, the spread of the Protestant religion, and many other events of those times, conspired to give men an aversion for what now appeared to be a barbarous jurisdiction and only suited to such times as it was hoped and believed never could return. Some of the courts were abolished, exemptions and privileges against them were multiplied, they were prohibited all summary proceedings, their power gradually sank into insignificance. And, though up to the present century a shadow of them remained in some parts of Westphalia, they have long been only a subject of antiquarian curiosity as one of the most striking phenomena of the Middle Ages. They were only suited to a particular state of society, while that existed they were a benefit to the world. When it was gone they remained at variance with the state which succeeded, became pernicious, were hated and despised, lost all their influence and reputation, shared the fate of everything human, whose character is instability and decay, and have left only their memorial behind them. It is an important advance in civilization, and a great social gain, to have got rid, for all public purposes, of secret societies both of their existence and of their use. For, that, like most of the other obsolete forms into which the arrangements of society have at one time or other resolved themselves, some of these mysterious and exclusive institutions, whether for preserving knowledge or dispensing justice, served, each in its day, purposes of the highest utility, which apparently could not have been accomplished by any other existing or available contrivance, has been sufficiently shown by the expositions that have been given, in the preceding pages, of the mechanism and working of certain of the most remarkable of their number. But it has been made at least equally evident that the evils attendant upon their operation, and inherent in their nature, were also very great, and that, considered even as the suitable remedies for a most disordered condition of human affairs, they were at best only not quite so bad as the disease. They were institutions for preserving knowledge, not by promoting, but by preventing that diffusion of it which, after all, both gives to it its chief value, and, in a natural state of things, most effectually ensures its purification, as well as its increase. And for executing justice, by trampling under foot the rights alike of the wrongdoer and of his victim. Mankind may be said to have stepped out of night into day, in having thrown off the burden and bondage of this form of the social system, and having attained to the power of pursuing knowledge in the spirit of knowledge, and justice in the spirit of justice. We have now escaped from that state of confusion and conflict in which one man's gain was necessarily another man's loss, and are fairly on our way towards that opposite state in which, in everything, as far as the constitution of this world will permit, the gain of one shall be the gain of all. This latter, to whatever degree it may be actually attainable, is the proper hope and goal of all human civilization. The end.